Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of the Perfect World Asia League 2020. This is the Summer Asia RMR event brought to you by PGL. And like I said, it's day 2. So that means if you missed out on yesterday's action, don't worry, because luckily our lovely team over in production have set up a nice little highlight reel for you to see what all went down in yesterday's game. So check it out. They need him to do a little bit more here as the hit moving towards the B side. They're going to push straight through again. No smokes, even though they have Pro with one. They have Derek with one.
He's very low, so is Elman. So if a little bit more damage can come through, what is that from Pro? A double. Both remaining players are 20 HP, but it doesn't matter. Jam Young winning out both of those last fights.
Back away. Let's get the smoke down in time. Gets the first through the spray, and well, there's the second as well. Witz is gonna fall, and that should be it. 11-3 for Vici.
I'm liking what we're seeing for now. Pro got the flash around the corner and a great connection.
Really unfortunate. Jammer in the meantime is actually able to flank in from behind and give himself 2 quick kills. Oh, Jam Young, smoke, flash, doesn't seem to matter. He gets himself 2 quick kills. He can potentially a third on the Taurus. He does get it, and even turns around for the 4th on the Pro.
Do they expect this though? He's got a grid angle. The first kill. Oh, he looks away, but he comes back for a second. Now turning his attentions back, he'll come forth with a 3rd kill. NCL gets 1, but it's Flying who's got another. Well, there's another Deagle kill. And Overpass, the last remaining player. That is brilliant. I love it. I love it. I love the double nade. Well, oh, Flying's gonna go for the knife kill. There's a little bit of extra cash and a little bit of BM as well. The kill for Viva comes through. South Jaya is doing work as well. It's just Dobu, the last remaining player with a Deagle, and he's gonna get 1 kill. It's a little bit more now. The defuse coming through. It's planted around the corner. And there's the lineup. They nearly line up for him for the double. Molotov preventing the peek down in towards the apartments. NTL goes down to the bomb. Nice kill. Flying, of course. He spots the short player. The trigger discipline. Not going to be there, but he finds 1 and a second. Gets the right read, and they might just win this round. Dobu is the hero of Tiger.
And the flash is good, but it blinds everyone. Kamala's right behind you, and he's on a turnaround. Finds 1 and the second. The second was sick, and the 3rd. Flying's going to find NCL, and now Dope. How do you not know where he is?
Bomb being planted, but they can't really do much about it. Su gonna peek around in towards side. He takes his head clean off now, looking for the last 2 players. Sierra gonna come through to try to push the player on site off of it. He does get the kill on his Zokenberg in towards main. He retreats back in towards the hut position and ring around the Rosie here to find he's able to spot him out. He cleans it up as well. Havoc.
He was again down secret before anybody can really have a say on the round, and they're trying to bait the rotates out. They caught a player off guard, but Ezram, excuse me, just too good.
just trying to buy some time. See Havoc trying to come through. Pokemon just comes up the vents. Just like that, it's gonna be a 2-on-2, and even through the smoke, knew this is gonna fall. So many crazy games happening left and right, and honestly, it left all of us without words in the amount of rounds we saw won with basically just Deagles alone. Now, I said we, and obviously I can't do this alone. I've got three handsome gentlemen to join me in this one. We've got Mitch, who's going to be my casting partner throughout these 3 weeks, and we also have Bleh and Dinko as well, who will be all covering the action over the course of these next 3 weeks, over the course of these, round robin group stage with 10 teams, best of threes each. It's going to be a long one, but that just means more Counter-Strike action to bring you. I'm going to start things off. Dinko, how you doing today? You're looking fresh.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I got a haircut. First haircut I've had in a long time, so it's feeling good. And I'm ready to get into the Counter-Strike. Yesterday we've seen some crazy games, and I think it's delivering. It's what we expect in the Asian region. We get some crazy aim stars, brilliant on the Deagles. But today, I'm hoping that we get to see some tactical Counter-Strike. We've got some of the better teams playing today. Tyloo, best team in the region. So it should be fun to watch the games coming up today.
And Bleh, I mean, I did see over on your Twitter that you got attacked by a bug. How you doing today? Did you get your bug repellent spray all over you?
I'm ready. I'm just trying to ignore whatever happened. That thing was... Did you see the size of the thing? It was ridiculous.
It was crawling all over you when you were asleep.
It was stabbing my face. I still have marks. You can't see it right now. It was stabbing my face.
Have you still got your hands, your fingers?
It was longer than my hand, all right? It might be a little bit of exaggeration over there, but I'm ready. I'm ready, Jason. Yesterday was fun, but today we're going to start off with Tyloo. I'm personally mentally prepared for it.
I'm sure you are, as well as Mitch, who's been casting a lot of the Asia region recently. And Mitch, we'll get you to talk in a second. I'm sorry, because I just want to jump straight into the results from yesterday. Obviously, you saw in our sweet little recap video what all went down, but to give you a little bit more context about the map scores, you can see here, Vici Gaming 2-0 over Bren. However, I do want to say, Mitch, as we were covering that match, that first game of the day over on Inferno, the 16-5, it doesn't really do justice to how close that game could have been with a couple of minor changes out of Bren.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's no secret that there were a lot of mistakes being made by Vici in that series. I mean, with the exception of Alman and Jam Young stepping up and having an insane individual game, they would have had a probably double digits, if not closer game on their hands. So I think that was kind of the best of two bad teams, really, in that with how they both showed up.
Then you look later on Invictus versus Tiger, and honestly, like Bleh, that series didn't really know where to go with it. We saw, I think Mirage is the one that stands out to me. The was it 2v5 Deagle or 3v5 Deagle play, and they ended up winning the round. Like that match was everywhere.
It was everywhere. I feel like it's a slow start for Tiger. They're a team who would be the favorite. They won the RMR, the first RMR, right? So they are going to be one of the favorites. I think it's just a slow start for both the teams. And as we do have more games happening, we're going to be seeing Tiger and Invictus having to pull their pants up and hopefully see a little bit better CS.
All right, let's take a look at the group standings currently as they do lay. We do have a couple of teams, obviously, who have yet to play because, well, you know what? Only 6 teams could play yesterday with 3 best of 3s, if I can do my math correctly. Yes, I did. I had to double check it in my head. That's sad. But you can see Vici Gaming, Tiger, Divine Vendetta all taking their first match victories. We're going to be seeing Tyloo today get their first game on the board, and also Beyond later on as well. So D13 and Lucid Dream are going to have to wait for another day to get their first matches. But, I mean, we're kind of seeing the results that we expect here or there. But let's take a look at the schedule, because we obviously have still 3 more best of 3s to come up today. And you can see which matches we'll be bringing you. Tyloo versus Invictus Gaming. Dinko, this has a lot of prospect to be an amazing match.
Yeah, Chinese matchup, two teams looking really good right now. Obviously, Tyloo is the favorites coming into this tournament. They're looking really, really solid, exciting for the first time in a little while because it's kind of unpredictable what you can expect from Tyloo. So this roster, we've been seeing good results and exciting Counter-Strike coming out of them. And yesterday, Invictus really impressed me. I'm kind of sad for them because yesterday they could have taken down Tiger. They got off to a really good start. They could have won both of the second maps. Well, not so much Nuke, but definitely could have been able to pick up Mirage. So I'm hoping that we see the same performance out of Invictus today. I hope they come out of the gate swinging against Tyloo. Hopefully Tyloo a little bit slow to start and Invictus can get a chance. But for the most part, I think we still got to expect Tyloo to be walking away with this. I think they're the team that are looking pretty hot right now. And obviously winning Pro League pretty convincingly against Vici, getting that spot over there. They're looking really good right now. So Tyloo should be favorites coming into this. And at least they're playing good Counter-Strike at the moment. So that should continue.
Let's take a look at the vetoes, actually. I think we're almost ready to get into the game as well, and we obviously want to jump in as quick as possible. We're going to be seeing Train here. Inferno and Dust 2 and Blah. I mean, go ahead. You heard Train, and I heard a disgruntled sound.
No, it's for me, it's the Inferno pick from Invictus. I wasn't really impressed with Inferno yesterday. And Tyloo, they destroyed Vici and Inferno recently. And Vici is supposedly the best team on Inferno in Asia. So looking at the map picks, all three maps seem to be highly favoring Tyloo.
Yep.
The Nuke Overpass ban of standards, but doesn't matter which map it goes to. I think this new Tyloo lineup, they have a deceptively pretty deep map pool. So this is looking rough for Invictus already.
Obviously this is going to be, I think, more important for Invictus. Obviously, you want to make it top 8, which, you know, most people will say out there that's not too difficult to do. But taking down Tyloo, like winning a crucial match like that, I think there's way more importance for them to take the victory over Tyloo, who is expected to win, Mitch.
Yeah, the thing is, when you look at Train, it's not like Invictus can't play it either, though. I feel like they've got an okay shot at both maps. Obviously, picking Inferno, they must have something ready. There's plenty of sample size for them to learn how Tyloo play. They played Vici 4 times, beat them once. And when you look down towards Train, this is where you've actually seen Invictus beat BTRG, the team that knocked Tyloo out of the Weebu Masters. So this is perhaps an opportunity for them. But yeah, I think you would be doing them a disservice if you don't admit it looks like a 2-0 off the bat.
Well, you know what? We're going to find out here in just a few moments' time. I'm hearing word that the game is about to start. So, Bled and Dinko, take us underway here with our first game of the day.
Thank you very much, Jason. Yeah, this is probably the best game we've had at the tournament so far. Again, we were discussing there is only 3 games being played so far, so I mean it does make sense. But Tyloo versus Invictus, 2 teams that are looking pretty exciting right now. I think Invictus actually looked pretty good yesterday. I think the individual showing up, Destroyer was hitting some nice shots, but the player I want to look at again to see if he can step up again is Flying, because he was incredible yesterday. So I think all of the win conditions have to align for Invictus to be able to take down Tyloo today, and it's just unrealistic. So it's basically give us your best shot here, Invictus.
Yeah, the worrying thing, and I think something which we got to understand when you look at the stats, right? You look at Tyloo's map win rate on Inferno, and you're like, oh, that's pretty terrible. It's like 22% or 23%. They've only beaten Vici once at 2 very recently. But if you look at the teams they've beaten, or they've lost to, rather, I'm talking about like teams like Gambit, FaZe, because they were playing Pro League, bear in mind. So you got to put that in context, right? Yep. And you look at Vici, or maybe even Invictus's map win rate on Inferno, or some of these other maps, they're not playing the caliber of teams that Tyloo had to play in the past few months. So you got to have that in context. And looking at Train, this pick from Tyloo, it's interesting because the last time I think it was Vici who picked it against them, and they just completely demolished Vici, especially on the T side. And here we go. Smokes raiding in. Pretty standard take. A little bit of a delayed take there, just trying to take out all the utility from the CTs. Destroyer tapping away, but not able to find anything. However, Flying does strike first.
Yeah, Flying gets the first kill, and he's still alive. Oi, taking down players. This is clean from Invictus. A good start into the pistol round. Somebody comes back in with a Glock. A double kill. Dan King, though, swings it around. And this is Tyloo all over Dan King. What the hell just happened? 3 kills out of nowhere. The pistol round was done. Tyloo looked out, and Dan King says no.
2v5? Okay.
Yeah,
Dan King and
is nuts.
Oh, Dan King is nuts. Absolutely nuts. For those who probably, I mean, for newer viewers probably wondering who Dan King and Slowly are, I mean, these are the 2 guys who got picked up after Zeta and Freeman, with the entire COVID situation. Zeta moved on to Valorant. Freeman right now is, I think, in kind of like I really don't know what he's really up to at the moment, but with Danking and slowly coming in, Danking is one of the up-and-coming stars in the region.
Oh, yeah.
And he was playing with Tyloo for a couple of weeks, right? And then he got kicked because of internal issues where he was being a little too toxic is what I heard. He wasn't showing up for practice games or even officials for that matter. From what I heard very famously, he was busy playing a pug and he became late for an official. And when Tyloo like, hey, we're about to go live, he's like, oh, hold on, let me finish my pug. So hopefully he doesn't have that attitude anymore, but one thing's for sure, this guy is sick when it comes to playing Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I think when you get kicked out of the team, it kind of shows that you have to turn up. And well, Oi is going to turn up indeed. A couple of kills for him. A Deagle starts it off. And while the AK finishes the job, now it's just Attacker. And Summer left alone in the 1 versus 2. But luckily, the position from Summer is good enough down in towards Ivy. He will take the kill on the Galil. 2-0 up here for Tyloo. Good start. And again, another scary round there where Invictus nearly make it happen with the Deagles. And if you aren't watching yesterday, you're unfamiliar with this team. This is exactly what this team can do. They can win off the back of Deagles when you're least expecting it.
Oh yeah, indeed. I'm just surprised why Summer just swapped out his Galil for the Mac-10. Maybe he thought the AK was dropped over there. And expect to see these rounds. You're going to be seeing a lot of rounds being won by Tyloo where they just have 1 or 2 members left alive. It's just the way they approach it, right? Very explosive, very in your face. And the second force buy, this is... It makes sense for Invictus because they know just one player has survived there for Tyloo. They're probably going to try and break their money. And so far, it's kind of working out. First kill going the way of the CTs, but a quick trade coming in the form of Attacker with the AK-47. Slowly, an Attacker playing this one really kind of passively. There we go, Attacker quickly bringing back the man advantage for his side and destroy it down to 22 HP. So this force buy, it's a very expensive investment, Dinko, and if they don't win this, they're going to have to go for a full eco, and that's going to give 4-0 to Tyloo, so that's worrying. Yeah,
there's kind of a high-risk, high-reward scenario playing out right now for Invictus, and well, so far they're not getting that reward because slowly taking down 2 players in Ivy, and now it's just Oi. Show us what you can do, Oi.
Nothing much. Well, with that, I really don't blame Invictus for going for that force buy though. That's one of the rounds where it makes sense. So it's just going to be pistols this time around. Still looking to see the... I do believe you're going to be seeing a dual op setup coming out here if they do get the money. And there's one map where Xiao Sage actually likes opping a bit. You know, Viva can be a little bit more aggressive with his rifles, but expect to see Destroyer and Xiao Sage or Destroyer and Viva trying to wield a dual op. That is, Dinko, if they have the money to work with, because... CD side train, it's never that easy, right? You need a utility, you need to make sure that you keep the T's kind of pinch it down towards pop dog, towards team mid, and if you lose too many players, you just don't, you know, sometimes you just don't have money at all for the duration that they have. And right now, Tyloo looking to make some bank with his Mac-10s.
Yeah, we do that quite often, where the CT economy never really get it going at the start of the half, and then you just kind of play the rest of it, trying to jostle for the economy game. Lose too many rounds. Especially going up against T-side Trin. You don't want to let too many rounds be picked up here. Especially against a team like Tyloo when you're coming in as the underdog. We're always going to get a good start. The headshot picked up on towards Attacker. Slowly on the Mac-10, just charges on in. Takes down Oi. Another kill from Dan King, and the Mac-10s are picking up cash. 4 kills on them in this round. And now it's just flying. A 1 versus 4. They'll sit back on the stairs in towards CT spawn. With 50 seconds left, flying. Looking for the shots as the bomb is planted. Look for Dan King. Nice shot from flying, but any more than this, looking rather unlikely. Shots coming through the smoke, and now it is. Somebody comes around the right side and to take him down. 4-0 for Tyloo. This is a star and a half coming in from the Tyloo side. Finally, we're going to get Invictus onto the rifles. All picked up immediately for Destroyer. Now, we've seen Viva obviously AWP yesterday. But Destroyer was picking up quite a bit, actually. And he was doing some good stuff with it.
Yeah, the thing with Destroyer is he's more the classic opper for Invictus, right? He's going to be the CT op, going to be the you know, the side holder, and while Viva is kind of like the T side op, you're going to see him wield that quite often. The T side Inferno, Viva is, and he's kind of like the X factor for this team. And I would like him to be a little bit more consistent, because when he pops off, he really can pop off and pretty much win a map single-handedly on his own, right? But it just feels like he still has a little bit of growing to do in Counter-Strike, like a little bit more reasonable approach to the game. Look at this pace being set by slowly, but he's going to just run on across. Okay, that is just weird. right, we do see Summer replying back. 3v3 right now, but if this kill goes the way of Tyloo, it could be pretty rough. But Destroyer does get the kill and a bomb is dropped at his feet. I didn't even notice that. Leaving it all on Mr. Danking. Now, he's pulled off a 2v5 earlier with somebody alongside him, but this might be a little hard. He's aware of Shao Sage's position. He knows it's somewhere around towards the E-box area, but he's worried someone might be around the blue train. The thing is, can he catch Flying or Destroyer? He looks the wrong way. Destroyer is looking the wrong way as well. That's a huge kill for him. Now with 30 seconds on the clock, he needs to make a little bit of haste, and Flying's going to ensure that nothing else goes wrong. So first round on board for Invictus on their bye round.
Yeah, important round as well. So good sign that they'll be able to pick up a round win here once they get the rifles out. They came close in a lot of the lower round buys as well. So not too bad from Invictus. A decent enough sign coming from them. Over here for Tyloo, it's the AWP out immediately on the T side, the AK-47s. We'll get to see what Tyloo can do on this T side with their full investment. We're up against the full buy of Invictus. Now, take a look at what Destroyer's going to be doing. It's just the connector peek again. He just holds down in towards connector. Going to be looking for the wall behind him. Luckily, Summer, he's ducked. If he was standing up, Destroyer finds that first kill.
Well, boy. I like how many attempts he's going for the wall bang. I appreciate that. I respect that. I feel like a few teams learned a little bit from the Chinese side, you know, just going for some of the wall bang shots and trying to luck a bit. I like the little bit of aggressive setup here from the CTs. Although giving up, Ivy controls rough. The attacker and Danking they strike in tandem. Now the two players towards Pop. I don't know if Tyloo's going to be expecting there, but one Molotov is going to ruin their day. Smoke's going to come on out. Danking finds another one. Shao Sage trying to peer out through the edge of the smoke. It's going to be not really working out. It's going to be all on Oi. They knew where he was earlier, and a flawless round from Tyloo. Almost some of the only casualty. That's a devastating round for Invictus. They win one, they just kept two alive, and then they just lose the round, just taking one kill to their name. That's unfortunate for them. Well, 5-1 for Tyloo, and this map pick from them, this is looking very, very solid indeed. 5 rounds on a T-side is usually something, especially just 6 rounds played. That's almost a win condition met, right? Obviously, we'll be looking for more. We've seen off late how Train has gone from being, you know, one of the most, not just one of the, I think the most CD-sided map in the official map roster to being slightly more T-sided, especially when the Krieg was pretty much unbeatable, like just an overpowered weapon. But even since the Krieg has gone away, you've seen more teams netting those 5 rounds, 6 rounds on the T-side. So until they get to like 8 or maybe 9 rounds, I don't think Tyler's going to be feeling supremely confident.
We'll see what these Deagles can do into round number 7. Utility's starting to come on in. Flashes up and slowly starts to walk out on towards the bomb site. Drops down from heaven. 1 kill from Sasa J. There's going to be a nice reply from Flying as well. But a couple of kills coming back and forth. It's still a 3v3. And Tyloo have the better rifle. Summer with another double kill. But it's a 2 versus 2. How are the Deagles so good at getting themselves into these positions? Time and time again. Attacker and Dan King into the 2 versus 2. Bomb plant is going to come in here from Dan King. He'll be looking for a pick or 2 here. Leads at least 1, I feel, into this clutch. Dropping down from the oil train. He hears that drop. He knows there's a player down here. Destroyer. Oh, he's going to go down. Dan King switches to the Tech 9. Still got his teammate Attacker alive as well to play with him. And now it's all onto Attacker in the open. He's going to go down.
No.
And Viva on the Deagle. A second round for Invictus Gaming. That is just incredible from Viva. A huge clutch.
I feel like Attacker could have... I get why Dan King pushed up. He got to pick towards oil. And maybe instead they could have played that a little bit better. I get what Attacker was trying to do. He's trying to push on out and ensure that it was a 1v2 scenario when they had to face off against Viva. But Viva playing the train perfectly. I would like Attacker to kind of like bait out the bomb rather than just go for the duel over there. But hey, it is what it is. Second round for Invictus. Again, the Deagles, man. I'm getting flashbacks from yesterday, Dinko. It was just ludicrous the number of rounds teams lost just to the Deagles.
It was ridiculous, and so many teams suffered against them. or so many rounds, should I say, were suffered against them. We have played the one team, the form of Tiger. It's not going to be an easy road for Invictus to start things off, is it? You know, start off playing the last winners of the previous RMR, and then you go straight up against Tyloo, best team in the region. At least they're getting their hard matches out of the way. But then again, you definitely want to play the better teams once you've actually built into the tournament, you've fixed out all the mistakes, right? So there's a couple of ways of looking at it. You a positive or a negative guy, Blair?
I'm extremely negative.
Well,
although I'm also someone who believes that who thought Tyloo could achieve something for like 5 years. So I guess I'm kind of an optimist as well.
a believer.
A believer.
I mean,
Probably hates himself for believing too much.
I mean, Tyloo, I feel like they've always been on the precipice of doing something, right? In the rest of the world, they've come close a couple of times. It's just unfortunate. I feel like this team changed their roster so much, but this team seemed pretty solid. See if they can stick with this one.
The core have been together for quite a while. Like if you look at Summer, Attacker, and somebody, they've been playing together for a while, ever since that Flash Gaming lineup kind of broke apart, like the ultimate Chinese super team as we like to think it would be, but it didn't quite pan out. And sometimes it just is that way. Bomb gonna get planted. Attacker finding Xiao Sage, getting the man advantage back for his side. Destroyer with a good trade onto somebody, and letting some flying. This is very ballsy, but he might just get spotted up by Mr. Danking, and with that, it's a 2v3 as Danking spots another player, gets a tag, and this should be the call for the save. It's not really worth going for this retake. Destroyer 5 HP. Viva does find one though, and they're going to continue ahead. They have the smoke and a kit, so they do fancy the chances. Smoke on the bomb. Viva, the Malta's not going to quite work out, but they're going to come peeking from below. That's unfortunate. Viva, they're still sticking it, but he gets it. It's just barely a second remaining. I don't know how they won that one.
No, well, they basically just went and defused the bomb with Tyloo, unable to do anything. That was strange. Well, that's unfortunate. Invictus just walk away with a ninja defuse, just steal it away. And while Tyloo, that's embarrassing. That's a little red face round. And now they take a look at what they've got coming into this, it's not a whole lot. So, yeah, we'll wonder who's going to be popping out of the drone today, Blair.
Well, there you go. Danking, trigger finger. Where's the... Okay, that's a little surprising. He was opping most of the times.
Yeah,
but I guess he was going for a lot of wall bangs.
Yeah, he was indeed.
I love this though. I love how, you know,
look at the
aim breakdown.
43 wasted bullets in total, but he's hitting more than he's missed, so that's all that matters. Or no, definitely not. He's hit 10 shots. He's hit 10 shots, Blair.
But yeah, each of those 10 shots, especially when you have the AWP in hand, I think it's more than worth it, right? It's AWP after all.
How's he only 95 HP? What has just happened here, Mr. Danking? Well,
okay.
Someone's hit him on the face with a decoy or something. Well, he's going to be chilling back over towards Ivy. Summer down in towards T-Con immediately. Tyloo going with a bit of a slower default. That's trying to get Danking to find this opening kill. Then that's when things can unfold for Tyloo. Danking all the way down Ivy. He's not taking his time at all. He's just walking straight down. They've got so much control here already. Viva playing passively on top of the green train, but he's going to look away with that flashbang, and this might just be the perfect timing. He doesn't really have the support pillars on this A-bomb site either, so if Viva is to go down, it could look pretty rough here.
The fact that Invictus has just opted to leave Ivy completely open, it's worrisome, because Tyloo, they really like abusing that part of the map, and giving too many avenues to work with somebody. We all know what he likes to do. Just float around, look around, do some wild things. As Viva, his attention, he needs to decide where he wants to face, and there's a player creeping up already towards Olaf. We find the peek from Destroyer, but Danking ready and waiting for him. Viva needs to get the trade. He will find slowly, and he's going to find another one. Danking going for the peek. That's brilliant from Viva. Again, the savior for Invictus. And it's going to be all on somebody left in a 1v4. This guy has just come up to play today. That is massive indeed. And somebody, though, drops on down. Finds Oi. He's trying to make this a little expensive for Invictus. But they know his position. And they face him one by one. That is not how you want to play against somebody. Probably the best Chinese player in CSGO at the moment. And the bomb's dropped, but he still has no time to work with here, so he will have to fall. But he's done the damage. It's 2 kills taken away in the 1v4. But at least a round will be salvaged. Invictus, they get to 4 rounds, and the 3 rounds have won so far, Denko. It's Viva coming up huge.
Yeah, well, Viva, his position almost had to deliver. You know, if he goes down here immediately, then you've got so many issues. But he dishes out damage in front of him, then turns around behind as well. And Viva is looking good at the start of trade. He's currently 8 and 7. It's a defuse round for them as well. Doing a lot, having a lot of impact. 5-4, Tyloo is still be relatively happy with the 5 rounds in the T side at the moment, but obviously we have discussed it, be expecting a little bit more. We want them to get a bit more on this T side. At the moment, they don't really have the funds to do that, so this is a good chance for Invictus to even things up. As Viva is also the trigger finger.
He's been very impactful though. We got the Deagle round where he got where he won the 1v2. We had the ninja defuse. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to be too pedantic about it, but he did stick it underneath their nose. It's not technically a ninja, as an average Reddit user would say, Dinko. But hey, and of course that hold on the outer bomb side. But they finally broken the money for Tyloo. We have the M4 saved in the hands of somebody. He's got no cash to work with. Takes a little bit of nade damage. That's about it. And the rest of them just pistols and a bit of utility.
Well, flying. Maybe swinging around here. You've got Summer and Attacker at the bottom of the ramp. Flashback is going to be underhand throw, and it's going to be a kill from Flying as he takes down slowly. Now it's just Summer and Attacker. A 2 versus 5 in total for him. And while it's not looking good for the chances of Tyloo even to do a little bit of damage here. So, great round coming in from Invictus. It's important that they pick up these kind of rounds cleanly and have a lot of confidence and allow that economy to build. Because look at it at the moment. I mean, there's a couple of $100 on a few of these players. It's not looking brilliant in terms of the economy. So winning these rounds cleanly, it's paramount. Now, with 47 seconds left, Tyloo just taking their time. Attacker going back towards spawn with a Tech 9, but Viva, he's pushed up in T-Con. There's going to be a little battle ensuing at the moment. Attacker would love to take him down. That would be an AK to play with, or an M4, shall I say, to have in his hands. He'll walk back in towards T-Con, and with 30 seconds left, Attacker will be looking for this kill.
Times it right. And that's a nice kill. I think they'll take every kill they can get here, but 20 seconds on the clock. The bomb will not be retrieved. It is dropped pretty much in no man's land. And Attacker saves the M4. Honestly, he's got the Kevlar as well, so yeah, I guess it kind of makes sense. Although, if he died here, he would have at least got been able to purchase AK-47 and extra utility. But hey, an M4 utility, head armor, yeah, it'll be fine. And he also takes away one of the players of Invictus. Right of a Tyloo is trying to, you know, kind of keep the money for Invictus in control, not let it just, you know, build up too much. And try and get at least a couple more rounds together here on the T side. But 5-all scores tight. I'm still going to be favoring Tyloo a little bit here on T side. There is their map pick. You get 5 rounds. You're already giving yourself quite a little bit of a buffer to work with on your CT side. But knowing Tyloo, they're definitely looking for more. And we should be seeing the buy coming in here from the Tyloo side. Although, did you believe they've taken a tactical timeout, perhaps? It looks like it.
Well, taking a look at what Tyloo will happen to this round, it's looking a little better for them now. They'll be able to put the AKs in every player. There's a tech issue and a bit of a sound problem coming in. So hopefully we can get that fixed very quickly, Blatt. Generally, those issues are relatively easy to fix. Hopefully,
yeah,
unless it's me, and then I can't figure out how to fix this at all.
It's alright. You sound okay. I mean, if you got a good voice, you could overcome anything bad. I mean, look at the old speeches by Churchill. You're talking about like 1940s technology.
Bit of a
radio.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about the radio. Yeah, I mean, radio mics back then were actually pretty cool. I actually would love to get a modern mic that actually has like the quality of that, of like modern microphone. Oh, look like that. That'd be kind of cool.
Just like compress it, sounds a little, not echoey. I'm failing to find the word, but you know what I mean, right? The old radio sound.
Yeah.
It had its own little charm. I'm actually waiting to see. Oh, there we go. I was just literally about to ask for the talk about the maps getting picked, but production. I think they have something in my head right now. Tyler picking Train. Now the pick of Inferno. That's a little worrying for me because I was not convinced by Invictus's Inferno. And I feel like there are too many holes which Tyloo can abuse. And Invictus rely a lot on having these hero moments. Like, Viva's having a hell of a map here on Train. But if it wasn't for Viva, I won't lie. I think this could have easily been an 8-2, 7-3 scoreline in favoring Tyloo.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's been a few rounds where Invictus have got a little bit lucky here. And Viva's on their team. Because he has looked incredible. And now slowly starting to come out through the smoke. Oh, Viva, he's going to go down this round. Slowly finds him. And that's a bit of an awkward engagement, but the Tyloo player will come out on top. And now with a minute and 17 seconds left, Tyloo, the man advantage, looking to find a follow-up. It's Attacker that will get the kill, but it's back and forth. Still Tyloo in the lead, thanks to Attacker's M4. Now they have a chance moving their way on towards this A-bomb side. Destroy around the back lines, taken down by Slowly, and it's just Flying left alone. A 1 versus 3. The AK-47, and he's going to have to back away to spawn. It's going to be a round collective for Tyloo, and that's just the sheer firepower winning them that round.
And also a little surprising from Destroyer there. He was so hell-bent at preventing the bomb from getting planted, while Tyloo still had quite a bit of time to work with. And he wasn't working together with Flying. Earlier, we saw how Destroyer and Viva were in the 2v2, 2v3 situation towards the inner bomb site, which Viva just stuck the bomb. That looked like a much better retake. This is more like, all right, I'm just going to go in and just like take a fast flick no-scope shot and try and win the round for my team. Doesn't really work that way, not against Tyloo. So, a little surprising why Destroyer didn't work with Flying in that scenario. There was still a chance, a very slim chance, but still a chance there. But with that, Tyloo get around number 6. And more importantly, the money for Invictus isn't looking good. They won a few in a row, but they can still eke out a buy. They should. There we go. They will still have the buy. But after this, there's nothing left in the bank, Tinko. And if they lose this one, Tyloo can kind of run away with this half. And that is scary.
Yeah, you really don't want to be competing at the start of this half and being able to get rounds and maybe getting a little bit lucky with some big performances, but letting it all slide, letting Tyloo walk away with a convincing half win, that's when things get rough. And oh no, opening kill from Attacker. He's starting to really wake up now as well. He's starting to open up the afterburners, but decides to go up the ladder and right back down. And well, Oi's just going to walk in, takes an easy kill with Attacker on the ladder. Now somebody, he's looking for this trade, but Oi is in a decent position for this. Oh, still on the ladder. Somebody able to take down Oi. Now it's a man advantage. Once again, in favor of Tyloo, but Destroyer can pull that back if he has an opportunity, but he's so slow to react. Slowly takes him down, and now it's a 2v4. 2-man advantage in play for Tyloo. It just keeps getting better for them, but Flying so clean. 3K coming in from Flying, that is huge. And now it's just a 1 versus 1 up against somebody, and this could be one of the most incredible plays of the tournament so far. Flying looking for the last player. He delivers death, he dishes it out in towards Ivy. And now just 3 HP between him and an incredible round when he has the angle, playing with a smoke. Huge round from Flying. Invictus given a 6th round.
That is just nuts from Flying. How is no one checking him, though? Why is literally no one looking towards the back? Oh, that's just a rough for Tyloo. But yeah, huge round from Flying. Also, information was conveyed to by his teammates that that somebody was kind of like, look at this. No one aware that the fact that Flying might be coming out from behind. Great work from him. The first couple of kills were clean. Takes a bit of damage to it slowly, but not afraid to face somebody because he knew that somebody was low initially. I don't know how Invictus is winning some of these rounds. Like, for example, we saw how Oi walked into... Was it Oi who walked into Pop Dog and found Attacker? Like, there was no pop flash for him. It was just so lucky that Attacker was on the ladder when he walked into Pop Dog. And it just some of these plays for Invictus where it just so strange, but it works on out. And this time it's a hit towards inner. Attacker spots out Flying. Actually, it's going to be somebody's going to get the kill, and immediately Tyloo strike back, and I don't even know what happened there. Everyone's dead.
You know, it's one of those blink and you miss it, get distracted for a second, you have no idea what's gone on because Tyloo just cleaned them up. And that's the unfortunate thing for me, players. The rounds we've seen from Invictus, they've all come off the back of individual plays, it feels like. The big rounds that they've won have all had to be at least one player stepping up. It's mostly been Viva, we've seen Flying do it in the last round, but it's not sustainable. They can't turn it into consecutive round wins. And I doubt we'll be seeing that across the entire series against Tyloo. So, for the most part, I'm still kind of worried for Invictus right now. Tyloo definitely not looking primed, but they've got these individuals that can just pull off the round wins consistently. So, another good start for Tyloo into this round. It's Summer that opens things up. Attacker already out through Pop Dog on towards the A-bomb site. It's just default pistols here, so we shouldn't really be expecting too much. One kill and nearly a chance on the second as well. But now it's just Destroyer, P250 in his hands, left in the brown holes. This is a round win from Tyloo. 8-6, they've won the half as we move into the last round.
Yeah, this has been just a very dominant T side, right? Perfect timing there from Destroyer. And there we go, Summer denies him. The thing with Tyloo is they are, without a doubt, right now, the most stacked team when it comes to pure firepower, like you mentioned. And even if you go back to how much, like, remember, you got to remember they were playing Pro League in EU. Yeah, they were playing online because of the entire COVID situation, but they were playing against some of the best teams out there for the longest time, for at least 2 to 3 months when they were boot camping in EU, just a few months ago. And they obviously would have been playing against all the top teams in the region, scrimming against them. And despite the fact that they switched up Zeta and Freeman for Danking and Slowly, the fact is, got to take away the fact that somebody, Summer, and an attacker were playing there. They're used to a much higher level of competition. And right now, with the language barrier no longer being a factor, this is a very scary team, mind you. Like, obviously, it's hard to forget that they had the best player to have ever touched CSGO from Asia, Vented, playing for them and pretty much hard carrying them for the longest time. But they were still playing with the handicap, the fact that the comms are never clear, even 2 or 3 years later when Vented was in that team for such a long time. I spoke to Xcrit, I spoke to Benton. He's like, yeah, the comms is still a problem. But now it's no longer an issue. When they got Zeta, even I questioned that. I'm like, is it worth it? I know Zeta's a really solid player, but is a trade-off worth it? Here's a one chance. You lose, you've lost Bentet, pick up a couple of Chinese player, just nullify that language barrier. But let's hold on to the thought here. Flying, he was a hero a couple of rounds back. He finds Attacker creeping up from above. No one's spotting him out yet, and he's going to find... Well, it's going to be Destroyed. He's going to get the kill, but there we go. All of a sudden, from a 4v3 to a 1v3, and it's all on Slowly.
Well, we'll see if he can do anything here. Destroyer, oh, the damage is done, but Flying is just cleaning them up at 3k in the round. Brilliant stuff. Destroyer with a double. And that's going to be 7 on the board for Invictus. Not a terrible half by any means at all, really. But it was really Flying that stepped up towards the end of that half. And I said coming into this, I was interested to see if he could continue that performance against Tyloo. Because if he does, then he's just a legit talent. And honestly, I'm excited to see what Flying can do, because coming into this tournament, he was really under my radar. You know, I didn't closely follow the Asian scene as much as, say, you. Flying is definitely one of the players I was more unfamiliar with, but coming to the China qualifier, this is incredible. I think Flying has a real chance at becoming one of the top players. What we've seen so far.
100%, and I feel like that is something that could be said for almost every player in this Invictus lineup, right? Like you have Oi, who can have a series, Destroyer, Xiaosage. They're a third best team in China right now for a reason, and I agree with you. But the one thing they're lacking is that cohesion, right? When it comes to just playing together as a unit, which Tyloo make it look, they make it look very, really clean. And I feel like this particular Tyloo, they've already qualified for Pro League. I'm excited to see what this version of Tyloo can do against some of the EU teams. Of course, they're not going to be, you know, able to beat a top 10 team comfortably at the very least, but hey, you know, against some of the tier 2 or the bottom of tier 1 teams, I think they could potentially be a force to be reckoned with. But right now, in a bomb site, the hit, it's a 5v5. Bomb will be planted. It's going to be one of those classic but rare 5v5 retakes. They do have a smoke and a kit in the hands of Summer, and they're going to hold on to that till they get a few kills here.
Oh, Sasage trying to make his way through. He's going to go down slowly as well, finding a headshot, but the good position from Oi delivers 1 kill. But that's not going to be enough. It's a 2 versus 2 as Destroyer and Flying pulling things back, and Flying's position is so strong in upper. And now Dan King, the player that won the pistol, that turned it around for Tyloo in the first half, trying to do it here, but they play it well, they hide. They shudder away in this round. Dan King not given any opportunities to pick this round up. So good round from Invictus. They win this pistol. Good start into the second half. That's exactly what they'll be needing going forward. There's 8-8 on the board already.
Yeah, that was the round they absolutely needed to win, right? And even then, I don't know. I still feel it's rough. I remember when I was casting the Tai Lu game against Vici.
Ooh.
I love that camera
That was
switch.
clean.
I just love it. I know it's been there for a while, but it's one of my favorite.
Oh yeah, it's one of the best.
One of the best out there. But yeah, the interesting thing is somebody was so aggressive on a CD side on Ivy that Vici were expending Molotovs and utility on the T side at Ivy, keeping him at bay. Let me repeat that. The T side were using utility towards that green dumpster over there where somebody is, just to force somebody not to peek Ivy. That is how insane somebody can be. And just him being there just draws out so much utility from the Ts. And I think Invictus are aware of this. Oi being very passive. He should win this duel though. Summer, very lucky to stay alive on 11 HP. Now is Oi going to be expecting somebody? That's the question.
Well, somebody just around the corner holding the one position down. They're not going to be aggressing just yet, but 3 players. It comes down to whether or not somebody gets the right read. He's going to peek at the right time. 2 kills. Somehow pulls it off for the MP9. And that's brilliant stuff. Now into a 3 versus 3. The weaker weapon, making this winnable for Tai Lu.
He's nutty, isn't he? Just absolutely nutty. I like how
are you getting 2 kills that?
It's somebody. He just has intuition, and not just intuition. Like, he is actually a very smart player. He's very, very unconventional. But there's a reason I rate him as probably the best player from, like, best Chinese player at the very least. And and that's something I don't say that easily. He's very, very smart. He knows what he's doing. His information play is really on point and very unpredictable. And he's the X factor for this Chinese side, for this Tai Lu side, if you ask me. But bomb will be planted. They have dealt a bit of damage onto Destroyer and Xiao Sage. Those Deagles could be a problem. However, flying will find slowly. So that's a Deagle taken away. And now it's all the danking. He's got the scout. We know what he can do, Dinka, but this might be a little bit too much of a tall ask to ask the young lad.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult here, but he's going to have a chance. The first kill. He'll look back to T-Con. Destroyer, his tip of his gun is showing around the corner. And Dan King's going to walk forward. His teammate goes down, though, here. Dan King, he's alone. And he's gone on to the bomb. He sticks this. He could win this round. He has a kit. He's got the cover. He's going to be sticking it, trying to charge him down to Sasa.
No
well,
way.
He gets the defuse. A few milliseconds on it. Dan King, he pulls it off. We said it was unlikely. It certainly was. But he takes 2 kills and a defuse around the back of the bomb site.
That's insane. And I like how mobile he was with the scout. He wasn't just tapping the bomb and waiting for the T's to peek. He just pushed on in. I love the first kill he got there. Nice little fast scope. And there you have it. Tai Lu, a round that they had no business winning. Somebody with the initial 2 kills with a MAC-10 towards, with the MP9 towards Ivy, and then danking, pulling off what was pretty much a 1v3 if you ask me. Yeah. We do have the force buy coming out from Invictus though. MAC-10, UMP, AK-47, Destroyer and Oi. They have sacrificed almost everything they had, but Attacker is going to find Viva.
Man advantage in play here for Tai Lu. A couple of kills coming through as well. Somebody available. Summer as well. Now it's just Destroyer, and he goes down. 10-8 on the board. Tai Lu are 2 into the lead. They reach double figures first, and well, the money is still not good here on Invictus. So Tai Lu likely to hit 11 rounds, and Tai Lu are looking a little bit more comfortable now. They have an opportunity to get this economy going on the CT side. This is where things get a bit scary for me for Invictus, right? Because if you're on this T side and you've let the economy build over for Tai Lu, very easy just to fall away here on train. So it's important that we see them come out swinging in this next gun round.
It is very important. I like that stat though. Somebody, like, you expect him to just push smokes and get headshots, but using a lot of utility. 37 different varieties of grenades used by the lad in just the 18 rounds. Not bad. And here we go again. Like I told you, like, this guy is consistently aggressive towards Ivy. And now this is against, you know, just Glocks and a couple of Deagles here and there. But you'll notice that when he keeps aggressing like this, it starts sticking to the back of the minds of your opponents, where they're like, oh, he's probably there. And that kind of, it gives you Ivy control without really having to go for it.
Well, Dan King looking to lock down this T-Con run out. The Glock's coming through somebody this time in front of T-Con. And Dan King will assist him as well. Now Destroy and Viva going down in towards Ivy, a position that's gifted to them. But Summer, he goes swinging, and he's going to lose his head because of that. Famat's picked up for Viva, although his teammate going down to Dan King. It's not looking great here for Viva, but he's given opportunities. Luckily, Attacker comes in and cleans it up for Tyloo. It's 11 to 8 on the board. Invictus will get this buy back in. And like I just said, they need to come out swinging in this round. They can't afford to fall flat. Otherwise, Tyloo take control of the economy game again. And well, 12 to 8, we're likely looking at 13 rounds for Tyloo. That's when things look almost unrecoverable for Invictus.
Yeah, this is the must-win round if you ask me for Invictus. Like you said, they might still have another chance after this, even if they lose it, but you're not really doing yourself much of a favor.
Certainly decreases your chances.
Sorry?
Certainly decreases your chances of winning them.
Oh yeah, 100%. And they still have a little bit of a buffer, right? Like Tyloo still need to get 5 more rounds before they can win this, and that's a nice opening. But slowly with a quick trade, 3-man stack towards Brownholds. That is so unconventional from Tyloo early there. And actually, Invictus almost walked into the trap, but they still will come out on top with a 2-man advantage. But the bomb being where it is, they have to win these duels. Summer's gonna get plucked off, and like you said, this is a round they have to win, and it looks like they will. Somebody had rotated in because they were expecting the play towards the inner bomb site once Invictus got 3 kills. But now, outer bomb site cleared out. They're gonna check all the close angles, ensuring no one's towards Ivy, and the bomb will be planted. Somebody, if he goes on down, Destroyer is going to be ready and waiting for him. And
oh, well,
gonna peek with it is a question. Of course he is. And of course he's gonna plant himself as well. And oh man, I love him. I agree with you. I really love watching somebody play. It's frustrating at times, but when it works out, it's just so beautiful.
Yeah, so like you said, unconventional, certainly. Entertaining massively, right? He's just such a fun player to watch, and well, he has got an op. So saving that on over isn't the worst outcome here, especially Dan King on $0.
I can buy.
Yeah, I mean, we have so much money on attack here. It's slowly somebody with 6.5k in the bank to save weapon as well. Tyler can certainly get a buy coming into this round. Get to see it again, just a dive. The flashbang comes in. You see Destroy just kind of looking at it, expecting to drop with the flash. He comes down a little bit later. And then at that point, Destroy has no other option but to kind of just like turn away awkwardly. And the timing just works out perfectly for somebody.
Double up setup, not surprising there. Somebody very, very capable. And I'm actually glad that Summer is no longer, picking up a secondary op for Tyloo. I feel like he is better as a rifler, as a pure rifler, if you ask me. And somebody should be careful. Oi, edge of the smoke, but it's gonna be somebody who's gonna try and triangulate the tracers and where it's coming from. It gets the kill. Stacking did take a little bit of damage. Now it's going to be falling on back, maybe heading towards inner to bolster the defense, but no, they're still going to keep 4 towards outer, and somebody's position, again, the guy is just, I think he should be crowned president of the whole W gang at this point in time.
Him and Amanek. It's leading the way.
Yeah, him and Amanek, and maybe Art.
Yeah, Art, certainly. I mean, you've got it covered in pretty much every region right now. We've seen North American W gang. I suppose Furia touched that region anyways, they play there, so let Art take both regions. And while Dan King, okay. Not going to be hitting the deadly shot, and now the push comes through on the rest of the Invictus side. They look to try and take the site and a kill back, and that's exactly what they're going to get. Viva flying, finding headshots. It's just Summer getting anything done here for Tyloo, and that's only 1 kill for him. He goes down to Viva, and we've got a man advantage in play here, and a follow-up kill from Flying. It's all on somebody. A 1 versus 3 quick shot as he dives to the ramp. And unfortunately with the AWP, he's not really in a winnable position there. And that's going to be a round picked up for Invictus Gaming, and it wasn't looking good for them. They just win the injures when they head in towards the B-bomb site. They pull that man advantage back immediately. I feel like Dan King was in a position there where he could have shut that all down.
He could have. That is a little unfortunate for Tyloo, but very, very fortunate for Invictus. That was a round, we said about it, how they needed to win the round earlier. They won it, then Tyloo shut it down, and now it's a much better performance for Invictus on a T side. Suddenly, it's looking very, very close indeed. Bear in mind, you know, 11 to 10, it looks very close, but Tyloo are on the CD side of the map, so you should still be kind of favoring them. But this is a round where they can tie things up. The Mac 10 from Destroyer should shred through these unarmored opponents. Although somebody, Ivy is his domain, and he's going to run on out, just giving no chance for Oi to get anything done. And that's an SMG retrieve by somebody. One thing we know about this guy is he can be dangerous with whatever weapon he has. So they know where he is, but he's pushed on up. He has the CZ in hand, gonna find another kill. Somebody, he's not quite done yet, Dinko. Still running around being quite a thorn on their side in a 1v3 though. Ooh,
Yeah.
almost gets another one there, but
That
he
would've
made it
been
a little expensive.
Yeah, he did. Luckily, the money is actually quite good here on Invictus, so we'll be looking into these next rounds, and they'll be able to purchase up for the next few. So Tyloo, the pressure's now on them, right? Because they don't have the ult, they don't have a whole lot of utility either. This is kind of a scary time ahead for Tyloo, because if they lose this, they're going to be in an economic deficit. In terms of Invictus, if they lose this, they'll still have some reserve cash. So Tyloo, they have to win this round, and they almost have to win it convincingly without losing any players would be the ideal situation, but try and limit those casualties. And well, somebody aggressive in towards Ivy again. Another Molotov going in towards Ivy just to try and prevent this push, and they can't handle it. I really don't know what it would feel like. Be on that T side, just know that you can't take Ivy in control. Like, no matter how much you try. You send 3 players there to try and fight for early Ivy control, and you might still lose all 3 players.
I've never seen anyone like play Ivy the way somebody does. It is ludicrous.
It seems like they can't figure out any way of dealing with him, apart from just throwing a smoke down and a Molotov. And even the Molotov doesn't prevent him from just walking through it. So, yeah, you've got a bit of an issue towards Ivy. And taking that control takes so much control on the round for Tyloo, because now they don't really have to worry about Ivy. They can just focus elsewhere. And while Viva, he misses the shot, but luckily flying is quick on the trigger. Slowly goes down, and the aggression not really working for Tyloo.
Well, with that kill, it has at least drawn at somebody. Does it in a bomb site, and of course he's going to be playing up close here. He's got his teammate watching towards heavens, and danking just with the scout. That's very risky, but Destroyer catches somebody in a very, very uncomfortable position there. Barely does any damage, and Destroyer just destroying everyone, but the bomb is actually heading towards outer, and I thought Summer would be able to do something, but he gets found out by Xiao Sage. Oi coming in late from the Ivy position. You said this is a round Tyloo needs to win while keeping a lot of players alive, Dinko, but they're going to lose it. And by the looks of things, they just might lose all the players. Attacker's going to be left alone. And there is even Destroyer on the hunt. I like what Invictus did there. They were very, very passive, as in like they were holding the defaults. They waited for the aggression from Tyloo, and then they made him pay for it. And some good entries as well from Mr. Destroyer and the rest of the gang. So with that, Invictus are in the lead after what feels like forever.
Have they been in the lead? I don't think so. So this might actually be the first time they have been in the lead. And it's been a long road into this game, right? They've really always been on the back foot. But what's impressed me, and I think you probably agree, that the fact that Invictus have respected Tyloo, right? They're playing good Counter-Strike to realize, okay, well, we're not going to be able to take straight-up aim duels against somebody, so let's use utility there and work elsewhere on the map. And they catch off the aggression. Tyloo playing this disrespectful, usual Tyloo playstyle in the region. They get aggressive, they try and take the aim fights, but Invictus are bringing the fight to them. They're catching them off. They're punishing Tyloo for their mistakes. And while 12-11 Invictus, I actually somewhat believe that they might be able to do this, especially with this performance. I think right now they're playing fundamentally pretty good Counter-Strike.
Oh yeah, this is much better than their CT side, right? Sorry, than their actually their CT side.
Their CT side, yeah, it was better.
Yeah, was absolutely weird. We had so many hero moments coming out from the rest of the teammates to make it work. And this time around, this T side, they are picking up on Tyloo, and this is a good sign indeed.
I mean,
and yeah,
this T side feels almost like it's a CT side because Tyloo are so aggressive. They're just kind of chilling, sitting back, waiting for some aggression, then they get the pick. It's kind of crazy how aggressive Tyloo are. Well, Oi does take the opening yet again.
Also, the interesting thing is Invictus lost to Vici for the Pro League in the Pro League lower bracket finals, right? And then Vici went on to meet Tyloo, where they just got schooled by Tyloo. I always wondered what would have happened if Invictus had won that series, because they played like I think like 7 or 8 hours of Counter-Strike in the 2 best-of-3, so they were like mentally exhausted. I think in the final map they just like shut down mentally and physically. But I was always wondering, like, maybe if Invictus had reached the finals, they would have put up a better fight against Tyloo. And right now, it's looking the case. 13-11. T-side looking really, really solid, even better than Tyloo, if you ask me. And considering that they had how many rounds again in the CT side? Barely that much to work with. I think this has been just a very, very good showing. It's not about Tyloo playing bad. It's just Tyloo playing the way they're used to, and Invictus having an answer for it almost every single time.
Well, at this point, just kind of sitting back, Invictus realize again, if they win this round, they're so primed to take this map. Put themselves right up to the scoreline that they'll be very comfortable with. 14-11. Tyloo's money gone again. Well, this is do or die time essentially for Tyloo. Another deep smoke coming in towards T-Con that prevents Destroyer from moving forward, and somebody's actually going to go and try and take an advanced stance.
I like how even though somebody's not towards Ivy, how much respect Invictus are giving him. Just still waiting at the back of Ivy. Just like, all right, he's going to push now. He's probably waiting around the corner. I think that's Oi playing over there. But right now, yeah, Invictus are not just in a good spot round-wise, but money-wise. Look at the amount of cash they have. 2 players around the 10k mark, 2 players just over 7,000, and Xiao Sage, the lowest, the poorest member in the team, on $6,600. So that's a lot of money to work with, especially in the T side where your weaponries are a little bit cheaper as well. You don't necessarily have to go for the full utility buy, but with this inner hit coming in, Danking, he needs to start hitting his shots, Dinko.
He really does. He's missed a few in towards this B-bomb start on the CT side, and now he's under pressure. His teammate goes down. Another missed shot from Danking. This round's done. Tyloo have to save. They have to bring these weapons into the next round, and it's 14-11, Blair. Wow. This is impressive from Invictus. We knew it was going to be a fun match. We knew it should be close. But Invictus being able to bring the fight to Tyloo early on the first map.
Yeah, I'm actually happy for Invictus. They have really showed up today. And they're showing that, yeah, you might have the firepower, you might be the favorites here, but we are not going to be cowed down. We're going to take the fight to you. So, and bear in mind, they just got 7 rounds. 7 rounds on the CT side. And right now they're leading 14-11. Somebody missing what should have been an easy shot there, and they're getting hunted down. They need to stay alive, and they will. So at least they hold on to their rifles, but they need to do more than that. Invictus Gaming just 2 more rounds away from taking the map pick from Tyloo and heading into Inferno. If this is how they're going to be playing, I wouldn't be surprised to see the upset here. 3rd best team in China.
No, in fact, it's looking likely that we're going to see the upset right now in terms of the first map, at least.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like, first map seems like it's definitely going to go to way to Invictus. I don't see Tyloo stopping this anytime soon. But even Inferno, the way they're playing at the moment, this is looking very, very different. It's a very different Invictus from what we saw yesterday. Viva is going to find Danking. That's an important opener. And this round, Tyloo need to convert, or else I think this one's a donezo.
Well, they've lost the first player. Danking hasn't really been doing much here on the CT side, though. He has looked pretty rough. A lot of missed shots in towards that B-bomb site. Could have actually shut down so many rounds for Tyloo if he just kind of shut a few players down. And Attacker taking down Destroyers. That's JetK trying to take 2, and he's going to find 2 of them. Slowly and Attacker both go down. Now somebody and Summer left into a 2 versus 4. 21 HP here. Back towards the E-box. Summer, he's going to be looking for the angle, and he's going to find it. And now it's just somebody trying to make the aggressive play, but Flying is ready for him. Summer, the last man alive here for Tyloo. 53 seconds left. Summer going back over towards the B-bomb site. This round is done. It's going to be 15-11. Invictus Gaming map point.
Also like how Invictus didn't just panic, just run. They waited for Oi to come out from Ivy, cleared out the outer bomb site, because the bomb is actually heading towards Inno, where they would have walked into Summer's waiting arms. But with this, 15-11, Invictus, they have basically defied the odds, have defied everyone, and they're just 1 round away from pulling off the upset map win at the very least. For Tyloo, like a few days ago, I think a couple of weeks back, they lost to BTRG, who aren't even like a top 6, top 7 team in Asia. And it felt like they were still kind of like figuring out how they're going to be playing. You know, they were still a comparatively new lineup. But at least looking in Pro League, they were just phenomenal. They were looking so very good. And I'm like, all right, maybe they've kind of figured it out. Maybe they know how to, approach this as a unit now. But looks like some remnants still there. Still a little bit of a problem for Tyloo here. This is a map pick that they should be winning comfortably. The way they dismantled VG on this map was just like, I'm like, all right, these guys are something else. But it looks like you need to vary it up a little bit, right? I like aggression on the CT side. I like being in your face, but not every time. I like to see some standard defaults, just trying to maybe just play the safe route on the CT side. But yeah, doesn't quite play out the way you expect to sometimes when it comes to Tyloo. But for Invictus, kudos to them. 8-7 half, where they just had 7 rounds on the CT side, but here they are, 15-11. The T side looking really, really good.
Yeah. It's kind of weird how Tyloo move over to the more favored side and then completely fall apart. I think somebody was really the only impressive player on the CT side. The rest have just been kind of lackluster. And again, in particular, Dan King hasn't really been doing his job too effectively with that AWP. So, yeah, it's kind of it's all falling off the face of the earth here for Tyloo going into the second half, and Invictus Gaming looking to try and close it. They have everything they can possibly want, all the utility, all the rifles over here for Tyloo. A few weaknesses in terms of lack of utility, a mag 7 for somebody. We'll see if they can stay alive, and it's going to be a good start. Summer takes down Viva.
4 in a row. It's not undoable. It is definitely something in the realms of possibility for Tyloo to bring this one back and probably take it to overtime, but 4 in a row is something they haven't got so far on the CT side. It has been pretty lackluster, I won't lie. The problem for them, for Tyloo, is Invictus' money is so solid right now that they have to, like, lose. I think they can buy for the remainder of this, of regulation. Even if they lose the next 2 or 3 rounds, they can still buy into the final round of regulation here. But for now, Tyloo, finally a little bit of success going their way. It's going to come down to Destroyer and flying to make this one work. And they're going to come dropping on down. I love the double drop down, finding Danking. Destroyer has been pretty solid in opening up this this lower bomb site especially, and then slowly not having any place to head towards. Destroyer steps out. Oh, he spots a hand, but Attacker comes in from behind and ensures that they get up to no more good, and that's going to be round number 12 for Tyloo. They still hold on, Dinko, but 3 more rounds back to back. That's something we haven't seen from Tyloo so far in this half.
It isn't, and that's kind of scary, right? But in its own right, as long as Tyloo win the rounds, though, that's all that matters. And while the money continues to be available to Invictus, so they'll be able to get the buys in. I mean, the Bison isn't that expensive, but you know what I mean. And while Attacker, I think that's one of the first kind of rounds I've seen him look impressive since the T side. I think he was finding a lot of important kills going on T-Con on the T side, and then kind of a little bit quiet moving over to the CT side alongside the rest of his team pretty much. But now Tyloo have the double op setup. It's Summer, a triple op setup. It's Summer, somebody, and Dan King rocking the weapons. You don't see a triple op setup every day.
Listen, it's Tyloo.
True. And I guess I don't cast Tyloo every day. So
I've seen 3 ops from them on the T side of Inferno once, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure if it's Tyloo or the Chinese teams. I saw 3 ops on the T side of Inferno at one point in time.
Well,
that's when I lost my mind.
Well, you do love to see that. So
you don't love to see that, Dinko. You don't love to see that.
I take it they won the round. That's all. That's the crazy part about that kind of stuff.
I actually don't remember, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they did. But 3 ops. Okay. Oh, that is sick. That is sick.
Well, slowly has probably been the quietest player for Tyloo, showing up with a grit double, and now Tyloo starting their comeback. They've got the 2-man advantage immediately picked up here. Well, Viva, Destroyer, and Oi. Well, they stand into a 3 versus 5. There's still plenty of time on that clock, and Destroyer looks to be the man to pull this one back. He's up on top of Blue Trim, but thinks better of trying to run out solo on towards the A-bomb site, especially with Viva finding a kill here. It pulls it back into a doable position. Just a 1-man advantage in for Tyloo. An Attacker around the corner here. Destroy needs to win this infight. That's exactly what he's going to do here, Bly. Back into a 3 versus 3. Oh,
Ooh, that's unfortunate. Oh, somebody should have probably hit that, but Summer won't miss his. It's going to leave Viva alone in a 1v3 now. This is winnable for Viva. Gets attacked with Summer. Is missing a few of those flicks. It's two AWPs versus Viva along with slowly towards Z. This is 20 seconds. It's not really going to happen here. I'm still waiting to see how that flash came in. I don't see Viva really winning this one. You know exactly where Slowly is going to find him. Please don't pick up another up, please. Oh, thank God. Picks up an AK. Thank you, Slowly. You're a man of good taste. I just want to see where that flash came from for that peek from Slowly towards Inna. That angle of the flash was kind of sick. Was it from like the top of the back of Brown Halls or something? Oh yeah,
yeah,
it
it
was.
looks like
Okay,
it. Yeah, it
through the
definitely
smoke.
was. That's nice. That's a real nice flash. Good utility usage coming in. I think Tyler have realized, okay, well, we can't really just go with our usual playstyle in terms of being BM and just going aggressive. They've had to think about this. They've actually been much more methodical in their approaches, and I think their decision making has become better. Their aggression is more tempered. They realize, okay, Invictus require a little bit of respect here, and well, maybe we've left it a little bit too late. 15-13. There's 2 rounds away here from Tyloo, but they finally got Invictus's money down to breaking point. It's starting to look rough in the reserve cash area. Still going to be a little bit of cash to play with in the next round, but Tyloo slowly but surely breaking it down. And now they need a 14th round. Slowly, let a bit of an offline go close towards upper, hoping that he can catch a player running around the corner here. There's so much time still, and Invictus, they've got one player over towards Ivy. It's Oi that's tasked with that. Oh no, the timing, it's perfect. Slowly coming around the backside. Flying has utility in his hand. Oh, the timing. It's going to work perfectly for Slowy, and that's a man advantage picked up for Tyloo.
I think Flying was trying to set up for like a little bit of a ruse over towards Inna, while the rest of his teammates are hitting towards that outer bomb side. But with him getting taken down, that's a problem. I like how somebody was so patient.
Oh! Okay, somebody with a double kill. It's just Destroyer and Shouts Gay. There we go. I need to warm up into this play, and it's even worse when it's like game 1. My brain just doesn't comprehend it. And what? Somebody able to find what is that? He throws the up around the corner, the big fake flash, and then the P250 to take down Destroyer. Oh god, somebody is fun to watch, and well, it's over. Tyloo just win the round, and somebody, that is just incredible. What a brilliant round from him.
What an absolute madman. I so adore him. Like, there have been times where somebody has made me smack my head against a desk.
I mean, I can definitely see that.
Yeah, quite a few times. I've lost it. I've had to, like... I've done a lot of things to myself because of somebody. And not most of them being pretty bad. But there are moments where he makes me laugh, Denko. Where he makes me laugh and just marvel at the genius. The mad genius that he is. He is the Tesla of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, this is, there it is. The flash, fake flash around the corner, and then the P250 just taking down Destroyer, and through the flames as well, just to add a little bit of spice to it. And now 15-14, you know, getting into the last round of regulation. Will Tyloo pull it to overtime? Our first overtime of the tournament, I believe. And so now we're starting to look at the crumbling effect. Invictus realized, well, we were on 15, we had a perfect chance to take down Tyloo, rather convincingly, in fact. You know, the scoreline would have looked really great for Invictus, but now, well, last round of regulation, this big lead that they had could easily fall out of their hands here. And it doesn't help that Flying, the player that's been the most impressive for them, just gets taken down in the brown holes with the worst timing ever. So that definitely wasn't the best of starts in that round. Who knows what he could have done with that utility, maybe pulled a bit of a rotation, allowed things to look better for Invictus, but now they go with a quick hit in towards the A bomb site.
That works. That
okay.
works, Viva. Okay. Okay, they're actually going to win with Viva opening it up with 2 kills with a Deagle.
Of course. That's the Invictus way. The Deagles. In a round they desperately looked like it was going to go to overtime. And well, 1 kill comes in from Dan King, but it's not enough. It's just Dan King alone now. He'll walk forward with the CZ, and Destroyer takes him down. 16-14. Invictus will take themselves the win here on Trin. And what Invictus looking like a pretty solid team. I think towards the end there, definitely fell flat. Tyloo turned it up a gear, but I think they started providing respect a little too late in that game. So that's unfortunate.
That's unfortunate. I'm kind of happy Invictus won. I think they kind of deserve that one, the way they played the T side.
Yeah.
But what a way to win the final round. Like Viva just popping off, 2 kills with a Deagle. They just go for the hit towards outer, and there's nothing Tyloo can do. A very classic way to lose the map for Tyloo.
Yeah, well, there's just too much madness for the two of us to handle, so we're going to bring in Mitch and Jason to help us stay alive, basically, because our madness is starting to get overwhelming. So, Jason and Mitch, what was your thoughts of that slowly play, or that somebody played towards T-Con? Because that was just nuts, and I think Jason is broken as well.
Jason, it's day 2. It's day 2. Jesus, get your act together. You still have 3 more weeks remaining of this.
Just Deagles. Just why even buy anything other than a Deagle? Honestly, like you can save more money. You can win more rounds. That play in T-Con, I don't know what to say about that. It's just kind of like, yeah, well, it happened. I feel like if that happened to you, just like, all right,
well, there we go.
Like what else are you gonna do in that situation? I liked his little his switch up play to shoot from the left side of train and switching over to the right side, completely catch them off guard. But for me, ignoring I guess the last play out of Viva, I guess the story was kind of about flying. Like he really has been stepping into his own within the team over the course of this tournament, albeit only 2 games. He's been basically top fragging every single time. He had 16 kills in the end of the first half when the player below him had 9. Then he finished off. Well, last time I saw he was at 28. I didn't see at the very end when we did finish things off, but he's definitely such a standout player within this roster. And I don't know if that's because they facilitate it, though. I feel like we kind of all know the answer. It's not really that. It's just him being that good.
I think one of the drawaways from this really is that I think, as you guys were saying throughout it, Tyloo's CT aggression was pretty insane. The lack of respect they showed coming into Invictus and throughout the entire first 20 or 25 rounds was pretty ridiculous and unfounded at the end of the day. When you've got someone like Flying, though, turning up, when they swapped to the T side, I was excited. I was hoping he'd still be able to deliver that performance. But honestly, then I wonder about consistency, because although he's been good so far, if you need someone to nearly drop 30 kills in order to win this series, are they going to be able to do that when it comes to Inferno, where we know Tyloo are solid, where they just recently overcame the Vici hurdle that they've faced so many times? The only thing I'm hoping is that Invictus have done their research, and the reason they're picking Inferno is because they've really done a deep dive on how Tyloo play Inferno.
Well, I was also still worried for the fact that, I mean, it's Train. It's the most CT-sided map in the pool, and we only saw Tyloo get 3 rounds in a row after losing the pistol round. And then when we saw Dan King finally pick up the AWP, he was a little bit lacking, to be honest. Yep. And then eventually we saw like a triple op pickup out of them, and it seemed to be like somebody who was hitting more shots with AWP than their main offer.
Yeah, I agree. Dan King looked rough going into the second half. He started things off well. I mean, the pistol round that Tyloo picked up on the T side was incredible, right? Because we've seen Invictus get off to the perfect start. They had all of the kills. It was 2 versus 5, and Dan King delivers a sick triple kill. But then moving over to the CT half, he just kind of fell off completely.
Can you leave the scoreboard up for a little bit?
He should be picking up. You usually see him find. Didn't really come through, and unfortunately for Dan King, that does mean that a lot of that B bomb site hole was just crumbling. So we've got to see him step up going into the second map.
I do want to point out really quickly is the scoreboard here as we're seeing, because I was trying to pay attention to like who was performing the first half and then who was performing towards the end. And honestly, like a big shout out to Destroyer, because he finished off in the what was it, like the 14th round, so like the penultimate round of the half. He had 5 kills. He gets 2 more in the last round of the half, and then we switch things over into the second half where he over doubles himself up to 20. Like there's a lot of like performances we've seen kind of grow throughout the map, throughout the series, but I think he's definitely one that kind of stands out because he was a pretty decent factor in them getting very close to being Tiger in their match yesterday.
Yeah, and I feel like for Destroyer, like you just pointed out, Jason, the T side, you have Flying dropping the 30 kill, you had Viva having his hero moments, especially in the last round, but the number of opening kills Destroyer was getting pretty much all by his lonesome towards the inner bomb side, even sometimes towards outer. I think he was very, very instrumental in that win going the way of Invictus. It was very close, mind you, and they wouldn't have even come close if Destroyer really hadn't shown up and showed what he could do.
All right. Well, obviously, sorry. I thought you were going to say something there, but I was like, all right, he's leaving me. Go ahead, Mitch.
Yeah, no, just on that danking point, I wanted to add, there was a period I remember watching 9 rounds straight where he didn't find a kill and died either first or second within the first couple seconds of the round. You can't really have a player that shows up from time to time, but then adopts this very aggressive CT style and gets nothing for it. And I think that was the issue for Ty Lue. It's like, you can try an aggressive CT side. You can try 3 or 4 rounds in a row where you push different parts of the map and try to figure it out. But when you do that and you get shut down every single time, let's go back to the drawing board and really think about what's going wrong and how you can change things up, I guess, and adopt a more standard CT.
Yeah, I think Tyler as a whole did that in the second half, though, towards the end, was they realized the Victus were just slapping them back, right, when they were holding the aggression. But yeah, far too late. I think that's the perfect explanation for that. I think Tyler realized, okay, well, Invictus requires respect, and we give them it too late, and now we lose the map. So moving on to the second map, and Tyler are going to have to step up and come out swinging with that respect and see if they can take them down.
Well, speaking of that second map, we'll be heading to that after a short break here. We'll be on Inferno. We're going to find out if Invictus can take their first victory overall within the tournament, or if we're going to be seeing a third map. So don't go anywhere.
Yeah, when that horn blows, you know what that mean. Here come a king. Bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near. Hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps. That's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance, got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones, the forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. Yeah, nah, you can't rock with us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauties all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him. Take us to your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in. Take everything you stole from us, everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our war bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. War paint on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can...
Inferno 地图小故事。Inferno 因其出色的平衡性，成为职业赛场上最受选手欢迎的地图之一。随着地图重置 ，T 的进攻性不断加强 ，A2 楼、香蕉道等都成为了控制地图、获取信息的重要区域。A2 楼总有出乎意料的故事上演 ，Nifty 就曾端着大狙开镜连跳，精准爆头。离开 A2 楼，来到 A 大坑，在2017年克拉科夫 Major 上 ，Dosia 投出了那颗举世闻名的 IQ 300雷，打碎了对方双人宝枪的美梦。这波操作也在小镇里留下了著名的手捧雷彩蛋。A 连接和书房作为重要的 CT 回防通道，来往的人群也是络绎不绝。2018年伦敦 Major，XCC 头顶烟破坏了风连接的烟位。随后依靠个人实力，围绕书房和连接游刃有余，拿到5杀。
No, he isn't. Oh, that's disgusting. That is absolutely disgusting from Excura.
而香蕉道就更是著名的网红打卡点了。Shokes 自信驾驭。
Changing things up, they're gonna flash their way through the smoke, and now it's gonna come down to Shoxy. He's gonna get caught in the corner though. Gets a running shot on a Neo. Gets a second one. Shoxy's making it happen. A third one. Shoxy. The fourth. Shoxy is a god. The ace. What did we just witness? Furnace Pro get a flip.
毕竟通道口 Happy B 的杀鹰灭队。 这些精彩操作都给玩家留下了深刻印象。期待本次比赛中，亚洲的选手们能带来更多惊喜哦。
Well, Inferno, one of the best maps within Counter-Strike. It's delivered so many great memories and great moments within Counter-Strike history. And what's coming up next? Tyloo need to win this map. If they don't, well, I think your brain might break.
I'm used to it. I'm a broken man, as you can clearly see in my face. I am extremely broken, shattered as an individual, but I will never, ever lose faith that one day we're going to be seeing a team, maybe the next 10 years, I don't know, but you're going to see some Asian team do some damage. DreamHack Malmo 2017 feels like a distant memory, Dink. Was it 2016? See, I don't even remember the years.
I think. It was
16,
2016, I'm pretty sure.
How old were you back then?
16
like
or 15 I was.
Okay. Well, there you go. Inferno coming up. I don't know about this one. What about you? Like, do you think Invictus would potentially 2-0 this? They didn't look that good against Tiger yesterday.
Well, they had some moments on the T side, but most of those were just, again, those individual plays that I said wasn't sustainable. And I said that on train, and it was sustainable. So who knows? I think they would give a lot of respect to Tyloo, and I think that was the reason they were able to win, right? They weren't going for these stupid, crazy plays all the time. Tyloo were gifting on the opening kill pretty much every time. So when they went into things, they had the man advantage a lot over on train. So I think Tyloo will probably realize that coming into Inferno. They'll tighten things up. Personally, I think Tyloo, from a realistic point of view, are going to be taking the second map and going on to win the series. But when you take a look at the potential, it's definitely there for Invictus to win this.
Yeah, especially with Flying showing up the way he did on Train, right? For me, what excites me about Invictus is how anyone can show up. You can have Oi having a great game. Destroyer, not necessarily the star player, but when he opens up sites, for example, such a crucial role player for the team, right? And then, of course, you have... what's his name, Viva, who hasn't really popped off yet, but he has his moments. I want to see him be a little bit more consistent, and then maybe they could potentially go toe-to-toe. But I agree with you. I feel like Tyloo, they should still take the series. But looking at Dust 2, and I think Mirage is a decider. Dust 2 is a decider, I'm sorry. We have Inferno and Dust 2 coming up, right? I think it's going to get messy. If it goes to Dust 2, I feel like Tyloo just going to go with some wild plays, and it can swing either way.
Yeah, I think Tyloo definitely have... Again, the better individuals for the most part across the board. We've seen somebody really look good in that map, 27 kills posted. But the rest of the team, a little bit quiet. I think Attacker had some big rounds. Slowly was very quiet for the most part, but had some step-ups towards the end. So there was some signs of life. The main problem for me coming into this is whether or not Dan King is going to be able to perform, because I feel like he's going to be very important over on the CT side, not so much the T side, but then again, the CT side. That's where he was struggling actually on the AWP over on Train. So we usually talk about Train being so AWP-centric and AWP's paradise, and when you have Dan King not really doing much over there and actually costing quite a few of the opening kills, well, that's got to be tightened up. That's got to be fixed going into this next one, and hopefully he's able to do that. I think the rest of the team will kind of have a little say to him and let him know that it can't really be happening that way. They have to step it up. He has to start performing with his AWP. It's the most expensive weapon. It needs to deliver impact as we get right into things as map number 2.
Yeah, it is going to be on Inferno, isn't it? And I never knew that the boiler was that ornate.
Yeah,
it looked really, really nice.
Pretty fancy. I wouldn't mind having one of those. I think over the years it's been... developed and changed position. And if you haven't seen that before, then head over to YouTube. There's some videos that actually discuss all the changes of Inferno. Kind of interesting how many there actually are. You got via Adamo or something over towards Banana for Freiburg.
Do you speak Italian?
I do not.
Okay. There are like all these small little shout outs and tributes to like different spots and maps. Like I don't know how many new players know why Goose is called Goose on Dust 2.
Obviously with well, the developers originally, so that was kind of interesting. But I think right now I can't even recall what it looks like on the current Dust 2. It's just kind of like an actual goose, right?
Yeah, it's an actual goose, but like in 1.6 and like earlier versions, it used to be literally like green lettering.
Yeah,
goose.
Green spray. Yeah.
I love that. That's one particular thing I love about Counter-Strike compared to a lot of other up-and-coming esports, the amount of history behind the game, where you can keep going back and back, these small little things, like just a map could be a mini documentary on its own, and I think that is such a cool thing. But anyway, enough of us dilly-dallying and regaling you with tales, which you probably don't really care about. But here we go. Map number 2. This is the pick from Invictus. a map where Tyloo are pretty competent on, although they did lose their map pick on Train 16-14. They would be looking to kind of reverse their fortunes here on the second map, and it's going to be Tyloo starting on the CT side. Map pick from Invictus, Tyloo opting to start on the CT side. We have somebody with the kit and the grenade, and the rest of them just Kevlars and USPs, not really going for anything elaborate.
Well, this is one of the, like, I never see a solo banana hold in a pistol round. Like, they never really see this on the CT side. So
It's somebody.
yeah, it is somebody. That is a very good point. And while Tyloo have 4 players over towards the A bomb site to start things off, if there is a player you get a task with holding on his own, it would be somebody. Just Jiggle peeking as well. He's not playing too far to the left. He's going to go for the fights and now has to come back into position. But these rotations, they're going to be slow.
I like how passive Invictus were. The second they spotted out somebody, they're all right, hold on, wait for the utility. Nate does no damage, and attacker's down 2 HP. So like you're saying, this is a problem. But somebody, is he going to do something a little wild? He just goes for the jump, but realizes it's really not worth going for it. Does a bit of damage, a little bit of, I think just do 1 tackle destroyer. The bomb will be planted, and it's going to be a 5v5 post plant.
Oh, well, Viva right over the top catches out somebody. Another follow-up kill, but attacker gets 2 back in. Flying finds 1, well, still in favor of Invictus up until this point. Slowly finding a headshot back in, but Flying continues his good work. He's grading these pistol rounds. And now slowly, the last remaining player, what can he do? He looks towards Darken. Destroyer's going to fall. Now it's just Flying, just running away. He knows they've done enough work to win this pistol round. Invictus off to a good start. And well, the headshot as well, just to add extra insult to injury. Invictus will find the pistol round.
And that's another huge run from Flying. 3k for him, despite attacker just trying there. He got a very nice quick 2k to kind of get a trade for Tyloo, but Flying off to a flying start after what was a phenomenal first map on Train, dropping the 30 bomb, something which you don't usually see that often if you're an Asian team facing off against Tyloo. But there we go. Force buy, of course, going to be coming in for Tyloo. We saw what happened in their force buy earlier in Train. Hopefully, Invictus will be looking to play this one, the anti-eco, a little bit more safe. Aggression up mid, and Oi just completely destroys a Rex Danking. Somebody with the trade, though, over to a Xiao Sage, and Summer trying to hold the line, but Oi just holding W, just running amok in the A bomb side. This is much better from Invictus. Actually, kind of giving Tyloo a taste of their own medicine, if you ask me.
And it's good to see. I think it's important they come out confident and swinging into Inferno. They've already won the first map. If they dominate these first couple of rounds, then that's when Tyloo starts to think, okay, well, we haven't immediately got off to a good start here in Inferno. We're still going to have to dig deep on the CT side. And they're coming onto the CT side, the side they struggled on the most, on Trin as well. So this is definitely a test for Tyloo to see what they've got up their sleeve. Quite a bit to save here for Slowly. I mean, full utility basically, minus 1 piece, and Kevlar with a helmet, so definitely worthwhile carrying this into the next round.
Yeah, they could probably try and work around this with the pistols they have. You'll notice how Danking has a little bit of extra money. He didn't go for the full investment in round number 2, which means it's going to be an early AWP buy coming out from Mr. Danking for Tyloo, but that will be in round number 4. For now, though, it's just going to be the pistols. I don't see any upgrades going their way. It's really not worth it. Really not going for just a cheeky deagle buy, whatnot. Just want to save it, right? Every pistol you buy is a utility, piece of utility lost. And if you go for a deagle buy, you're losing like 2 flashbangs and a smoke, or an incendiary and a flashbang or something like that. So that's not worth it. And I respect this. Summer, the only one to purchase anything. He's actually gone for the Kevlar buy as well. This I'm not too sure about from Summer, but he has been going for these sort of plays as an in-game leader for the team. He goes for some of these sacrificial plays. This time, I kind of feel like he's handicapped himself. Not really worth it, if you ask me. He will still have a buy, but it's going to be maybe a FAMAS or a UMP or an MP9 with utility. But slowly pushing on up. This is very, very worrying. Smoke dissipates, might just get caught out here, but he's gonna win the duel. Yes, he is. Doesn't find a second, though. Viva with a quick execute onto Slowly, and with that, are they going to be heading towards A, where the stack is waiting for them?
Well, flashes up, Flying goes around the corner, 3 players to his left side and 1 in towards the right. It's Summer, and he's going to go down as Flying tries to flee the scene. He'll back down in towards second middle. Somebody up here. Oh, the bedroom kill. He'll look down with the USP. Now rifles collected, well just 1 at the moment, singular for Tyloo. It's the AK in the hands of somebody. The bomb planted over towards B, so it now becomes a sieve, and somebody has to carry this into the next round. He's got bodyguards around him. Kind of reminds me of, you know, Jason Momoa. You know that famous photo where he has his bodyguards and he makes them look like really small, unmuscular dudes. This is what it's like right now. Somebody just getting bodyguarded by Dan King attacker.
Or, if you're a little bit older, Whitney Houston and Kevin Costner. Have you seen that? Have you seen the movie, Denko? The Bodyguard?
No.
Right. My mom loves it. It's a little bit of a kind of a chick flick, but I think it's a guilty pleasure of mine.
I'm sure.
Jason just chiming in with his thoughts in our team speak, and I agree with him. I think it's a great movie. It's worth a watch, Denko. You should definitely check it out.
Okay. Maybe
It's a little bit of a boomer movie, I guess, by your standards, but worth.
I'll take a look. I like old films. Probably not even that old. I like, I watch really old films, so should be interesting. Round 3-0, Invictus. They've got a MAC-10, and that's in the hands of Destroyer. The rest with AKs though, and plenty of utility. Finally, Tyloo get a buy-in. It's Dan King on the AWP. Now, this player, we had question marks surrounding him, how he'll be able to perform here in Inferno. And he's going to show us, and while the back 10, oh, charging down. Oh, he's not looking the right way. Summer, oh, he still finds the kill, slowly as well. It'll be the 2 kills picked up for Tyloo.
That should be a free kill. That should be a free kill for Destroyer. And we're talking about how... What? Oh, he just walked straight into the smoke and slowly, a little too slow to react. Trade. Ooh, I thought Danking was done for there, but that's a bomb dropped. And now with that, we see Summer rotating back towards Archway. And I like this from Danking, not really facing towards the same position. He's going to reposition himself, spotting towards apartments, if I'm not mistaken there. Attacker. As well towards the mini pit. So Tyloo, 4-2. 2-man advantage. And Invictus not really disguising the fact that they are trying to retrieve the bomb, which they will. I mean, 50 seconds on the clock, they still have a lot of time to work with. Unfortunately, or rather fortunately for them, they have the 1 smoke in the hands of Oi. So they're going to be coming towards B. The smoke's going to neutralize Summer's position all the way back to CD spawn. And that means it's going to come down to somebody again, all alone on the bomb side. He's got a flashbang and AK-47, but he'll have to take this duel, this 1v2, all by his lonesome.
Well, he can certainly pull it off. Good angle from Summer. Oh, no. He goes down immediately. And now somebody in the corner. They go to swing. It's the first kill for somebody. Oi is so incredibly low as well. Oh, and somebody takes him down. It's going to be Tyloo with their first on the board. It took a while, but finally... in the gun rounds, they show up. Now it's Invictus with a decision to make. They have plenty of money left on 3 other players. Viva immediately purchasing up the AWP. He's going to get an AK as well. Can afford light Kevlar. So it's going to be a good buy across the board here from Invictus. Another chance to break down the buy of Tyloo, which is, again, quite limited in terms of what reserve cash they have left over. So they can certainly see themselves going down to the pistols if they lose this one. But mid-aggression coming in. This is a Tyloo round if I've ever seen one.
Ooh, barrel spotted out. That's a little worrisome. I like how slowly just goes to the face anyway and wins the duel. Destroy's dead. Oh, good night, Sweet Prince. Nate will find 1 and he continues holding W, and Viva will finally put him to sleep. But in that chaos, look at the aggression from somebody. He's pushed up towards the logs, towards Banana. And this is where Summer and Attacker probably fall back a little bit. Just stick together, ensure that they have kind of like a crossfire set up towards mid. There's somebody, he pretty much has Banana on lockdown for the time being.
Yeah, this position is going to be quite difficult for Flying to be able to win this in battle. Well, I say it, and he still wins it. Headshot picked up, somebody goes down. Another B-bomb site was under pressure. Not the best flashbang from Summer, I have to say. And now he's going to run back over towards the coffins. Smoke up in his face that's really causing issues for the crossing players. You usually would want to see that coffin smoke go a little deeper due to this exact reason. But this specific smoke actually covers off the player who would stand on top of the coffin. Flying is 46 HP, and well, there's the kill from Viva. Takes down Summer, who had an opportunity to find success, but it's Viva that cleans up, and Invictus, they win that important round. Tyloo, the money in the bank is not too bad. I mean, obviously a couple of players really suffering, but the rest have enough. So decisions coming up here, do they just go with the pistols, or do they go for the full investment?
That was basically Viva all by his lonesome. I wish Slowly had fallen back. He had a smoke. He had a smoke for T-spawn. He had his teammates was top mid. There was no need for him to go for that peek towards T-slope because his teammate, there was no one nearby. You couldn't even go for the double peek. And I like the aggression. I just don't enjoy the follow-up. And good job from Viva, the 4K on the T side. We spoke about how he likes going with the AWP on Inferno T side, and it's showing it this time around. He has been comparatively a little quiet for Invictus on Inferno, especially with the Zoom banger, but this time he has woken up. And that's a good sign for Invictus. We spoke about how this should have been a 2-0 for Tyloo, at least on paper. But Invictus, they look like they've had the energy drinks, they've had the breakfast, and they're ready to dance. And right now, this dance of death, definitely not going the way of Tyloo. I like this as well from Invictus. Going for a little bit of a contact play, a little bit risky. But they have the Mag-10 in the hands of Destroyer to kind of lead the way. Announcing their presence here. But 3 players for Tyloo with the pistols all the way towards the pit area, towards apartments area. So these weapons should come out on top for Invictus.
Well, Destroyer with 1. He'll go back over the top and attempt to kill on that Mag-10, but it doesn't quite work out that way. Now 4 versus 3. Summer with the CZ. Good kill towards Flying. Attacker's also able to chime in, but finding much more than that is highly unlikely here. Slowy is going to go down towards the end of the round. Big round there from Gate. I'll be very happy with that. 4 kills picked up for him, 3 of which in that round. And now we move on to the next. It's Invictus, 5-1 on the board. Money is going to be there for Tyloo to get the AWP out immediately here alongside the M4s and utility. But if Invictus win this round, well, we're starting to look at them getting a really comfortable T side. And we know this is where they did most of their heavy lifting yesterday on Inferno, so it's important for them to get as many rounds here.
Oh yeah, indeed. The T side, like you said, definitely looked pretty good, but the CD side, I think, still leaves quite a bit lacking. Viva missing a shot there. Somebody, I think it was rather danking, a little lucky. Stay alive. Thing with Tyloo, it's just how unpredictable they are. Like if you compare Vici and Tyloo, currently the top 2 teams in Asia, if you ask me, if you don't count Taiga. It's like for Vici, they will rarely, if ever, lose to any team in Asia if their name's not Tyloo. They're so consistent, except against Tyloo, who are the Kryptonite. And for Tyloo, it's like they will just keep beating Vici time and time and time again, but against almost any other random team in Asia, there is that one chance that they might get taken out. The flashbang is perfect, but oi, you should have got that kill, but Viva and Flying opening up B, and with that, they're just going to be holding that W button and just running in towards the B bomb to Summers. There, though, is ready and waiting. He's going to go for the wide peek, gets Xiao Sage. The Flying with a quick trade. Flying goes flying in through the smoke as well, slightly unnecessary, and slowly will pick him off, making it a 2v2. Still a winnable retake if he just holds on. He's trying to go for the spray through the smoke. Won't prevent the bomb from getting planted. But at least he has an inkling for a few seconds as to where both the players are.
Well, 25 seconds left in this bomb timer. Dan King coming back in from Banana, waiting with his teammates positioned towards CT. Slowly starts to make his way back in. Viva has a good angle. Should be able to find the first, if not Destroyer. And well, there it is. Dan King forced to fall back into Banana. It's going to be another round collected for Invictus. My Orbla, this is a brilliant start from Invictus coming into this. They realize, okay, well, we've just picked up Trim. We need to try and continue this immediately going into Inferno. And well, they haven't stopped. 6-1 on the T side right now. They're having an absolute blinder of a game. And well, we'll see who pops out of the drone today. And it's going to be no one other than Mr. Dan King.
Well, he has been a little quiet. Like we said, on Train, he had to be a little bit more impactful, considering it is Train and he is the AWPer.
He's had 1 kill.
Far, yeah, this is not ideal, is it? The trigger finger. I like whoever's come up with all these names, like the utility file and all those fancy terms. Yeah. But right now, and I like how the drone just goes to rest and it disappears as well. Oh, we have another drone. So there's 2 drones, one for the T side, one for the CT side. I like that. And it is going to be Viva, the op trainee. What does that mean?
I guess it means that he's not quite fantastic. Most missed op shots, so he's using the op, but he's also not looking brilliant.
Well, he did get the 4K earlier, so I guess whichever shots he does land, it's pretty much a guaranteed kill. But here we go, though. The save from Tyler, rather the save from Danking, and right now he needs to be an Opmeister to kind of save his team here. Just the pistols being purchased by Tyloo. And you just got to point, I mean, I think you pointed out earlier, Dinka, how the CD side from Tyloo has seemed a little unimaginative. Like, I like the aggression down mid they had earlier, but then they don't know how to follow it up, by falling back, having an escape route. And whenever they get banana control as well, it's like, it's the same position they're holding. It's going to be pre-fired.
Yeah, it's a little stale right now. I'm thinking a few teams actually fall victim to that, a team that has so much firepower, so much potential, but the CT sides look a little bit weak. I think a good example of that is probably Virtus Pro. They become quite stale in that approach. So yeah, it's definitely something Tyler would probably have to work on and try and figure out here as they go on into the series. Another passive this time. Danking on the bomb site with the AWP. They managed to carry over. Okay, somebody. Okay, right down into middle. Finds one. Won't get away with his life. He actually nearly takes down 2 there from that peak. That could have been incredible. Still 1 kill. Better than nothing. Now Danking up towards top middle. He has an opportunity. There's the shot. Takes down outside gate. And now we've got ourselves a 3 versus 4. Man advantage in play here for Tyloo. Oh, this position. Oh, Summer. There it is. The cleanup comes through, and Tyloo. Pistols and 1 off. They make it work.
How does somebody even find that window?
I really don't know.
He had so much time as well.
You talked about.
Yeah, it's just nuts, right? And he had so much time to just spot all of them, fall back for a bit, take his time, take the headshot, even gets a dink as well. I'm a little surprised where Invictus continued on the A-bomb side when they knew the way the AWP was. Because they knew the AWP was safe, and they knew the rest of them were probably pistols. Maybe the B-bomb side would have been better hit. But hey, around is around for Tyloo, I guess. And a dual AWP system back in place. Somebody in Danking. Rifles, quite a bit of utility as well. That was a massive, massive win for Tyloo. Can they capitalize on it, though, is the question. They have some residual cash because of winning that eco round. But for Invictus, money's kind of low, actually. Some of these rounds have come down to the 2v1s, the 2v2s, and the 2v3s.
Well, going for the wall bangs, Mr. Somebody. There's a little peek down in towards Banana. Flashbang around the corner now. Somebody looking to hold on. There's the light shot coming in, flying. It's going to be dropped low, but it doesn't matter. Somebody overrunning. He was the only player on the B-bomb side, so you can see how quickly Summer's trying to get over here. He's going to toss a Molotov that might buy a few seconds and splinter the approach as he can get back over to the coffins. Now 1 versus 1, straight up Imjul against Oi. And well, Oi doesn't take his opportunity. Summer finds that kill, and now we're back into a 4 versus 4.
I just find it so... Ooh, nice shot there from flying, but re-peeks out, 3v3. This is a doable retake. However, if I'm Tom, just holding onto your weapons here, and Chaosage in the smoke. Attacker right behind him. It's just a waiting game right now. Is Attacker going to be expecting this? Waiting for the smoke to dissipate. The both of them are there, and it's Chaosage. He doesn't spot a second player as Summer gets the kill. Now it's Destroyer and Viva. And Viva is going to show his presence. Flashbang is brilliant, and Destroyer even saving his teammate there. 7-2. And like you pointed out, when you're playing the B bomb site alone, and like any other player playing B, even if they have an AWP, the second they saw the flash coming out, that's when you toss in the utility and fall back to a much safer angle.
Yeah.
But somebody, like you said, lives and dies by the sword. He is... You can't really...
You can't force him to play passive, right? You just gotta let him do what he does best, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But as long as it's working more than it doesn't, that's all that matters. And obviously you can curve a couple of the issues. I think what would work well is I think Summer is obviously the quick rotator, but even then sometimes his rotations aren't fast enough really. So I think maybe just having him towards back of Archway or like towards Speedway even. Like you can go quickly towards that A bomb site if they do go A, but also you're available if somebody goes down alone. So it comes down to a different way you can approach that. You can certainly leave the player with Banana alone, but they don't really have Banana control when they left him there. It's just kind of, well, you're solo B and that's it. There's no control whatsoever. So they can just take full top Banana control and immediately 3 people are on his position. So it can be very, very difficult to hold on in that respect. And well, pressure not really working out for Dan King, goes down again. Oh, God, this is such a bad start for Tyloo. They're trying to get aggressive, and every kill is just going in favor of Invictus. This is absolutely awful from Tyloo.
What do you even do to that? Like, just the openings. They had 3 at B, and then they just lose the A bomb site, just like that. Now, Invictus don't know. They know there's another player towards B, but they're completely unaware there's no one at A bomb site right now. So, we do have Shark Saga just holding the line, making sure no CT does push out towards mid. And I feel like even Invictus, they have an idea of how Tide would like to play somebody, right? Somebody is that sole player. He's a guy who is so unpredictable that it's very hard to keep a partner with him. Like, he has to do all these things on his own. So it's almost like the moment they get a pick onto him towards B or whatever, they're like, yeah, the site's empty. There can't be anyone else. And it seems like it feels like they have the read on how Tide would like to play somebody, at least at the moment, considering how often they play against each other, considering I'm sure that they scrim against each other all the time as well. 8-2 for Invictus. I did not believe... if you told me that this was going to be the scoreline with Invictus winning map 1 and this being 8-2 on map number 2, Denko, I'd ask you to just shut up.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the expected result or scoreline at any point coming into the series. We expected Tyloo, okay, they should be taking this series 2-0, but now they're in a position where they might potentially be losing the series 2-0, and that's definitely not what anybody was expecting coming into today. But then again, it is Tyloo, so it's always in the back of your head, right? It is the Asian Counter-Strike. Anybody can beat anybody, it seems, for the most part. And Invictus, for me, like, it's not a huge overperformance either. They're looking like a good team. They're solid. They've had some quiet moments as well. So I think they're just a good Counter-Strike team, and it's good to see it. And Flying again, 11-7. The rest of his team kind of around that as well. You know, not too far. It's not a huge disparity. They're just playing well.
Agree with you. I think they are playing a good round of Counter-Strike, and Tyloo's unpredictability is not really working out in their favor. Missed shot from somebody, but he will recover, but he's very low. This is where he fall on back. Just one nade, and he's done for. But he's going to stick on around, rattling off a couple of shots before he finally will be falling back towards Coffins. So at least the initial kill going the way of Tyloo. Some success. All the Viva does find slowly towards B. Wasn't even a wallbang? Looked like a wallbang. Look at him just aggressing on. He knows somebody's nearby. I don't think he's going to be expecting somebody towards the sandbags, considering how much damage he took. And somebody, it's all on him. 1v3 on a bomb site. It's going to find one quick trade from Oi. But now they know that bomb site has been compromised. Rotation coming in. Man advantage to Tyloo. They need to win this retake.
Well, bomb planted. Man advantage in play for Tyloo coming into the retake. And like you said, it's a must-win for them. Flying is going to sit back in behind Nubox. His teammate arrives in behind him as well. This double setup in behind Nubox, not really going to be expected. There's no Molotov either to clear this out. Oh, the timing could be awful here for Flying. He's going to peek down in towards CT. Still finds a kill. Swung, though. But they're not going to be expecting Oi's position. They played this one well. Now 1 versus 1. Oi looking for Dan King. And he peeks out to the right side. Dan King runs him down, but Oi steps up. Big round coming in from Invictus. Really well played in that post plan.
Yeah, and when it comes to these situations, like the post-plans of 2v2s, 3v3s, I feel like Invictus have looked the better team today so far. For Tyloo, it mainly relies on danking just popping off or somebody having a ludicrous round, right? Apart from that, it just feels like Invictus, they seem to flow better as a team, the way they go for the trades and whatnot. And this is a round where, I won't lie, I honestly felt like Tyloo would have this. I knew they might suffer a few casualties, but I thought they'd probably still get the round considering how low I think a Flying was. But yeah, not good enough. Like that bait setup towards back of the side as well. Definitely not expecting that, allowing Oi to get the to have the element of surprise in the 1v2. And with that, 9-2, 4 rounds remaining in this half. And if Tyloo wanna like have a little bit of buffer, Dinko, to work with on the T side, they need to string the remaining rounds together here. Because if Invictus get to 10 or even 11 rounds, I think this could be it.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. It might not even be close. And while Summer is going to get aggressive with a FAMAS, good flashbang. That's going to allow a free kill. And he'll go, oh, he looks away, but the flashes continue to rain on in. That keeps Invictus back towards top middle, but finally Summer is going to go down. He's in that position for so long. And now at the moment, 4 versus 4. Dan King comes off the angle, flying there with a kill as well. Attacker taken down. Man advantage still here for Invictus. Luckily, that's the bomb. Slowly's just caught the bomb in Archway. Another chances to slide back in favor of Tyloo, but slowly getting another kill. Oh, this is a pretty poor approach from Invictus. They've actually dropped the ball here. Smoke goes down, they pick up the bomb, they get out of it with the bomb on their back, so they can get back towards the site. The issue is somebody. Oh, he's going to be off towards short. Flying needs to be careful around this corner.
He read that perfectly. He knew what somebody's going to do there.
Oh. Shot lands as well.
Down.
Line up for him. Oh, he nearly pulls it off, but slowly. What a round from him. Down in towards the archway. Finds the bomb to start things off. The second kill and closes the round as well. But that could have happened for Flying. There's a world in which he lines them both up there.
It's kind of unfortunate I have to like point out Xiao Sage because he's the one player I actually respect the most in this Invictus lineup. He's been playing for a long time. He's also the in-game leader for the team. And while he doesn't necessarily have these big, massive maps like a Destroyer or a Viva or Flying or an Oi might have, he is the smartest and the most well-rounded player, I feel like, for the Invictus side. In that 3v3 with the bomb being dropped, you wait for your teammates. You wait for your teammates and use the utility instead of just going for the dry peek against Slowly. And I feel like that was the mistake made by Xiao Sage, which, well, basically brought it down to a 2v3, then a 1v3 for his teammates there. Somebody is going to walk into the smoke. Is he? Do it, somebody. Just do it. Do it.
You know he wants to.
He wants to, yeah, definitely. Somebody's probably, like, holding his... Oh, there we go. Wishing on up. Xiao Sage is ready. He knows this.
Reload. You heard the reload sound. That was an opportunity for him to cross, but yeah, somebody's aggression held. This is good stuff. Invictus again, just kind of waiting for Tyloo to get aggressive. And they just sit back. They just hold their default, and Tyloo present themselves to the Invictus players. They just take down an easy round again. 10-3. Money gone for Tyloo. Likely 11 rounds here for Invictus on the T side of Inferno. What is happening, Blair?
Can I just point out that that was a buy round? That Tyloo won the previous round.
It was. Yeah,
and everyone dies with Invictus not even showing themselves. Invictus had no control towards top of mid. They didn't push apps. They didn't push banana. They killed every one of Tyloo at mid. Because Tyloo were like, yes, time for us to aggress. But it wasn't like aggressing together as a team. It was one by one, just going for the individual duels, hoping to catch someone off guard. And well played by Invictus. They just read that like an open book, and shredded it, and flushed it down the toilet.
Well, 4 versus 4 immediately. Destroyer does get the opening, but Attacker's immediately there with a reply. But Dan King in the open towards long. He's going to go away from the round. And man advantage collected for Invictus. And this is definitely a round you see Invictus taking rather cleanly. They just need to be methodical in their approach. So again, it goes around the corner, but it's somebody with a CZ finding one. Although Viva and Oi clean up the rest. It's 11 rounds for Invictus. Last round of the half coming right up. If Invictus posts 12, it's done. I honestly see no way in which Tyloo can pull this back.
Never say never, Dinko.
I never usually do say never. So I'm trying to make a statement here. Because I think Invictus definitely look much better at the moment. Then again, Tyloo are good on the T side, so we'll see what they can do there. But CT side has been rough for 2 maps now.
I think the CD side for Invictus can be equally as bad. I have not been impressed with Invictus' CD side at all, but if they win 12-3 in the T side, that's so much a buffer to work with. They can literally just go for stacking one bomb site 15 rounds in a row, and I think they're still going to win the series. But here we go. Final round. Nade will be tossed in by Mr. Summer. Does quite a bit of chip damage onto 4 players. but he will be forced back, and the pincer is going to be fast and furious. Slowly, again, caught out with the nade in hand. Flying finds attacker. Summer's going to get caught out. That's an A-bomb site just snatched from the arms of Tai Lu. Pretty much like snatching candy from a baby. That looks so easy for Invictus, and somebody's going to be left in a 1v5 and Flying. What a peak there to finish off the job. 12-3. For Invictus on the T side, and Flying. I mean, if they win this map right here, he has to be the MVP of the series.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think he's making a statement for himself already in terms of, even if it went on to be a loss here on Inferno, which I really don't see that happening, then Flying's still up there as one of the top players the entire series. So he's so impressive. I've really been impressed for him. I pointed him out yesterday within, I think, the first map. He was looking good. I think he was a little quieter in Inferno yesterday than the other two maps, but I definitely seen some signs of life for him. And then that's when he really struck fire, and he started looking real good towards the end of that best of 3 recast yesterday. 12-3 now, though. Looking for this pits around win. Tai Lu desperately need it. Destroyer sits back, looks for the kills. It's Flying and Destroyer finding the headshots, but Summer at least available to pull it back, but it's only the 3 kills. Luckily a 2v2. And now somebody coming back from Banana wants to go over towards A. Currently Flying is over here with a USP, and he's been brilliant in the pistol rounds, and they jump around the corner. 2 players looking right at him, and there it is. Flying finds them all. They come around the corner, and he handles it well. 13-3, pistol round picked up from Invictus. And no money for Tai Lu.
I think that was pretty much almost the final nail in the coffin here for Tai Lu. And it's crazy how one-sided this series, this particular map has been. Like, going to train, we're like, okay, you know, Invictus kind of mounting the comeback in the second half. Tai Lu almost closing it out, almost taking it to overtime, but it was much more close contested, right? A fair bit of mistakes being made by both the teams. We saw some huge individual plays from both sides, especially Flying being phenomenal, but this has just been a beating and a half by Invictus, completely dominating Tai Lu. Where was the Tai Lu I saw in the Pro League qualifiers? Like, this is so weird. I'm just trying to wrap my head around like how bad this Inferno side has been from Tai Lu. Just aggression, lack of respect, perhaps. And Invictus said, well, they're punishing them for it.
I mean, in these rounds, Tai Lu that they lose, there's always at least some sort of flashy shot that comes through, but never really being able to turn them into round wins, because for the majority of the time, Invictus have just looked consistently better across the board. 14-3. I mean, this isn't the Tai Lu we know, right? This isn't the Tai Lu that are able to pick it up in terms of their performance capable on this roster. They're looking rough, I have to say. Like, a few of the players right now are not doing really what they should. Dan King has been so quiet. He's attempted so much aggression. It hasn't worked in either of these maps. We've seen Attacker be quiet in Inferno. This isn't the Tai Lu that they're capable of being.
That statement I agree with. Like, this is not a Tai Lu that they're capable of being, but this is not a Tai Lu we know. I don't think so. I don't think so, Digger. I think the Tai Lu I know is a Tai Lu who will probably beat an Astralis in a series, and immediately in the next one probably lose to a random Filipino-Indonesian mix. 2-0. So
do you think it's just
as a
mindset thing where they just approach the game differently? Because I think coming into this, they looked like they were just going up against Invictus with sheer confidence and aggression. They were peeking without flashes. They were going around the corners and just taking fights. You think, obviously, that they wouldn't do that against a team they would respect a lot more. So do you feel like it's just sort of a mindset thing?
I agree. I've seen them play choke massive leads against some pretty good teams, like EU teams, because they gave too much of respect. And there were times when I'm like, stop doing that. Like, just play like, you know, there's another Chinese team and they're probably going to get the win. And on the other hand, against these Chinese teams where they can be as chaotic as Tai Lu, they just start giving too much respect. And that's exactly what we're seeing over here. And it's Tai Lu. Like, Vici, like I said, they can pretty much beat any team in Asia apart from Tai Lu, while Tai Lu can lose to any team in Asia apart from Vici. It is wild. And what does Mr. Drone have for us right now? Flying. Let's go Knives instead.
I haven't seen that one, and that is good. Well, wasted bullet, 79.6%. I mean, a lot of these stats are actually quite negative. The one thing that's a positive, I love the Invictus jacket. I think it's awesome looking. I would love an Invictus jacket, really. The bomber jacket looks kind of cool.
Yeah, we rarely see any white jackets at Viva. Notice there's a player there. Flashbang is good, but slowly, with 2 quick kills, at least the trade does go the way. And Shaosage finds 2.
On Destroyer.
Wait, what?
Oh, he'd be... Okay. Well, it's a 3 versus 2, just like that. Tyloo have the man advantage. Dan King able to find the kill. Now Summer looking to emerge from the apartments. Towards pit he will look. Oi off towards short at the moment. Summer starts to walk forward, but it's down to whether or not he can find this kill. He has to clear the pit already, and once he realizes that is clear, the rest of his team can move up. Oi, aggressive, that's somebody down in towards the ramp. He has the bomb. Somebody finds 1 kill and a second, of course. Somebody is in that weird position where he's left alone with the bomb down towards the T-stairs. If he goes down, then obviously it's a huge issue for Tyloo, but in finding that kill, definitely allows Tyloo to win that round there. So good stuff from somebody. And 15-4, Invictus Gaming, well, they'll be looking for just 1 more round, but it won't be coming in the previous round and probably won't be coming up here. But then again, they do have Deagle, so who knows what.
I think, yeah, who knows is good. And this is going to be the first loss for Tyloo in the month of June. They have been flawless so far. Like, I think they beat Beyond 2-0, they beat Vici 2-1, they beat Vici again 3-2, then they beat Invictus 2-0, and Vici again 2-0 and 2-0. So they've been looking very good, but mainly against Vici, who they've faced 4 times in 1 month. That is ludicrous.
I looked at Tyloo's last 5 matches they played, and 4 of them were Vici.
Yeah, it sounds like love affair at this point in time. Like, but also, like in May, they lost to BTRG. A team that they had no business losing against, but they lost to them. They also lost a Tiger for the for the RMR finals. So they're a team with the highest of highs and probably some of the lowest of lows when it comes to Asian CS. And I guess that's why everyone kind of likes Tyloo, because of how absolutely unpredictable and fun they are to watch. But at the same time, I have lost half my hair watching them play Counter-Strike.
If that's half your hair, Blair, then
I had very thick, luscious locks, and then Tyloo happened.
Right down to your ass.
It was. There's a story, not right now. I shall bring it up another day.
We'll save that one. Of Blair and his luscious locks right down to his ass. And what? 15-5. We're looking for another round here for Tyloo. It's Dan King with a 4K. Pads those stats a little bit. On to 11 kills. 15-6. Tyloo, another opportunity here to make this scoreline look much more respectable. This is going to be 16-3, but luckily they get a few more rounds on the board here. But now Invictus, they have got the buy coming back in. Now, can they close it here? They've got the AWP 4 Destroyer. They've got the M4s, the all can play, and the utility available. This is do or die time now for Tyloo. They have to be flawless to pull it to overtime, and that just doesn't really seem like a feasible thing. But we'll see what they can do. Tyloo every round that matters. And we'll see what they can do now as Summer goes aggressive up towards Tall Banana. He's not going to find success, instead forced away by the utility.
Invictus by just keeping Tyloo at bay. Ooh, I like the regression of Tyloo though. And Shaosage, is he going to fall on back? Even Shaosage lucky not to take much or any damage at all. Now, just the 1 smoke remaining for Shaosage. He has a flashbang, if needs be. And we have Flying rotating over towards the B-bomb side, so I think Flying might just get boosted up, or we're just going to boost up Shaosage. There's a flower pot. I'm just curious about somebody's position towards Apps. He's trying to sell something. In fact, he's going to get the kill onto Oi, and he's looking for more. And with that, oh, Destroyer finds somebody with a no-scope nonetheless. And with that, you can see the bomb now making its way towards B, but they won't be expecting this stack Dingo. 3 player, 3 CTs waiting. They have the utility, they have the time, but they might just be walking into the trap here.
Well, utility up. Flashes Molotovs as Summer is going to be there for the kill. Flying goes down. Viva able to find 1 back in, but the boost is never checked in. Shaosage able to find 1. Dan King comes back in, but it's not enough. Shaosage doing a lot of work, and now it's just Slowy up against Destroyer to try and win this game. And well, it's slowly, the smoke fades, reveals Destroyer, and the headshot is there. Tyloo with the 7th round, not done yet.
Not done yet is Tyloo, and Again, coming down to the 1v1s, they somehow cling on the precipice of defeat. But I don't believe in this. There's no way. 8 more map points, 8 more match and map points for Invictus Gaming to close this one out. And like I said, they could literally just stack a bomb site for the next 8 rounds, and one of those rounds are definitely going to go their way. So for Tyloo to bring this one back, they need to play a level which we haven't seen from them so far today. This is cheeky. Oh, attacker. Waiting for the flames to dissipate. I hope he peeks wood slowly, but the Deagles... Okay, deleted. Viva finds a headshot and he uses a smoke. That is so ballsy, though. Like, you have the utility. They're like, you know what? We're going to get the kill, and then we're going to throw a smokes, and then the Deagles didn't go. It's happening again. It's happening again.
It just proves that it doesn't matter who they're up against. It could be the best team in the region. It can be anyone, really, that can take the damage against the Deagles. And Invictus just such a talented roster in that respect. It's somebody with the first kill, though. Flying goes down, and maybe it's not done yet. Somebody, and slowly finding the headshots back in. It's a 3 versus 3. Another Deagle headshot, though, and it's Oi that gets rid of somebody. Big peek from Chao Sage, and he should have been able to find that. But unfortunately for him, he goes down and slowly now running straight in towards Ruins. The bomb plant gets planted right in front of the coffins, but now the Deagles have turned into AK-47s. Oi has a Kevlar and helmet to play with here as well. Destroyer, unfortunately, doesn't. So he's going to be the front man, just clearing these angles, trying to clear as many positions as possible. They don't have a kid, so they know they have to move quickly. They have to try and cut through the defense on this bomb site. And Oi's going to get aggressive towards CT. Catches out slowly, and out to all on Summer. Wrapping around the back, through CT spawn. Spots Oi, takes him down, and now 1 versus 1. He knows he can play the time. 9 seconds, not enough time to win the round here. And well, a round that looks scary, a round that looked done, but slowly is the man that gets the important kills over towards B that allows the round to go in favor of Tyloo.
That looked very, very scary. And for a moment there, I was like, yeah, the Deagles, it's happening again. And I wonder if we can, ask PGL for maybe like a tracker of all the rounds won with just the Deagles, with just the pistols. I think we should be close to double digits by now. And it's just been a day. 1 day. It's just been like, what, 3 best of 3s and 2 maps so far here? And I think we're close to like 10 rounds already. It's ridiculous.
Well, 15-8 now. Tyloo have looked pretty solid after they realized, okay, wait, one second here. They're about to win this. 1 more round and we're out of this series. They had to turn it up a gear.
Still 7 more rounds back to back. It's not going to be easy. Flying, who, despite having a phenomenal map so far, as he supposedly hasn't had 5 kills. Sorry, he hasn't had a single kill in the past 5 rounds, which is very uncharacteristic for that player. But utility being expended by Tyler towards top of Banana is going to force Viva to play a little more passive angle. I'm surprised when you're playing that angle with the AWP, you have a support player for you right there towards CD spawn, getting boosted up, and surprisingly, there's no one there. Wraparound coming in from Summer. Chao Sage ready and holding the line. A little bit of an off angle. Someone does check it, but Chao Sage still comes out on top. Now somebody, is he gonna somehow thread the needle and make his way? The hit is coming in towards B. Viva, position compromised. I would have liked to just hold on to the angle. Flick shot's not going to be coming on in. Chao Sage finds somebody, while slowly takes down Viva on that bomb side. Danking down 3 HP. It's 4v3 retake. This is very winnable, but Danking 3 HP or not, Dinko, he just needs 1 bullet to get a frag.
Well, attacker blinded. They run over his position. Chao Sergey able to find Tim Attacker Con. That's a big round so far from Chao Sergey. He looks for more though. He'll run on it. Dan King still incredibly low. Off towards Banana, slowly with a kill towards CT spawn. Now they can really focus. They know the last two players are coming out of the ruins and slowly position it strong right now. The time ticking. They have to get these kills quickly and it just won't be happening again. Tyloo right down into the post plant. They delay the time so far gone and they're just not going to be able to win the round here Invictus. So many rounds have come close, but Tyloo just keep on winning.
And they just need to win 6 more rounds. I mean, it was what, 15 to 6, 15 to 5 at one point? Slowly but surely, Tyloo. They've been in situations like this, right? They've been in situations like this so many times in the past that it was actually 15 to 3. 15 to 3 to 15 to 9. Okay.
Uh-oh. That's all I'm saying right now. For Invictus, it's looking like they might be crumbling a little bit here. We have so many opportunities still to take it over the line. They just need one round after all. And with the skill on this team, it's hard to see a way in which they don't roll into that round. I mean, they come close in pretty much every one of these. They've come close down the final kill. It's just the time is the issue. Almost running out of time on this post plant. The B bomb site certainly the weakness for them at the moment, but it's Deagles in play. Gone for the decision to save as much money as possible. So they'll be able to get a really solid buy in this next round. And Tyloo just taking their time, methodical in their approach.
Methodical, and they need to be. Like, there is literally no margin for error here. They need to make sure every round is won. They need to make sure that they don't really hamper their money either. Like, they need to win the rounds while keeping some semblance of an economy in the running. Nice flashbang. This time, Slowly's ready. This time, Slowly's ready. And you try the same trick twice. Doesn't work out a second time. So good to know that Tyloo at least... Ooh, that's a tasty shot from Oi, but somebody being an absolute... sneaky little... that's a word I don't want to use here, but Flying at least gets a trade, and they will retrieve the 2 AKs. I love somebody at times. Like I said, he's frustrating. He can pretty much lose rounds all by his lonesome for Tyloo. At the same time, he's so fun to watch with his positioning. I wonder how you call for somebody. It's like, somebody, I want you to go to the A bomb site towards apps and do your thing. And he's like, yeah, okay.
It's like somebody go kill. Like that,
It's not just about go kill, is it, right? For somebody's
do
more
something
like...
mental.
Yeah. So seeds of chaos in the opposition, and that is something he's good with. Tyloo have now won 7 in a row. They have hit double digits. As Twitch chat likes to say, is this the hashtag fake comeback from Tyloo? Or will they actually take it to overtime? That it almost happened in Train, mind you. It was 15 to 11 for Invictus before Tyloo getting to 14, but unfortunately Viva in the end with a Deagle just closing it out. 2 opening kills, and then Invictus sealing the deal 16 to 14. Will that happen here again on Inferno? Because if it happens on Inferno, it's going to be a heartbreaker. Because Tyloo, it was 15 to 3 for crying out loud, and they needed to win 12. They need to win 12 in a row to get it to overtime. And so far, out of the 12, they have won 7, Dinko. You just need 5 more rounds. It is doable.
Oh, it certainly is doable. Just a couple more rounds to pick up here for Tyloo. I didn't believe. I really didn't. I probably still don't. But an opportunity is available. It's on to Invictus to see what they can do. They've got the floor buy. They made the decision to go for the lower investment in the previous round to be able to afford this buy. They saved the 2 AKs into this round as well. A lot of the rounds that Tyloo have been able to pick up, they have been close. Flying has somewhat dropped off, has had a difficult time in getting kills. And now Tyloo start to walk up through Banana. 4 players this way. And again, it's this solo B hold. This time from Viva on his own. Smoke at the ready. That should buy a few extra seconds with 1 minute and 5 seconds on that clock. As soon as he hears the utility, oh well, Tyloo not gonna respect the smoke, instead just charge right through it. There's a big gap in the CT smoke, but Viva can't do anything. He realistically needs one kill there and then to fall back. But I'm really not a fan of the way both of these teams have been playing B. I really am. The solo players on the B bomb site, it's a huge issue for them. And now they're just going to tuck in deep in towards the bomb site, Tyloo. And is there a chance for Invictus? They're waiting for the rotation for the rest of the teammate, but a 5v5 retake on this B bomb site. Limited time now as well, only 20 seconds left. It's not looking great.
You should just save here. Oh, Destroyer finds Summer though. We're running out of time. Just fall on back flank.
Do it.
It's not worth it. It's taking too long, and like you said, despite a couple of kills going the way. Ooh, nice spray from somebody there. I don't understand. Firstly, all 5 players came from CD spawn, and I don't know if you noticed somebody's position. He was playing towards T slow on that post plant. So for Tyloo, they could just concentrate all 4 of the players towards construction, the CD spawn area. Invictus waited very passively. They got the 1 kill, and then they're like, all right, maybe now we can go for the retake. But there was no time. It just wasn't worth it. And with that, I would rather just save their weapons there and just wait for this round instead. It's 15-11. Tyloo have broken the money once more. It's going to come down to the Deagles. Viva. This time he's got 3 players towards B, but it's on Eco. Now, if only they had that on their buy rounds, Eco. But Viva, with a beautiful shot, finds Danking, just deletes him from the server, and doesn't take any damage as well. Well, takes 1 point of damage, but he'll be okay with that.
Finally a kill towards the B attack. Now that is exactly what you want to see. Potentially another one here as well. Outside gate, holding around the corner. Attacker here alongside Slowly. And Slowly has been the player that's actually won a lot of these rounds, important rounds for Tyloo to get them involved here. Yes, remember there was a round where the Deagles actually nearly toppled and could have taken the win, but Slowly again finding the trade back on in. Viva goes down inside the bomb site, but flying. Okay, 3 kills picked up on the Deagle, and now it's all onto somebody. A 1 versus 2 up against the Deagles. Have Invictus done it, or will somebody save the day? Smoke goes down on the bomb site to cover off the plant. Somebody will buy himself a few extra seconds to get into a good position. Oi has a kit, Kevlar and an AWP. Destroyer with the Deagle. But look at this, somebody backing up in towards the ruins. There's a player here close already. It's Destroyer with the Deagle. Somebody has a good angle. He can turn this into a series of 1 versus 1s. He spots the shadow, but it's the kill from Destroyer. And there it is, Invictus. They will take themselves the series win over Tyloo. What a start for this Invictus team. They played Tiger close. They could have taken them down yesterday, but now they take down the Titans in Tyloo.
Yeah, Invictus, it looked like they were choking a little bit over there, Dinko, but in the end they come out on top. You got to give them credit for it. But Tyloo, disappointing for them. They play good when they're down in the dumps. When they look like they're going to be losing out, they play good. But then when they start things off, it's just so many iffy moments from Tyloo. I'm not very convinced with this.
No, it's time to bring Jason and Mitch into this one, because obviously when we take a look at Tyloo, they should be the team that are winning this tournament. They should be the team that are finding success. But what do you guys think of Tyloo's performance? Do you think this is a convincing team? And Jason right back into the face palm.
Just keep my head there, honestly.
Yeah, it looks like it. The way the games have been going, it's been a little bit unpredictable. I love the way they finished it, first of all. It was just perfect. We talk about Deagles all day long.
We do.
Blai was mentioning we should track the stats on Deagle win rounds, and how about Deagles to win the map? Disappointing though, considering the comeback that they managed. Tyloo did really well when they swapped to the T side, but I can't help but feel what I was talking about earlier, the fact that Tyloo had played Vici 4 times in a row, that Invictus had a large sample size of every single way that Tyloo liked to play that map. I imagine that the research they did led them to such a successful T side, alongside the fact that Tyloo just can't stop the aggression.
I mean, I feel bad because my favorite part of that match wasn't even necessarily anything that happened in the match. It was production at 15-13 or 15-3 saying, all right, can we get your cams and mics back on? Can we test everything? Because it looks like we're gonna have a long break. And I just whispered to production, just hold on, we're not done yet. It's not done yet. Oh man, but honestly, that has to be so frustrating. I mean, Tyloo maybe not so much, but for Invictus Gaming to just be on 15 rounds for such a long time and not be able to close it out, especially we already had so many like great individual plays, so many close calls as well, with like Slowly and somebody in Summer seeming to always clutch it out just to keep Tyloo alive. But Invictus Gaming, I said this before the match even started today, that this is a bigger match for them than it is for Tai Lu, because if Invictus Gaming, who are currently on 0 RMR points, can get a big victory against a team like Tai Lu, seeming to be, or seem to be, one of the best teams and probably pitted to probably win this whole thing, then you already have a good start to make it not only into the top 8, but to potentially set yourself really high up in the seedings going into the playoffs.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think taking on Tai Lu, that's a big win right there, right?
Yeah.
They've already played against Tiger. Now, the only other team I would rate consistently, now there are teams like Beyond D13 who I feel can potentially still go toe-to-toe against Invictus, but at least they've taken care of 2 of the big teams. Tiger, they lost to close series. They've beaten Tai Lu. Now, like Jason said, they need to start racking up this RMR points here. And bear in mind, the RMR points you get from the summer, from the PAL summer, is going to be more than what you got from spring, and then of course more in the fall season. But I just want to point out Flying. He gets 32 kills in map 2, 30 on Train, for a combined of 63 or 62 kills in total. 62 kills over the series, which just came down to 2 maps. What a showing from Mr. Flying.
Yeah, I was kind of questioning how he'd play coming into map 2, because we've seen him consistently now, not just across this series here, but the one the other day, be an absolute force to be reckoned with. And thought, well, if you're relying on a guy dropping 30 kills, how consistently can he do that? Well, a little bit more consistently than Tyler would have liked, that's for sure.
The thing is, he's not. Go ahead, Dinko.
He's kind of hitting this like form that's just so incredible. And I was saying, if he can keep it up for even longer, and I mean, he's done it against the best team in the tournament at the moment, right? So the fact that he's been able to have this performance against Tai Lu, it really shows that he's the true test and the true player, that he can go on to do great things in the Asian region, because he's just very talented. He's also not making stupid decisions, right? We're seeing, for the most part, he's playing good Counter-Strike and making the right decisions. And he's really good on the Deagle. We've seen him pick up the AWP a few times there when it was dropped down on the floor. He picked it up and showed that he can be good on that. And then the rifles as well. I think he's just an all-round pretty star player.
I mean, the thing is, he finished plus 20 yesterday against Tiger, and that was a 3 map that they ended up losing on. He was the only one in the positives, and I think like the only one in the positive, even remotely close to being like towards double digits and across most of the maps. This man is just insane, honestly ridiculous. Even in this series, he finished plus, it should be like 15. If I'm, oh no, I'm looking at the wrong one. Plus 25. Like, what? You're playing against Tiger, who already won Road to Rio. You're playing against Tai Lu, seen as one of the best teams, not the best team now, come into this, and you're dropping plus 25. Like, to be played on this kind of level is insane out of him. And of course, we have to give him the MVP. I mean, 32 kills, like we saw in Inferno, the 1 clutch, 3 opening kills. But the ADR for me is what really stands out. Yeah, it was super dominating for them with the, was it 15-3 scoreline they had at one point? But for him to consistently keep that 100 plus ADR, even when they started to lose round after round, just really gives a testament to how good of a player he is.
The other thing that I'd look at as well, he has 3 opening kills, but he also lost 0 opening duels as well. The fact that he's an aggressive player, finding so many kills and not giving away early round advantages is something that's just mind-blowing against literally the best team in this tournament.
Yeah, and we also need to take a look at, you know, the head-to-head to kind of compare a couple of different players across the board. I know we were looking at, you know, the best player from both teams, and obviously that just kind of shows how much more dominating Flying was compared to Summer. If Summer was one of your top performers on Tai Lu, and he was still that far ahead of you in a couple of different, you know, avenues, kills, I mean, direct duels and assists are pretty even, but that ADR is still a pretty damn big amount, considering when Destroyer, I think it was Destroyer, survived on, no, it was Dan King survived like on 3 HP. I mean, just a 10-point difference or 12-point difference is quite a bit.
Yeah, and for the fact that Summer is a player to pick from the Inferno map is a little worrying for Tai Lu. You have Slowly who top fragged with like I think 25 kills or something of that nature. How many did he get? Yeah, Slowly did get 25 kills. Summer in 21. Danking didn't show up at all in his entire series, which is so very surprising. Yeah. Somebody was again kind of unimpactful. Yeah, he had his plays here and there, but he really didn't really pop off the way Flying did, or Sage had his moments, even Destroyer opening up the bomb. So it just looks like, as a team, Invictus looked like the better team today. And also individually, the players from Invictus, keeping Flying aside, they just look like the better team and the better players, which is, well, I guess that's the way it is in Asian CS.
It's a day-by-day basis, and really Invictus do look like a pretty sick roster. We'll see if that can continue. It's a long tournament, so a lot of matches, so it's easy to drop off, but I think And we usually said, okay, well, you got the best teams coming in. It's not the easiest start, but now they're full focused. All the preparation coming into this. They've taken down Tyloo early on. They played close against Tiger. They've got Tyloo out of the way. The rest of the teams now start to look pretty interesting. Whether or not they'll be able to take down those Thai teams or be able to take down Vici, I don't know. I think any match that has Invictus involved in it is going to be exciting, especially because they came through the China qualifier. They weren't even invited to the event, so this is a big performance coming in from Invictus.
I do have one more question for you, Bled, before we look at the standings. How's your heart doing?
I have no heart.
Well, I mean, I knew that. Anyways, okay, let's just take a look at the standings. And I was expecting more of a deeper answer out of you, constantly being, built up and brought back down by the same teams. But we can see there, again, 4 teams currently with 1 win under the belt. However, Invictus do have that 1 loss. And again, it's just top 8 teams will move through into the playoffs. So you have to avoid beating them in the bottom 2 positions. But still, there's so many good teams. I think there's like a big battle for like the top teams and of course like the mid pack and obviously like the very end. So I guess technically a big battle all across the board is what I'm saying. Anyways, but Tyloo, not really used to seeing them on the bottom of a group here, Mitch.
Well, yeah, it doesn't happen every day, but you got to remember that because all these games aren't going on at once, it's not like everybody's played 1 or 2 best of 3s. That for the first week or so, looking at how the scoreboard's leveling up is always going to be a little bit sporadic, but they are one of the few teams to lose games, 1 of 4 with 4 games gone. Hey, quick maths. And no, it's really surprising. We said coming into the series, we expected a 2-0. We saw definitely points of hope for Invictus, but it seemed like a bit of a fairy tale. And to actually have them winning their opening, or their second game, indeed, obviously they had the loss to Tiger, puts them in a good spot where they can realistically still finish with massive RMR points. I think it's fair to say that if you're playing against Vici now as the biggest rival that you've left to contend with, they're in a pretty good spot to get good playoff seeding.
Well, it's mostly coming down now for Invictus and Brandon. I know Dinko, you talked about it over the match, is that if you're Invictus, you have 0 points, right? Even if you win this, you're only barely in the lead, which means you still have to have a phenomenal performance going into the fall RMR event as well. So tough times ahead for a lot of our teams, and well, not so tough times for us. We do have to wait a 30-minute break until our next game is going to begin. It's going to be Mazlight up against Beyond, but we're finally going to see the team Bled's been talking about quite a bit over the last 2 days. So go get some food, go relax, maybe take a quick nap. We'll see you guys in 30 minutes for our second match of the day.
Coming up next, Mazlight versus Beyond Esports.
A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauties all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him. Take us to your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in. Take everything you stole from us, everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. War paint on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us, we wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us, who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us. Here we are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the bosses, we war cry. It's a new day, it's a new me. Better make way, I'ma break free. Burn the roof down, let the flame breathe. This is my moment, gotta believe. It's a new day, it's a new me. Better make way, I'ma break free. I've been silencing the rage, trying to make peace. About to let it blaze, turn up the heat. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to set free. I'm about to set free. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Come on, come on. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I burn wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor, and I'm about to catch fire. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I burn wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire. Stand back while I catch fire. Stand back while I catch fire. Let's go, let's go. Stand back while I catch fire.
Nobody can stop this. Force of nature like a rocket launching into the orbit. Winners are forming, wind into I never throw no caution. Nobody can imitate this. What you see is greatness. It makes sense, it's what I came with. Are you speaking my language? I ain't taking prisoners. Call me the Inquisitor. Winning is my signature. Victory practitioner. Life without a limiter. I am the commissioner. Winning is my signature. Winning is my signature. Yeah, I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature. See, prisoners I don't take. Under pressure I don't break. I will always find a way. That's why I win anytime I play. They go low and I go high. They say oh hi, I say goodbye. There's no discussion. I'm too fast for them to keep up with. I ain't taking prisoners. Call me the Inquisitor. Winning is my signature. Victory practitioner. Life without a limiter. I am the commissioner. Winning is my signature. Winning is my signature. Yeah, I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature.
Yeah. When that horn blows, you know what that mean. Here come a king. Bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near. Hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps. That's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance. Got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones. The forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses. We are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry. War cry. War cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry. War cry. War cry. War cry. Yeah. Nah, you can't rock with us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauties all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him. Take us to your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in. Take everything you stole from us, everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our bosses. We are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry. War cry. War cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws when you hear the war cry. War cry. War cry. Yeah. War cry. War paint on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us, we wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us, who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us. Here we are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws when you hear
Walking slowly, running home. I will follow you alone. Moving closer, we're in motion. We're a beacon in the dark. Let me feel it. Give me vision. We will never be apart. Going nowhere, nowhere special. We will never be apart. We will never be apart.
Welcome back, everyone, to PAL Summer 2020 as we're getting underway now with our midpoint of our day number 2 with another match coming up. And still Jason Cap, and I have not changed persona just yet. That'll happen later on when I do shave my head and wax my eyebrows off, which might happen if Tyloo keep playing with my heartstrings like they did in the last match. And luckily for me, I'm not going to be the only one doing that. I have Mitch off to my side. I have Bleh. I have Dinku, who are all going to be doing the exact same thing I do if that keeps happening. Isn't that correct, Bleh?
I don't need to shave my head. I think it's gonna fall off on its own, so I'm good.
You're just gonna be torn out from all the
Just, like,
anger of what's been
ripped off,
happening.
yeah.
But we're moving into our next match, right? We got Mazalai up against Beyond. You've been talking about this Tide team for quite a while now, Blah, or at least quite a while. Yes, since yesterday. You're expecting some good things out of them here.
They lost to Invictus in the Pro League in the lower bracket, not the lower bracket finals, but the lower bracket semifinals. And it was a very close series. I felt like Beyond would have won that game, except for some very close rounds going the way of Invictus. They are the best Southeast Asian team right now. They're the best Thai team. They are the best Southeast Asian team. I think the closest team to them would be Lucid Dream or Bren. And I feel like they are a top 5 team right now in Asia. After, of course, Tyloo, Vici, Invictus, and you got to throw in a Tiger there, obviously. The problem with this team is they can beat almost everyone except for the aforementioned teams. That is, they struggle against VG, they struggle against Tyloo. Against Invictus is a very close affair, and they don't seem to have the number on Tiger either. But apart from that, they are very dominant. They have a very good map pool. I like the way they play CS. It's not the wild style that we've seen from the likes of a Tyloo or some of the Mongolian teams. We're going to be seeing a little bit more of a structured approach, and might even see certain maps like a Nuke or Vertigo being brought out here.
I like that anime intro. I just have to say that looks sick.
I was actually going to ask, by the way, Dinko, your thoughts on potentially the map pool coming into this, because like Bled was saying to me, they played a bunch of Nuke, and we did see Mazalai play it yesterday where they had a little bit of a tough affair. I mean, I guess we could start to talk about Mazalai as we move into them, because we obviously have seen the results in recent memory, obviously yesterday, and I'm still trying to forget the 11-4 half they had against him on Dust 2, and how Divine Vendetta, give Pokemon a Deagle and he'll give you rounds. How do you feel like they're going to be coming into this?
Well, they obviously can't afford to play the way they did yesterday. I think that was a bit of an underperformance from this team. So coming into today, they've obviously got to step that up a level. They can't be losing to these Deagle, low buys, these scenarios. They have the players like Zilkenberg. You want to get him on the op. You want to get him involved. And while I feel like they have so much more potential, Machine Gun was doing a lot as well. He has so much more potential. So I feel like if they show up a little bit better today, and of course you do want that to come through, but they just need to increase the performance massively, because yesterday they looked a shadow of themselves, a shadow of their potential, and against Beyond they're just going to get wrecked if that's the case.
And it seems like Beyond have definitely been on quite a grind lately as well. I mean, just according to HLT, even within the last 3 months, there hasn't been that many maps played in total for Mazalai, and I think they're up in a tough challenge now, because obviously I think every team is just at the moment fighting to not be in the bottom 2, right? Because only 8 teams move through into the playoffs. But Mazalai already has a loss under their belt. So Mitch, going into this game, you would have to assume it's not obviously make or break time, but you don't want to start 0-2.
You definitely don't, but for Mazalai, I don't see an easy way into this. Not only are they outclassed on an individual level, but in terms of preparing for their opponents, there's very little that they can do. You can assume that a nuke's going to come out, but there's just so many options for Beyond when they come into this Veto. They've got 30 plus maps played in the last 3 months on HLTV. That's only officials, and not including the practice, not including some of the lower tier Asian tournaments that don't make it to HLTV. And they're beating some good teams as Blair was saying, they struggle against the likes of Avicii, Atailu, but taking down Lucid Dreams, BTRG on Nuke alone, it seems very hard for me to see some ground where Mazalai feel comfortable in this series.
Well, I do want to test Bled here because I don't want to see the vetoes just yet. I want to wait one more second before we do get into it. I want to hear Bled's predictions of the 3 maps we'll be seeing here between these 2 teams.
All right, Vertigo's going to get banned out off the bat. And I think it's going to be a game of chicken as to who's going to ban it out first. Both the teams don't play it. If I'm Beyond, I have the superior map pick, right? I have the superior map pool rather. So I'm going to go for the Vertigo ban initially. I want to see Nuke getting banned out by Mazalai. I know they play it, but I'm not going to be feeling very comfortable for them if they go for the Nuke ban. I expect Mirage to come in. That's a map that Beyond are very, very comfortable on. And for Mazalai, maybe Dust 2. We did see some signs of promise from them yesterday on the map. They might just be playing with what they're comfortable with. And bear in mind, for Mazalai, they haven't had a solid 5th player for a while. We saw Bartak yesterday. I think we saw Prism standing for them earlier. We had Mara, who was also a coach for them, play recently for them. So they don't seem to have a proper permanent 5th. And it's Bartak's going to be the latest addition to the team. You want to play something a little bit more loosey-goosey, right? Something a little bit more different. So I'm going to go with Mirage. Wouldn't be surprised to see a train coming out. Sorry, an Overpass coming out, and maybe a Dust 2.
Okay, well, let's bring up the vetoes and see how well you're able to predict what's going to be coming in. I kind of hope you are. Mirage, Train, and Nuke. So you got a couple of them, right?
Close, yeah, close enough. I'm a little surprised with the Dust 2 ban from Beyond, but I guess they don't want to play a map where, like I said, Mazalai can't kind of steamroll them, so to speak. Mirage should be Beyond. They look very good. And one of the better teams, probably even, I might even say the best team in Asia when it comes to Mirage. Nuke is a decider. That's a big question mark for Mazalai. I know they like playing it, but I feel like Beyond, they seem to know what to do on that map. Train, that is up in the air. I feel like, I don't think I've seen Mazalai play Train at all in the past couple of months. So this is a surprise pick. Maybe it's going to potentially catch Beyond off guard. And if you look at Beyond's win percentage on Train, it is pretty low. It's just 25% of the 4 maps they've played, but you got to understand who they played against. They played against Vici Gaming, where they lost twice, and Lucid Dream, who, while Lucid struggle against everyone else, they're also a Thai team, and I feel like, when these domestic matchups happen, Beyond seems to struggle against Lucid. But apart from that, I still wouldn't read too much into the fact that Beyond have only a 25% win rate. They can play this map. They can make it a little competitive. And honestly, I feel like Beyond seem to have won this map, Veto.
You also have to remember that the Lucid Dream lineup they played against was the old Lucid Dream before they'd actually lost some of their players. So that's the 16-5 that stands there isn't going to be the same team that we see in this tournament here, although the same core. When it comes down to that veto as well, there were a couple ways that Mazalai could take it. The likes of a Train, Overpass, Inferno as well. These maps that there's no data on them, at least in officials, so they can always provide a little bit of a surprise in that sense. So hopefully they found a gem with the research they've been able to do. Obviously, you've seen them play this. You've seen Beyond play this against some high-level teams, so there's definitely some data to juice from, hopefully.
Yeah, I'm trying to look back for Mazalai, like looking at how many players per match they had, because obviously with some switch-ups in roster, and I'm even just back to 1 player on the team within the last 3 months, they still don't have Train played. But if I go back even further, if I go back 6 months, right, we have Train. Well, let's say, let's go minimum 2, because that's the only one that has it. 50% win rate when it comes to Train for them. But they're 1 win, 1 loss. So even in the past 6 months, with just a minimum of 2 players from the roster now playing, they still have only played Train twice and have 50% win rate on it. So to me, that kind of says if you're going to pick a map like this against Beyond, you have to be prepared, right? Like this has to be a map that you are drilled on coming into this, right, Dinko? At least I would assume.
Yeah, I feel like Beyond coming into this are definitely going to be... I have a few question marks beside them, honestly, because when I seen them, the last time I seen them play was during the DreamHack Masters Spring Asia qualifier. Blair and I casted that. It was pretty much the Thai qualifier. And when you see those teams play against each other, the Thai teams are always weird when they play against each other. But coming into the Asian tournament now, this is where they're going to play against different regions, where Beyond are definitely going to have to show up. And Beyond are a weird one for me in terms of their maps as well. Like, they can go up against the likes of Vici and they'll ban Mirage, but then they'll pick it against other teams. It's kind of like, it's very much they play against the strengths of their opponents instead of themselves, their strengths. So at this point, I'm kind of expecting Beyond just to go in and just have a game plan in terms of whatever team they're going up against. It's not so much they think about themselves. So yeah, I think coming into this matchup, Beyond definitely going to have thought about their opponent and really planned this Veto out.
All right, well, we haven't done too much of this just yet, but I want to hear some like scoreline predictions from you two before Mitch and I get underway with the game. And I'm going to keep kind of blabbing on to give Blair a chance to think about it, because I know this is going to be tough. I think he's got his reputation on the line here for this match. So where do you think it's going to go?
Reputation. Nice word, Jason. I have no reputation in CS. I think
we'll get you an apple box for your reputation.
Oh, nice throwback. I miss LANs. I don't mind apple boxes just to go to another LAN.
Just imagine you, me, and Potter on a desk, by the way.
That'd be lovely. I can literally just like sit on the desk. I think it'd be great. Coming back to score lines, I don't want to go like exact map score lines, but I feel like this is still going to be 2-0. The thing with Marzalai, they just haven't played enough. And the couple of big wins they have where we might put them as the second best team in Mongolia, I don't think it's good enough. I think Tiger and D13 are way better than them. And losing to Divine Vendetta yesterday, that to so many weird rounds coming out from them, I don't see them winning against a team who, on paper and from an eye test, Beyond look like a very solid team, except for the fact that they choke against the likes of Talu and Avicii. So they should have no problem. It's going to be a 2-0. Won't necessarily be that clean, at least on the second map, but I feel like Mirage is going to be very one-sided. And the second one, a little closer, but 2-0 for the Thai team.
I'm assuming, Dinko, you're just going to echo his thoughts?
Well, yeah, it kind of depends on whether or not Mazla actually show up and have a better performance today, because we know they have the pieces, they know they have the players, but with the performance yesterday, it's certainly not looking likely that they'll be able to take a map. So yeah, I'm going to have to go Beyond 2-0. I think Mirage is definitely one they'll be very comfortable on, and like I said, I think the next one could be a little closer, but if Mazla show up, then it's going to be a different story. If not, then it's going to be more of the same, 2-0 for Beyond.
For me, Mitch, I'm looking towards, again, I think this name we've already mentioned before, Zilkenberg. I mean, him up against Olivia, the op battle. Zilkenberg didn't really look on point yesterday. We even saw like him giving the op over to Machine Gun a couple of times, because maybe he wasn't feeling like that was really going well for him today. But on a map like Mirage, Train, if you don't have oppers ready to go in these two maps, I feel like you're going to struggle.
100%. And one thing to look back on for Olivia is that it doesn't just come down to the opping performance, but he's another one of these oppers that can perform even when he's left down to a rifle like the AK. It's incredibly nice to watch. May rolls has been consistent as well when it came to the rifling department. I feel like in terms of firepower on that level, they outmatched Marzalai. When it comes to opping, definitely from what we've seen the other day, they'll absolutely steamroll them. And when you've got, as you're saying, a Train, such a scope-centric map, you have to show up. So Zilkenberg needs to be on his A game today.
Okay, well, Bled and Dinko, thank you very much for joining us. We'll get your thoughts after the maps when we do get to you guys to break it down. For us, we're going to head into our first game now, Mitch. It's going to be over on Mirage, and I'm excited to see, well, for me in particular, more Deagle wins, because sure as hell, someone out there's got to be calculating it and writing it down. And I wonder, compared to other regions, compared to other events, how many more rounds we get with Deagles winning than the rest.
I think we're probably in the highest percentile, that's for sure. We're rocking on into the game, though, Jason. Here we go. Marzalai taking on Beyond, as Beyond start out on the T side. It's going to be a fairly decent buy all round in terms of armor. Just a smoke and a flash coming through. Had to get used to the HUD there for a second. I love this HUD that we're working with, Jason. I don't know about you, but I feel like it's so much more clean than some of the others that I've worked with in the past.
I would like to get our Twitter names in there. Our Twitter handles potentially would be nice if we can. Maybe. No, yeah, it definitely looks nice. The colors as well. We're going to see a big push in towards B, actually. Smoke being thrown down. Well, I was assuming the smoke's being thrown down. I guess it's over towards Kitchen at the moment. And we're going to see them pretty much not even being shot at. Sugu's eventually going to rattle off a couple of bullets. Does get the first kill on the KNTZ, but the bomb will be planted nonetheless. And this is going to come down to that after plant situation, or maybe... Why is no one looking short?
Just left completely unchecked. That's a bit wild. Sogu able to do so much damage. And eventually it's gone down to a 2 versus 3, doing their best to pull this back, but Mazalai really in the lead by quite a bit. Olivia wants to try to isolate this 1 versus 1 to P250, doing all the damage, but before he can get the final bullet off, the headshot connects, and a defuse now for Mazalai as they come in and win the pistol round. That's a disappointing one. I mean, Sogu was spotted after that first frag. You imagine they're going to be very aware of it, but instead they're in such a rush to get to Kitchen that they haven't even secured the site properly.
Yeah, I mean, the first kill out of Sugu, all right, that's acceptable. The one after, when the guy was trying to push him towards Kitchen, which he fell to Bartek, I was a little bit concerned there. Why no one was really covering off that angle. I mean, obviously trying to get in their face with the Glock, make them a little bit more powerful is ideal, but with the bomb planted, look at what we have fully bought up here. The side of Beyond, full SMGs across the board, utility as well. So if they win this round, they already get a lot of money from it. And then they get another round where we're not going to see Mazalai buying ideally. And that should be a lot of extra money built up into their pockets. So a potential here for Beyond to really start to trail together some rounds if they can take this one.
I'm never a fan of seeing all those SMGs come into play, but it certainly means you're going to see a faster round as they rush out towards the site. Sokus, I don't know how he's able to get that second frag, but then the SMGs overwhelm him. Water falling out of the apartments. Zilkenberg faced in by 2 players, and SDK able to take the 1v1 to Nuez successfully. Now all of a sudden, Bartek is alone with a FAMAS up against those SMGs. They can't quite get over to the M4 to pick it up and retrieve it, but they can just swing out and take him down. That should be an M4 and a FAMAS saved over.
No, they couldn't
find it. They couldn't find it. Okay, it disappeared on them. But either way, a round win when that is a ballsy strategy. You know, just grab all the SMGs you can, hold W, and see how it goes.
Yeah, some decent damage being done, at least taking down 3 members. So they're going to force up into this round. Obviously can't afford to buy up after this. Zilkenberg on the scout. We got 2 Deagles, so I'm already afraid now that we're going to see Mazalai win the round after yesterday, Mitch. But I don't want to jinx it.
Well, look, with our formula has been pretty solid so far.
Right?
Yep, that's all you need. A guaranteed win for Mazalai. No, but in all seriousness, Beyond do come in with a pretty significant advantage. They've pulled out their 3 AKs. Now, what this means is that they don't really want to be losing too many players in this round because they've invested so much. Up against these weaker weapons, though, they'll force an eco should they win this one right here. Great openings. STK lit down to 30 health by that scout tag. But Sogu not quick enough to find the trade out. And so they do go into a 2-man disadvantage. The reality is as well, SDK is unlikely to take any more fights. He'll allow his teammates to go forward first and absorb some of the bullets. You'd imagine, as I say that, he walks down mid first, but, you know, to each their own.
Timing on that smoke. Brent's Nuez with the Deagle to really accomplish too much. Bartek, in the meantime, has taken out QQ. That was over in towards Palace. Now I'm going to just come barely out of connector here, and this is going to be tough for Bartek to really respond with. It's going to come down to Nuez to help support him. He has the scout, but he's been smoked off. The flashbang comes through, but Olivia still gets the kill. The site will be taken. So they will clear out CT spawn. It comes down to the last 2 players here for Machine Gun and Nuez to potentially pull off the retake. And that smoke, or that nade, not really going where he wanted it. And I would imagine just going to save these. I mean, maybe you can do some damage. If you can get 2 kills, you can eliminate 1 of the AKs, but considering you're going to have nothing next round, might as well just save that scout in the Deagle.
Yeah, especially because Nuez has this scout in the back pocket. That was a great shot onto Mayorals as well. Just extra damage done. Even just removing the SMGs from the next is going to help them. So that Deagle from Nuez will be dropped over to one of his teammates should he survive. And oh my god, can he just stop killing people, please? There's the 2 kills you were talking about, Jason, and all of a sudden, Beyond have got a complete lack of rifles. I mean, considering the investment Mazalai came in with, where it's very unlikely they win the round, and the fact that they lost 2 players off the bat in middle, this was a really successful round for them.
Well, Beyond at least able to have 7,400 on Olivia to buy up. Again, we could have potentially seen an SMG come through, considering we're not really going to see any head armor invested to the other side here from Mazalai, but he'll stick to the AKs, so play for the long term. A lot of utility to use here on this T side as well, going for the smoke up and the jump up as well. Out of Zilkenberg gets him down to 2 HP, and he's going to fall without hitting a shot, unfortunately. Machine gun. That was a little awkward with the Deagle, but he gets the kill either way. will eventually fall, but again, this should be a relatively clean round here for Beyond. STK has fallen, but with only 2 players left and both of them having USPs, I find it hard to say the Mazalai is going to be able to win this round.
Winning the round. Oh no. So I was going to say, I was going to allude to the fact that damage was probably their best chance. However, that was not possible as he misses all the follow-up shots on the USB.
It wasn't quite like Dust 2 yesterday, all right?
Oh god, yeah. Like 6 Glock shots.
Round? Yeah.
That was it was like the scene from Pulp Fiction where he just comes out spraying the revolver and the shots go all perfectly around them.
I know Bla's gonna hate me for this because I had his back when it came to The Bodyguard with Kevin Costner, Whitney Houston, but I've not seen Pulp Fiction.
You scumbag. What? You haven't seen Pulp Fiction?
No, I haven't.
How does a full-grown man go through his life without seeing Pulp? Oh, you're a disgrace, Jason. God damn. I've never been as disappointed in you as today. Have you seen any Tarantino movies?
Is he a basketball player? I've seen Kill Bill. I've seen Kill Bill.
Okay. That's a little bit better, I guess. Well, we're looking in towards the 5th round anyways before I lose my mind. For the CT side, they've got an SMG on Bartik. That's the only disadvantage, really. Other than that, decent amount of utility. They've got a kit on machine gun. It is definitely a scrappy buy. It's one that, certainly when it comes to util, to the amount of kits they've got, can cause some problems for them. Beyond are taking it very slowly. They know they're up against that full buy. And surprisingly, they're not taking as much mid-control as I expected. Perhaps expecting Mazalai to have an AWP up at this point.
Well, to be fair, thinking about the Mirage match yesterday with Invictus up against Tiger, this is way more mid-control than what we really saw there typically. But yeah, I'd agree. I mean, try to go for something aggressive here. They're going to let the push come in towards B, machine gun waiting, and, well, so far just a 1-for-1 trade. Backups coming through, and, well, Olivia somehow burns out Zilkenberg, even burning away on the machine gun. He's going to fall to KNTZ, and just like that, they're going to get on top of the site, but it still will be the 3-on-2. Well, not 3-on-1 as I talk about it. Bartek, the last alive, with the SMG, and he's not going to have a chance here, and Beyond do take the round 4-1. That was the first gun round for Mazalai as well, and that's not a good sign as this series will progress further.
Nuez was really unfortunate as well. He just managed to jump out the window of Kitchen, get right up to the site, but his booty was sticking out a little bit too much. So the player over towards the bench could just about see him and call that for his teammate. As well, machine gun, as you said, getting lit up by that Molotov. When he was running through it, you saw that he ended up getting killed by KNTZ with just a shot to the body. And that ended up then, obviously, had he not have been hit by the molly so much, maybe he wouldn't have died as... Well, he definitely wouldn't have died as quickly. Maybe he would have been able to return fire. It's a real shame, but now they're up against just pistols. And just pistols in Asian CS isn't usually a term we use. However, you can see they're not really getting any damage done.
Yeah, no more Deagles in play, so it should be game over, right? Machine gun now at the P250. I mean, they've done some decent damage considering 2 kills. Maybe pick the kill into Olivia, but Olivia will catch him on the rotate. And again, another round for Beyond. And, you know, Blandinko basically predicted this to be potentially a one-sided map here for Beyond because of just the track record and how well Beyond's been playing lately, and it seems to be going that route. I want to see now, though, with the double op setup, a big investment, a heavy investment here for Mazalai to make a round come onto their board yet again. And Zilkenberg and Machine Gun, we're going to see what kind of form they're in today, because currently Zilkenberg's on only 1 kill. But this is the first time we're going to see him on the op.
Yeah, he was the player you need to keep an eye on coming into this series. If Zilkenberg isn't showing up, well, that's just going to be way too much space for a player like Olivia to work with. Although he didn't find the opening duel, missing the shot, Mayrolls was quick to land it, and Nuez is toying with the idea of mid-aggression. Machine Guns managed to land a shot on the secondary op, claiming to be apartments and falling back immediately to a very passive stance. They clearly think this is going to be an A hit, and they definitely have the right read. By the looks of it, Beyond are going to be coming out ramp in just a second.
Well, I'm more curious about where these smokes are going to be set down, if any. Molotov's being thrown in, and you can see that Zilkenberg, he's got the angle. And actually just backing away, so they do force 3 players in that direction. They're going to leave QQ here to cause a distraction, it seems. Looking to peek out, trying to get over the smoke, and is keeping their attention towards this position. But the bomb actually is not even heading towards B. They might be doubling back.
It
Still
looks
50.
like
Seconds.
Just with the movement, it looks like they're going to get towards the B site. Yeah, they definitely slowed it down. I think they were worried about someone having pushed top mid and either hearing the steps or pushing down as they got into the apartments. So a very, very slow approach. They even blocked each other in the doors a little bit. Not what you like to see. But now it will be a B hit in the end, as you were saying earlier on. Machine Gun with this passive hold. Look, he'll get a free opportunity. They have no smokes left. That's all the utility gone now with the molly. So one on the cross is what he needs. He lands a tag. Not quite the frag, though.
Bomb finally making its way out. Oh, yeah, it's all about QQ now on the flank. If they get the bomb down and just delay for some time, this is going to be tough. But Nua's already been able to push up quite far inside of apartments. QQ's going to be coming in through window, and I guess they're just waiting for the timing, waiting for the backup out of Sugu, but it might cost him, and that's going to be QQ giving his position up. He doesn't get a single kill off of that. At least the pressure's there. It comes down to Mazalai now on this full retake.
Nuez needed to find something, and he gets himself one. They don't know about the second player, but they hear the steps, able to deal with him. QQ lighting the upper up to 1 HP, and Zilkenberg falls. 6 on the board now for Beyond. And a grand job now for the terrorist side. With 6 to 1 up, Mazalai go back down to no money, and the double op setup, even despite finding some decent damage, they landed it in B apartments, but they just couldn't recover it at the end of the day. Beyond played and they watched for the flank as well, right? They spotted QQ, they made sure he wasn't able to do anything, but when you've got STK hitting shots like that, 180ing and headshotting the players up close to sight, there's not a whole bunch you can do. And something that we mentioned about Beyond versus Mazalai, that the T's in this situation have just got a much more stacked firepower on their side. That was a very interesting push by Machine Gun. I would have rathered some utility to support him there, like one more player on B that lobs a deep flash, and all of a sudden he's much more favored to win that fight.
Oh. Okay, that got awkward for only a split second. They spawn another player in towards Underpass. The bomb has gone down. Now, you're looking at the 6-1, about to be 7-1 scoreline, and you know, obviously we did have quite a one-sided affair going on to Inferno last time, with 12-3 in favor of Invictus Gaming, but it did come down to a 16-11 finish. And I don't want to call Mazalai out just yet, just because in general it is Asian CS, but I'm not even really seeing any signs of life within the team at the moment. That's the part that's kind of scaring me. Like, a lot of these rounds aren't really coming down to being that close.
Well, when you look at just look at Mazalai's kills at the moment, the distribution is fairly tight, but in this case, that's quite a bad sign. The one thing I will say for them, though, is that they haven't had many buy rounds, at least. They had one scrappy one with an SMG and practically no utility. One double op setup, which ended up in a B retake. And I think that was down to just some poor calls. The B hold for Machine Gun needed to be much more information-centric.
What?
Oh, what? How did he manage to hit that? Little one tap as well. Jeez, this was supposed to be an A fake, Jason.
Yeah, well, I mean, they sold it, I guess. You can see they're still going to keep Sugu away. Myro's now on a triple kill, and the bomb's going to make its way in towards B, and Sugu's going to have a chance to pull off a 1v3. Gets the first kill, gets the second as well. The bomb's still going to be there as the flank comes in on Myros, and he's going to fall. And don't tell me somehow with Myros getting the initial kills onto the site that they're going to lose this round still. Olivia with the op now in the 1-on-2. Sugu's low on HP. Machine Gun at 48 health. This would be so unfortunate if Beyond can't close this out.
Here's the problem, though. Oh, he has to be worried about short. Has to be worried about apps, but spots the second player and hits the shot as well. My God. A 3K opening for Mayrolls on the A site, and Olivia closing it out. The two players that we highlighted for Beyond that you had to keep an eye on, that you had to give respect, and well, they certainly earned it with that round. That's insane. They threw over their smokes, a little bit of utility, and pushed out A. The idea there was, oh, well, hopefully we find one kill. And Mayroll is just, look at this. First guy makes perfect sense. He swings out to try and find the duel, but just, oh, man. You can tell he didn't expect to hit that shot. He was like, oh, I'll just fire off for the sake of it.
I think Olivia is probably just pissed. Like, guys. Or actually, I guess Myro is like, hey, I got 3 kills. How do we almost lose this round? And I talked about not seeing too many close rounds so far, but you're seeing there finally, Mazalai does get things a little bit close, but he doesn't even see him. He just shoots the bullet just to spray it, and it just catches him with a stray bullet. And No Kevin Costner there to save his life, and well, now 8-1. Looks like they might try to go for the push yet again. I mean, look at this pace. They're up against just the pistols, but they know they're so dominating so far on this T half.
Yeah, just straight out aggression. They're punished for it, though, with the Bartek getting himself a double on the Deagles. Luckily, the return is there as Olivia brought one of his own to the fight. And we're going to go into a nice little 3-on-2 that's quickly turned awry. Nuez, with a quick shot into Olivia's eye, picks up an AK. A Deagle from afar, looking to take another victim. KNTZ tucked up above. He's got the player on the bomb site just after planting. There goes Nuez, and it's only a Deagle. That's all, Jason, so it should be easy. And luckily this time we do follow the logic. And Beyond picking up 9 rounds. So far we've seen these teams be very T-sided, and let's see who's going to be on the drone. Oh, out here we go. And it's Bartek. I like it.
That was nice. Yeah, I was like, oh, where's it going to go and spawn? And then takes it straight through. I mean, the thing is, it's so hard to even look really at a standout player from Azalai's side. I mean, he got some great Deagle plays, especially in that last round alone. And there was actually a realistic chance they could have won that too, because the player that was up over towards Palace, his barrel was spotted. Sugu knew he was there, and Sugu peeks around to try to get him. He actually dinks him through the corner of the wall, but unfortunately for him, QQ peeks at the perfect moment to save his teammate's life. So again, close round with just pistols invested, but it's currently still a 9-1 favor, and the rate it's going, it's hard to see Azalai have a chance to take this map back. They have invested again into the double ops. It didn't work out last time. We'll see if it can work out this time.
They're not giving Machine Gun any respect towards apartments. Dry peeking in, standing on the angle afterwards. KNTZ is punished hard for that. And for Machine Gun, when you end up in a spot like that, last time he immediately fell back, bailed in towards kitchen as they'd lost control on short. But this time he holds his spot. They know that B is clear. That's going to make the A rotates come through much, much quicker as Beyond look to take this site. They're setting up now for utility. We'll see exactly how Mazalai reacts. They've got one up close, so Bartek can immediately lob a smoke down, make it much more difficult for them to push out. Here's the utility. That's the smoke down, and now the players from afar can start just trying to delay with their own util as Nuez gets on the rotate.
Oh, I like this. Playing up close to the smoke. Gonna back off. Flashbang comes through. He does escape. However, he has been shot up a little bit, at least in the direction. Zilkenberg will be there for the first. I'm not sure about anyone coming in through connector, but Myros, well, he's low on HP, but he's able to get at least one kill going for them. But it seems like finally Azalai will be able to take a round, but the bomb is actually rotating back towards the B site. Machine Gun will be there, but with 10 seconds left, Olivia's going to have to run for it.
He'll have to find his kill so quickly. No way he gets away with it as Machine Gun finds the shot on the bolt action. And 9-2 we go. Mazalai looking a whole lot better in that round. They lose a couple of players to some wild shots by Beyond, but shutting it down with the double op setup is exactly what we've needed to see. The thing is, Beyond played the round slowly. They left until there was 30 seconds left to push that A site. The bomb wasn't set up for a B fake, but ended up having to sell one. Realistically, at this point, they're in a spot where they can change their strategy knowing the kind of setup they're up against. For now, it seems to be mid-control up against 2 ops. It's not exactly conventional. Zilkenberg starts to move on to top mid. This could be a mistake. There's 2 players lined up and waiting for him to take a peek as Olivia eliminates Machine Gun. Zilkenberg continues his aggression. That's what they were hoping for, but they took the nades out at just the wrong time. Still, though, able to grab the trade. And now there's an isolated B player in the form of Sogu. They want to get over and help him, but little do they know that the intention might not be B anymore. Beyond back off from their apartment's hold and start to move in towards middle with heavy presence. Nuez even being sought after. They're looking in towards that right side of the window. Are they going to maybe lob a no, it's just re-smoked. Nuez even lit down to 15 health. I thought they'd maybe... Oh, he's dead to the nade. I thought they were going to maybe molly the right side because they clearly suspected him to be in there. But either way, it works out, and now it's Sogu all alone on B being pressured hard. Oh, what's that, though? QQ's gone out by himself? Luckily, the trade possible from short, but that was a bit wild.
I don't know, Bartek's this far pushed out, though, and SDK will be there, but he's going to die, and out comes down to the one-on-one Olivia. And again, to save it for his team, and he hits the shot. Not even going to go for the plan after time for the extra money. And they get the round nonetheless, and 10-2 Beyond. I mean, again, there's some close rounds here or there where initially there wasn't. They were playing a little bit loose and wild, but you can't really argue with the results at the moment, Mitch.
No, not at all. I mean, we saw in that round so many opportunities given to Mazalai, 1-by-1 duels being taken. But if it's working out, if you're hitting your shots, I guess you can't really criticize it too much. And Beyond come in here knowing that, in theory, they are the better team. So I don't think they're feeling all too much pressure, and they're showing that.
I think, I mean, my roles was like a perfect example of it, right? Walks out A. It was supposed to be a fake, gets 2-3 kills, like no respect play. And I think that's something we kind of talked about when it came to the vetoes, right? Instead of picking to their strengths, they're trying to pick to their opponent's weaknesses. And I think it's a lot of problems we have seen in CS with teams who struggle to enter, like, you know, the tier 1, tier 2 aspect of they can't play, or they play to their opponent's level, you know, either up or down. And typically we mentioned a negative term of playing down to the enemy team, right? Whereas yes, Fnatic, who just will play their own game the entire time. And I think we're going to see quite a bit of that. I don't think we see it too much within the Asian CS games we've had so far within PAL 2020, but it's refreshing for me to see that Beyond is playing to their level, to their own level, not their opponents. Because 10-2 T side, obviously, you know, being T heavy, what we've seen in these last, you know, 4 games so far. But this is just such a dominating kind of scoreline at the moment. And everyone just seems to be hitting shots. I mean, Olivia's had his moments. He's on 15 kills. Talked about Mai on 12. He's had his moments. STK's just been that stable player for them, getting the kills when they need it. KNTZ as well. And QQ, I mean, a little bit of a, you know, a little bit behind the rest of his teammates in kills. But the lurk play he has done, it's netted them rounds.
This might sound odd to say, but although in some of the rounds the clock is running down, it doesn't feel like Beyond are playing it slowly. It's very pointed aggression. For example, not once have they defaulted and just looked for a push. They did it on mid, suspecting Zilkenberg would get it, or somebody at least would get aggressive up there. But even in that round, they were pushing up on B. They found the kill in the apartments with the early pick by Olivia. They were getting a little bit aggressive down towards the ramp then in other rounds that they tried similar setups. And it's Beyond just playing this uber confidence that's definitely well grounded and well founded. If Bartek falls after these smokes go over, I think they might be in a position where A is immediately lost.
What? They flash it? Wait, they flashed it? Oh, that's so unfortunate. If Bartek, I mean, he at least had the chance to get one. It was basically like a one and done spot, right? But they get nothing from that now. Luckily, Zilkenberg will get a kill in STK. A lot of utility expended on the A side as they do rotate back around towards B, but Zilkenberg is going to be here, and they have a sense that he is pushed up. But will they expect him right here? And well, now they're going to know. KNTZ down to 3 HP. He's able to get the first kill though for Zilkenberg, looking for number 2. Number second, that makes no sense. But that will be traded out, and again, 3-on-3, but with KNTZ low. With them not really sure of what position they want to go to, they have to make a decision, and they don't really have the utility to back up any sort of play.
He even did find number second, but not able for number C. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
As 11-2, it's a position where Mazalai need to win every single round from this point. There's 20 seconds on the clock as Beyond look to move into this A site. They have no idea about Sogu, but they'll be clearing all their angles this late, pushing in. Oh, they're not actually. They gave him the opportunity. There's one new as swings out, drops the bomb, and the round's over. Mazalai have taken a third. They've managed it. But Beyond... oh, actually do face a little bit of money troubles, I guess. KNTZ luckily going to be able to survive this and drop an AK over to May rolls. Everybody else can get a buy up. Olivia drop an SDK and gets the op for free. It's not actually a terrible situation for them.
But I think it shows kind of how these last few rounds have gone, right? You've had such a dominating start out of Beyond, you know, forgetting the rounds, just the fact that they were able to get so many players alive for such a long period of time. In the last few rounds, it has come down to like some one-on-ones. It's come down to, you know, a couple of players only being left alive for Beyond. And now they're being punished for it. But luckily for them, it's the last round and a half, so not too big of a deal. It's the MAC 10 that's left here for STK. They're going to be going in towards Palace, leaving the bomb back towards spawn, however. Mazalai. Well, they're giving up a lot of mid control. They're really depending on Zilkenberg to get that info they need. And luckily for them, we haven't really seen Beyond be too aggressive in towards middle too early.
I think they've really found a hole in the attack. But look at that. KNTZ is waiting for it. He was conscious of it the whole time. Luckily, QQ found one before going down at least. And so we do go into a 4v4. What's that? Running with his knife out. Bartek wanted to take Palace control. I really don't know where that came from. They spotted QQ go towards T-spawn, so I guess they thought it was completely empty, but that was just fundamentally untrue. Zilkenberg good for 1, and that's it. Taken down in a 3v2. Beyond look to put 12 rounds on the board by the time we finish this half off. And that is just not something that Mazalai, I think, will be able to come back from. The bomb is planted, time is ticking away, and the CT side need to make a move fast.
And look at the utility that the T's do have. Incendiary, still left up, 3 flashes, 2 smokes, everything to work with. Olivia, I don't know why he's getting so aggressive here. He gets punished for this, but he does get 1 kill in the meantime. Myro's now down to 2 HP. KNTZ just trying to stay alive. He comes over the side, and that will be the half. 12-3 in favor of Beyond Esports, and we might indeed have another quick first map here today because this is looking so dominant. You can see Olivia on 17 kills, STK, Myros, KNTZ all on 13 apiece, and QQ will, we'll let you slide at the moment because you have had some good moments. But this is just so tough. So tough now for Mazalai to come back. Like, obviously we did have, what was it, 11-4 on Dust 2 yesterday between Mazalai and Divine Vendetta, and it ended up 16-12, so they can bounce back. I don't know on a map like Mirage here for them, because honestly, Beyond have been playing Beyond better than we saw Divine do.
No, definitely. Their skill level's definitely looking beyond that of Mazalai's, you could say. Oh, well, this is not the round that they wanted. Just walking into a firing squad of 3 USPs on top mid. QQ and Olivia alongside SDK shutting that down. Now there's 4 players here. And the Glock on range, it's not exactly what it's known for. Machine gun's got a smoke, a flash, and a decoy. Alongside that, no armor and very little hope of actually doing anything in this round. He can smoke off the bomb and pick it back up, I guess, but just looks for the fights. Without armor on this range, you're never going to win those, though. And 13-3. I think at this point, I mean, you can pretty much call this map over. I doubt Mazalai managed anything near a comeback into this. We got to look towards Train as their hope in the series, and they picked it. We have no history for them on it, certainly not with the core, but not with the 5 or even the core. And we know that Beyond have played it a couple of times. They haven't been as clean as you would like. Was mentioned earlier on, they have a 25% win rate. Twice versus Vici, they lost. Also versus Lucid Dream. And then they beat Zigma. So it's not like it's their best map, but if they're turning up like this, if they're winning duels, I doubt the map is going to make a whole bunch of difference. I mean, Mazalai should definitely be comfortable on Mirage.
But Deagles, though.
I don't know if I believe in it, though, Jason. I think that opening duel, all right, I'll give it to you. Machine Gun's been playing pretty well. But after this, I don't know what they'll be able to connect.
Well, we see them taking their time again. Very important round for them. Really going for the full investment into this. And they do have the opportunity to win it, especially with that first kill coming through. I am worried, though, about their utility, or lack thereof. It Zilkenberg with the only smoke. So trying to take this A site is going to be almost impossible unless they hit their shots, especially with the 3rd player, STK, who could rotate in. Maybe Neos can catch him on the rotate. But this is going to be tough. And I'm not sure about how they do it. They smoke off jungle. The QQ with the M4 watching. He's going to fall to Nuez. Olivia's going to push in, and that's going to be STK coming in from short as well. The bomb should be planted here, and it'll come down to that retake. And they do have the M4 in their grasp over towards that triple stack, but they haven't picked it up. Or they do have it now. Sugu got it.
SDK could have had a decent duel for himself, but that smoke's completely taken him out of the fight. Mayrolls continued to duel, but it's just spammed down. At this point, I think a save is, yep, it's the most likely call, and it's the one that they go for. 13-3, turning 13-4. Mazalai still with a whole long way to go, but as you said, Jason, the Deagles, that's all they needed.
Maybe same thing for Beyond. Just get some Deagles out. Maybe they can still win. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, we have to kind of cast our minds over towards Train. I mean, obviously, this map isn't done just yet, but I mean, Olivia, I don't think Zilkenberg can touch him right now with what we've seen the shots out of him, like the clutch, the high pressure situations. I liked his position on the T side as well. Like in one of the last rounds, we saw him He gets the shot into the guy peeking in towards Palace when he had his knife out. And I love how he pushes like straight in towards CT spawn to catch any sort of rotation through. And he only got pulled back because of a kill that happened in towards connector. But he just seems to have the flow. He seems to be feeling good in today's game.
You know, a little fun fact. In that first half, Mayrolls was 6 for 0 in opening duels, often playing as the lurker, pushing into parts of the map, or indeed faking out parts of the map. We saw him in that A-site push with 3, and it's pretty incredible to do that consistently well. In fact, the only times that Beyond have lost opening duels have been on KNTZ and QQ, who are having a little bit of a rougher game. I guess QQ was. In that first half, there was a point where he was on 6 kills, everyone else was on 11 plus, and then he caught up real quick. For the Mazalai side, obviously now they've got their opening duel, they've won the round. Maybe this is something we can look forward to seeing a couple times repeated. The shots missed there by QQ, and so at least that's a chance. Because really that should have been a kill. And so they're going to be happy to maintain the man advantage now, even after that find by Sogu. And then immediately picking up the bomb, looking for the A site, and as they take down QQ, it's already theirs.
Okay, well, another kill does come through. He's getting their first tier of the round. Suga's low on HP. I think he's just going to sit in towards Palace for as long as he possibly can. The bomb should be planted here momentarily, or not. Actually, the bomb does go down. Myrolls kills him off a little bit late there, but now things are at a 3-on-3, and there's still a real chance they could pull this off. 2 kits in the hands of Beyond. Nuez trying to play an off angle here. He gets the first kill, even tags down Myrolls, and you should know that Suga's going to be low as they get themselves another frag. Down to the 2-on-2 here, Mitch.
Olivia. Oh, what a shot! A quick connection. As Sogu goes out, he goes down just as quickly. And I mentioned this about Olivia. He's a man that doesn't just turn up when it comes to the AWP, but he's a player you can rely on with the rifle. And coming through yet again for this team, putting himself up to 22 kills. The impact has been absolutely out of this world. As they reach 14, Beyond Esports are in a position where I don't think you can argue that this is their map. Like, wow. And you really see why they picked it. Just on an individual level, they're dominating. That's why I get so worried when you look in towards Train. Like, I really don't care at this point if Mazalai know everything about it and Beyond have never played the map in their life. It's still a position where I think Beyond would come out on top because they're just winning every single duel.
And when you're hitting shots, you're just hitting shots, right?
Exactly.
It doesn't really matter like what team you're against. If you're on that roll, and speaking of rolls, my roll, you're taking a little bit of damage early on. It seems like Nuez are trying to throw. I almost wanted to say a fake, but they're not really even able to execute towards A. The bomb's still left back towards T spawn, and QQ, he's pushed up so aggressively in towards Palace. He's gonna hear them, I think, running back in towards spawn, but maybe it's a little bit of a false positive. They still could come back towards the A side. However, he's going to make his way in towards middle. And honestly, A is going to be tough to defend now. Only one player there. Everyone else stacked over towards the B site, expecting that rush to come through. So they're just going to play for the after plant, right? And obviously, with the weaponry they have, they should be able to do it. And I say should because we still see 3 Deagles in play.
Well, it's not so much the Deagles that make me confident in Mazalai's ability on this A side. It's more so the fact that you see Beyond in this spread out position. Olivia is only just now making it into CT. They've given up jungle, window, absolutely everything around there. QQ should be expected to be in Palace. When they see this side is completely open, you've got to expect he's pushed up. And indeed, they do.
Oh.
They go in and clear it, take him down. Olivia picks off the CT control. There's 2 more players on their way, but he's going to wait until his teammates are in position, swinging around on the flashbang, which went too deep. So Sogu could still see a bit of a flaw from them. Oh, they don't know about this close player. Mayroll swinging on in, though, looking for him as he fades through the smoke. Olivia finds him from afar. They know exactly where Bartek is as well. Sorry, they knew where Nuez was. They don't know where Bartek is. The bomb is ticking away, but he has to make a move to get out there. They can just stick it and then have the other player cover it. Bartek needs to run. Get in there. Why are they not covering? And he misses the shots. Come on. What is that round? You don't cover the bomb planter. You look for the left side. Why? It doesn't matter if he comes there. He can't kill you. And then he misses the shots. What? None of that made sense. Not one. No. Why is like what? Why? When SDK goes to the right, it doesn't matter if he comes around that side. He wouldn't have time to stop the defuse. Instead, he's just like, I'm just gonna bait my teammate, no problem. So, what?
To be fair, Tom, he didn't have time to stop the defuse anyways.
Well, he did if he hit a
'Cause he
shot.
missed a shot. Yeah, I mean, oh, that's
Jesus.
yeah, I don't know what to say about that. Honestly, that's awkward.
It's the most confusing 1v2 I've ever seen in my life.
One thing I do want to say about Beyond that I'm like really happy to see is the fact that they're flashing for each other. Like we saw Olivia there, they're refragging off each other. I feel like we can't really say that about too many other teams that we've seen so far. Oh, a little bit of a missed shot there, and obviously a last chance saloon here for Mazla to keep themselves alive in this map, and they will be able to secure the round. Just going to be a save coming in for the CT side. Well, I don't know what to say about that last round. I think you ran out of words as well. That was just, yeah.
Just trying to find any reason why SDK would go in for the kill there. Why he'd peak ramp. Like, if they lost that round, I would have been so mad. Just literally makes... All he had to do was stand in front of his teammate. Didn't even need to shoot. Just stand in front of him. You're good. Oh, man. And also from, I think, was it Mayrolls that was defusing? Can you imagine being him and actually dying in that position? You'd just be like, dude, what are you doing?
I'm going to pull up my hair.
I think I did. But look, they actually might not be able to save. Olivia's about to be challenged in towards kitchen. Saw that slow push up. Just coming through from Sogu, but yeah, he decides to wait outside, not push in. Knowing that you're up against an AWP, right, there was a chance Olivia was holding it. You don't want that. And who's on the drone today? Into the CT spawn we go, and it's going to be Olivia with Swift Eyes. All right. He's got the high accuracy with his weapon of choice. You'd hope so. Not really the weapon that you spam with, is it?
I mean, depends who you are, right? Like, you know, Olivia can hit shots. Me, I have to spam to hopefully hit one, and yet I still miss everything.
Just hip fire it all day.
Isn't that how it's meant to be played? Isn't the off basically a shotgun?
Oh, yeah. It's either a shotgun, or if you put a bit of blue tack on your screen, you can just use it long range.
You know, I think I remember hearing stories in 1.6 of people putting like dots in the center of the screen so that they could no scope easier or quick scope easier.
I'll be honest, I'm a scumbag. I have a built-in crosshair on my PC, and I used to, back when the scout was perfectly accurate, I used to use that all the time. It was great. Oh no, this isn't great for Mazalai though, is it? And a 5v3 immediately. They've lost the opening duel to an SMG of all things.
I don't want to brush over that scumbag, you being a scumbag part. We'll come back to that later. Don't worry. But yeah, 2 players already going down. Sugu as well. One of them so important. We've seen it in these rounds before, and they're a little bit more spread out on the CT side. I mean, they're keeping the players towards B, not going for the stack this time. Olivia can be watch this angle, and I almost guarantee he's not going to miss the shot, especially if they walk around the corner. And of course, just as I talk about it, they do walk away from it. Zuckerberg's gotten aggressive, and that's probably why they did decide to rotate. Because he has the opportunity to pull off an angle that they're not really going to be expecting on the defenders. I don't know how he's going to get a kill, because there's, I mean, maybe one, but like there's 3 players here, so it's going to be so tough to not get refragged unless he's given an angle.
Yeah, they're tucked in spots where they just don't need to worry either. I think the only play here is if they smoked off CT. But the problem is you've only got machine gun with a smoke. Zilkenberg spotted up close. He's dead immediately, and that should be the round done, really. They have no idea about the player just tucked in the back corner. They're distracting for him. KNTZ going to go out and finish it. And there you go, 16-5. Beyond absolutely stomping Mazalai. That is that's one hell of a game from them.
And honestly, I don't even know how much there is to break down about that. Obviously, we want to bring in Blend Dinko to talk about it. But I guess for me, like the real highlight, again, is something I mentioned before. They were flashing each other. They were refragging each other. They were playing well as a team. And that's something I can't say about every team we've seen so far. I don't know if Bled wants to correct me on that.
That would be the cleanest game we've seen so far. Hi guys. Yeah, I think that has to be the cleanest game I've seen from any of the teams in the past couple of days, right? They look very good. Yeah, we got a few scrappy rounds here and there on the T side, but I feel like even if they lost those rounds, this would still have been a very clean affair for Beyond. A little bit of shout out for Mayrolls. Like, I know Olivia had all those moments, all the big fracking moments and everything, but Mayrolls had 6 opening kills on that T side, and he didn't lose a single opening duel. That was massive in some of these rounds that went their way. But beyond, they're looking very good. For Mazalai, I don't even think it's an underperformance. I think this is just their level, unfortunately. Yeah, they have a couple of big games here and there, a couple of big upsets, but I just feel like they're not... I don't even think they're a top 10 team right now, or maybe they're borderline top 10 team in Asia at the moment, while Beyond, definitely the best team in Southeast Asia, and definitely, in my book, at least, maybe the 5th best or arguably the 4th best team in the region.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think Beyond coming into this definitely looking like the most solid team in this matchup. So clearly a very convincing performance. It felt like Mazalai, when they got any rounds, immediately they were shut down on the next one, right? They never really got going. They never were able to pick up consecutive round wins. And that's a sign of a good team. It just shows that Beyond are consistently good. Yeah, you can have a few outliers and a few scrappy rounds that go in favor of your opponent, but as long as in the long run you're picking up the round wins, that's all that matters. And there was a small chance for Mazalai here and there, you know, winning the force buy into the second round, the second half. Could have won them a few more rounds, but immediately Beyond answering back. And then there was just chaos. And this round on your screen right now, that my brain broke. I felt like a nosebleed coming on, blows coming on my ears. I don't know what's going on.
I think
I like how Mitch just completely lost it. I think the first time we've seen him break.
I'd take my headset. That was why the blood was coming out of my ears. Mitch's voice was just so loud. It's just like, okay, something's happening here. And yeah, I looked at the screen for a second because I was away, and I look at the screen for 1 second. I just see this unfolding. I was like, oh no, Asian Counter-Strike.
It's honestly the weirdest play I've ever seen in my life. Like, everybody made so many mistakes in there. I think I just credit Mayrolls for sticking the bomb and then move on. That was, I will say as well, just a random fact here. Olivia had as many flash assists as his entire team together. Fair play.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that like in CT spawn on one of the retakes. He just flashed over, his teammate died, but he gets the refrag anyways. And you talk about, or something Tombiz talks about quite a bit, is like you're typically okay with seeing your opper not have as much utility as the rest of the team, because you obviously want them scoping instead of throwing grenades or throwing anything to assist teammates. But like that right there shows he's such a good team player, and I feel like that's something we've been lacking. I know we've talked about before when it comes to the Asia region, is you want to be, well, you're not really a standout player if you're supporting, right? To be a standout player, you just get high frags.
Yeah.
And that doesn't make you the best team in the world.
Yeah, you know how many flash assists Mazalai had that whole game?
0.
Yep.
Oh, man.
So I think that pretty much proves the point there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I think it also goes to show how, even for Beyond, how many did I have? Like 5? 6 flash assists?
6, yeah.
Yeah, on a map like Mirage, you have a total of 6 flash assist kills in 21 rounds. It just goes to show it's a very different Mirage than what we're used to seeing in EU or NA, right? Just going for these dry duels, dry peaks. But in the end, I mean, hey, if hitting his shots was working out for you, good for you. Beyond, they look better than Mazalai did. And honestly, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like Train's going to go the same way. It's going to be a little bit closer, but I still feel like Beyond just seemed like the superior players and the team.
Yeah, there's no way the Mazalai do anything on Train. You know, they had to have some signs of life on Mirage. I just don't think you'll be able to turn that around, because now you have to add the tactical element alongside the fragging power, and I just don't think they have that at all. I think Beyond to just be able to close it up here. Train should be the same. Mirage, just there was a couple of rounds they picked up, but other than that, nothing at all really going for Mazalai. So yeah, I agree. They're probably one of the poorer teams in this tournament, and right now from this performance, I'm going to go and say I think it might be one of the teams that don't make the playoffs.
I think there's a pretty good chance as well that you're going to see Beyond starting on the CT side of Train. And we already talked about the opping duels and how significantly favored they are towards Beyond. There's no positives I can find from Mazalai coming onto this map, unless maybe they've got like a 700 IQ read on how Beyond play this and they can manipulate them to hell. But I don't see that as a thing that's going to come
There is
through.
one positive, Mitch. At least they'll have some free time for the rest of the day.
That's true. That's true. They can get their dinner early, I guess.
Well, you know what? That means we can all get a snack as well, because we are going to have a quick break here before we get into our second game, or second map in our second game of the day. It's going to be on Train. And after seeing map 1, you're definitely not going to want to miss this, because maybe if you blink a little bit too long, it could be over. We'll see you guys soon.
Yeah. When that horn blows, you know what that mean. Here come a king. Bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near. Hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps. That's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance. Got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold a your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones, the forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. Yeah, nah, you can't rock with us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauties all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him. Take us to your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in. Take everything you stole from us, everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. War paint on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us, we wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us, who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us. Here we are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry.
地图往事。错综复杂的六道和内外场，将 Train 这张地图分割成了大大小小众多区域，是战术大师们所热衷的地图之一。2015年的 DreamHack， 大表哥 Kerrigan 围绕着 A 点，凭借冷静的操作，完成了一波令人叹为观止的1v5，天马行空的打法思路，证明 CS:GO 是靠脑子才能玩的游戏。A 包点头顶的3楼视野开阔，风险与机遇并存。Glaive 曾在这里利用地形优势，凭借一把 AK 以1敌4扭转乾坤。B 点高低坡的地形给了双方充分的战术选择空间。2017年 PGL 克拉克斯 Major 中就先有 ZN 平台前配合队友，顺闪1v4刷屏。后有 Waylander 高坡下使用手枪完成1v4，立刻还以颜色，精彩瞬间层出不穷。
4 kills just like that with a single pistol.
战术向来为人津津乐道，本次亚洲的选手们又将上演怎样的龙争虎斗？让我们拭目以待。
Welcome back, everyone, to our second map. Now, it's going to be Train between Mazalai and Beyond Esports. And if you were just joining us, I mean, that's probably one of the quickest and cleanest games we've had so far within our 2 days of the tournament. I say so far, it's literally been like a day and a half. So little bit of a stretch there, but it's definitely been one of the cleanest and probably will be one of the cleanest, hopefully, throughout the rest of this tournament because we want to see closer games. But now moving over to Train, we got to focus on Olivia. We got to focus on Zilkenberg because the op was just unparalleled out of Olivia.
Yeah, Olivia dropping 26 kills in a 21 round game. It's not too shabby.
It's more than
is it?
1 kill a round.
Exactly. He's been doing damn well. And so when it comes down to the opping duel between himself and Zilkenberg or Machine Gun, if he's taking the secondary or sometimes primary, depending on spawns, I'm not feeling too confident when I look towards Mazalai. I'm hoping they'll be able to show up here in a different form, but I really don't believe they will. As Blyle was saying, it doesn't feel like this was an underperformance from them. It just feels like that's their level. We also have no data on how they play Train. This lineup has not played it, never mind as a 5, but even as a core. And although Beyond only have a 25% win rate, that's twice against teams like Vici and once against the old lineup of Lucid Dreams. I feel like we're probably looking at a similar scoreline, if not slightly more favored to Mazalai, like maybe a 16-7 or something like that.
Well, what's still rough is the fact that because Mazalai chose the map, that means Beyond's probably taking CT side, right?
Yeah.
So that means you're going to be having to fight against the double ops if they want to go for it. You'll be fighting an already uphill battle off the bat. But the one upside is teams have typically looked better on the T side over the course of this last day and a half. So maybe they can get a couple of rounds under their belt, maybe get to that like 5, 6, potentially 7 kind of scoreline. Maybe they're going to have a decent chance moving into CT side. But I say that, and then I think about how Mirage, that was what, 12-3 when we saw Beyond start T side. So it's going to be a tough match no matter what. And Mazalai, like, it's, again, a big game for them. You play 9 matches in total, 9 best of 3s. They've already played one, they've lost it. If they lose another, they're already set themselves up really tightly in the bottom of the leaderboard. And you don't want to be one of those bottom 2 teams.
No, you definitely don't. I mean, just the embarrassment of going out in the bottom 20%, now only 2 out of 10 teams to get eliminated. That'll be pretty depressing. Obviously, for a team like Beyond, this comes down to playing for playoff placement as well. You really want to get beat teams like Mazalai, who you're expected to, and do it convincingly so that we can have faith that when you come up against the Tylus, the Vicis, the Tigers, that you can then follow through and take the victories there. Otherwise, you'll find it hard. But here we are, going on to Train with Beyond versus Mazalai, and the pistol round should be going live fairly soon.
I almost wish there was like drone racing within CS. I think Bardolph would be all over that. Probably one of the best.
This is close enough, isn't it? These angles feels very similar. Do you know what I want to try, Jason? You've probably seen it. The actual racing drones with the VR goggles.
Yeah.
They seem sick.
I think you can get like sick really easily from that though.
Yeah, the motion sickness. That's what I was thinking. Especially if you've got one of the tiny ones that are like super fast. You do a quick 180, I'd say you start getting real dizzy.
Sorry, I don't get anything small. 'Cause I'm a big guy. Got a big nose, a big heart, and hopefully a big brain going into this game to predict how things are. Wow, that was slick.
Yeah, these are such great angles. I love
That
it.
like threw me off. I'm like, wait, what was I looking at? Oh man, that was amazing. Okay, so Beyond Esports now up 1-0 in the series. Mazalai currently down. They'll be starting on the T side, and it's up to them. I think again a pistol run here would be a fantastic start for them.
Yeah, well, look, if Mazalai can find pistol rounds, at least that's a round on the board, which is more than I've come to expect from them after watching that previous map. There is definitely promise, though. Players like Sogu consistently performing. We saw Machine Gun with some great secondary opping as well. Maybe this is something they'll use later on. To start it off, though, the Glocks find the opening duel, immediately eliminating Olivia afterwards as well, and the advantage stemming greatly into their favor. Another smoke thrown down as they go into CT, and May rolls falls. And what is this? Every single fight being won by the T side.
They're just missing all their shots. Finally, QQ comes in and hits something. He gets himself a second kill. But I don't know if he's expect a player in towards CT spawn. The bomb's planted towards him. He gets himself a third. Oh, don't tell me he gets a fourth. Doesn't have a kit. He shouldn't be winning the round. There's going to be a player behind him when he does turn around in towards the site. But he does actually kind of split the two. This is so weird. What is happening right now? How's he not been cleaned up? They're so afraid. They don't want to lose this round. And oh my god, don't tell me QQ can pull this off. He had 1 bullet remaining, but he still gets 4 kills. You just imagine if any of his teammates just get that single kill, maybe that would have been enough to win it out.
Well, I guess if you're just tuning in now and you're wondering, geez, why are these guys being so rude to Mazalai and saying Beyond are going to stomp them no matter what? Well, that's why. Like, What the hell? They just threw themselves at him one at a time. And, you know, when it's in a 5v1, I can understand it. Especially they were double peeking him. But after that, that's when you got to start taking it very seriously. One more shot hit for QQ, and that was all over. And Mazalai would have probably forfeited at that point.
Is this interesting to you that they haven't bought anything in the second round, and QQ, who gets a quad kill crit on 3,200, you think they're trying to go for an early op?
Yeah, 100%. They're going to take out that second round op, and we talk a lot about how pivotal they can be on a map like Train. Oh, don't kill. They're going to get the kill to Nuez now. They've heard him come up close. Luckily, he looks up in time, but still can't win that duel. Just as long as they don't lose to USPs here, I'll be happy for Mazalai. They've got the B side. They've got a plan, so it should be easy. But now, once you're on the CT side, you've got 2K coming in, especially with QQ's 4K. I prefer to see teams taking the eco. If you're on the T side, you lose the pistol, but you get a bomb plant, then you force up. I think that's the one time I agree with it. Other than that, it's a risk, and one that generally won't pay off on a long-range map like Train.
This is getting expensive, though. 3 on 2. 2 AKs left. You can see Olivia trying to come in from behind. Machine Gun going to be watching the angle, however. Still taking damage from both sides. Now she's down to Machine Gun by himself. What is going on? Don't tell me he's able to pull this off. You can see Mai trying to come around the corner. And that will be Mazalai getting the round, but at what cost?
There's just no way that should have come down to a 1v1, Jason. And very nearly lost the 1v1 as well. Like, it's 2-0 really, though, beyond or winning this game at the moment. AWP already out for Olivia. They've won the race to the op. And look at Mazalai. They invest everything they have into this round. All their money spent. And Mac-10's still going to be making an appearance even despite them investing so much. And they haven't been able to contest Olivia's op even when they've had one of their own. So I'm curious to see how this one goes. Even with the lack of utility for the CT side, they make up for that with the duels they've been winning.
I always see Myro's going for the AUG. The rest of them with M4s, they have, you know, a lot of smokes here to delay. I don't know if the Mazalai are going to expect. Do you think they'll expect an AWP to come out this early?
I think so. They should know because QQ got a 4K and then there was a full eco. At that point, they should be aware that they can come up against an AWP. If they're not, I'd be very worried for how they approach this round. You can see that smoke is thrown down, and the logic for that is if there's a player on stop sign just behind the A bomb site, he actually won't be able to see into main and spot them coming out. It just robs a little bit of information. It's something you need to do if you're going to go for this very concentrated take of upper B. Mazalai have no map control. At the moment, the CTs could easily have pushed Ivy or T main and be coming up behind them, but they're relying on the fact that that won't happen in a buy round like this. The lack of utility actually kind of hurts Beyond because they haven't got a molly to stop an early push by Mazalai once that smoke goes down aggressively. In fact, they have no utility now as Mazalai push B.
It comes down to who can hit their shots. Nua is going to lead the charge and just force Mai out of position. Smoke going to be there. Flash being thrown through, and Mai just needs to spam away, but unfortunately gets caught. Q picking up the mantle here, trying to come around the side. Maybe stop the bomb from being planted. He gets himself a second kill. Zokenberg gets the bomb down and does get the kill onto him, but he's left alone, and Olivia gets himself 2 quick kills, and they will defend the site. They will keep 3 players remaining. And now we're going to have to see. It looks like Beyond most likely go for, or sorry, not Beyond, Mazalai most likely go for a save unless they want to force up with some pistols and armor.
And we've talked about the downsides in that round for Beyond. The lack of utility, the lack of Molotovs to hold down the B bomb site, which can be so important the majority of the time. In fact, I wouldn't have minded if one of the players took an SMG or even a FAMAS to hold the B site just to have an extra molly to work around. But even still, they come out with 3 players alive, the cleanest round so far. And Mazalai going in for a force buy, I don't agree with. You look at how they've won versus USPs, Jason, with a better buy than this, it was a 1v1. So where the logic comes in investing into these kind of rounds, I really don't know. I'd much prefer to see them rely on getting an AWP out and winning some of those duels, because at the moment, this seems like they're giving Beyond an opportunity to build up that CT economy.
Well, they are going to send, again, Nuez on the Mac-10 towards outside, trying to be a distraction, and what it turned into is some extra money in the pocket for STK. The rotations have come in towards the inner bomb side. Olivia will fall. Again, the Deagles, you can't forget about them, but they lose the op, but at least Mai's going to be there. The shutdown bar taking the bomb will be on site, but no chance to really plant this down, I would imagine. Zilkeberg might be able to pull it off now with that kill he gets onto Mai. Be a big play for him to pull this off somehow in a 1-on-3, but he's gonna fall to QQ, and the op will be rescued, and that will be now beyond tying things up at 2 apiece.
I mean, at least they got a bomb plant in, so there's something to look forward to for the T side. But as I said, that round didn't seem like it was a good buy. I agree with going for force buys when you lose control of your economy if you've had a position where, for example, you're pulling every round into a 1v1 versus full buys, or you lost because of some crazy tactic. But Mazalai were losing versus USPs again, not due to some crazy 5-man stack or anything like that. It was just they lost a hell of a lot of aim duels, didn't cover their bases when they spread out into defaults, and when you come into this round, the previous, with that kind of investment, I just don't see where you get the confidence to do that from. It's a bit misplaced. Now they're just down to pistols. But as I said, with the money that they built up from the bomb plant, they'll be able to get a decent buyout in the next. But it does mean Beyond will take the lead and most likely not lose any players here.
Oh, I was going to question you, but there's no deagles, so can't really do that. A little bit of a miss incendiary thrown in towards inner, but shouldn't matter all too much, as it looks like Mazalai with just the flashbang are going to be looking to push. And Kuka's even rotating around. He's going to be blinded up, tries to back away, and he's not able to in time. He's going to fall. SDK now. Make himself a quick 2-piece, and does have support the rest of his team, and that will be the round over. I was going to say almost as quickly as it began, but to be honest, the waiting was longer than the actual action. And that will be Beyond. There you go. Getting their third.
The reality is as well, when you come in with P250s and no utility, you're very rarely going to get an engagement that favors you. You really want to take some smokes, even have 2 P250s, 3 smokes, or 2 smokes and a flash, move towards the B site, smoke down, flash over, rush in, maybe you get a bomb plant. That's a far better strategy than hoping Beyond makes some silly mistakes, which so far, they haven't been making too many of. Only when they're overly confident with like a 14-4 lead. An opening duel for QQ, holding down Pop Dog, as Mazalai looked to just solo drop and hold it, but that didn't work whatsoever. Now they're left outside of team main with no support from the right side, and I think they've got to reconsider their strategy at this point. They have no control to flash through, and somehow SDK and QQ able to land those openings with no punishment.
It's so tough for Sugu to die right off the bat as well. There's a shot. Zilkenberg. Not gonna expect a push in though out of Ivy, but to lose someone like right off the bat within the first 15 seconds in like a gun round that you've been struggling to get consistently, it just puts you in such a bad place mentally. And now Nua's gonna be left alone. He knows there's a man protecting the bomb from the back, but he gets the kill on the KNTZ. Now the bomb gonna be picked up. Just like that, it's turned into a 1-on-1. And might be getting a little bit lucky here if he continues to hold this position. We can see the rotation coming in through Ivy. But with 40 seconds left, there's still no necessity to commit towards the outside bomb.
I'll give Mazalai credit on a good round. But Nuez, who's been playing really well with a Mac-10 over the previous map in this, has absolutely no idea about the high ground being held by Mayrolls, and Mayroll spots him, although it takes a second too long to take that kill. It could have been awkward. Luckily, Nuez didn't know where he was being shot from. Fails to get the AWP, though, on the drop down, and so that's going to be quite a costly win for Beyond. But at least now, again, Mazalai lack the requisite materials to really punish the CTs for it. I guess at the moment, Jason, things are very much panning out as we expect. That round right there was the only one that kind of caught me off guard a little bit. I didn't expect Mazalai to get so much work done. But now, this is the one that always catches us by surprise. The Deagles.
Yeah, but there's 5 of them though, Mitch. You know what that means?
But by the way, there's going to be people here that weren't here yesterday and so have
It's
no
true.
idea what we're talking about. It's like, wait, why is 5 worse than 2? Yesterday we
It's just
had...
simple math.
Like, yesterday we had a situation where there was 3 Deagles, you lose. 5 Deagles, you lose. But for some reason, when teams had 2 Deagles, they won every round. It was so odd. So we think it's a proven mathematical formula now.
Yeah, I think even Einstein theorized about it back in the day.
Oh, 100%.
The theory of deagletivity.
That's the one. Was it general deagletivity or special deagletivity?
No, just deagletivity.
Oh, just deagletivity. Okay. I see.
There's nothing special or general about what's happening sometimes with 2 Deagles.
That's a fair point.
But it looks like, well, with 2 Deagles remaining, oh, not just the one. Unfortunately, the investment here out of Mazlai only get them 1 kill. Really clean round for Beyond, and I guess a much needed clean round here too, because they've had a couple of close calls. But Mai's on 10K. They have the opportunity to go for a double op setup, and they might be doing it. I'm not sure. I mean, there's no necessity. Like, you don't need to change what's already working for you, and I guess they want to keep that extra cash. Kind of makes sense considering you have, you know, 3 players on 3K or less.
I want to keep an eye on Zilkenberg in this round. I want to see what happens with that AWP. He's looking in towards Ivy to do a little bit of damage. Here comes the swing after the jump peak to bait out a shot if an Opera was holding it. The nade, nice and deep. Decent damage off of that, but it's not a worthwhile trade with Nuez falling. It's a well-placed smoke that split them up, and KNTZ gets the reward. With Beyond having a man advantage, you see the immediate rotate from Zilkenberg, who's going to look to flash over as they push down through Pop Dog and out through main. In fact, down through Pop Dog didn't actually happen. I feel like that flash was better placed after Machine Gun had this control. Ooh. Oh, hello! What is that from QQ? A self-nade as well from Machine Gun to one of his teammates. I don't blame him, though. The panic after QQ just blitzed on up. That's not usually the response to seeing a player above Pop as adjacent. Oh, let me go say hi.
I mean, he won the duel technically because he made them nade themselves and they took more damage than he took. But yeah, I don't know what you were trying to accomplish off of that. I guess he put fear into their eyes as they finally do get away from that position. Artek in the meantime, we've seen, you know, Nuez usually typically do this when he pushes on outside by himself, and he's going to be punished, trying to go for the flank, trying to slip through the cracks in the defense. Mai, again, this position, I don't know how I feel about this spot. I mean, it's not going to be expected. Does get himself only 1, but I feel like there's no getting away from there. And, well, Machine Gun's going to follow Zilkenberg, the last alive, which is the op. And again, this should be Beyond taking a 6th round.
This is not the way we needed things to go. For Mazalite, not getting the gears rolling on that T side really causes problems. You know, at this point, 6-2, I would never really talk so poorly about a T side, but it is very much just based on the context of the previous map and how we expect things to go. If Mazalai are getting so little done, if they're not winning their opping duels, if they're not getting progress to sites or indeed bomb plants in general, keeping the rounds quite one-sided for Beyond, then I find it hard to believe in a comeback, even though it is the T side.
Well, double op, Mai and Olivia. Well, 1 op is already causing some problems for Mazalai. 1 or 2 is just going to double. I mean, we know 2 is a magic number as we said with the Deagles. They haven't really talked about the 2 ops just yet. I think in general, it hasn't really been too successful over the course of today and yesterday. We're gonna see how it's gonna work out for them now. So looking for that angle again. Much needed kill for him. He's had such a tough time in their 2 matches. Gonna redeem himself and help get his team maybe their first victory, but obviously has to get that first map victory on the board here. Look how patient and calm though Beyond are being. I mean, they have the man advantage. They're not getting aggressive. They're not pushing anywhere. They're not giving a chance for Mazalai to equalize things. They're just taking that advantage and running away with it.
Mazalai are really lacking direction in this round as well. You can see Zilkenberg goes out towards this A site. He's trying to find a pick to cause some rotations, but with a man advantage already in play, Beyond, unless they lose a few players, they're not going to move. So sitting firmly down towards that B bomb site with 2. The bomb is starting to rotate. They have no control of Pop Dog. Now, Beyond haven't pushed in there, but Mazalai will have to, should have to expend utility to clear it. But instead, they just go dry, using the ladder to try and bait out the shots. It's a risky play, and it didn't work the last time they tried it, but this time no one was there to punish them. They have no idea about STK, though, and he swings through for 3, looking for the final. Mayrolls cleans it up, and 7 for Beyond. They only lose 1 player. That's about as clean as it gets.
Mazalai taking a timeout for good reason. They have to figure out something. They can't afford to go into the CT half with only 2 rounds, and Well, they only netted themselves 3 when it came to Mirage on the CT side. And just everyone's hitting shots. I don't know. Beyond are just looking so well drilled, you know, and that's something that I can't really say about the teams we saw yesterday. I mean, Tiger, they looked mortal. Vici didn't even look that amazing. Bren, I mean, just not smoking spots to, like on Inferno, like attacking B. Why would you not smoke CT spawn over and over again? We just haven't seen this like level of play, I think, or this smooth of play out of a team so far with everyone we've seen. And STK, I mean, that was a great round out of him. They keep this pace up, I think we might just see a quick 2-0.
It's certainly looking likely, Jason, isn't it? Mazalai looking for a faster round this time. They've got a little bit of utility with their pistols that we talked about before. Stacked up outside of B. And it's going to be the Glock train, although I just wanted to say train, really, because it's the map. It features Tech 9s, P2 Fitties, but only one Deagle. They're kind of breaking the formula as well. I think we need to tell all the teams. 2 is what you need. All jokes aside, this is going to be a pretty fast push down. You can see the reaction from Beyond, though. They suspect that the molly on the right allows QQ to focus. Oh, wow, okay. Apparently there's a gap in the molly, I guess.
Oh, man. All with 2 left alive to help maybe get this bomb to blow up, maybe get themselves around. Machine Gun might have been able to do it. Olivia left alone, and they finally get themselves around off the back of Machine Gun, getting an ace. And that's not what you can depend on every round to get rounds on the board, but hell, they did it nonetheless. Finally get some sort of life back within the team. But that's still tough, right? I mean, obviously it was a great shots out of Machine Gun, but he's on 9 kills now, and 5 of those came from this round alone.
Well, for Mazalai, picking up that round is definitely going to be a big deal when you've got just those pistols. And also, it's a big deal for us, Jason, because our formula is broken. 1 Deagle works as well. They've taught us that. 3 Tech 9s,
so
though.
2 or less.
2 or less, but with 3 Tech 9s. That's what we got to draw a conclusion on. I think QQ just threw the molly a little bit too deep, so it gave them the opportunity. Here we go. Olivia on 1, but QQ falls after just 1 for himself. Mazalai get control towards A, but they've left the bomb behind. Only now realizing they're on the site saying, hey, plant the bomb. No, you plant. Wait, where's the bomb? Oh, back behind us. Now they've got to cross back. Give this Opera a chance to pick them off a few more times. Smokes are going to start to dissipate, giving them a chance to find some new sight lines and really punish these T players as they go into the plant. Smoke fades. KNTZ good for 1. The spray down for a second. Stops the plant. And that should be it, but Mayrose is deleted. They don't know about Olivia. He was last seen in Connector, but he's rotated all the way around through the CT spawn and into Ivy to take an 8th for Beyond. A very close one, though. Mazalai very nearly got on the board for that one.
I mean, you could just see that reflected in the economy and Beyond how close these last rounds have really been. We had Myros on like T+ just a few rounds ago, where they've been able or been forced to buy up so many teammates because they're losing them time and time again. That still will be the round 1 here for Beyond, and Mazalai coming so close, just so short in the end, unfortunately. Zogenberg is on 4 kills. He's got the ops going quick out. Team main, and he's gonna have a player off towards his right hand side. He's even gonna spot the player in towards Ivy. That's gonna be KNTZ falling. But Myros in the meantime has gotten aggressive himself. Yeah, I wouldn't want to take that battle against Machine Gun either, to be honest. Not with the shots he's been hitting. But he goes back for it. All right.
Yeah, with an MP5 as well, like, or an MP7. What am I saying? They're occupying the same slot, but only one is silenced. Only one brings us the nostalgia.
And only one of them makes me hate. Thanks.
Mazalai going to be pushing out towards this A site. Player up close. Again, SDK. Same position as he was in 2 rounds ago. And he's able to take the kills once more. Support coming in from Mayrolls. But SDK doesn't need it. He finds another 3K. That's disgusting. Like, he's not even playing E-Box. He's playing close brown train. Peeking wide in towards T-Main. And somehow just consistently finding duels go in his favor.
Oh, man, I don't know what to say. Like, every once in a while we see like a glimpse of life within Mazalai, and then quickly Beyond just shut that flame off. They suffocated Aver. 9-3. And the buy up here at Amazalai, it's not good. I don't know. There's many other words I could probably say for it here, Mitch, but that's the nicest I can come up with.
I want to see Mazalai really on 6 rounds by the end of this half, and that requires some absolutely insane rounds from them. We saw 1 Deagle, 3 Tech 9s, now it's 2 for 2. That Molly, this time not going to miss. It's up nice and deep on the ramp. Olivia got a long angle, but you have to suspect the smoke will come down. Where's Sogu right now? Yeah, he's going towards the ramp, so he'll smoke down lower. They'll flash out upper and then make their way over. His machine guns flash. Now the waterfall down to the side. Mayro is going to be in a lot of trouble on this one. They're already all over site. If he pushes through the smoke, he's likely dead. He realizes it. And so just tucks in Olivia on a double from far back, playing the back of oil. Now Mazalai being picked off. They've already managed their goal of getting the bomb plant down to help them out in the next round. If they can find any more, they'd be more than happy. The 2v3, but Bartak, as he comes back out, Olivia was just scoped in waiting for it. And again, I love the diffusing thing on the top left that actually shows you the time exactly, because it just takes away any of that, oh, will he, won't he? We know exactly how long's left. Obviously not in a situation like that. I think no matter what, even a 10-second defuse, we would know that he had it, but when it gets a little bit closer. And also, the fact that we have the timer up the top that shows you how long's left on the bomb.
Yeah, I like that, actually. I like being able to see, like, if they do have the time, plus it prevents me from sounding like an idiot saying they don't have time when they do.
Yeah, that
makes me, anything that makes me less of an idiot, I approve of.
That's happened to me a million times more in Valorant, though. God, they've made that sound like the bomb's going to blow up from the time you plant it.
Well, I don't know what game you're playing because it's called a spike in Valorant, but you know.
No, sorry. Oh, no, they run. That is just terrible. So they ran across. Oh, that nade going to push him out in the open again, but Nuez lines them up and takes a double. How's he managed that? An AWP in his hands now as well with 3 health left. From a situation that looked like it was a surefire loss, probably in the round, Mazalai have a man advantage. That's nuts.
I don't know how this happens. Nuez may be tired of being the punching bag for the teams. He's been the one set out and sacrificed time and time again. Bomb going to be going down towards the inner bomb site now. Oh, he fell off at the worst time. Milo's going to still fall, and maybe Nuez should be picking up the op for his team at this rate. 3 kills. STK the last alive, and he's just going to run away to go for the save.
I don't think he has another choice, really. So that round started out with Olivia finding the opening duel. He took down Zilkenberg on the op after Nuez had ran across, jumped, and drawn some fire. Unfortunately for him, he drew the fire of the M4 that was up close, and so went down to like 10 HP. Then a nade goes through. That looks sure to finish him, but he only takes 7 damage from it. Thing is, it's pushed him out into the open. So from that point, you're again thinking, okay, well, he's definitely dead. But then when the swing comes through, somehow he sprays both players down. Olivia lined up behind. And here it is. From his perspective, it was the first shot onto Olivia and then after KNDZ. That is gorgeous. So well played by Nuez.
They needed him to come up big when he did. But still, 4 rounds T-side. I mean, would you be happy with that? With only 4 rounds? Maybe a 5th here?
God, no.
I mean, especially when you're playing against Beyond, who have already shown they can do some serious work on T-side.
If they can get 5, I would be happy. Especially if, in general, just generally on train, I would be content. And then if I can find the pistol, you're back in the game, really. Oh, great shot by Bartak. Olivia's not having a good time these last 2 rounds. And the opening duel's going to Mazalai. They seize so much control as well. That's the thing. It's not just, oh, they found the opening duel. Great. It's that immediately they react and they blitz out, seize the control that they know they deserve now after that kill.
Seems like the pressure's on for Beyond. He's looking for how aggressive he's getting here off towards the side. Nuez again. He's really come alive in the last few rounds. And it's just pretty much Myro's left alone with, well, definitely not the best gun in the world here. And this has to be a 10-5 first half. Seems like Mazalai really kind of come into their own. Though unfortunately, towards the later stages of this first half, they definitely needed to get more rounds. But at least it gets them into a good position going towards CT side, right? This could have been a completely different story. And there we go. 10-5. Mazalai still have the chance.
They do. The chances are there, but again, we highlighted, or you were just mentioning a round or two ago, as we talked about in the other, in the pre-show, how the T side's been absolutely spectacular for Beyond. And when it comes through to their attack, Mazalai are not going to have any mercy. Their rotates are going to have to be on point. Their buys in general looked weak in the start, but let's hope now they're warmed up. I want to see this one as a close game here on Train. And for that to happen, Mazalai really need to win this pistol round. Force buying up on the CT side always gives you a disadvantage if you do lose that pistol. And Beyond look quickly to move to the B site. Sogu has spotted that, I think, because he's falling back, but nobody's rotating. They're still leaving him all by himself.
I mean, at least they have the kit on machine gun. But only the smoke to provide any sort of opportunity. But there's no Molotov. I actually kind of like this smoke vibe out of him. Because typically when you see people go inner like this, they have a Molotov, they sit a guy upper, they just try to throw the molly on top of it whenever it's being defused. So you're looking to push up. It's that first shot. He's going to put up towards the side, and he will fall this time to QQ as Bill can actually charge forward for some more here. That's going to be Bartek now falling, and QQ even wants more off of this. He just has to go for the reload. A man towards his right. Olivia flanking from behind. Zilkenberg is just fighting against the entire world here as he will fall. What? I was getting scared there when the 1-2 tap coming into Olivia and QQ, but that still will be the pistol round taken for Beyond.
It will indeed. Getting revenge for the round where QQ almost aced in that first half. And with 11 on the board, I want to see what Mazalai do, and indeed they're already doing it. They're going in for the force. And look at what it consists of. An SMG for Sogu, pistols, and a double scout setup. Machine Gun and Zilkenberg, who've been taking the scopes throughout this series. My concern is that they're coming up against 3 smokes. Generally, when you've only got 3, you're going to look at a more direct strategy. The slow rounds don't play out quite as frequently. And I imagine, based on the 2 players going to Ivy, this is going to be a take towards the A site. If they manage to push these scouts back, close off the angles with their 3 smokes, I think at that point, Mazalai will pretty much be able to count themselves out of it. It's going to be a very, very rough round for them as the T's give up Ivy control, but all start to move towards T main. It's going to be a 5-man T main push.
You got the rifles for it. I'd still be a little bit worried, though, going quickly when they have pistols bought up. No deagles, though. But they do have the double scouts. So it's just about connecting. The nade going to help soften them up, maybe make them one-shottable. And, well, there you go. Comes in. Zilkenberg gets the first. My roll is going to be one shot as well. Fortunately, Zilkenberg's not able to hit the follow-up shot, and it's just going all the way here of Beyond now. Ever since that first frag did come through, and well, Machine waiting for that smoke to dissipate. Attention, get a kill or 2 here. Almost pulls off the headshot. And that's just Sugu left alone. 1-on-4. And it looks like Beyond should be taking themselves another round.
Yeah, like I said, those CT force buys never really put you in a better position. That's the funny thing. So the ideal pistol round for a T side, if you're going to lose it, if you get the bomb plants and you lose the round, you end up in a better economic position than your opponents do. Like, you can come in with AKs, and they've got probably SMGs, FAMAS at best. And even then, they've got the FAMAS out, they haven't got the utility, they haven't got the kit. So it's a very unbalanced round where you're coming up against 2 to 3 AKs. But when you're on the CT side and you lose the pistol, you're just screwed. You can get SMG, like we saw, you know, an SMG, some pistols, and double scouts. But when you're up against AKs with utility, that's generally not going to be enough. Even with the well-placed nade, they didn't manage to finish off May rolls.
Just see those shots to hit on the scout, too. I mean, if you just soften them up enough. I mean, I like the play as Zilkenberg because he basically 1-2 comboed it himself, right? He naded, he goes onto QQ, and then he hits him with a shot right after. Quick little kill, and as we saw them all grouped up inside of main, that could have been, you know, a bunch more damage if they followed up with another nade. But now, well, Sugu, I was gonna say he had an SMG. Technically I am right, because he did have it, but it's gone. The machine gun can be the only one with a bought up weapon, just with the P250. I think it's important here for Beyond to like just have a clean round, right? Because their economy for the most part of the first half was fantastic. Then we got to like the last 5 rounds that they really start to lose out on everything.
It is worth mentioning as well, Jason, just while I criticized the force buy from the previous round and why I hoped that Mazalai would go for an eco, you'll hear me and lots of people when it comes down to the very same situation in a different game saying how much we love the double scout buy, especially on train, how much potential that kind of investment has because of the damage output it can do. Even getting the nade on the scouts even better. You got an SMG that can clean them up, as you're saying, if they soften them up. I love those buys generally. My God, Zilkenberg, he should be dead now, right? But the problem is, in the context of this game, it doesn't make sense to me. It's the same as when we saw Mazalai force buy after losing the second or third round in the first half. Beyond are better than you. As individuals, the firepower is well in their favor. So when you force buy, I don't get it. I would much rather you wait one more round and get the rifles out. They had the opportunity to even get an AWP, right? In the previous one where they took the, what was it, Tech 9s and all that sort of stuff. And it seems senseless to me. When you,
I mean, if you're struggling to win on equal footing in terms of weaponry,
yes,
and how do you expect to win when you're at a deficit?
Exactly, and that's why like you'll see plenty of times I'm gonna be probably later on in this tournament tomorrow or in the coming days. You'll see this exact same situation. I'll be complimenting the team force buying and saying how much potential they have, but it's just the fact that Mazalai aren't in a position to say, oh, well, we can just outgun them, because no, you can't. It's been well proven now.
Looks like there's going to be a big stack towards the inner side, though, for Mazalai in this round. 2 players tucked away, 2 potentially on the quick rotate. And here we see the smokes being thrown in. A&TZ trying to watch their backs. As Nuis has been able to get up, but unfortunately he does get dropped. Will A&TZ expect a second player is going to be my question. He tries to drop in directly on top of him for a Goomba Stomp, but he's going to fall. Bomb make its way in towards site. A big kill comes in for Bartek, his second. Keeps the pressure on from the backside here for the T side of Beyond, and they're gonna actually look to push in towards outer, it seems. Maybe just to look to clear the site. They have time to do it. You see there's no one here, but there's gonna be 2 players over towards CT spawn. Silverberg's expecting it, but he misses the shot. You can't afford to be missing like this. And that's gonna be the bomb going down.
STK, he's always been good for a few. He's already got 2, but Machine Gun able to close out the round for Mazalai. They do it here on the equal footing. Getting the AWP carried forward. And then Diffuse to come in. That's one hell of a round for Mazalai as they needed it. It was now or never really. Beyond were about to take it 15 on the board had they have won this one here and forced their opponents to an eco. But instead, a lifeline extended to the CT side. An opportunity to come back into train. To be clear, I don't believe in that opportunity, but you know, you never know. Sometimes you're caught by surprise.
There's moments of like individual glory, right? Like Machine Gun, he got the ace in a couple rounds prior, and we're like, oh, that's phenomenal, right? Or sorry, that's like I think in the first half, but we're not seeing consistency. Like we know they can pop off, we know they can have big rounds, but we're not seeing them consistently play well across the board as a whole team, and you can't depend on one player to clutch something out. Again, Zilkenberg, that's 3 shots he just missed within this round and the last. And then you have QQ come in and pull off kills like that. He gets a quick triple and a quad kill, right? Like, not only are Beyond playing consistent, but they also have those pop-off moments, and I don't know how Mazalai can kind of compete with that.
I mean, the reality is they can't, isn't it? Like, from what we've seen so far, I think it's unfair to overly criticize them just because of the level that Mazalai are playing at. But we did talk about Beyond. We said how solid of a team they are. They're an absolutely incredible one. Up against Invictus, they had a really close series in the Pro League qualifiers. That was where they, what was it, 28-25, I think, on Inferno. It was nuts.
Yeah.
Overtime after overtime. It really could have went either way. And these are one of the teams, honestly, I could see Beyond in with a shot of taking it. If they turn up on the day, feeling good, hitting their shots, get a good Veto up against the likes of Tyloo, Vici, they could definitely do the damage, if not win a series versus them.
I think there's like technically room to talk about them maybe taking the whole event. Actually, I mean, obviously they had like a fifth, sixth place finish when it came to the road to Rio, but I've already seen things out of them just in their first map alone that has been lacking in all of our other matches. And obviously there's still some cleanup to do when you have like a 12-3 first half on Mirage. You expect them to, actually I guess 65 is really not that bad. I mean, here I guess you could say, I mean 10-5, you're maybe expecting them to close things out a little bit quicker, but then again it is Train. But this is definitely like a team to watch out for, I'd say. And they definitely have like improved since their last RMR event. I just want to see how far they really can go. I want to see them like against Tyloo or them against Tigers or something to see what they're really about.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to the later stages of the tournaments when we get those out. The Tiger, Tyloo, Vici, Beyond, Invictus. Any of those teams playing against each other, it's going to be absolutely insane games. Oh, I thought that was going to be a little lineup. I think the Train got in the way. QQ in with a double. Absolutely ruining these players. And, well, Jason, it's looking like it's over.
Yeah. I think we're going to see a 16-6 here. Sugu, I know he's a good player. And he hasn't been spotted out, so he gets a good shot on the first, but that's going to do it. And, you know, I was expecting a much closer match today, to be honest. I was hoping for a much closer match since we only got to cast one game. But, yeah, I think Beyond really came into their first match of this whole event and really put their foot down saying, guys, you have to watch out for us. We're a team that can compete.
100%. It's what we expected from Beyond. At the end of the day, they are a better team coming into this. They are a team that can compete for the top spot. They're definitely not favorites to win a tournament like this, but they're definitely doing Thailand proud at the moment. That's for sure.
Yeah, we obviously need to bring in Blett and Dinko as well to talk about that last map. I know it was a quick one. I know you guys maybe wanted a quick one, you know, a bigger break before your next series, but Beyond Esports, what can we say about them, Dinko?
Well, coming into this, definitely looking like the most solid team within the tournament. And fair enough, they are going up against a weaker opponent in the form of Maslai. But for the most part, they're playing good Counter-Strike. The individuals are all showing up. We've seen some big rounds from them. And the main part for me that's exciting is they stop any momentum coming in from their opponent, right? As soon as they have an opportunity, they shut it right down. They have so many pieces to work with. I think this team are a real contender to upset some of the big squads, especially with Tyloo coming in looking rough today, Tiger out looking great, Vici looked rough on day one as well. So yeah, Beyond are in a good position right now, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do later in this tournament.
Yeah, just to, I mean, add on to what Dinko mentioned as well. Too many mistakes being made by Maslai. It's your map pick. You're supposed to really show more, right? So many times you're getting caught off guard. And I think, Jason, you mentioned as well, individually, it just looks like if you're going to be taking individual duels against the likes of, you know, QQ and KNTZ and Olivia, you better be on point. Because honestly, man for man, it looks like Beyond do have the better players. And also some weird decision coming from Maslai earlier on. They lose to the eco from Beyond, and then they go for these unnecessary force spies. I mean, why are you doing that? You want to get as many rounds as possible on your T side while trying to keep the money honest. And apart from a few rounds here and there that ace from Machine Gun comes to mind, and I see him still, you know, you see that it still has it, but it's just not going to be good enough. And for Beyond, good signs. I really, really hope that they do have a good run this time around in this event, instead of just, you know, beating everyone else and then losing out in a very convincing fashion to the likes of Vici, Tyloo, and Tiger.
You can see there again, there was like some individual moments of glory. I knew as he was basically the punching bag for the majority of that first half, but was finally given a chance to get some kills towards the later ends of it. But I mean, again, just like the consistency, I think that's like such a strong word to use for Beyond, because everyone was hitting shots. Like no one was really slacking at all. Everyone had a moment. You see QQ here able to just push in. I think Sorani got a quad kill. Like, look at that, right? I mean, SDK got that last one there on a machine gun, but he gets the shot through the smoke. To have that consistency, to have them have the ability to pop off, and to have them playing together and selflessly, like Olivia on Mirage, you know, flashing teammates in. It's something that's like so common to us. It's like, oh, yeah, it makes sense. Why would you not flash around a corner for a teammate to get an easy kill? But we haven't seen that happen too much, and we're starting to finally see it when it comes out of Thailand.
Yeah, that's the scary part about the region, though. It's like we're excited when flashbangs get used. And I mean, we did see a lot of them come through, and I think Beyond actually were just playing good Counter-Strike. You see across the board in terms of the scoreboard, there's not much of a disparity between top and bottom either. So they have all the pieces in their team firing, they have everything working out well for them. It's not like one hard carry that's having to lead the way like we've seen earlier for Invictus. It's very much a team effort coming in from Beyond, which helps me to believe it's a little bit more sustainable, because when you have an individual popping off and he's able to carry you through a bunch of games, then fair enough. You can take a win against Tyler, you can take a win against some of the bigger teams. But when it comes to finding consistency with him at that level, flying I'm talking about at the moment, then it's quite difficult to see a world in which he can keep that level up for the entire tournament, right? Because it's a 10 BO3 round robin format. It's very, very long, loads of weeks to play. And so therefore, I feel like Beyond have a good chance, mainly because they're a team across the board. There's not just one individual.
Well, speaking of individuals, we're going to have to at least select one when it comes to the MVP of that map, and it's going to be my boy, QQ. I think well-deserved as well. Like, we saw him be able to push out in positions, like, typically playing the lurk role, and we saw Mirage. This time, he was able to just basically act as an entry, it felt like, at some points, especially on that T side, and that ADR, 113. You know, I know it's going to be skewed when you do have one-sided game like this, but he was consistent, Blah.
He was very consistent, and even if you look at the series overall, just want to add on to this talk about consistency in the team. Yeah, we had Merrill just pop off, I think at 27 kills, I think, on the first map, but apart from that, the kill spread on the remaining players, it's so very equal. It's not just one player stepping up, like you said, it's not one player just popping off like we had from Flying for Invictus. It's everyone doing the job, and yeah, in between, if QQ has a great game, if Merrill has a great game, that's a cherry on the top, and I think that is going to be what I'm looking forward to from Beyond, being consistent, relying on their game plan, relying on the depth of map of their map pool, as well as having the right approach to Counter-Strike. I think that's what we saw from Beyond. That's what I expected to see. I like to see that. I want to see them do that against some of the better opposition, obviously, later on, because honestly, Mazelai, coming to this event, they look very, very disappointing and look like a shadow of their former selves. They look much better than this in their previous RMR, and right now they're just looking like, I won't lie, I think they are in danger of getting knocked out. It's still very early. They still have 7 more games to play. But from what we've seen so far, it's nothing much.
Their matches don't get easier. That's the problem, right? They've already played a couple of teams that we expect them to beat, like Divine Vendetta. Well, we talked about QQ being the MVP. We got to take a look at a head-to-head between him and Machine God, though, because he was able to pull off an ace and able to be a standout within their team. But you can just still see, like, the assists are off. The ADR, I mean, considering they lost, 16-6, that's actually a pretty damn decent ADR for him, Dinko.
Yeah, I mean, Machine Gun is definitely one of the better players from the region, and he has had his past success. He's been playing for a long time. He's got that experience. He can pop off in these rounds, but again, it's the word consistency. Can he keep it up? And yeah, he's got decent ADR here, but a lot of the other stats are pretty low, and obviously with that ace, that's going to help that out. So maybe a little bit skewed down that front, but for the most part, I think Machine Gun's definitely a talented player. It's just the team around him, it doesn't really feel like this roster has much going for it. Like, it definitely lacks a lot of firepower, a lot of mistakes coming through as well. So right now, I'm in the mindset that I'm not going to be seeing too much of Mazelai. I don't think we'll be seeing them in the playoffs at the moment if this team continues like this.
That's unfortunate to hear, too, because they still have, I think, now 7 best-of-3s to come over the next 3 weeks. And as we said before, like, you cannot... I think if you're one of these teams who want to make it into the major, even if you already have RMR points, you have to get playoffs here. I can't imagine a world, unless maybe you're Tiger or you're Tyloo, because you have 1,600 and 1,500 points respectively, that you go into potentially dropping out of the playoffs here and getting 0 points, and then going into the fall event and having to win the whole thing to maybe get your chance through. That's going to be a tough feat. And even, Lucid Dream, we haven't even seen them yet. They finished, I mean, like, what, 5th-ish place, 1,150 points, but they lost it all because of roster changes. So we don't even know what kind of state this team's going to be in.
Yeah, and I think what's going to suck a lot is, look at that, 920 points for Mazelai, right? And then you have teams like you mentioned, like Invictus coming in, Bren qualifying as well. But in the end, like, if they're going to play like this, they're going to get knocked out. They're going to get nothing from this particular RMR, and that's going to suck considering you have those points already to work with. And maybe you got to ask, maybe this RMR is even more competitive. When we saw earlier, we see teams starting to finally look good, at least the likes of Beyond, likes of Tiger, for example, D13, all these guys. And for Mazelai, it's kind of like a drop-off here. And I don't know what else to add. They're just not playing good Counter-Strike. Individually, they're not there as well. A few heroic moments from Machine Gun, but it looks like the days when the Mongols used to ride. I'm talking about 2015, 2016, when Silkenberg and Machine Gun were dominating Asia. I think it's just a distant memory, Jason. It's unfortunate, but that is what it is.
Well, I'm looking at the rest of the schedule for the week, and the upside for Mazalai is they do have tomorrow and the next day off. So if they did want to fix some things, at least they have about 2 days to do that, to potentially start getting some victories under their belt. But they still have teams like Tai Lu, they have teams like IG, like they still have so many tough opponents. They're just basically going to almost have to win out the rest of this entire event here to have a chance to make it into playoffs. But gentlemen, we do have to head to a break, and unfortunately or fortunately, depends I guess who you are, it's going to be a little bit of a long one. We're not running an accelerated schedule this week. It's just pretty much on set time, so we have about a 40-minute break before we do kick off our final game of the day. It's gonna be Tiger up against Bren, and this should be interesting because I want to see if Bren have fixed some problems they had since day one, as well as Tiger, see if they can improve on the performance from yesterday. We'll see you guys in about 40 minutes time.
Coming up next, Tiger versus Brand Esports.
Yeah. When that horn blows, you know what that mean. Here come a king. Bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near. Hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps. That's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance. Got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones, the forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses. We are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry. War cry. War cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry. War cry. War cry. War cry. Yeah. Nah, you can't rock with us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauties all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him. Take us to your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in. Take everything you stole from us, everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our war bosses. We are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry. War cry. War cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws when you hear the war cry. War cry. War cry. Yeah. War cry. War paint on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us, we wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us, who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us. Here we are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. You're fanning the flame that's inside me, and I'ma let it consume me entirely. Got me feeling fearless, unbreakable spirit. You remember the wrath when I leave. I came too far to give up. I will never bow down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to set free. I'm about to set free. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Let's go. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I burn wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor, and I'm about to catch fire. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I burn wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire. It's a new day, it's a new me. Better make way, I'ma break free. Burn the roof down, let the flame breathe. This is my moment, gotta believe. It's a new day, it's a new me. Better make way, I'ma break free. I've been silencing the rage, trying to make peace. About to let it blaze, turn up the heat. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to set free.
Nobody can stop this. Force of nature like a rocket launching into the orbit. Winners are forming. Wind into I never throw no caution. Nobody can imitate this. What you see is greatness. It makes sense, it's what I came with. Are you speaking my language? I ain't taking prisoners. Call me the Inquisitor. Winning is my signature. Victory practitioner. Life without a limiter. I am the commissioner. Winning is my signature. Winning is my signature. Yeah, I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature. See, prisoners I don't take. Under pressure I don't break. I will always find a way. That's why I win anytime I play. They go low and I go high. They say oh hi, I say goodbye. There's no discussion. I'm too fast for them to keep up with. I ain't taking prisoners. Call me the Inquisitor. Winning is my signature. Victory practitioner. Life without a limiter. I am the commissioner. Winning is my signature. Winning is my signature. Yeah, I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature. I ain't taking prisoners.
Yeah. When that horn blows, you know what that mean. Here come a king. Bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near. Hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps. That's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance. Got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones. The forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses. We are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. Yeah, nah, you can't rock with us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauties all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him. Take us to your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in. Take everything you stole from us, everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our war bosses. We are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. War paint on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us, we wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us, who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us. Here we are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better
Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. You're fanning the flame that's inside me, and I'ma let it consume me entirely. Got me feeling fearless, unbreakable spirit. You remember the wrath when I lead. I came too far to give up. I will never bow down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to set free. I'm about to set free. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Let's go. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I burn wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. And I'm about to catch fire. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I burn wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire. It's a new day, it's a new me. Better make way, I'ma break free. Burn the roof down, let the flame breathe. This is my moment, gotta believe. It's a new day, it's a new me. Better make way, I'ma break free. I've been silencing the rage, trying to make peace. About to let it blaze, turn up the heat. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to set free. I'm about to set free. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Come on, come on. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I burn wilder. I'm a
Welcome back, everyone, to PAL 2020 as we're getting underway now with our final series of the day. And if you missed out earlier on, you missed out on quite an exciting match with Beyond taking down Mazalai. And now we're moving into, well, the last game. We have Tiger up against Bren. And of course, I still can't do this alone, even though I've tried it in the past. These guys make me so much better, make the show much better. We got Mitch, we got Bleh, and we got Dinko. We're about to move into this last game here of the day. It's been quite a quick one. You know, we're supposed to start around 1 p.m., but good to see that the teams were able to play a little bit earlier on. But Tiger, let's start with them. And Blah, I'm going to start with you off the bat. This team looked mortal yesterday.
They looked mortal. I think that it's, again, based on the fact that they played quite a few online Chinese Cups, but there's lower stakes, right? And I feel like when it comes to this event, it's more on the line for them as well. They won the previous RMR. They have something to prove right now. I think a few people might even be calling them the best team in Asia right now. I still don't think they're there yet. I feel like Vici and Tyloo are a couple of steps ahead of these guys, but they definitely are a force to be reckoned with. And for them, this particular matchup, it's about showing that they are a top 3 team right now. They should be coming into this with a mentality of not just winning the game, but also making it look very convincing.
And one thing that Blood did talk quite a bit about yesterday that I wanted to ask you about, Dinko, was Ericast's position within the team. Because with him going for more, you know, the heavy calling in-game leader-centric kind of role, it seems to have drastically affected his firepower as a player.
Yeah, I believe NCL is actually, helps him out with the in-game leading. So I think that team are quite an interesting roster. When you take a look at Tiger, again, Urcast is clearly the most internationally experienced, having his time in Greyhound. So obviously bringing a player over into a team like that, he's going to bring a lot of ideas from the different regions he's been able to play in and all the lands that he's went to with this team. So yeah, there's a different flair about Tiger. I think the most exciting player for me at the minute on this roster is Dobu. I think he's definitely the star of this team, from at least from yesterday as well. He had a good performance, but Urcast yesterday was a little bit misfiring. I think he was making some decisions you wouldn't really expect him to make of a player of his experience and caliber. We've seen a lot of errors actually coming in yesterday from him. So today, I'm expecting a better performance from Urcast. I'm not really going to be expecting the drop-off they had yesterday. So coming into today, I hope he steps up.
Well, speaking of errors, one thing that really stands out when looking at their opponents for Bren is unfortunately Witz's initial battle with the AWP, and he ended up dying to a Molotov in yesterday's game up against Tiger. Or not, sorry, not against Tiger. That was up against Vici, and that was unfortunate. And we didn't really get to see them get the op going. However, we did see, like, there was some chances. Like, there was some life within the team, but there were some massive mistakes coming in the form of, well, smokes not being used, utility not being utilized, Mitch.
Yeah, that was definitely the takeaway from yesterday's game with Bren. They really didn't have their fundamentals nailed down. Their utility usage was pretty dry. But one thing was, when it came to the opping duels, they were just getting dominated by Kaza. He was completely ruining them. And hopefully this is somewhere we'll see a little bit more from the likes of Wits today. Not getting killed by a Molotov at the start of a round would be great. But these kind of things happen when you go for the early aggression. I think it's quite likely we'll see the same map as well. Something like Inferno as a decider would make a lot of sense in this series. But the problem that I have really is that there's no map, even looking at the games that aren't official on HLTV for Bren. I don't see a single map for Bren that looks better than what Tiger have in store for them.
Yeah, it's going to be rough times, and actually, I'm really curious again, Bleh. You kind of gave us your mental thoughts. I'm not sure if anyone else wants to give it a try to walk through the vetoes or potentially what we would see in the veto. And obviously, the grim look on Dinko and Mitch's face leads me to believe that I will go to Bleh once again to ask him his thoughts on how this video is going to go.
Yep.
Okay.
We hit Bleh. You can go for it.
All right. I'm going to give this one a shot. All right. This is actually, I feel like one of the easier ones. Both the teams don't like playing Vertigo. But if I'm Tiger, I'm going to basically try and play a game of chicken and not ban Vertigo and force Brent to go for the Vertigo ban first. Now, that leaves Tiger the room to ban out Train. Vertigo to Train are the 2 maps where Tiger aren't very comfortable on. So we get Vertigo and Train taken out initially. Bren are going to pick Inferno. That is the only map where I feel they might have the edge over Tiger. So Inferno pick coming in. And then Tiger pretty much pick whatever they want. It could be Nuke, a map that Bren are also pretty decent on, or Tiger would just go for maybe Overpass. Mirage are better on all these maps. But I feel like Tiger just might go with a Nuke pick here. They've been going with it quite often of late. And as Tiger, I want him to play to their strengths rather than trying to mind game things and trying to pick a map that Bren are potentially weak on, but Tiger might not have their set strats on. So I'm expecting Inferno for sure. Apart from that, it's going to be Nuke, and maybe you might see Dust 2 coming out here.
Okay, well, we got your 3 maps. Let's go ahead and throw them on the screen to see what maps were actually chosen and how close Bleh was to being right. Will that crystal ball, in fact, be true? And we got Mirage. So no Inferno actually being played here. But we do see the Vertigo ban, like you mentioned before.
I actually like Tiger banning out Inferno. And they kind of put the ball in Brent's court. All right, we've left Train. You want to pick it against her? Are you sure about it? Because you don't play that much that often either. So taking away Inferno, that's a big blow to Brent, because that was the only map where I felt like Brent had a chance of potentially pulling off at least a one-map upset. But now Mirage getting picked, a map where, well, Tiger have an 83% win rate on the past 6 maps they've played in the past few months, and Brent haven't played this map at all in the past 3 to 4 months. Thus to pick from Tiger, not too surprised there, and that leaves Nuke, Train, and Overpass. I'm a little surprised Bren didn't go for the Train pick, to be very honest, but hey, maybe they're feeling a little confident in Mirage, maybe they have something surprising in store for us here. But looking at all the 3 maps, this is heavily, and I mean heavily, favoring the Mongolian side.
We've already seen the T side that they can bring over on Tiger. Up against Invictus, it was 10 rounds they found. They've beaten Invictus, Vici, Beyond. And the thing is, okay, all those games are close. You can look at it and say, well, it was all double digits with the exception of the 16-7 over Vici one of the 2 times. The problem is, those teams have much more firepower than what we've seen from Bren. They can win out when it comes to upping duels. They can put up at least a bit of a fight. But I don't see that for Bren at all. I don't see any positives. As you said, Inferno was the only place where maybe they'd have something. But when it comes down to these maps, I think this should be Tiger 2-0, really.
Yeah, and even Inferno, if they go to Inferno, I still don't really feel like Bren would be able to take that too convincingly, if even. Because yesterday we've seen Bren, yeah, they're willing to pick Inferno, they're willing to play the map, but I'd still edge Tiger out in pretty much any of these scenarios. So I think it's always going to be an uphill battle for Bren. So it's all about where they're comfortable, right? Go into the map where they're comfortable to play their own game and show us what they're capable of. Because, again, we don't have too many stats to go on. We don't have too much to go on here for Bren. And there's always going to be an uphill battle when they're playing against favorites like Vici and Tiger in their opening games. So they have a lot of work to do, and I think it's just all about making a statement and impressing as many people as they can coming into this matchup.
Well, we are going to take a look at a comparison between 2 of the players. We're going to take a look at Aircast from the Tiger side and Papachulo from the Bren side to kind of break down some stats across the board from them within the last 3 months. But I will say this, as you've been saying before, is that there's not that many maps played in total for the last 3 months of Bren. So I don't know how to really take these kind of statistics, right? Because I'm seeing we have 2, 5, 6 maps in total. And obviously that can kind of skew statistics in one direction. Or I guess both directions, technically.
Yeah, Papachulo yesterday looked really underwhelming. He didn't really do a whole lot. I think he got 21 kills overall in 2 maps against Vici, and he was minus 14 in terms of frags. So he didn't really play well yesterday, and that's not a great sign for his form coming into this tournament. And again, Urcast, a little bit of a quiet performance to start off the tournament, but we can't really expect that to continue.
I'd probably look towards Ja to do a lot of the damage in this series. He was a player that really caught me by surprise with the amount that he could really put on the board a lot of the time. Up against Vici, he had some really big plays as well. The problem was anytime he managed to do something, Alman, Jam Young just came in and stole the show.
I mean, Jam Young was definitely a beast. So I kind of want to hear some predictions. And I think we kind of already heard from Bled and Dinko. They expect this to be a 2-0. Mitch, are you kind of on the same boat?
Oh yeah, I was saying, like, I can't really imagine, like, look, when you got Puggy maps coming through, maybe it'll help Brand in the perspective of we saw them completely whiff out on their utility. Like, they didn't even smoke CT when going to the B side on Inferno. You're missing something so basic as that. I guess they can be thankful they're not playing on a nuke here. But on the other hand, just on individual skill, Tiger should easily be 2-0ing this from what we saw of Brand yesterday.
Okay, well, we don't have much time left before the game does kick off, so I'll just go ahead and agree with you 2-0 in favor of Tiger. But you know what, Bled and Dinko, why don't you guys take us underway here with our final game of Day 2 of PAL Summer 2020.
Well, yeah, it's going to be the final game of the day. Obviously, a very exciting one as well. Tiger have a lot to do. They have a big statement to make after a pretty shaky start yesterday. They're coming in as the winners from the last RMR event, so a lot rides on their shoulders, a lot of pressure, and I'm sure this team aren't exactly used to being touted as one of the top teams in Asia, or the best team in Asia that some people are saying. Again, I'm of the same opinion of you. I don't really agree with that just yet, but if they pick this up and they pick 2 RMR events up in a row, well, I'm starting to see a world in which Tiger could take that top spot.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. In fact, I made a statement. I was doing one of the recent podcasts, which I usually do alongside Elfish Guy and Pilly from Down Under. Shout out to those two who probably hate and love Asian Counter-Strike as much as I do. I did make a very ballsy statement about EPL not inviting Tiger and how it was, definitely a travesty and they should have at least had an online qualifier. And even stated out that against teams like Brent, Tiger should have a very, very easy time. But right now, they're not having an easy time. Ja with 2 great opening kills, Dobu and 9 trying to be aggressive, and they're going to fall back with Urcast tapping through the smoke. At least he gets off to a good start here, as we do see the retake taking place. Bomb's going to get planted, as Urcast is going to find Wits as well. Suddenly he's turned around, and Derek is going to fall as well. NCL's going to find him. And now it's on Papi Chulo and Pro.
Well, can they make it happen here for Brett? Can they get back into the bomb site? A chance here for Papichulo. With the P250, Pro has got 2 kills suddenly, and it's all onto NCL. Looking back to the connector, but he's going to go down, and what a round from Pro. That was looking like a Tiger round all over, but Pro, just one-man army from in the connector, takes himself 3 kills. That's going to be Bren finding the pistol round. That's exactly what they would have been expecting, or would have been hoping for coming into this. Tiger off to the poor start. We'll have to go to the Force Buy immediately, the Mike 7, the Deagles. Here's that start from Ja, or Ja.
I think it's Jack, because I don't think it's German, number 1, and I think it's
I'll go with Ja.
His name is Jason. It's not Alexander, but it's Jason something. Well, let me quickly take a look for you guys. I think it's a very simple nickname. Just to clarify it for any future casts we do, it's Jonty. Sorry, not Jason. It's Jonty Arone or Aroni or Arone, whatever it is definitely J and
Ja?
A.
Okay,
Let's go with Ja. Urcast, though. I think you might have heard our VODs yesterday, Dinko. He's woken up here. And look at the aggression taking place. Look at Dobu's position. Pushed up all the way towards T-Ramp. Now, he's not pushed on any further, but they're getting a lot of information. They can keep him there towards ramp, and they can even leave Palace. It's fine, because he is going to be spotting out the Ts who are now slowly gravitating back towards the A bomb site. Urcast, he's taken a bit of damage, going to be playing this pretty safe towards near jungle. And of course, we have a 9 with a scout of his. He was whiffing a few shots here and there yesterday, Dinka, but hopefully today he's going to be a little different for the Mongolian. Dobu spots the player out, just rattled off a shot, and immediately information gathered is going to fall back. And that's going to force Bren to rethink their approach here towards the A bomb site.
Now, exactly where Dobu is standing at the moment, under the wood, this is where we've seen him do so much work yesterday. He was an absolute nuisance from this position, so keep an eye on Dobu when he's in this position. And now with 35 seconds left, Bren, still a man down. On the T side, after winning the pistol round, we'll be hoping for the second round pickup, but Tiger in a decent position here. They could certainly win this. Papichulo picks up the Khalil, now charges up in towards B. It has to be the B hit here. Cabal sitting with a Mag 7. You've got NCL here as well. They're playing these close corners, but low time, they could be an absolute nuisance. Luckily, NCL and Cabal both go down, but it's Urcast looking to be the absolute thorn in their side, but it will not happen. 9 and Dobu locked down on the bomb site, and they're going to get headshot. It's all onto Dobu. And luckily, Bren recovered that round. That could have been so scary down in the final few seconds.
That was looking very scary. Ooh, okay, Dobu, that was sick. For a moment there, Dinko, I believed the man. But Bren, great recovery considering they lost the play to Urcast early on. They went towards A, they got found out, but a very convincing push there. And I feel like the player at the back of the bomb side, I think it was NCL, I think, with the or Cabal with the Mag 7. If he had stayed hidden a little bit more, maybe towards the truck area, he could have done a little bit more damage. One more kill from him, and that could have been very, very scary for Bren. But they hold on. And with that, it is going to be 2-0 and the full eco coming up for the Mongolian side.
Well, the flash is coming down in towards Underpass as Derek that just kind of hops along with the Mac 10. Gonna throw the nade up in towards the window area. Dobu and 9. In towards connector, just 2 USBs. They look to take the fight against the Mac 10. It's going to be easy for Derek. He takes 2 kills. That's just Urcast and Cabal left alone this round. Never really expect too much to come into it for the Tiger side, so not too bad. Bren expected to walk away with this very cleanly, and so far so good. They've got 2 kills in the Mac 10. That's the gun they want to be finding the most action to build up the economy. And these kind of rounds, this is where Tiger actually want to die to the AKs if possible, because you're expected to die, right? So you're expected, you just want to die to the rifles instead of allowing the other side to build up the cash. Well, Urcast is diving out the window. He'll take himself a nice headshot, now flees the scene all the way back up through the apartments and now in top middle. He can get another kill here, that would be absolutely huge, but he's unspotted. Papichulo knows exactly where he is, and so Urcast's life becomes quite limited, and well, he's just taking shot after shot. Finally, he's put in the grave. 3-0. Bren Esports off to the perfect start, but now we get into the buys from Tiger.
I feel like for Bren, right? I've been watching them for a while right now. I've seen the rise in Southeast Asian Counter-Strike in the past year and a half ish, and they came about at a time when Southeast Asian CS was kind of dying out. When I'm talking about the Singaporean region with Blue Dreamscape kind of internally just crumbling, and then we had some of the other teams in the Philippines region kind of like falling apart. But they came out at a time where the competition was quite like meager in the SCA region, and they shone. But I was always like, maybe just the fact that there's a lack of competition. But they've impressed me usually with the way they played Counter-Strike. Their approach to CS, it's not about star players, it's about the system working together as a unit. And this lineup has been together for a while. But I have to ask, maybe switching out a player, maybe an upgrade in firepower, that could be the missing link that these guys are looking for. But let's hold on to the thought, Dinko. This A hit coming in. This is looking interesting. Just pushing on in with... Okay, that is unreasonable. And he's looking for the trade. That doesn't take place, and he's going to escape with his life intact. That is massive.
Yeah, well, double or setup. Take note of that. Tiger have to play a retake with 2 ops still in play. They haven't got a kill up until that point, with Dobu 9 stepping up, and now a bit of an issue for Brent. They haven't got the bomb planted. They might not need to retake this because the bomb not yet down. Well, now 2 players just set back in CT. For Tiger, another kill. NCL just chiming in. A follow-up. Wit's gone. It's all onto Derek. A 1 versus 4. He'll be back in the ramp, but that has just crumbled. What has just happened there from Brad? Everything was looking good. They get the opening kill. Wit's just making a madman play over the top of the stairs, down the bottom, through the smoke. They get the man advantage. There's absolutely no trade coming in. But the bomb doesn't get planted, and Bren just lose players left, right, and center.
That was the one little hole in that play. Witz pushes into the smoke, he gets to kill. What does he notice? There's no one towards jungle. And if there's anyone connected to smoke, smoking it off. You want to probably get the bomb planted in that direction then. Like, you don't go for the usual default plant, right, towards the boxes where it can easily be spotted from short. Instead, you go for a plant towards CT while not ensuring that that smoke is going to be a one-way. And of course, Jobo's going to take advantage of that. That was a big mistake. And again, after losing the member, after the bomb gets dropped, they're not able to really capitalize. Oh, sorry, they're not really able to counter, which is a big mistake. And that was a big mistake from 9. There was no need for him to peek out there. His teammates got the kill and immediately falls on back. Urcast, okay, that was sick. Urcast has come to play today, Dinko. That makes my Jimmies feel very happy.
Well, he is certainly showing up. We see him dive out the window on the USPs. I knew. Well, Urcast are feeling confident today. And he does it again here. Just not quite committing to the jump out the window. Luckily, he's just taking the kills, though. 2 collective for him. And the man advantage in play here for Tiger. Dobu confident as well, getting aggressive in towards ramp. He should be finding at least 1 here, but Derek, he's quicker, and it's not really needed to go aggressive there. You know, you have already got that man advantage in play, thanks to Urcast's hard work. You don't really need to go take that ramp control. He does give away his life, but Urcast has rotated over towards CT spawn.
These are the small little mistakes which I really hate from Tiger. Now, if it was some of the other teams from Asia, I'd probably forgiven them. But this is a team touted to be the team to take the title of being the best, the strongest team in Asia away from Tyloo and VG. For them to make small little mistakes like this, so lucky is a player there to stay alive. Urcast, I don't even know how he missed that shot. And LCL making contact. Derek's gonna fall there. Didn't necessarily need to face there. And now it's a 2v3. Still 2 AWPs on the retake, but at least the bomb gets planted for the Filipino side. As NCL finds... well, sorry, he just found Derek a while ago. And now Witz. He was a star player, in fact, the highest rated player for this lineup earlier on, but he needs to do bigger. AWP in hand. Rounds off a shot, and it's going to be all on him. He's going to find 1. Oh, gets a second on NCL through the smoke. It's a 1v1 Cabal versus Witz. No scope is going to be coming in. Yes, it is. That is brilliant stuff from Witz. And a brilliant 1v3 and a quad kill, in fact, to close out the round. That was massive.
That's play huge. Witz just coming in, standing tall with the AWP, gets himself all of the kills. Oh, that is just absolutely brilliant from Witz. You know, you always feel a little bit of panic. You feel some anxiety when there's a defuse coming in and the last player left alive has an AWP, right? You never really expect him to get that kill through the smoke. And well, Witz displays a beauty on the AWP. And now we're into a 4-1 scoreline. It's Brad answering back immediately after a round loss. And I have to say, as much as I praise Dobu being an incredible player, that was just dumb.
Yeah, it was. It was very dumb. 4v3. There's no need to push on further. There's no need to go for the man advantage, but a nice little tag coming in from Dobu this time around. Those Mac 10s could be his doom. There's no one nearby to go for the trade. Flashbang is good. He's going to fall on back 9. He's got an AWP, bear in mind. They have kind of gone for this forced buy. Very weird buy as well. Mac 7, Deagle. Scout for Dobu to peer over the railing. This is interesting. Now, it's keeping the Molotov's keeping the CTs at bay. But they're aware. Oh, that's a fast flick from 9. And all of a sudden, it's falling apart for Brent.
Yeah, that's just a neck snapper. And well, Dobu looking for the USP. Oh, God, that's awkward. Ja takes down 2. And now it's a 2 versus 2. 17 seconds, the time ticking on the bomb. Ja just playing back in CT spawn with the Mac 10. It's going to be very difficult for him to do anything here. Urcast cleaning up. He comes through powers on that flank. He gets involved late into the round. And it's going to be Tiger just about taking the defuse. And a round win picked up for them. They probably shouldn't have had a right in winning there. They'll be very happy with that. And again, it comes down to the mistake in the previous round. You know, they need to step up going into the next one. But it kind of shows that they have enough skill that sometimes those mistakes, they don't really get punished to the full extent.
Yeah, especially, like, come on. Mirage has been played forever now, right? Everyone knows little gaps in the smoke, for example, like that smoke, that gap between the jungle smoke and the top of stairs.
Oh, that was
smoke.
awful, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, these are known things. Now, I get it, Asia's behind the EU NA scene by quite a margin, but come on, this is your map pick. These are things you need to be ready with. And I feel like that's the biggest problem in Asian teams in general. I'm not talking about every team. I feel like teams like Vici, Tyloo, and even Tiger for that matter are playing at a higher level altogether. But you see these small little mistakes which go unpunished in the Asian region, and then you qualify for, let's say, a big event like a DreamHack Masters or Pro League or something. You're just gonna get crapped on by everyone else. Like some of this tier 3 unknown Estonian, Bulgarian mixes are just gonna steamroll you. You can't afford to have that.
The utility usage seems to be something that's lacking quite a bit, and not so much usage. I mean, they use the nades, they just use them ineffectively, right? And sometimes the flashes, we've seen the flash assist, the team earlier, can't recall who it was, but they went with 0 flash assist the entire game, right? So it's quite awful in that respect. And so a lot of these smokes that we've seen have huge gaps in them, and these aren't things that can be fixed, right? You can go straight to the server, you can work on those for an hour or 2, and you have them locked down. So they're easy fixes, and I would be so disappointed if we continue to see the same mistakes as we move through the tournaments.
Well, hopefully they do wake up. Their Urcast just finds one. Nice work from Wit with the P250. What is going on? Okay. The pistols are coming out on top. That's the answer. And is the curse real? They have 3 Deagles, though. Dinko. It's not the 2, but Ja with the AWP picked up. He's going to find another one. Ja just popping off, and Cabal's going to be left alone in the 1v2. This is still winnable. But this map is off to a very, very strange start indeed.
Oh yeah, this is quite the affair in terms of scrappiness and back and forth. Cabal, now the last remaining player, decides to go to a rifle. I'm a fan of picking up this M4 in this situation. Close corner. Oh, he spots the player close behind Triple. He needs to go around the corner quickly, and that's really well played by Cabal. Molotov underhand toss. It's going to be the defuse coming through. Cabal's been hit low. The knife kill from Derek. Job done. And Bren, they will be getting themselves a round win off the back of just pistols. That started with a P250 swing in towards the A-bomb site. Just the P250 doming the player at jungle, and the rest follow through. There was even team kill in the mix.
It's just... I don't know what to say here. I mean, looking at this, you're like, all right, Tigers should be coming in strong, but... And they can play Mirage. They can really play Mirage, but this is just some abysmal anti-ecos coming out from them. And for Brent, yeah, if you saw a few scrappy rounds here and there, but hey, when you're 5-2 up on a map pick against what some people would consider a top 3 team, and Cabal, you're gonna hold an angle, that barrel better not be spotted out. I think Wit spotted it out.
He wouldn't be looking here otherwise, right? Or maybe here's the jumping. He was expecting some sort of boost, or... But there's no reason why you would be so inclined to look at that position otherwise. And what Pro does take down Cabal, it doesn't really matter anyway if the kills all come through. One has to be picked up for the CT side, but it is only the 1 frag. So we should be looking at a very easy round for Bren now. It's just NCL stuck in jail. This corner, it should be good for 1 here because Derek is incredibly low. It comes down to trigger discipline though. Just take the 1 kill. Just walk away. 1 bird is better than 2 in the bush. And go for it, please. NCL, okay, he can deny the bomb plant, but he's not going to get anything. No. Oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, there's trick or discipline, and then there's that. And that's, I think I just taken it to an extreme, but I like it. I like the attempt, just doesn't quite work.
Yeah,
If it's a
if
better
you had a
gun there,
rifle,
yeah.
if you had a rifle there, that could have been very scary, right? But okay, the buy will be coming in. And, well, Bren Esports might actually make a series of this if things keep going this way. Looking good, individual shining, and I think more importantly for this lineup, it's Wits stepping up today. And for the side of Tiger, actually, Urkas off to a great start as well. So some of the players who we expected to be the top fraggers, to expected to be the star players of the respective lineups, kind of showing up to play. And right now, Bren looking, at least for now, like the slightly better team.
Well, 9 gets the opening kill. Yeah, this isn't the start that Tiger would be looking for coming into this matchup. And it seems like just a few errors coming in across the board from Tiger. I feel like the individuals are definitely here today. In terms of Urkat certainly showing up. I think Dobu's been a little quieter and a little more aggressive today. Needlessly as well. So we'll see if he can patch that up. At the moment, Bren off to a good start. They'll be happy enough with this. They have lost a player into this round, though, so this is not something they will be incredibly happy with. Pop flash in towards Connector. That should allow Pro to peek with it. Just a standard mid-tick coming in from Bren. All the utility being used up. Smoke for the window, molly for Connector, play down in towards Underpass as well. They've taken a lot of control early on into the round. And with 43 seconds left, where did Bren decide to go? It seems like the B split is on the cards.
Yeah, but this angle from NCL, it's a little worrying. That AWP from Wits, he's not missing too many shots. They have kind of a crossfire setup. Dobu is... Oh, I love that. I love that full commit peek. They're like, all right, there's a guy behind us, doesn't matter. We get the guy towards benches first, and then we take care of the rest. A 2v2 bomb will be planted. Wits from that short position. And we're providing a little bit of overwatch for his team. We have the late flank coming in. This could actually work on out. Wits misses a shot. Urkas finds him out, and it's all on Pro. It's a 1v1. He's down to like almost half HP, 44 points to be precise. But he's read this perfectly. Misses a shot though, and that's going to give Urkas a little bit of a chance. I don't see a kit on his body, however. He might pick it up from one of his fallen comrades, but needs to get this kill in Pro. He's playing this like a pro. This is brilliantly done, and finishes off with a beautiful headshot as well. That is just brilliant from Pro, and Bren, they get to round number 7.
Yeah, Pro's definitely looking good. We see him a little bit earlier on today in the pits around doing a lot of work as well. So Bren, they have a few more individuals, and we were talking about the fact that maybe this team, what they lack is firepower, but today they're showing up and the whole team's fragging. Take a look at this. Papachulo at the bottom, but the rest of the team looking pretty solid. And when I say he's at the bottom, he's not at the bottom by much. And Wits trying to peek out in towards middle early on with the AWP. I mean, I've been enjoying this Bren mid take. It's been pretty good. Molotovs in towards the window early, then they throw the smoke a little bit later on. I'd be interested to see if they change it up when they're against the pistols, and instead of just smoking the window, they would just leave the Molotov there. And that is the case, as they aren't even committing towards middle now. They toss utility down, but instead gather outside the A bomb site. It's a mid fake in towards an A setup, and they have got Dobu playing close towards the ramp, so he will be able to pick up information initially. And while Urkas, unfortunately, will be spotted and taken down immediately. Now Dobu repositions, and he was incredible from this spot play.
He was, but he needs to do way more here. CZ going for the wild spray. Derek will end him, barely doing any damage there. Papachulo finding 9 as well, so this should be a very easy round. Derek, perfect crosser placement as well, leaving Cabal alone now. He's got his position towards Palace. He might find one. But Papachulo, he's aware. He is paranoid that someone might be sneaking up from behind him. So, there we go. I don't think Cabal's going to get anything done here unless at PD50 can rattle off a shot up close in the face. He's going to be ready. But Papachulo quicker than Cabal is. 8-2. T-side. Mirage and a map pick. Bren. Looking good, surprising all of us. This is impressive. I won't lie. This has been some pretty solid CS overall. Individually, they're looking good. And when it comes to these kind of like 2v3, 4v4 scenarios, sorry, 3v3 scenarios, it's looking cleaner than some of the overextensions we've seen from Tiger. And it looks like some of the rounds that they made the mistakes, like that one round where they got the bomb down, and I mean, they didn't get the bomb down, rather. Some questionable decisions there, but it looks like a distant memory right now, Dinko. This looks like a whole different team, whole different good-looking team.
Yeah, much better. And I think when we take a look at sort of the question marks we have beside their Mirage, why they decided to go for this as the pick, well, I think it's clearly showing that it's a really well-prepared map for them. Now, Mirage is one of those maps where Utility usage isn't as much of a big deal. You should know like every smoke that you need to know. But for me personally, I've been enjoying, again, I've said it a few times, this mid-take from Bren. And the fact that they're using the utility so well and so thought out, this is definitely a different team than we seen yesterday on Inferno. Woods is going to go down early on though, 9 hitting that shot. It's his first kill in a little while. That's when he gets the ult back through. It's a good start, but Tiger have had advantages before and Bren have fought back.
Yes, they have. And I'm just taking a look at the stats for Tiger on Mirage, right? They have an 80% win rate where they've won 5 out of 6 games they've played. And the one loss they had was against the Thai team Sigma. And the Thai teams are very notorious for being extremely good on Mirage, as we saw from Beyond. They even beat Beyond, albeit all the wins have been comparatively pretty close. 16-14, 16-12 to Invictus, 16-11, 16-7, a little bit more one-sided against Vici, and a 16-14 to Beyond. So they can play the map against certain teams who are very comfortable on it. And just based on the stats, you wouldn't be wrong for suggesting, you know, Tiger would be the favorite team. But Bren, they went for this pocket pick. And I'm actually impressed. The fact that, you know, Inferno got banned out the one map where we thought they'd have a chance. And they kind of seem to have read into it. They're like, all right, they might ban Inferno out, but we do have Mirage. And right now, looking good. Dobu spotting out players towards T-Ramp. He needs backup real quickly. He does have Urcast nearby. Flashbang's going to pop one out. It's going to be in time. No, it won't. Papi Chulo is going to get the kill. Now, Urcast needs to do something here. Waiting for a flashbang from his teammates. He's going to go for the peak. Helped out by Dobu's flashbang. 9 still spotting. Cabal's going to get the kill. And now it's a 3v2. Ja and Pro left. And both of them, rather Pro at least, is bleeding out internally.
Well, Ja takes down Cabal. Pro, like you said, extremely low HP. Only 5 seconds left here for Bren. They've got to immediately start planting. Well, they will get the plant through, but much more than that. Not going to happen. What? What just happened there? It was literally a millisecond in it. Pro comes off the bomb and decides to take down NCL and 9 at the same time. That is just unbelievable. How has that happened? There's only one way he wins that, and it's just finding these insta headshots. Now, at least we get to see what's going on here. Pro just flicks to the left. He needs to get this kill immediately, and he finds the headshot. That is just unbelievable.
That is actually insane. That is actually insane from Pro. Well, now we know why his name's Pro. Just want to know why Papi Chulo's name is Papi Chulo, though. That is the question I have here. But 9-2, my word. We've seen him win some clean rounds. We've seen them win some clutches. But Pro, he's showing that he's good in his clutch scenarios.
Oh, yeah.
And they're basically making us eat our own words. Like, if you look at the death segment we had earlier with Jason and Mitch, we were talking about how individually Tiger are by far the better team. But Bren, I mean, they're showing up today.
And we've got a game on our hands. And I'm excited because, for the most part, I was expecting another 2-0. We've had 2 pretty one-sided best of 3s today. I think one of the most impressive parts is Invictus being able to take down Tai Lu in that fashion. But today, I was not expecting this performance out of Bren at all. Now, Pro does take down Cabal, and the push can come through. It's NCL able to find 1 on the MP9, but the push continues to come in towards the B-bomb site. A few damage kills coming through here from Tiger. They find a few. Not really too much to get too excited about just up until this point where Urcast could have taken down the short player, but it doesn't happen. It's just Dobu now. A 1 versus 3. He has to make it work, and there's the headshot. Goes back into short, but it's Derek who is quick on the trigger. Now, it really does feel like Bren just everything's going their way. You know, there was a chance for Tiger a couple of rounds now where they've been able to win a round, but they haven't been able to pick them up. I think the perfect scenario to talk about is the fact that there has been that one, the situation where Pro has a few seconds, maybe even 1 second left on the clock, and he's able to take down 2 players immediately. And I think that pretty much summarizes Tiger's day here, because Urcast has shown up, but I feel like the rest of the team has been pretty quiet. We've seen 9 get a kill here and there. He's got the opening kills time and time again, but the rest of the team have kind of let it slide.
Kind of have. At this point, you got to be like, all right, what the hell can Tiger even do at the moment? They've always gone for these dual op setups. It's worked out once. Apart from that, and it wasn't even the AWPs which were like doing the brunt of the heavy lifting for the Mongolian side, but bear in mind, for Tiger, you know, they won the previous RMR. This is an event where they want to place top 2. right? Worst case scenario, top 3. They want to even win this entire thing and kind of cement their position at top of Asian CS. So a game against Bren, this should be something they're going to be expecting to be in the bag. You know, one of the easier games for them. But what we've seen from yesterday, like we saw how Mazalik and Divine Vendetta just got completely obliterated with the Deagle and the Scout from Pokemon and Havoc respectively. So that could be something in the back of Bren's mind at the moment. But here we go. Slowly inching ahead. They've taken control of mid. We headed to the C4 alongside Derek making the way towards the T-Ramp. And once more, it is going to be Urcast and Dobu getting pressured on this A-bomb side.
Well, coming out towards the ramp, it's Urcast down in towards lower wood. Papachulo goes down alongside Wits, and now it's just Ja. This is a much better round for Tiger. All cleanly getting kills. No one really falling apart from Dobu. Now Ja, he'll do as much damage as he can. I mean, the economy's not really well built up here for Tiger, so every kill is costly. Ja does get one, but Cabal gets rid of him. Much better round coming in from Tiger. 10-3 on the board. Bren Esports still continue their hot trail. Can they continue it, though, in this round? They have to break down Tiger's buy here. Well, this would be upsetting to say the least from Tiger, because when they came into it, they finally get a round win under their belt. I mean, there's a couple of scenarios where they probably should have done that a little bit earlier on. As soon as they have an opportunity to recover this half and get a bit of momentum going, Red have this opportunity now to break that down and stop that from happening. Well, 9 peeking down in towards middle. It's the Molotov in towards his position, and a quick cat tick coming in from Red.
I love the switch. Oh, job at a brilliant opening. But now Cabal's position compromises. Doesn't matter. He's still going to shut it down like a turret of death. And Papi Chulo left in a 1v4. Huge round from Cabal there. And like you said, Denko, they needed to definitely win this round to at least try and get 5 rounds on the CT side. And I think Cabal might have made it possible with his magic wand.
Well, Cabal taking down Papachulo. And yeah, another back-to-back round there from Tiger. Finally, that one's a good one as well. They only lose the 2 players, so limiting the casualties across the board for the most part. Looking pretty solid now, so Tiger can keep this up and end the half with a few more rounds on the board. 10-5, obviously the best case scenario for the team now. That would be somewhat recoverable. Still disappointing, but recoverable nonetheless. Bren, though, they're going to be happy. Even if they lose this last round, they're going to be still so happy with this T-side performance. Seems like most of them setting up for the execute at the moment. 3 players positioned in towards the A position. And well, it's Derek that catches out Dobu, going for aggression straight off the start of the round. Now, how many teams in Mirage, right, are just going to stand outside of the A ramp with their smokes at the ready and just hold for the aggression? Pretty much all of them in a default like this. So it's strange to see him do it immediately into the round.
Well, I mean, I have a statement for that, but I think it's just gonna annoy you. Asian Counter-Strike. There we go. Well, we do have Derek just pushing on out here. He's actually gone for the play, and that's very surprising. Urcast should be ready for this. That's a nice flashbang from his teammates, but Derek slowly walking out. That's a great counter flash. He's blinded. He's been spotted out, and that's Urcast conveying information. However, they're running out of men. As Urcast is going to fall as well. This is not looking good at all, Dinko. It's a 2v5. Well, it makes it a 2v4. It does NCL, but it is still looking very rough as NCL is going to be left alone in a 1v4, and they know exactly where he is.
Well, NCL with a headshot gets rid of Pro. All planted now. And well, NCL is going to go down. 11-4. A really impressive half from Bren. Lackluster performance again from Tiger. I'm not too confident right now in this Tiger team. I'm really not. I think Urcast showed up today, but that's about it. I mean, we're talking about his negative performance yesterday. Well, he shows up, and then everybody else falls off. I don't really know which scenario I would prefer. I think yesterday's Tiger actually looking a little bit better than it is right now, and obviously early into the game, still a lot to recover, but at the moment, 11-4, you've really got to be favoring Brent here on Mirage at the moment.
Oh, you have to. You'd be a fool not to. But let's see what Mongols have here. Glocks all around, smoke and a flashbang, and Ja is going to be making contact. He does have some semblance of backup in the form of Derek playing at the playing towards the benches. Here comes a flashbang. Ja is a little bit blinded, still going to hold a line though, and Cabal opening it up. Derek has a lot of work to do, but Urkat's going to just steamroll him. Bomb's going to get planted, and this should be the round for Tiger here. Very quick hit towards the B bomb site, and it does work out for them.
Well, it's Wits going down, Papachulo and Pro now 2 versus 5. It's not looking like a pistol will be coming in here for Bren, but they're going to try and do as much damage as possible. Papachulo, he's just crossed by 9. And what a position. You're just not going to be expecting that. And 9 capitalizes on the element of surprise. Tiger find a pistol round they desperately needed. And they'll be happy moving forward with the pistol round, but now they need to follow up. And it's going to be a 4 spike coming in from Bren.
And I guess you can be forgiven for going for these plays, right? I mean, like, obviously, when you have this massive lead, would have got that many rounds to give yourself a buffer. Good round from 9 there. Here we go. Found 4 spot coming out from Brent. Scout, Deagles, and these Deagles, man, like, I know we haven't really seen Brent do too many things with a Desert Eagle in particular, although we saw that P250 round earlier. It does scare me. And especially when they're looking this fired up, they're looking to just take these fights against Tiger. If I'm the Mongolian side, I'm playing this one a little bit more passively, but this might have actually worked out for Tigers. We see the rotation about to take place towards B, but the moment the smokes get deployed over at A, it's going to be the call that it is a bomb site hit. And if the bomb gets planted, if I'm Bren, I just go for the save. It's not really not worth going for the fight here. Just save your armor, Deagles, and your scout. You don't want to take these weapons, rather the lack of weapons you have here, into a post plan where you don't even have a single kit. Rather save it and try your best in the next round.
Well, Wits, good headshot. Gets rid of NCL. Any more than this? Highly unexpected. Smoke goes in towards ramp, but look at Cabal's position. This should be the insurance policy, even if anything chaotic happens here. Derek is going to get 1 headshot. Dobu going down on the defuse, coming through around the back of triple. It's not planted here for Cabal. Oh no, the defuse is coming through around the other side. Luckily it's at 10 seconds, but it doesn't matter. And Cabal's going to spray through. Looking for a little bit more here. Jack comes in with a headshot. If they had a kit, that round's done. The defuse was just happening for so long behind the triple stack.
Yeah, that's just insane. That's actually insane from Papachulo and his men. I already felt like the round was pretty much done and dusted, but somehow they make it work. Somehow they almost pull it off. And for Tiger, that's kind of like a kick in the backside. It's more like, doesn't matter how sure a round looks. This team, this Filipino team today, they're really here to play. They're going to make you bleed for every single round you get. Although, this time around, just the USPs. You see a Deagle and a P2, and I think that's a P2K. Yeah, it's just a Deagle and the 1 flashbang investment from Papachulo. I'm just going to call him Pappy.
Pappy. And I'll
hey,
call him Chulo.
Pappy. Papito, Papichulo, Papi. I like the stack from Bren though. I'm always a fan of when you are on almost a full eco. Might as well maximize your chances, right? Just stacking towards the bomb side, or stacking towards mid, or something a little unconventional. So try and catch the players off guard. But here we go.
Cabal actually gets away at the right time there. Could have had a nasty few players coming his way. And now Brent. Really working out for them. Good repositioning from Cabal as he falls back more passively. Tiger get a read on what's happening, get some info that passed on to them, so they go over towards the A-bomb site, get the digits punched in. Now Jad down in towards middle. He's going to be shut down by Dobu. And this is one of the rounds you really expect to pick up cleanly up until the pistols come around the corner. There's too many for Cabal to handle, so now that's an AK available, but they want to make sure that it doesn't get saved on over. It might be difficult with that smoke. Don't really want to be running in, but the MAC-10 comes through from the apartments. It's all onto Derek, just with the Deagle. He goes down as well, and that's a lot of money built up for NCL towards the end of the round as he saves the AK on over it as well. 7-11 I haven't been to one of those in a long time.
It's like forever, right? One day, Dinka, one day we're gonna go to a 7-Eleven.
One day when we get freed from our cages, Blair.
Yeah, which doesn't look likely with the way some people are going about things. But anyway, we're here for esports. Let's not
Let's
press.
not delve into that yet.
Yeah, it's gonna get depressing.
Counter-Strike continues, and that's all that matters.
Counter-Strike is good. Counter-Strike is life. This is so the thing is for Brent, even when you have this is a problem, right? When you switch over to the CD side, you have such a massive lead. It can kind of slip away from you. You keep losing a few rounds here. Your money keeps getting reset here and there. And on the CD side, it's always hard. It's always hard to kind of maintain that economy. You need to repurchase all the utility. You lose a couple of players here and there. You got to buy back in all the wasted armor, the weaponry. And the weaponry in general is more expensive as well, right? The M4 is more expensive than the AK-47, for example. If you want to go for an AUG, that is more expensive as well. So it's a big investment. So for Tiger, sometimes winning 2 rounds is equal to winning 3 rounds. If you get my drift. So for Brent, they need to be a little wary. They just can't let this slip away from them. They've had a phenomenal first half, and they need to close it out as soon as possible. You don't want Tiger start to get rolling, because that is a dangerous proposition.
Now, once they get rolling, it can be very, very difficult to stop them. Now Tiger, utility coming in, it's a Molotov, down towards the van, it's NCL, but Derek, okay, 2 kills from short, he will eventually go down, Dobu gets rid of him, and all 3 versus 3, bomb plant coming in from Dobu. Do Brand even want to go for this at this point? They're so far removed from the situation, you haven't really got too much money left over, there's no kit in play, so the chances of winning this retake play are pretty slim.
It is pretty slim. However, they're pretty much announcing where they're coming in from. And 15 seconds. Did it have a kit? I don't see any kit. Yeah, just go for the save.
No,
There's no
don't.
point.
Yeah, they don't have a kit. That's why I immediately said. I was like, they don't have a kit. So why would we even just hang around here? So they're just losing weapons. The money's not in a good position. And Tiger, they're not going to have any money issues coming into this next one. So it is all on the Brand teams to save their weapons over. And you can see it's not looking too great right now. Derek does a good job in towards short. Unfortunately, it's just not enough for them in the round there. We got the head-to-head between Ja and Cabal. And now Urcast and Papachulo, which has continued to be the head-to-head. Quite even in a few respects here.
I just want to question the decision that Bren made there, right? Was it Derek or Ja who stayed behind to fight towards market? Because whoever that was, you had 3 rifles.
I'm pretty sure it was Ja, because didn't Derek just go down towards short after
He got 2 kills. Yeah, you're right. So let's take a look at the risk analysis, right? Okay, this is unnecessary. I mean, yeah. I guess Tiger were expecting a full buy, but Urkaz is fine with. So yeah, I'll get back to that thought a little bit later on. But Ja doing some work, but the trades are quick and thick and fast. Now 1 player left on its site. It's gonna be the 1 player is very low, but Pro will be found out in the smoke. This should be the round. There is a flank coming in from behind, but he seems to be wary of it. But yeah, I just want to touch upon that play from Ja. You have 3 players surviving. You have the AWP and 2 and M4s. If you stay alive, you can buy up. You can drop a weapon. You have $2,700 there. You have the cavalry. You have the M4. You can drop maybe even a FAMAS towards Pro, and then maybe Pop. You can drop a gun towards Wits. Right? You still have a much more solid buy. Instead, you take away a weapon from Mongols. Sorry, I keep calling them Mongols from Team Tiger. But what does that really net you? They're still gonna buy up. You know they have the money. It's just not the risk worth taking. And these are the small little nuances in not just Bren. I don't want to just pick on Bren, but this is something which you see from almost every team out there in the Asian region, which really, really tilts me. I think it's highly unnecessary to go for these sort of plays. And you don't need to go to college to get a risk analysis to take a risk analysis class to figure this out. It's pretty simple math.
I always feel like that would be one of the worst jobs in the world. You'd just be like the saddest human being in the world. You know, risk analysis. Risk analyst, there we go.
I think it's actually fun, trying to figure out what could go wrong and then prepping for that.
I mean, that obviously sounds like a very interesting part, but imagine just everything in life, the small issues in life, kind of just analyzing the risks of going outside. I mean, there is a lot of risks right now actually going outside, so maybe it's not such a bad job after all.
That is true. That is indeed very true. And I wish some of these teams hired a real risk analyst.
Now that would be a job. Well, you want to... Maybe you could go into that. Just on the side. Risk.
Yeah.
You might actually lose your mind at that point, though.
Yeah, it's going to be worse than just my thinning hair. I'm just going to pull whatever remnants I have out and then just turn into an alcoholic. Yeah, I don't want to...
The story of Blair. Release the book and it'll do much better than Zonix. That's for sure.
It would be a wild read, I won't lie. Well, here we go. Fast play from Tiger towards mid, and Brendan pretty... This I'm not a fan of. This is something, again, I've seen from many Asian teams. I think Beyond are the one team who don't necessarily do this on the CD side. You have such a good lead, and then on the CD side, you just turtle up. You just completely turtle up, no real crossfires, just playing extremely passive, extremely placid, giving so much map control. And like I said, Tiger or a team, once it's get going, they're going to potentially try and steamroll you, and I'm not a big fan of this. Take the fight to Tiger. You still have the round leads, you have the freedom to be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more proactive, but as the rounds get whittled away, firstly, NCL very lucky to stay alive there, but as the difference gets smaller and smaller, it's always going to get harder and harder for you to kind of come back from this. As Urcast floating with danger, no one spotted him out, but it's going to be Pro who gets to kill. He spotted 2 players now towards A. That's going to be the hit towards the B bomb side, but 1 player's there, Ja. He has backup arriving in the form of Derek. Derek's still spotting towards the murder hole, which is going to find LCL, who was on the lurk. Jobu finding Ja, though, and that should be opening up the B bomb side, unless Derek does something special, but Nine's going to get the kill. And his crosshair train in the window position, that's going to be a hard retake for Bren.
Papachulo, big flank coming in. Nine needs to be careful. Chulo looks to try and take them down at this point. He's waiting on his teammates to get into better positions, and Nine's going to flick up, but needs to be aware of the flank. And while Papachulo nearly gets caught out there, luckily able to take the kill on 15 HP. And now Dobu, he's going to go down as well. It's just Cabal. Oh, he's going to go down. This is just huge from the Brent side. You know, this is a brilliant retake. They don't lose a single player coming into it. The flank from the apartments, 9 going down, and then the rest all crumbling. And that's finally a round picked up for Bren. One of the only rounds they've been able to pick up in a long, long while.
Yeah, it almost seems like... I've almost forgotten Bren haven't had a single round on CD side. It was an 11-4 half. And to be honest, it was looking even more grim. I think it was, what, 10-2... Was it 10? 10-2? Yeah, it was 10-2 at a point. So 11-4, you still feel like, yeah, you know, Bren pretty much have this in the bag. But now, 11-9, but at least to get to 12 rounds. The first round on CD side, they do lose a couple of players. So... money still not quite stabilized yet, but neither is it that great for Tiger. But this, I feel like, is more of a must-win for the side of Tiger. Wits, okay, at the edge of the flames, he still gets the kill and escapes with his life intact. That's a huge duel to win. He was trapped in the corner, just balls of sheer steel, just peering down, finding NCL. And that's a kill he's going to be very, very happy with.
Smoke out top con. Obu down in towards the window area. That's what it's connected to. And he's got a decent position here. And we take a look at the setup from Bren. Currently 3 players over towards this A side of the map. So a decent setup. They've got Pro as one of the prongs in towards jungle. One in front of the smokes in the site. It's Papachulo task with that. And they ult back in CT. So if they execute, the standard execute comes in, there's going to be a big issue for the player inside the site. He's going to be alone, and while Papachulo is going to do good work finding Dobu. And now Pro sitting back in behind the smoke. He's still alive here, doing good work. Urcast finally gets rid of Papachulo, the player inside of the site itself. It's still 4 versus 3. A man advantage still intact and might just be followed up, but it's 9 swinging wide, shutting down Pro. And now with 29 seconds left, finally the bomb plant will come through.
They're going to go for the wall bank. 2 ops means they can do quite a bit of damage. And why would 9 just give up control of Connected? That is massive. He's going to find one. He can get a second kill. This is huge if he gets the shot. And he's so low is Wits. And he's doing a very good job of just staying alive. In fact, he does one even better. He gets the kill. And bear in mind, it was 17 HP all this while. That's a huge round for Wits to win for his team. And I think that was a big misplay in the end there. I think it was from 9. I mean, Urkas gets a bomb down. It just, everyone just leaves short. You saw a player there. You're going to expect him to maybe potentially peek on out. So that's a big misplay from Tiger. And that could be a very costly round indeed. This one from Wits, I was like, some sick shots.
Yeah, the Wits is definitely there's some great stuff in this round, and we do see ourselves at a 13-9 scoreline, 3 away from victory here for Bren. The first step in the right direction if they want to be able to pull some sort of upset here against Tiger. They've already had upsets today, and well, it could continue here in PAL 2020 Summer. Wits again with the AWP down in towards Connector. Flashes up in towards the B-bomb side. Kibal's already out here with the Tech 9, looking to be the front man. He dives through the window. You'd expect the trip potential to be there off the balcony a little quicker, but they're coming through the window itself, and the Tech 9 still get involved. NCL with a double kill, and now there's a chance to win this round. A ball plant. Now a chance because they've got the man advantage, Blood. They've recovered the rifles. This is scary times ahead for Bren. Do they even want to go for this?
Yeah, save right now. Just call for the save. Whoever an in-game leader is, look at your money. You will have some residual cash. Wits and Papichulo can drop over for Ja and Derek, and you will still have a decent buy. If you lose any of these guns right now, that's not going to happen. So I'm glad the call ran out. I'm glad that no one's really... It's no point. Even for Wits, this angle, he might even hit a shot, might take away a couple of wins, is a couple of kills. I just don't feel it's worth it. I just wanted to run away, far away from where the action's going to be, and hold on to these guns. Wits gonna get a nice little flick shot onto 9. And okay, this is better. At least they don't lose any of their guns. But Tiger, that is a big win. That's a big round indeed. They not only win the round, and they also retrieve the AWP, which is going to be dropped towards, should be dropped towards 9, I guess, but Dobo might be wielding it as well, considering his spawn. But yeah, a big win for Tiger. They get to double digits. And for Brent, 3 players saving means, yes, they can get the buy. They would have got the buy anyway, but, you know, with the fact that the 3 rifles are saved, they're going to be able to drop over towards Ja and Derek, and also means they will have a full set of utility as well to deal with this particular round from Tiger. However, Dinko, if Brent loses round, they might have to go for a save, and that is not something they're going to be happy with.
No, because that just lets Tiger right back in things again, and Brent have struggled to get involved in the second half at all. So once they finally get that control, you'd like to see them try and keep it there. But with the situation currently at hand, we can definitely see Tiger end up with this this comeback going all the way if they lose this round here, Brent. So all bound for the Wits. They've got the rest on rifles. Immediately, Tiger stacking players over towards the A bomb side. So it looks like this is going to be the hit towards a 5th player arriving as well. All of their forces congregating towards the A bomb side. It's going to be a standard A execute, it seems, on towards the site. We've currently got Papachulo in towards the Underwood position, and Wits playing on the ticket box. So 1 kill should be enough here from Papachulo. I don't think he's going to get much more than that, and he doesn't even get a single kill. He goes aggressive, tries to catch them as they run out of the ramp, and he doesn't get anything for it. And while Wits has just been absolutely neutralized with that Molotov, so he can't get involved either. Bomb plant stolen away, and now they can fall back with a man advantage into the post plant.
They still feeling this retake, and if Derek can find Dobu, this could be big. I think he heard a jump from Dobu, and he's gonna get spotted at Dobu, gonna go for the face. I'd rather Dobu potentially fall back, but have done so much damage. Derek down to 9 HP, Wits low as well, and yep, there you go. The call for the save has rung on out. Another round for Tiger. Like a caged animal, Tiger were against the back of the cage. And it would look like Brent would kind of run away with this, but it's not quite done yet. Another save. That means the buy will still be in. But Brent, they're playing a very dangerous game here. 1 round going Tiger's way. And Brent just might be broke. And even if they win a round, if they get reset, Tiger can easily run up and potentially get to round number 14 or maybe even 15. So what was such a massive first half for Brent, it just looks like a very distant memory at the moment. We do have the head-to-head here. The pick for Brent has been Wits, but again, taking nothing away from anyone else. Wits has been a top frag, but everyone's stepping up. Derek on 21 kills as well. And for the side of Tiger, I think without a shadow of a doubt, it's been Urkas who has been the player in the server who has been most impactful. But also, 9. He has been pretty solid, especially with the AWP. There we go. Urkas coming out there. Top fragging, I believe, in the server. Tied, in fact, alongside Derek. There we go. 21 kills apiece. Very similar stats if you look at it. Although, 3 1v X's won by Derek. That is a difference maker right there for Bren.
How heartbreaking would it be, though, if you're Bren to have this lead coming into the second half, to have such a strong statement in the first half, to all crumble away from you in the second, just to go on to lose? I think that would be very difficult to recover from mentally, especially heading on to the second map. That's when things get a little bit rough, because it's Tiger's map pick, everything's kind of against you at this point. So I almost feel like if Bren want a chance of pulling the upset overall, they've got to do it here. You said in the Veto stage, this Veto massively favors the Mongolians, and so Bren, a lot of work needed to done here on Mirage, and well, so far, put the hard work in, and they're 3 away from victory. We're getting into the final few stages of regulation.
Final few stages of regulation, and yeah, the pressure's starting to mount. The thing is, for Tiger, they have been in these spots in the past, in the recent past, and for Brent, while in Southeast Asia they are a force to be reckoned with, they have historically struggled in some of these Pan-Asian events where you have the likes of Tai Lu and Tiger and Vici playing. So Brent definitely do want to have this particular notch in their belt. They want this map at the very least to make things a little bit more competitive, to kind of get the blood flowing and maybe feel a little bit more confident heading into the second and third map. Pro will be burnt out from Connector. Still, quite a bit of utility and time expended by Tiger trying to get control of that mid area. They have, and they've opted to just relinquish it. They're going to be heading back towards the A bomb site. This could actually really not pan out for Tiger. The position of Papi Chulo, even if it gets taken down, the rotation's going to be on the moment he spots a player out. Okay, Cabal, that is just nasty. Opens it up, and the rotation's going to be taking place, but will they get here in time?
Well, Cabal and Dobu, the headshots are coming through. Pro has arrived to the stairs. He can definitely do a little bit of work here, but he needs much more than just 1 kill. There is only 10 seconds left indeed, and well, they have to go for the bomb plant. It's going to be playing default, and it seems like they will secure the bomb plant easily enough, with Dobu finding an important headshot on towards Derek. Jack comes back in, 2v3, low HP though on the 2 players here for Tiger. 9 is on 90 HP, but the rest in the red. So this is definitely still winnable for Bren. And it's a must-win round for them as they try and re-enter the A bomb site. Cabal position deep in towards the A ramp. Pro with a headshot on towards 9. It's now a 2 versus 2, but Urcast and Cabal, instead of cowering back in their corners, they peek into the open. They take the fight to Bren, and they win it. A 12th round added to the collection for Tiger and Bren. That is heartbreaking. Luckily, most of the players have enough cash here, so it'll be interesting to see the decision with what Bren go with here. It's going to be the AWP immediately out for Wits. The rifle's being collected. I think it's a good time for a pause to see what they can muster together, what they can put together. And it's a good time for Bren to try and recover mentally, because right now, I'm starting to feel rough if I'm Bren. I'm starting to think in the back of my head, well, we nearly had it, and this might just be slipping out of our hands.
That T-side was so good, and it just makes no sense to me. This makes no sense to me how your T-side can be so phenomenal on a map like Mirage and then just completely falls flat on the CT side. And Tiger, some of these rounds have come down to the wire. That round in particular, I think Bren played that 2v3 retake very well, right? You saw the player distracting from the top of stairs, you saw the second player slowly sneaking in. NCL was a player with the health that gets taken out. Molotov would have burned Urcast alive, but like you said, the play from Tiger to just go for the peak instead of playing passively and allowing Bren to get that retake, winning it out for them. And of course, the buy is going to be coming in. It has been max loss bonus for a while now, if I'm not mistaken, for the side of Bren. But my word, actually no, I think it's the 4th round. It's a max loss bonus. So yeah, they have the money, they have the buy, but they need the rounds. Denko, 13-12. That incendiary's gonna okay. They're just gonna come running in through it, and it's gonna be Urcast opening it up. That's a huge kill onto Wits. Now damage dealt by Pro though, and Papi Chulo pushing into the smoke, ensuring that at least a trade does go their way. But it's still man advantage for the Mongolian side. Bomb is gonna get planted once more. Is this going to be in the retake, or are they going to go for this? They have the utility, though. And Jaw, Derek, and Pro on 41 HP, but they feel like they want to go for this, and I don't really blame them. At this point, saving is not really working out for them. And Oh, I thought for a moment Nine was going to be heading all the way towards mid, but here comes the play. Smoke for Palace. Dobu's going to creep on out. Ja's going to find one. Dobu from above, finding none, but it's conveyed information. Ja finds a double. It's all on 9 in a 1v3. He's smoked off as well. There's nothing he can do, and he's going to just fall back. And Bren, how have they won that? It was a 4v3, and not a single player dies on a retake. Brilliant stuff from the Filipino side, and with that, they're now 2 rounds away from closing this one out.
Well, Bren, this could be that could be the deciding factor for them to keep them alive. It's been a turbulent time for this Bren team. Unfortunately, it's not really been too successful for them in the second half, and for the most part, actually, a lot of the teams we've seen in this tournament so far have struggled on the CT side. I can't quite put my finger on why, but like a lot of these teams are really, really good on the T side, and then when they go over the CT side, they just fall completely flat. I don't know if it's a thing about over-aggression or right decision-making, rotations, especially because we've seen a lot of CT-sided maps. You know, like Inferno, Mirage, generally considered CT-sided, and we're seeing big T halves put in and very weak CT halves.
Well, it has been pretty topsy-turvy, I won't lie. But honestly, Denka, would you have it any other way?
Yeah. I would, actually. But no, it's entertaining. That's the thing we have to expect with these matches. And while Dobu takes down Papachulo, Derek swings into connector, able to find one, and now Urcast with the headshot. He's going to go down eventually. Derek with the kill. A 3 versus 3, even again in 39 seconds. The push in towards the B-bomb sites. Jan holds on. His teammates available around his side as well, but it's 9 on the AWP now, left alone into a 1 versus 3. 30 seconds to win it. Found the first kill. Now just 2 players remaining. Onto his left side, Witch trying to buy time, trying to allow his teammate to come over from short to help him out. And while 2 players, 2 different positions, it's never going to be easy for an AWP to win that. He will go down. It's 15-12. Map point for Bren, looking to take us onto map number 2 with a win under their belt.
And that's just not a big round to win, but also if you look at the economy for Tiger, it is looking a little rough around the edges here. I like how Derek just went for the immediate trade. And for this hole, though, I love how they didn't over-rotate. They kept the 2 players towards B, and then in the end, despite a valiant effort from 9, it was not to be. They have the guns, though, AK-47s, but we've seen them win rounds in the B bomb side, Dinko, where they kind of swarm it with their pistols, especially the Tech 9s. And it looks like we're going to be seeing that Hail Mary play again. Cabal's going to lead the charge. He's the one with the Tech 9. A lot of utility being deployed, and Derek holding the line. He's been spotted out. They know where he is. He's going to find Cabal, who is basically just running in, trying to make something work. Dobu's going to find Wits from above, and Dobu, well, rather, Urcast needs to do something big, but Dobu's going to be left alone. Bomb dropped out in no man's land, and this could be it. He's going to find one on the jaw. There's so many players around. He finds another kill, looking for the third, but Poppy is going to end him. And with that, Bren are going to take the first map, 16-12. It was long. It took a while, but in the end, they managed to do it.
Well, Bren Esports, a huge upset, really, coming into this matchup. Not really expected to do a whole lot. Not expected to be able to take them down. And Tiger, I think their woes continue. Coming into this event, they were one of the favorites after winning ESL1 Road to Rio. We didn't get to see them in tournaments leading up to this, so we're kind of just expecting to be the same performance. But no, Tiger have shown up. They're looking a little weaker. And so it's time to get the thoughts of Mitch and Jason on this one, because we've seen a lot of crazy plays, and well, this wasn't what any of us were really expecting. And I think Jason's actually just disappeared because, you know, it's not really the Counter-Strike he was expecting, so he's out of here.
I'm sorry, I was watching TeamSpeak, and I could see my mic was turning on randomly because there's construction outside, so I wanted to slam that window shut just so I get back and finally make people hear what I thought about that game. And damn, what did I think about that game? That was pretty ridiculous. I think, thinking back to the start of the game, like before we even kicked off the match, it was all about who's going to step up at a Bren Esports side, right? And we were like pointing out certain people. We talked about Papachulo as being one of the players. I'm surprised you guys didn't say "I Poppy" as when you mentioned him earlier on. We talked about Ja as well as like another player, but every single person side of Bren Esports stepped up. At the end of that first half, they ranged between 15 and 10 kills across the entire team, whereas the other side ranged between 14 and 7. Like, everyone was hitting shots, even Derek onto his own teammate, and even Wits, like, seeing the operator step up, seeing him in mid-window get Molotov'd off, peek in the Molotov, kill someone, and then still escape blew my mind. And I feel like Bren, even though it did take them a hell of a long time to finally close out the game, I think they still deserved it in the end.
Even when there were positions where it looked like realistically Tiger should have had the upper hand, should have been able to win these duels, these games, Bren constantly able to just pull themselves back in. I'm surprised because as you're saying, Jason, we were talking about we mentioned Wits needed to do well on the opping duels, and yet an unlikely hero in the form of Derek is up there at the top of the scoreboard, absolutely dominating consistently round on round. He's just coming up on 180R by the end of that, and I'm blown away, honestly. I think Tiger might even be regretting not picking Nuke now because they come on to Dust 2, and the one thing we said was, okay, Tiger looked like they should take this 2-0 because of that firepower that they've got, a huge advantage on Brent. But now that they've got oppers there, now that they've got riflers all around, players that can be relied on for clutch situations. I mean, Derek and Ja had 16 rounds between them where they found 2 or more kills as individuals. That's pretty insane by itself. And then you look at Dust 2 coming up next. I don't see it going massively in favor of Tiger all of a sudden. So they're in for a pretty rough series.
I agree with you. I feel like the nuke pick should have come in the moment that, you know, Vertigo got banned out, and then of course they banned Train. So all things considered, the one doubt we had, or rather not even a doubt, it was a statement we made where we said, like, a Tiger individually, they are the better team. For Bren, too many holes in the way they're playing this. We saw a few errors from them earlier on, and of course that CD set was a little belabored, but in the end of the day, everyone was popping off. And like you said, Mitch, apart from Derek, of course, having a hell of a game, look at everyone else. Look at the kill spread between the lowest fragger, who's Papi Chulo, and of course Pro, and then Ja and Wits, like 23, 21, 17. It's a team effort, and I love to see that. For Tiger, the good takeaway is Urcast has plugged in his mouse and his keyboard and his monitor, and it's really come to play here today. Unfortunately, too many small little mistakes. That CD side kind of fell apart from them. And also a lot of clutches, I feel like, going the way of Bren. I believe they won 4 1vx scenarios as opposed to just the one that Urcast won for them earlier on. So that's got to be something which gave them the edge there. But hey, you know what? A win is a win, especially coming in as the underdogs in this matchup for Bren especially. They're going to be very happy. And like you said, Mitch, Dust 2, it's a map that you have this momentum going to that. If your players are really, popping off, this is something that could definitely turn out to be what could be the upset of the tournament so far.
100%. I mean, look towards Tiger and some of the rounds that they lost as well. It seemed like they weren't quite on the same wavelength at times. For example, the time that 9 had connector held while they're planting for Khan, and then he just left it. He got curious about jungle, and the planter just after the bomb, I can't remember who it was planting, but ended up getting taken. It was Urcast. Okay, so he got taken down from short then on the peak of a player who they knew was there, 5 seconds beforehand. So it was a really weird situation at times where, although Tiger we know to be the stronger team, and I mean, look, at the moment, technically on RMR points, they're the strongest team in the region. But as we've been saying, take that with a pinch of salt. They still need to prove consistency. This definitely pulls the consistency into question, because this should just be an easy series for them.
Can I talk about as well what's going on with all these teams and like doing well on T side but struggling on CT? You go up 10-2, right? In the end, 11-4 for Bren. I would imagine, T side should be the hardest. However, obviously, retaking on a map like Mirage is so prevalent. Dinko, do you have any thoughts in particular, like why we're seeing teams do so much better on T side and have these long runs and then struggle when they swap over?
Well, I brought this up during the cast as well, because I was noticing this trend, and it's kind of confusing to me. But the main thing I think is probably just sort of a mindset thing. Like, in terms of the aggression, there's a lot of teams that are very aggressive in the Asian scene. So it's all about finding that tempered aggression and decision making and positioning, the rotations, communication maybe off as well. There's a lot of things that lead into it, and I think it comes down to discipline as well for a lot of the teams. So we do see some aggression coming through, some that doesn't make sense. We've seen a lot of it on the CT side for Tiger, for instance, where Urcast gets 2 opening kills, and Dobu decides to get aggressive in towards ramp in a 4 versus 3. Throws away the man advantage, they go on to lose the round. So it's those sort of scenarios and those mistakes that a lot of the teams in the Asian region are making on the CT sides right now that are making it weak. So if they patch those together, then obviously that'll see a huge improvement for their CT sides.
All right, well, let's take a look at the MVP of that first map, and it's got to be on the side of Bren. It's going to be Derek, actually. 27 kills, 5 opening kills, and some pretty damn good ADR. Again, this went out 28 rounds. He was able to maintain an almost 1 kill per round kind of, form. Definitely was a player that stepped up, and I think definitely like all of them in my eyes kind of deserve the MVP after the day one performance. I mean, we talked about so many missed smokes on Inferno when Mitch and I was casting it. We talked about like so many just like weird plays, so many underperformers, but I think Derek deserves it, but the whole team deserves like a massive shout out from that change of performance.
Yeah, they do, and it's nice to see like players like Derek really stepping up. That he would be one of the players where you'd be like, all right, you have all the other known names in the lineup doing a lot of work. So I'm happy for him, but I got to question like Mongols. Like this is a game that they should have been winning convincingly. Again, I don't want to take anything away from Bren, but I feel like Mongols sometimes they play the level of their opponents. Right, we mentioned this earlier. They don't really step it up. And it's a worrying sign. They didn't get the chance to play the Pro League qualifiers coming into this event. They want to get off to a good start. Yesterday was shaky. They got the win. It was still a shaky affair. And today, losing the first map, yeah, commendable comeback coming in. But that first half is looking pretty terrible on a map where they should be looking pretty good. I said initially, like, you look at the 3 maps being played here today, it should be favoring the Mongols very, very convincingly. And then they kind of crapped this one away. And heading to Dusty, like I said, they need to wake on up. I don't want him to win just based on pure firepower. I want to see a little bit more synergy in the way they work. Dobu, I like his aggression at times, but sometimes, man, you got to fall on back, all right? Don't be a dumbass.
I thought you were going to say don't be a hero. That's the right word. But you went the other way with that one. But anyway.
No, but even when you're being a hero, there's no need to be a hero. It's a 4v3, goddammit. Just fall back. They have the man advantage. You don't need to save anyone. So
can I have you as like a motivational speaker in any of my matchmaking games about people not needing to get aggressive and look for kills?
Let's do it.
Okay, I'm assuming you're going to charge me for that.
Good cop, bad cop, and all that. Blige is certainly the worst cop. That's what he is.
Well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, obviously that was a longer game than kind of what we expected after the first half, but we do have to head to that short break, and when we come back, as Bled mentioned, we'll be back on Dusty. We're going to find out if we're going to go to a third map here between Tiger and Bren, or if it'll be Bren taking their first victory overall within the tournament. See you guys soon.
You know what that mean, here come a king. Bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near, hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps, that's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance, got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones, the forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. Yeah, nah, you can't rock with us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauties all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him. Take us to your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in. Take everything you stole from us, everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our war bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. War paint on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us, we wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us, who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us, here our war bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws when you hear the war
Dust 2地图往事。炙热沙城2诞生于2001年，是大多数玩家最早熟悉的地图之一。简单的地形且有较远的交火距离，非常考验玩家的枪法基本功和配合。平台总有好戏上演。Get Right 曾在比赛中只剩15秒的情况下，仅剩20滴血，完成了最后1秒的压哨绝杀。
The old C said a bit of a no issue at all. Get right, trying to walk. 1v2, running up here, G250 out, jumping and shooting, he gets one more kill, looking for it, he's got him hunted down, time is up, oh my god, get ready, you're gonna be kidding me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PAL 2020 Summer. My name's Tinko. I'm going to be joined by Blam. We're getting into our second map of the third best of 3. Tiger upset on map number 1. Bren came into it looking really hot, though, and their T-side performance was solid. They started to fall flat on that CT side, but now we're heading into Dust 2, and with this camp path, we get to see the new doors.
The new doors. I don't think we've had an opportunity, at least you and I, to cast this
not
new
yet.
Duster together.
Yeah.
Not yet, right? So I'm excited. We saw it yesterday between what was a crazy game between Miles Ally and Divine Vendetta. I just want to add on to, like, I think Jason had asked a question earlier about why the CD sides are pretty bad. It's the comms. I'll be very blunt. I've been privy to some of the comms inside these teams, and CD side, you over communicate, and that's going to be a lot of false information, just lots of ifs and maybes. Oh, I think they're coming B. I think they're coming A. A lot of over rotations taking place, and it just I think the CD side in general is harder, especially when it comes to all the protocols and whatnot, the setups, etc. But here comes a play towards mid. Fast play. Dobu's gonna find one, but Witz sniping them away, continuing his swarm. 2 very clean shots, and the smoke comes in a little too late as Ja just runs out from the window. Bombs dropped. He knows where the other player is as well, and Ja peeks into B, finds NCL. It's all on Urcast in a 1v4, and I love the double peek coming in. Brilliant stuff from Ja. Witz getting a double, and that was a little sloppy from Tiger. You get the play towards mid. You have a smoke. Smoke off CT before you just push on out.
The scary part about Dust 2 for me, if I'm Tiger, is the fact that, okay, coming into this, technically we have better individuals, but for the most part, Bren have a pretty solid team, and they showed up on Mirage. Now, we talked about the fact that maybe you can sub a player out here for Bren, you bring in a player with more firepower, that could certainly elevate the performance of this team. But so far today, we've seen a pretty good showing from every single player in terms of that kill count. So if you're playing well as a unit in terms of your fragging ability, heading on to Dust 2, this is literally where the strats go out the window, right? It's just simple smoke executes. You have to know the CT smoke, the catwalk execute, the B hits, and the flashes. And once you've got all those locked down, it all comes down to aim duels. And Bren have been pretty good at those today. So I'm a little scared for Tiger right now. They've just got Glocks into this round, so this should be relatively easy for Bren to pick up. This should be a round they walk away with 2-0.
Should be. They might get a plan out of this. There's no one nearby.
I don't like this. Just kind of giving up a plan. You know catwalk's empty. You know no one's on the A bomb site. You might as well just give them a free plan at that point.
Yeah, this is weird. Why we want to do that, right? Like, the buy would have been pretty rough for the Ts. They would just have the AKs, but now you're giving, with this plan, you're just giving the extra bit of utility. You've kind of messed that up, haven't you? But backup is arriving, and NCL, the jumping Glock, is looking for him. And look at how low they are. Look at how low 3 of the players are. Papi Chula coming up from above, though, and finally. It's funny to see a player just with a Glock and no armor, and you can see like 3 CTs of M4 and Scout and MP9 just running away.
Oh, it's rough, but yeah, 2-0. Bomb plan comes in for Tiger, so look at that buy they're able to get into this round. They have all the extra utility they wouldn't have been able to get through. They also have the AWP for Cabal, so yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. I mean, just have one player on the A bomb site, or towards the A ramp even. You don't have to play Cat, you don't have to play the site itself, you can just play towards Goose or Cat, and got yourself or a ramp, should I say, and you've got yourself at least one player there that can deny the bomb plan, or at least hold them back so the long players can get over in time. But yeah, just giving away a free plan, pretty much allowing an AWP to come through here. We'll see if it comes back to bite them though.
It's back to bite them. Well, let's see. We did see a lot of Scout action yesterday, but of course it was the Middle Eastern team. Divine Vendetta.
They are pretty nuts. They are pretty nuts. I've seen some incredible plays from Havoc and towards the long spot. The AWP was showing up, so I'm hoping we get to see more of that just raw aim ability in this game.
Well, there's one map, and all the maps we have in CSGO right now in active rotation, where you want to see just raw aim deals, it has to be Dust 2. And I love, and I adore this mid-round aggression. Minute on the clock, they push up mid, they find no one there, they just give it to the B bomb side. And despite, like you said, the buy not looking that necessarily great for Bren, they have 4 CTs and make that 5 if you count the fact that Ja is all the way towards long looking in for the flank. Although I think Ja should be caught on out. Dobu clearing up close. Wits, what is that? Wait, what is that shot? It's a no-scope, smoke, wall bang headshot through the wall. What? Can you get a replay,
I think
please?
it's got everything. You know, every kill indication there.
Yeah, just basically pulling off a Zaiwu. Mr. PGL after this round, please. We need that. We need the replay of that. But 2v2 though, Nico. This is still very winnable for the Mongolians.
Well, it certainly is. Ball plant coming in from Urkas. Wits going for the jumping shot. So Cabal takes his head right off, but Wits is there. Now just Urkas left alone into a 1 versus 1 scout against the AK. Now an AWP picked up for Wits. He can win this round still. He goes forward, but it's Urkas with the headshot. Wits goes down, and that is going to be Tiger picking it up.
All right. For a moment, I felt like Woods would have been better off just holding on to the scout, who's just hitting some ridiculous shots, and especially in a 1v1 like that, you know your opponent's probably a little bit tagged up, and the scout has provided a little bit of extra mobility, exactly, right? So, also since we didn't notice that, like I'm not even sure if it was a jump shot. Valve, come on, add the jump shot thing indicator.
Yeah, that's another one. We do need that actually.
But I really like that from Brent, though. I know they lose a round, but it comes under 1v1. And it was kind of like the bonus round, right? That's number 1. And number 2, it just goes to show they're being very proactive. They're just sitting in the bomb sides. They're pushing up mid, poking and prodding, going for this information plays. I, for one, am a big fan of it.
Tiger, a much slower default approach right now. Main area of the map you want to take as the T is the short position, and they're going to send the players up there. Run boost around the corner, Molotov to clear all these close angles as well. Tiger, they have now got cat control. Bren have been pretty passive on the CT setup. Again, no one on the A bomb site itself. If a catwalk execute comes in, that's going to neutralize the long players. And the only player that can really do anything here is Derek, right? And even in his position, I don't see too much coming through. So this is going to be quite difficult for Bren. They just play A on retake again.
Yeah, I'm not really a big fan, like you yourself mentioned, of this sort of like a setup where you just give up like short control that easy. You have someone like Wits. I feel he'd be better with Wits kind of playing the float role towards mid, maybe playing towards short, towards a long area. I think it'd be way more impactful there. Now Poppy, clearing it out. A bit of noise. NCL hears this. Oh, they should be aware of this. 9 with a very aggressive angle with the scout. He's looking for the kill. He does damage. In fact, does quite a bit of damage. But Derek and Pro are going to chime in together. Quick kills. That's a lot of frags very quickly. NCL from behind, though. Why is no one not aware of his position? You saw where he got the kill onto Pro, but I guess in all the chaos, it kind of fell apart. There's no time remaining, and NCL is shutting it down all alone. And that is such a huge round going the way of Tiger. That looks so close, if you ask me. Bren maybe taking a little bit too much time to make the way towards A bomb site. And all the chaos, NCL, despite getting the first kill, they were not aware where he was. And a 1v3 somehow steals it away from Tiger.
So 2-2. Let's see what Bren have. It's not a whole lot whatsoever other than the AWP for Wits. Now the Deagle as well on 2 players. And a third actually picking up here, Pro. So let's see if Bren can do anything with their Deagles. The other team that came through the qualifier was Invictus Gaming. They are pretty nuts with the Deagles. Let's see if the Asian qualifier team here, Bren, can do some damage themselves. Seem to be really holding on for this B push or the mid push coming in from the CT side, being aware that, okay, if we send so many players out towards long, we will concede quite a bit of map control, especially if we're going up against a low buy. You can expect these CTs to get aggressive and assume map control elsewhere, so they are being quite cautious. A bit of movement from Papachulo.
I'm really not very big a fan. Oh, NCL pushing it out at Poppy. Okay, Woods does get the kill. NCL crossing it over for the smoke really booms. I'm not a really big fan of the defaults from Tiger on that end. Wits, you're gonna cross. The way he's playing right now, you better have your flashbangs ready. He is being such a thorn in the side of the CTs, and he's gonna peek out towards mid. He has no idea that Cabal is falling back. I don't think he knows how low Cabal is. Spots him out. If he knew how low he was, probably just go with a USB shot, but he doesn't know, and he's gonna go for the flick shot, not quite landing it, and Cabal, just with 12 HP, he's gonna win the duel, and the AWP will be salvaged as well. There we go, Tiger. Stringing a few rounds together here, 3 in a row. Bren have, well, to be very honest, like, I like the mid-round aggression, but that was, of course, just the AWP save, right? But they need to try and make sure that Tiger, at least, you know, they spend a little bit of utility and they make some effort trying to get short control. You can't do that. You just can't give up short consistently for the duration of your defending side. You need to mix it up a little bit more, and hopefully we see that, though. Right now, just the pistols for the Filipino side. And once again, Tiger, they're really enjoying his A-bomb side for the time being.
They really are, and they commit so many players out towards A long pretty much every time here. So, just walking in contact via long. Bren are going to take that mid control, sending multiple players up this way. The Tiger are going to get the A bomb site. They're going to have plenty of time to get a post plant down as well. So, this ain't going to be easy at all for Bren to do even a little bit of damage, especially for Overpass holding on this long push. And well, he whiffs, but still gets the double. Took a little long, but he does get it nonetheless, and now it's just Pro, the last remaining player with a P250. Just holding for an exit, hoping the Tiger players to get over-aggressive. There's no need, though, for Tiger. There's nothing of value here for Pro, so it's going to be the round picked up. Tiger going to go to 4. Better start coming into Dust 2 than they had on Mirage, that's for sure.
For Bren, well, the CD side, I know it's still early days in Dust 2, but yeah, the Mirage CD side was quite rough to watch, and hopefully they do put up a little bit of a better defensive side. I like what they showed on Mirage, though, on the T side, but right now, Tiger looking very, very solid indeed. The money is pretty solid as well. They have quite a bit of bang built up. The spray should have been punished way earlier, but Urcast, a full 28 bullet spray, and he gets it 2 kills in the end. But here we go. The buy going to be coming in, Wits, of course, with AWP. Are they going to go with dual op setup? I don't think I've really seen Bren necessarily go for the dual op. It's Wits alone, and I think is more than sufficient. The guy has been really popping off. Had a great first map alongside Derek, and now, at least on these early rounds here on Dust 2, he has shown that he can be potent. It doesn't matter what the map is, and it's good to see Wits wake up. He was the highest rated player for this lineup, at least in the past few months. Although they haven't really played too many games on HLTV, although I'm quite sure they have played a few online tournaments, some Southeast Asian local ones, which aren't featured on HLTV. So it's not like you can't really gauge too much of the performance based on just the pure HLTV stats. But then again, the teams that they have played against in these unknown cups have been teams where, let's be real, I mean, I haven't heard of them, Dinko, and if I haven't heard of them, I
exactly.
don't know who they are.
I was about to say, you know, if Blair hasn't heard of them, no one has, right? So, that's offensive, but...
No, it's kind of like Tom and CIS players, like Tom Biz, right? If Tom Biz hasn't heard of a CIS player, he probably doesn't exist.
It's years of online casting. So you get to know the CIS guys really well. I feel like I'm more of an expert on CIS Counter-Strike now than I probably am on European Counter-Strike because of the fact that there's just so many games that go on every single day in the CIS region. And while Overpass is going to find one headshot, Pro going down, but nearly flicks back for their 3rd kill in the tunnels, but he's only managing 2 in this position. Now it's Cabal, a 1 versus 3. All not planning, he has to run and recover that bomb. It's not going to be easy at all here for him. Luckily, he's going to pick up the bomb. He taps though, and that might cost him crucial seconds. As now they're at the ready. They've got a player in the tunnel, one at the door and one window. Oh, Cabal, the best he can hope for is a bomb plant. And because he wasn't even covered off by the edge, he was really scared about that door swing. He had to commit to the plant. And unfortunately, the window player comes through and takes him down and even denies that. So 4-3. That's a nice round for Brent to pick up. Now, we know that they suck on the CT side, just outright. So every single round they pick up here is incredibly important, and we'll see if they can do better on the Dust 2. I think it's quite a balanced map in that respect, so, you know, you can get away with the CT side a little bit more on this map, I feel.
Agreed. A lot of exchange of grenades, but Urcast playing the anti-flash perfectly. He will be assisted by Cabal, and it's Poppy. Gonna be down for the count, at least for this round. Wits, he has been so very sharp. He's gonna land a flick shot though. No, he's on 9. More than ready and waiting for him. And that was a very ballsy play from Woods. Usually, you know, you're relying too much on your reaction speed to kind of land a shot at 9. Perfect little peek. He knew the angle that Woods probably was going to be holding towards, and with that, despite losing a round, Tiger immediately bounced back. Haven't taken a single point of damage. They've already gotten a couple of kills, and look at the rotation though. All the players, even the bomb as well, making its way towards the B bomb site. Dobu just looking down to the ground, avoiding his player model from getting spotted out towards mid. And his B hit is going to be coming in, and Pro he's not going to be ready for this, and that's going to be the round. Going the way of Tiger. Very well played.
Oh. Well, Pro finds Urcast. But as soon as that B bomb site's taken, still, even with the door switch, retakes are still very difficult on this B bomb site. You just smoke off that door, they still have the man advantage in play. They have another smoke available, they can re-smoke the door, so just retaking that B bomb site is still a very difficult affair. And unfortunately, there will be another round added to the tally of Tiger taking the B bomb site. So Brent, unable to put rounds together, although they will be able to save over an AWP and an AK. Ja has another AK-47 to play with now as well, so not the worst save in the world, that's for sure, but now they need to find a way of getting consistent success, because they can't afford to be the team that just win one, immediately lose the follow-up round, and never get that economy going on the CT side.
Well, let's see if it does work out. Right for Brent. One thing I've noticed is obviously we haven't really seen too many top-tier teams play Dust 2, apart from the, you know, the RMR tournaments happening right now, like we plays Clutch Island and of course BTS, but I haven't really seen too many Dust 2 games. From what I've seen of them, I haven't seen too much of a variation from the CT side on the B bomb side, right? It's just been more of the same.
It feels like it's quite neutralized. I mean, the idea behind it is that it would prevent a B rush. You know, you can't just straight up rush because there's an angle being held. You have to take a second to smoke off the door. But I've still seen enough utility come through over the skybox that kind of neutralizes that door position anyway. You can get a smoke down for that door pretty quickly. But for the most part, I feel like that's the only change, right? It stops that initial straight up dry rush into the B bomb site that was so useful at times. But other than that, yeah, it's just been pretty much the same stuff. So as you take the B bomb site as the T side, you pretty much guarantee yourself a round win. Retakes are still so difficult. Although the one good thing is that car position that feels a little bit overpowered, right? The corner you can save in as well.
Yeah.
When you're coming into the B bomb side from a CT perspective, you can actually take the straight up aim fight against the car. So at least that is something, because that position was always so difficult to deal with, because the angle you had to go in when you're retaking, you had to check 2 angles at once. So you can kind of limit that.
Agree with you. And we can actually get back to discussing that if you see a little bit more action in the B bomb side. But here comes the hit. Poppy and Pro shutting it down. Again, overextension. Unnecessary. They know where Poppy is as well. They should have an inkling as to his position. Bombson spotter is right in front of him, but Poppy holding behind the smoke. Another flashbang comes in. A little bit of miscon there, if you ask me. This is when Poppy just falls back. This is when it just fall on back, buddy. Bombs dropped. It's 20 seconds. They need to push up in your direction, and it's going to peek on out wide. Avoids incendiary, leaving it all in Urcast. It still has 18 seconds to work with. Molotov won't be dropped. Ja ready and waiting, saving Poppy. Huge round from Poppy. But it's just the 4 rounds, and they still lose a number of plays. If you look at the money, Wits and Pro, $32 and $3,600 respectively. Derek can buy for himself. Now, Ja can drop the AWP towards Wits, and Poppy for Pro. So the buy is going to be coming on out. However, if they fluff this round, Tiger can again kind of reset their money. But speaking of money, Tiger's money not that great either. So
yeah,
this is going to be Yeah, it's one of the swing rounds for this first half at the very least. 4-5 though. Brent would definitely be looking to string a few more rounds together here in this first half.
Well, Urkas gets out in front of the Molotov. He's behind the blue bin, but they seem to be aware of that. Wits, we can try and take him down. He'll be committing to the fight, but Urkas now aware. They know exactly his position. And Urkas is going to try and stay alive. Now comes out with the Iron Gold. The nade goes down. They don't have a Molotov. They would absolutely love a Molotov for that position. And Urkas is going to be smoked off and left there on his own. Now, if there is a player you can trust to make the right decisions, it usually would be Urkas in this position. So on his own, oh, he's going to be caught. Wits just with the patience. I like that he doesn't get over eager. He sees the smokes down. He doesn't start to panic, thinking he's going to lose that opportunity. Instead, stays tucked in the pit, finds himself his reward for the patience a little later into the round. And now we take a look at what Tiger can do with the man deficit. Currently walking straight through the mid doors.
I'm generally not a big fan when you like have the two players inside of the B bomb site because you can easily get pincered. When this hit comes in, this is when you make up your mind. You either fight tunnels and you get tunnels control, or you fight towards mid. But looks like Pro wants to take the fight. I thought he was going to get the collateral there, but Dobu finds Papi, NCL meanwhile finding Ja. But now bomb dropped. If he gets his kill, it's going to be big. But NCL peeks around the corner, gets the frag, and it's all on Derek. He almost gets a kill on a Dobu, but now, with his position compromised and no utility remaining for him, this is going to be a very, very hard retake for Mr. Derek. The top frag of the star, the MVP of Mirage, but this is going to be impossible. Dobu doesn't miss those, and that is going to be Tiger winning round number 6. And with that money, again, in the bin for Brent. And like we said, Dinko, I mean, like I was talking about, like two players holding towards the B bomb side, that's when you use the one flash you have to like peek together towards mid and take the fight, or maybe just push tunnels. You do not want to get pincered. And that's what happens when you play this particular setup, when you have 3 towards A and 2 inside the B bomb side, no eyes in tunnels, no eyes in the mid area or towards CD spawn. And Tiger do a very good job exploiting it.
Now just USPs for Brent. I'm gonna say there's a bit of a charge going down in towards long. Urkas blinded, but handles it well, handles it perfectly. 3 kills picked up for Urkas. And Pro held back by the Molotov as well. Easy around here for Tiger. It's just a matter of time before the round ticks on over it. So 7-4, T side, pretty good so far. Probably going to get a little bit more here because Brent haven't really showed us too much in terms of being able to pick up consistent success. Maybe we'll see a round or 2 come in for Brent, but for the most part, it should be Tiger taking a pretty comfortable lead on the T side of Dust 2. So we take a look at what Brent can bring into the round. It's going to be the M4s, the utility out in play. They're not going to have that all. So it is just going to be rifles across the board. And I want to see if they change up the CT setup now, because there has been a couple of issues in terms of the whole half, really. You know, leaving the A bomb site empty at times, then the 2 players stacking the B bomb site itself. There are a few weaknesses I'd love to see Brent adjust.
I like the camera angle, like a proper CCTV camera catching a slaughter.
Lock him up. This is quick.
This is very quick. And ooh,
there's a stack here waiting for them.
Yeah, for a moment I thought 9 get the kill, but Trade's still going the way of the Mongolian side. NCL, he's been such a hero, and Pro doesn't know which direction to look at. It just falls apart. There were 4 players there, Dinko. 4 players.
There were 4 players on the A bomb side for Brent, and Tiger charged right in towards them from short, and they still managed to come out completely worse for wear. How have they only got 2 kills in this position? This is exactly what Brent wanted. Jack goes back for the shot, but he's not really hitting too much. He's not even really getting close, so he's going to flee the scene with this weapon. What has just happened there? They adjust the CT setup. They get perhaps a read because they have 4 players on that A bomb site. And Tiger runs straight up short. Exactly the type of scenario that Brent would want. You know, these players charging right into a stack. No one even trying to poke and prod and see what's going on. And you somehow lose all of the trades. How does that happen?
Mongolian train, baby. Just steamrolling at times.
This
is
literally
what...
just...
I mean, this is kind of what we expected in Mirage, to be very honest. And we didn't see that, but Tiger waking up here on their map pick. 8-4.
They don't like to make it easy for themselves, do they?
No, they don't.
Yesterday, it took a long time for them to get livened up. But they did, nonetheless. They closed the series 2-1, but I still think they didn't look great in closing that. I think they still look pretty rough. I think Invictus could have taken it. But we've seen today that Invictus are just a solid team. So, yeah, I'm a little scared now for this side. I think Brian coming into this next one, they've definitely looked a little weaker here on Dust 2 than they did on Mirage. Especially starting on the CT side. And when they get the T side start, obviously it's very possible they get off to a good start. They get that lead going, they get the confidence up. But it's going to be a weird scenario heading in on the back foot to the second half. And we'll get to see the true test of Brand's mentality, whether or not they'll be able to recover from this.
Yeah, considering how the lead they had in Mirage and how it almost crumbled away and almost got snatched by Tiger from their hands, the lead the Tiger have right now, yeah, I think it's a very good question. I think that's something I'm personally curious about. Bren can kind of bring it back together. They've done a hard job. They won their map pick. Now, heading into Mirage and Overpass, both maps still favor Team Tiger. I think that is something which has to be back of Bren's mind. They want to win a series. Bear in mind, they didn't play the previous RMR, so they don't really have any points. And they want to start farming some of these points. Now, they lost the previous game they had, but if they beat Tiger, this is one of the tougher opponents, apart from, you know, your Tyloo and Vici. So, things can get interesting here. That was a single player so far. What's with the AWP? Probably looking to hold on to this. Tiger being very methodical, being given a lot of map control to work with. Which should be very careful. He might get caught on out here. Cabal's walking from B, and he's gonna find Jot, leaving it all on Wits, looking the wrong way. Unfortunately, Dobo's gonna get the kill. Not a single point of damage taken there, Dinko. Flawless, absolutely flawless anti-eco from Tiger. But Bai's gonna be coming in for Bren. But now, it's more about just trying to build something, like a semblance of a cushion to work with on your T side.
Yeah, because we know Tiger can have weaknesses on their CT side as well, and that Bren have looked good on the T side. But if you go into the second half with only 4 rounds, on Dust 2 especially, that might not be enough at all. So, let's see what they have up their sleeve in this round. Currently 1 player inside the B-bomb side. There's going to be a second rotating over. But they've just left mid completely, and Wits... Oh, he's got a knife out. He's turned his back. They're just running straight down middle. No info picked up. No idea that this could happen. And Tiger's pace and aggression and just catching off Bren. They're just taking for granted that Tiger are not going to be pushing them. They're not going to be getting up in their face. They need to be aware of that mid position. And unfortunately, they lose a few unnecessary kills in that scenario. So now Tiger are going to take the A-bomb site. NCL needs to be careful here because Bro's coming in from behind, but he's making loads of noise. He's got his knife out. Oh, God, this round, I just want to forget it. Jad, the last remaining player, 1 versus 3, and the AK, it has to be saved.
I just want to also say how Tiger haven't gone for that fast mid-take ever. Have they? I don't think they have. I mean,
They
yeah,
went
they
for the
did
fast cat take a couple of rounds ago. They've certainly upgraded the speed. And I think that's a bit of an issue. No, because Brian, yeah, okay, we've realized that they haven't went straight down middle quickly, but they certainly have taken mid control in the mid round. They've been aggressive in the last 3 rounds, I feel, at this point. So they've got to realize at a certain point, okay, where in the map is actually a weak point in terms of no one's watching it right now, and just be aware that they could be rushing that.
Yeah, Tiger building this level of confidence, it's got to be 100% worrying for the side of Brent. Final round, first half, and this is basically the tables turned. Oh, look at the speed from this. They were not expecting this play at all. Yep. And one thing I've noticed from Brent is how they just don't keep players towards mid. On a pistol round, for example, we had Wiz playing from CD spawn. We had another player towards mid who died, but Wiz traded very effectively. But Wits, rather, sorry. But yeah, are they going to find one? Well,
you know, I'm happy to see that because so many times when I see this auto sniper setup come out, we barely see a kill.
Well, not if you're a Bren fan, I guess, but was it 11-4 scoreline for Bren and Mirage? Because it looks like Tiger's gonna basically recreate that.
No, I think it might have been 10-5 actually. I can confirm within a millisecond.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, 10-5, 11-4. Actually, it was 11-4. So if Tiger win this, it's gonna be pretty much the same scoreline T side.
Reverse. Just shows like it really does matter which side you start on in the Asian region. Like we usually would say here on Dust 2 it doesn't matter, but the Asian region it certainly does. Whoever gets the The T side start generally gets off to the better effect. It's going to be Dobu taking down Jap. 2-man advantage picked up here for Tiger. The Nage coming in towards this A-bomb site. Utility being used up and holding Derek off the angle. And now it's going to be a 3 versus 5 retake play. This ain't looking so good.
Yeah, and just how they're forcing Brent to react to some of the plays and then taking advantage of that, right? You look at what they did. They went for the fast cat play, the fast play towards mid, and then suddenly you have a stack from Brent towards short and mid, and then boom, contact play towards long, and they get shut down. It's all on Papi Chulo, and hey, Papi, I believe in your times, Papi, but that's going to be impossible. Dobu finding the final 2 kills, 11-4. Tiger, they win the half, and they make it look so convincing. 9 just has 4 kills and, well, 9 deaths. And just Urkas, Dobu, everyone popping up. Urkas especially having a hell of a series. Despite losing the first map, Urkas was a player to watch for Tiger. And he has continued his form into Dust 2. And for Brent, they have a long uphill task ahead of them. We saw what Tiger did on their second half. We saw what Tiger did on their T side in Mirage. They brought it back. It came down to the wire before Brent were able to close it out 16-12. Can Brent do the same to Tiger? That is the question here on Dust 2.
Well, it's going to take a huge effort, especially on Dust 2. Generally a more balanced map, but it is slightly heat-sided statistically. Very marginally as well, but maybe statistics change in the Asian region. I think they probably would. Now, just a little bit of utility available here for the T side. Pro, one of the players with a flashbang. Over here, Ja with a smoke and a Molotov. The rest on Kevlar. They've got 3 players positioned towards A long right now for Brent.
Well, they're waiting for this aggression from Tiger. If you look at the setup towards long, like you mentioned, like you have Derek and Papi. We have the anti-flash being played by Derek. And a little bit of a posturing from Brent towards mid. They're playing this very, very safe. Both the teams, look at it, it's very interesting. Both the teams taking the sweet time, trying to suss out where the opponents might be. This hit is going to be coming in towards long. We do have the advantage of seeing the radar, and we notice nothing. No CTs there. Smoke should be blooming. I would like them to make it bloom before they go for the cross. Derek's going to cross on over. Bomb will be dropped as well. And this should be the plant. It's going to be almost a free plant for Brent. But look at the retake coming in here. Pro is in for a wild ride, Dinko.
Oh, he is. And, well, he's got a lot of players around that corner. The flashbang as well. It's utterly perfect. Dobu with a double kill on 9 as well. This is over. Tiger just cleaning up in the pits around retake. Jam, Papachulo, they need a huge recovery here. It's got to be heroic, and Papachulo has an opportunity, but there's so many players looking at him. And while Jack goes down as well, 12-4, Tiger fighting the round win, 4 away from victory. And that's exactly the round Dobu would have been hoping for. He's cleaning up as they cut through short.
That retake was, I know it's funny, but also like so effective, right? What do? Like you have 3 players waiting towards short, and then Dobu just runs out and just taps everyone's heads off. Like 5 CTs, 5 USBs running at you. That's got to be a terrifying thing indeed. So Tiger keeping it simple. They waited towards B, they waited towards mid, and then when it came to retake time, just 5-player rush up the catwalk towards short, and a very convincing retake as well. With that, Tiger on 12 rounds, and Brent, they kind of run out of steam here. He's going to Overpass. I won't lie, I won't be really favoring Brent on that map. I think it's a map that Tiger would be feeling way more comfortable on. Derek comes creeping around the corner. 9 does a bit of damage, doesn't quite get the kill, and that could be the play for the B bomb side. They have control. Bomb still all the way up top mid, looking for the push from the CTs. Papi waiting for a push from Cabal. Cabal and NCL. Mars and the MP9 holding onto the B bomb site, and Cabal's going to go for the peak, and he will survive. Well, it does a bit of damage into Papi, but this is at least a good play. At least a kill does happen. Dobu finds a kill, and how does he get the kill, and how is a bomb dropped? Like, what is going on?
Dobu's just going to come back now in towards the longhouse, repositioning himself. Brent, 40 seconds here. It's still not done yet. Dobu That's a good position here, though. Regather some more information. Cabal spots the players walking down middle. 4 versus 4 still. Dobu's going to get aggressive and take the straight up aim duel against the scout at long range. He will land a lot of damage, but neither of the players come out with a kill. Now with 25 seconds, Bren, we're starting to run out of options. They have to go and do something now. And it looks like the B-bomb side is going to be the prime opportunity, but Urcat is coming around the backside. He's not going to get the timing, but Cabal, he's the anchor of the B-bomb site, and he is just making sure this goes nowhere. 10 seconds to line up. There it is. Cabal with a 4K. He just holds on. The one player of the B-bomb site, he shuts them all down. 13-4, Tiger 3 away from victory. I think we're seeing a third map.
Yeah, we're 100% seeing a third map at this point. And for Bren, bear in mind, there was a full buy. And I felt like the moment he got the oh, okay, this is what happened. Dobu just runs out with the M4, and
of course,
I feel like for Bren, sorry, for Tiger, it's more like, you know, just waking up. It feels like this looks like a Tiger I was expecting to see today. And for Bren, well, Mirage, we saw why they picked it. They looked like they had a game plan here. They get a pick at mid. What did they do after that? They could just wait. And it's almost like they didn't know what to do. And credit to Tiger, the lead they had, they just went for the aggro play, just pushing out towards long. I think it was Dobu there. He gets the kill, spots a bomb out, does a little bit more damage. It was Tiger being reactive and making it work in their favor. In the end, they have no time remaining. They have to run towards B, and boom, Cabal to just shut it down.
I just want a small note there as well from the drone. They've changed the nickname to Stormtrooper because he misses all the shots. I love it.
So many variations.
Now, that one's the best so far. I'm sure we'll see many more as the weeks continue here at PAL 2020.
I feel like he's more of a Darth Vader at this point. I think he's top fracking in the server. Well, it is the eco for Bren. They have crept up towards the short area. They should actually get the bomb down here. There's no one, no defense. Dobu? Dobu? Hello? Okay. Does react in time, but they're gonna get the bomb done. It's gonna be retake. Pistols there, no utility, and no Kevlar. Can they make it work? I don't think so.
Oh, well, Derek takes down NCL. Ocast as well with an 8 kill, alongside 9 with the FAMAS. So they do recover the round here. CT side should be taking this bomb site relatively easily. Happy Chulo from long. Oh, that's needed to be the kill. And well, Dobu turns around and easily collects the kill. Cabal as well. Derek is doing a good bit of damage here. There's 3 kills in this round, and the bomb diffuser is low. Derek, that would have been absolutely nuts, but can't pull it off, unfortunately. 9 gets rid of him. 14-4, Tiger pull off the retake. Pretty expensive for them, but they have built up quite a bit of cash, so they'll be confident enough moving into this round. And Bren now, they have to be flawless if they want to win in regulation. They have to win 12 rounds in a row if they want to be able to pick this up.
Never say never, like to say in Counter-Strike. But yeah, this is looking unlikely at the moment. Found an effort from Derek there. He was the star player, the MVP of that previous map, and Urk has blinded. He still gets a kill. Poppy with the reply. He runs on out the flames, tickling his feet. And the trade's actually favoring Tiger. Again, any part of the map that Bren go for the duels, it seems like Tiger's just coming out on top. And this is the round, Tinker. Like, with this buy, if they're not able to get it, if they're not able to get this round and slowly string a few rounds together here, it's pretty much done deal. It's going to be 15-4. It's going to be basically 11 map points for Tiger. At this point, I guess we might as well start loading up Overpass.
I'm ready. I'm ready for a bit of Overpass. I think it probably should be Tiger looking good on that one as well. So, yeah, we definitely discussed the fact that this map pool, certainly, and the map video is definitely favoring Tiger overall coming into this, but Mirage was that one map that I was kind of hoping there was some sort of life there for Bren, and there was. They managed to pick it up. Now here we're 45 seconds. It's a man advantage in play for Tiger. 2 players positioned in the B tunnels. There's no one currently really playing inside of the site or even looking this way at the moment. Obviously, they have a quick check back from Cabal in the window. NCL hears the footsteps inside the middle, but Cabal turns around at the right time. Takes down Witz, is not expecting the mid-peek. He thought his teammate would have been able to cover him there, but Jan, Derek, they find kills. 9 able to find 1 back, and now Jan, he gets tied up on the cross, but he's still alive. He can still win this round, albeit in very, very difficult circumstances. He's on 18 HP. A Molotov starts to burn away the door, and he'll go back inside of the site right now. Two players coming in from two different angles. It's not going to be easy, but Ja looks to use the cover of the box, and he cannot take the player down. It's 9 that swings through the door and shuts Ja out of things. 15 forward, Tiger, map point here on Dust 2. It's not looking like Bren are going to be able to do much here on this map.
Yeah, 15-4. That was the must-win round. Of course, they have the money, but honestly, this is done. So if you ask me, Bren not able to get a single round on the T side. And it was actually the T side which was very, very good for me, especially on the Mirage. I had 11 rounds here. But honestly, when you have just 4 rounds to work with on a CD side, it's hard to really, you know, tell them that they don't have a good T side, because we haven't seen anything. We haven't had an opportunity to see anything. This is just the second firearm we're seeing out from Bren. What's crazy is just all the players for the side of Tiger, everyone is stepping up. 9 hasn't had to do much, honestly. Can't even blame him. In fact, he has 5 assists alongside NCL with 6. He's done his job. He's got a couple of multi-kill rounds. He's got a couple of openings. But yeah, I mean, you can't really blame them for this. But what's interesting for me, Dinko, is the opening frag scenario here. 10 rounds. I think 10 or 11 rounds have been the opening kills going the way of Tiger, while I do believe for Bren it has been 9. So just so many rounds where Bren had the man advantage, but we're not able to really capitalize on it. And here we go. The B-pins are coming in, and it's down to NCL and Cabal to hold the fort.
Well, Cabal misses the first shot, a little bit unorthodox, and well, he loses 2 fights. Now it's just 9 and Dobu in a 2 versus 3. Well, Jack goes down, Derek as well. And now there is a real good chance to get back into this bomb site. Going to be moving forward to M4s instead of the AWP, and this does give them a bit more mobility. They can move quickly back into the bomb site. They have to worry about the tunnel. The Molotov should clear the car effectively. And Papachulo, oh no, he's going to go down. It's just Wits, 1 versus 1, looking to save the day, and that's exactly what will happen. 2 big kills, 3 in the round, and he keeps his team alive here on Dust 2.
Yeah, Wits, he was having some moments early in the Dust 2 on this particular map, and he seemed to kind of disappeared, but that was nice. That was very, very nice. But then again, coming down to the wire, Tiger almost making the retake work out, and they've gone for the 4 spy. And honestly, Denko, I don't really care if they go for it here. Pistols and armor, Dobu with the glass cannon. There we go.
Well, man advantage in play for Tiger. Now, this would be a heartbreaking way to go out, Bren. You've got this position where you've finally broken down the economy with a lot of close rounds, doing damage consistently. You finally win a round. It's off the back of a big clutch from Wits, and then you lose the pistols. How many times have we seen that so far?
I don't care to count. It's been too many, Dinko. The answer is too many, and I hope that's not the case here again. I love how proactive Dobu's being with his AWP, though he's gonna find one. He knows where the second player is. Flashbang to pop for Urcast. He's gonna go for the peak, completely blinded. Almost gets to kill. The nade could do it. The nade could actually find the kill, but Derek stays alive, and maybe Urcast overextended there a little bit. They're gonna have to run on out, and Dobu with the AWP just might close this one out. It's a 4v1. Derek 14 HP against the world. Dobu's gonna have to get pushed out with the incendiary, and Derek, he has been the hero so far for the side of Brent. Can he do more? There's a player waiting towards short, player in CD spawn, and a player towards long, and Derek with 14 HP. This looks like it's done, Dinka.
Well, Derek sprinting back, taps the bomb, and it's a headshot picked up. It needs to be huge, and well, unfortunately, it just won't be happening. It didn't really ever look like it was going to happen there for Derek, unfortunately. So Tiger, they will take a very convincing win here on Dust 2, even closing it on Pistols Blast. So I think that pretty much summarizes the performance for Tiger. It's much, much better on this map. Now we head into the final map. I think we're going to have to expect more of the same from the Tiger side. I think they finally woken up coming into the series. This is the performance we were expecting on Mirage, and they didn't really provide it.
I feel like when it comes to Overpass, we might see a little bit of a different affair, because, you know, Overpass is one of my favorite maps. It's one of the more tactical maps, so might see something a little bit coming out from Bren. But I don't know, Jason, what do you think about this?
Basically, you said a term that I mean, it always makes you think of Virtus Plow, basically the Mongolian train. That's kind of what it did feel like.
yeah.
It just didn't stop, right? When they would hit a site, they would just come in at once and swarm all over you and then win out the battles. Like we saw in the pissed around second half. You know, post-plant situation, what do? They all come up short, and 3 kills came in under a second, I feel like, right? And when they retook, they knew how to do it perfectly. I think this goes into something that Mitch and I talked about yesterday when we were doing a Dust 2 game is there's not really a lot of places you can hide on site on maps like Dust 2, whereas you compare Overpass, you already just mentioned, like there's a lot of tactical skill that comes involved with that. There's a lot more angles you can hold, a lot more individual, I can't say necessarily individual play, but a lot like more teamwork can definitely happen in a game like that. And also you got to give a big shout out to Aircast. It seems like he kind of heard what we said, you know, on the desk before the game, because he stepped up like crazy. Him and Dobu again really shining up. You know, Aircast, maybe it was just an off day for him or something like that, but he's definitely stepped up. And unfortunately, for the other side, for Bren, I mean, the kill spread, it at some points it wasn't too massive. Towards the end, it definitely did start to fall a little bit more top heavy, where like Pro was only on 7 kills, you know, going into one of the final rounds, and then you had Wits currently on 14. Like it kind of spread out a little bit too far for them. But yeah, like teamwork a little bit. It was hard for them to get the initial kills as well. Even just to trade 1-for-1 when a team's pushing against you, like in the second pistol round, it didn't seem like Bren could pull any of that off.
Yeah, and one thing I really enjoyed about watching Tiger here was how proactive each and every one of the players were. Yeah, there were some moments at times where you're like, maybe you don't want to do it, but this time around they actually caught Bren with their pants down around their ankles multiple times. Like you saw that push coming out from, I think it was from Urkas or Dobo, pushing out towards long doors, catching the C4, doing a bit of damage, and just winning rounds where they seem to have the inferior weaponry. And it just kind of felt like to me Bren were just playing kind of like reactionary the entire game compared to a Mirage where they were the team who were taking the action to the fight to rather to the Mongolians. So yeah, Tiger striking back, burning bright, but Overpass, I don't know, Mitch, what do you think?
I feel like we've just seen the true Tiger, the one we've been waiting for the whole time. I mean, this is, I don't know what that was from them on the first map, but to see them actually turn around here and show their true self, I don't think we're going to expect much more on Overpass. I don't know if all of a sudden Bren are going to go back to map 1 form, but it doesn't feel like it.
I mean, you look at like Inferno on day 1 versus Vici, right? There was a lot of just like missed utility, like flashes not being thrown in correctly, smokes not being thrown down. On Mirage, I think that's more of a map that you don't necessarily need to do that as much, or it's like much easier to do set smokes. And again, it's really hard to miss a smoke into CT spawn at B side on Inferno, but it seems like more of a map that could get away with it. However, going into Overpass, I feel like you can't miss those smokes, right? You can't miss those flashes. You have to create opportunities on that T side to get these rounds. And I think Overpass could be a major challenge for a team like Brandinko.
Oh yeah, I think Brian coming into this, they're going to be struggling from the onset, right? If they lose the knife round and they start on the CT side, I feel like this could be over very, very quickly. Then again, CT side Overpass, I feel like Tiger should have enough skill and enough prowess to be able to pick that up as well. So getting over here, I definitely feel like Tiger, massive favorites on both ends. Taking a look at what they're going to be doing on Overpass, I think it's just going to be straight up aggression. You can get very proactive on both sides. T side, you can obviously get very aggressive, but the exciting part about Overpass is you can push all over the map. And when there's weaknesses in the T side or there's holes you can pick apart, I think Tiger are going to find those. So this is going to be very, very difficult for Bren heading onto this final map. I think we're going to be seeing more of the same from Dust 2, and probably what we should have seen on Mirage, but Tiger didn't show up.
Well, we're going to find out in just a few moments' time if Tiger can show up once again and take themselves another victory in the PAL Summer 2020 event. We'll be back after a short break to kick off our final map and final game of the day, hopefully in about 5 minutes' time, and we'll see you guys soon.
Yeah, when that horn blows, you know what that mean. Here come a king. Bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near. Hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps. That's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance. Got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones, the forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses. We are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry. War cry. War cry. We are the wild ones running the night us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauty's all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him. Take us to your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in. Take everything you stole from us, everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our war cries. We are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry. War cry. War cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry. War cry. War cry. War cry. War paint on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us, we wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us, who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us. Here we are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry.
Overpass 是一张上演了无数奇迹的地图，开阔的地形给了选手们充分发挥架点创意的空间。从 T 家出发，来到长短管，一面通向工地，一面通向 B 包点。在这里 ，Nothing 曾经隔墙了2个不可思议的击杀。
That's really rare. That's incredible, actually. Yeah, that's definitely noteworthy.
下水道连接作为地图的核心区域，是著名的交火区域，上演过一幕幕惊心动魄的故事。Dosia 就曾在下水道楼梯中径步前行，绕至敌方背后，亮出匕首，一招制敌。
Dude, if I'm Zeus, I'm pissed. That's right, Doja.
What are you doing?
A 点是 CT 的出生点 ，Fnatic 的奥拉夫曾在这里用一个出其不意的3架，重新定义了什么是战术架点。
This is Pronax being a genius. They did use and dazed, and there's going to be a follow-up headshot on the Meister. You've got to be kidding me. 来到 B 点，同样是他。2014年 ESL One 的比赛里，对阵 Big Natas， 奥拉夫以一己之力在熊熊烈火中拆掉了 C4 炸弹，而这正是 CS:GO 著名彩蛋“烈焰天使”的由来。
Just about gets it as the flames come in and look at the little.
每个点位都如此精彩，不知道本次比赛选手们又会带给我们怎样的惊喜呢？
Well, it is time, ladies and gentlemen, for the final map of the day. Bren, well, they started off well, and then they fell flat on Dust 2. It's finally the time for the Tiger to rise. And I mean, we did see your tweets, Blair. They were on fire. They certainly were on Dust 2. Not so much in the first map, but moving on to the Overpass, they should be able to burn Bren to a crisp.
They should. I don't know if they will. I don't know if they will, though. I feel like Overpass is a map which... And here's the thing with Bren. The games I've seen of them play in the past, they've won not based off pure firepower. Now, we saw Wits pop off. We saw some great rounds of Papichulo, and especially from Derek. But it's just the way they approach Counter-Strike as a team. They seem to have the fundamentals right. But unfortunately, we really haven't seen much from them so far on this particular map, which is... on this particular series, or the past couple of days for that matter, which is kind of unfortunate. Albeit, they've had some pretty rough opposition, right? They played Vici yesterday, and today they're going to be facing off against Tiger, so hopefully they'll look much better against some of the other opposition they're going to be facing off in around the region, especially some of the Thai teams, maybe like D13, Marsline, all those guys. But looking at Overpass, I think, at least for Bren, this is something to work with. It's a map where if you have your fundamentals and the protocols down, it should work out. I want them to be a little bit more proactive on the CT side. I want them to be, to kind of not necessarily take the fight to Tiger, to kind of dictate the pace of the rounds of the game and kind of force Tiger to be a little bit more reactive. Because looking at Dust 2, Tiger was just running away with it. They were forcing the rotations out. They were forcing Bren to keep switching their setups almost every single round on the CT side. And they kept catching them off guard. And that is something which you can't afford to have, or rather can't afford to do in a series, and especially in the final map, which you need to win to get your first win on board here in the PAL 2020.
Yeah, it's not been the easiest approach, I'd say, for Bren at the start of things. They've had a lot of hurdles in their way in terms of the teams they've had to go up against, and Tiger are certainly a team that haven't looked at the top form, but are starting to warm up into these series. Knife round. I did say, during the pre-game or post-game of the previous map that I kind of feel if Bren get the CT side start, they may struggle, because it doesn't really matter if the map's is CT side, it feels. It's just never going to go well for Bren. They don't really look so great on those CT sides, but it's Tiger who will be starting on the CT side, Bren over on the T side at the moment, so we'll see what they can do on this T side. I'm quietly happy for them that they get a start on the T side here. Generally an Overpass, you'd kind of want to start on that CT side, but now we get to see what Bren can do on their T side, because we haven't seen that in a little while, because they only got a few rounds to play with on Dust 2.
Yeah, let's see what they have. The T side definitely something to marvel at, based on Mirage at the very least. But with Tiger feeling confident, they're going to be... I guarantee you, Tiger's going to be poking and prodding and being quite a problem for Bren here on the CD side. I wonder what ever happened to... I mean, this is just me thinking out loud. I doubt you probably know these players, but like there were players like JV, aka Dubstep, and I forgot the other player's name. There was Borkum, there was Dispenser. No, Borkum. Yeah, Borkum used to play for Bren earlier, of course. But there was also this player called Dispenser. They used to be pretty solid. And I feel like, for Bren, again, I don't want to break something that's working for them, but I feel like they've plateaued. And maybe, I don't know, maybe adding a JV or Dubstep into this lineup, or maybe even adding Dispenser could definitely work out for them. But here we go. Aggression from Tiger towards Connected. They have sent the player through. And look at this from Urcast. A beautiful love tap, the kiss of death. And Derek's going to fall. And Urcast easily gets out of there.
Well, under a minute on the clock. Bomb going to be heading its way. Was the party area. There goes the Mongolian train, by the way. Right past.
That train's deadly, Ninka. It steamrolls a lot of people, but I don't... I don't know. Like, I know it's still early days, but just feels like, Bren seemed kind of trepidant. And what's going on? They're trying to sell this fake towards B. Is that going to draw the rotation? They hear a player running up long. Urkas hasn't budged. They haven't seen a C4. The T's actually going to be pushing in from CD spawn. This is looking very, very weird. Ja's going to follow NCL trying to rotate on over. And now they know. Now they know it's going to be the bomb towards the upper bomb side. And there is a CD floating around below bank. I do believe that is Mr. 9. He's got Kevlar. No kits for Cabal, Urkas, or 9. 9 finding Papi Chulo. Leaving it to Ja and Pro to make something happen here.
Oh, well, Ja just taken down 9, spots him easily, and now it's only Pro left alone. A 1 versus 3 for Pro back in the bathrooms. Defuse coming through, Urkas the line to come on in, and Pro is going to look for the lineups. The Defuse just continue to come on through. There's enough bodies being tossed in front of it. And I don't know how I feel about the pistol. In one end, I feel like it's fun to watch something different, and it could have worked. I mean, because they leave it so late over towards B before they sell the fake, it's kind of playing in the back of the heads of the CTs. Well, if they're committing here, there's only 30 seconds left. Surely it's going to be this B bomb site. But then again, the round is just not great overall. I mean, they could have played it a little bit better. A few points they could have made a little bit cleaner, and maybe have not lost the prong to the approach over towards long so early, because when you have one player in towards the A bomb site, look how much control they've already lost down in towards middle. So you kind of want those players rotating up from the stairs and bank area, so you can crunch them on the rotations.
Yeah, I agree with you. I feel like once it got the bomb done, especially, 9 shouldn't have been allowed to get 2 kills there. I feel like they pushed their luck a little bit. They could have potentially held it from, you know, from especially where the plan was. They could have kept their bodies towards the short area, try to use their Glocks, maybe have a player towards long. Instead, I think they gave too many free frags onto 9 and making that retake much easier indeed. However, I do believe there's a tag timeout getting called here by the side of actually a little bit of technical issue is what I've been informed. So yeah, that hopefully shouldn't be much of a pause. I think we've been very lucky. Yeah, player dropping out for Bren. I'm sorry, but yeah, for Bren, at least to get the bomb down. Do you want to see them go for the buy? I'd rather at this point Bren just go for a full save and just have a full-fledged buy going to round number 3.
Yeah, I'd rather see that as well. I think that going on the pistols, it can work. I think we've seen that in this tournament more so than we probably would have liked. But I think Bren are one of the teams, honestly, that haven't really shown us that they can do that. They don't really have that up their sleeve as a consistent thing to lie back on. So I want to see them on the AKs. I want to see them on the AWP as early as possible. I think this is where they do their most damage and they look their most clinical. Coming into the gun round, though, they'll have a lot of money. So they'll be able to get the AWP out. They'll be able to have everything they could possibly want. The only issue is when this kind of round is that now Tiger have the SMGs in play, they have the lower tier rifle in terms of their FAMAS, so they can get a little bit of extra cash built up, and they'll be very happy with that. They'll be very happy about getting the CT economy going. It's on to Bren when they head into that gun round to break it down.
I'm actually curious to see, like, now that we do have a little bit of a breathing space, because it's been some very, well, not really fast games necessarily, but we haven't really had too much of a gap between the maps. I want to take a look at what the matchups are going to be for tomorrow, because we still haven't seen a couple of teams play so far, right? We haven't seen a D13, the Mongolian team, and Lucid Dream play. So tomorrow, let's take a look here. I like how every team's playing everyone. I think it's all best of 3, so we kind of know where all these teams will stand.
The thing is with this kind of format is that round robin it's got a lot of critics, right, in terms of the format itself. But usually that's because it was the best of 1s we usually see it in. But now we've got the best of 3s. This is where we see the teams all play against each other, and the better team should be winning out most of the time. Now the issue for a lot of people have is like following a round robin format and seeing where people stand in terms of the score. But we'll do our best to cover that. I'm sure we'll find an easy way of displaying it as well, because honestly we've got so many matches, so many games of Counter-Strike, but it's all broken down into 3 games a day, so it's very easy to watch those. It's very easy to follow and digest the Counter-Strike, and we've got a lot coming up over the next few weeks as well. And all you have to know is 2 of the teams that are doing pretty badly, they probably are going to end up at the bottom.
Yeah, especially here, I think it's way more easier to follow because, like you just mentioned right now, it's about which 2 teams are going to get knocked out, right? So that's, even if it gets complicated, I doubt it will be that complicated when it comes to the bottom 2 teams. And for everyone else, it's more about the seeding heading into the playoffs weekend. So we do have the games for tomorrow. It's going to be Tiger versus Beyond. That's a tasty game to kick things off with, Dinko. Beyond looking pretty solid today, and Tiger, well, depends on which Tiger we see tomorrow, right? Is it going to be Mirage Tiger or Dust 2 Tiger? We'll find that out. Divine Vendetta and Invictus, that should be curious as well. Invictus obviously the favorite team, but Divine Vendetta yesterday they showed that they can play, albeit it was against a Marzalai who have been struggling off late. So it's going to be a real test for the Middle Eastern team. And of course, the final one, it's going to be, well, the debut of the two teams. D13 are going to be facing off against Lucid Dream, the second best Mongolian team by, well, at least that, in my opinion, against the second best Thai team right now, which is going to be Lucid Dream. So some interesting matchups. Unfortunately for some of the Vici and Tyloo fans, we won't be seeing those two teams play tomorrow. But hey, we'll be seeing them over the weekend as well, over Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah, we get to see a lot of different Counter-Strike, a lot of different regions. Personally, I'm actually a fan of the fact that we've got so many Mongolian teams. There's more Mongolian teams than there are in the United Kingdom, and it's kind of crazy, isn't it? Like, I wonder what the population of Mongolia is in comparison to the United Kingdom as a whole. I'll just have a little look at that.
I'm going to do that for you right now. Mongolia population. I also know why there's a pretty massive population in Mongolia. So they have
3.17 million.
That's it.
So in London, there's like 8 or 9 million alone in just one city. So
just in London, right? And yet they have more better players than you guys
nearly
do.
9 million in London alone. So that's pretty incredible.
Well, I mean, compared to India, where I'm from, I mean, that's even more embarrassing.
I actually checked the population stats for India recently in comparison to China, because obviously China was quite far ahead in terms of the population for so many years. Yeah, and so China's population is currently 1.393 billion, and India's population, according to Google, is 1.353 billion.
Well, there we go. You're catching up. Catching up with China.
Yeah, it should be catching up probably towards the end of the year, I would say, which is or just going into the next one. So that could be interesting. The human race. That's a good title for that.
The human race. There's so many interpretations to that, Denko. But while we do wait for the players to the player for Brent to join back in, there's a very nice little story. I think it was a Red Eye who brought that up like a couple of years back when one of the events which was doing the WSG or something, was speaking to the Mongols manager. This is a few years back when Zilkenberg and Machine Gun were still playing for the Mongols. And he's like, why are there so many good Mongolian players out there? And the manager's like, oh, that's because there's no effing thing else to do in Mongolia because it's so cold outside. Everyone's sitting inside playing Counter-Strike. And I was speaking to Orcas as well, and he's like, he gets recognized in the streets.
That's crazy.
In Ulaanbaatar, I think that's how you pronounce it, hopefully, in the capital of Mongolia. But yeah, it's cool to see, like D13, you have Marzalai, you have a couple of other teams who, unfortunately, because there are only 2 or 3 slots available for East Asia, we don't get to see them play that often because you're usually going to be seeing Tiger or D13. But I feel like those, like the 3rd, 4th best team in Mongolia are still better than some of the Southeast Asian teams or some of the teams we're actually going to be seeing in this tournament, which is kind of wild if you think about it.
Yeah, definitely. I think it'll be exciting to see how the Mongolian teams do fare. Unfortunately, only one of them really looking too great right now in the form of Tiger. We haven't got to see the others play, but Marzalai not looking brilliant. But it's time for a short break. We're going to try and get these issues sorted, and then we'll be right back with the rest of the action, so don't go anywhere. Well, we're back before the timer has concluded, and that's exactly what we want to see, Blood. We want to get right back into the action as quickly as possible. The final map here, Overpass, we're just getting some network issues fixed, as they usually do plague this scene, but unfortunately, or should I say fortunately, we're right back into the action. It's going to be fine to take this win, to remind you, probably only one round up. We're right back into the game. Maybe that second round fourth fight coming in from Brand. 3 AKs in play, 2 Deagles, a little bit of utility, and a real chance of finding the second round win.
They have opted to go for the Force. It's reasonable. I mean, it is the current meta, right? Just go for the AK-47s being dropped by Derek and Pro. Honestly, I'd rather Derek have an AK, but hey, you know, it's an old simple conundrum. Derek's so good that he can wield it with the Deagle, so why do you want to give him an AK-47? But 3 AKs, bit of utility. Couple of flashes, couple of smokes, 1 Molotov for Poppy, and Pro and Derek with the Desert Eagle. Dope playing a little bit up close there. He has backup in the form of 9, but is Ja going to check this angle? Dobu, he peeks on out, Wit's going to get the kill, and now Ja, he can just push on up and get this kill. I don't think 9's going to be expecting Ja to be so up close. He will find Wits. No, he won't. Wits, 2 huge kills. And with that, things have looking a little rough here for the Mongolian side. NCL's going to find nothing as well. And it's going to come down to Cabal and Urkas to make something work. The bomb heading over towards B. And Urkas, unfortunately, he's coming from T-Spawn. He has no idea that they've actually headed to the B bomb site. They have been completely, utterly bamboozled.
Well, the bomb planted. And Bren, after losing the pistol, come back immediately into winning this one. And that's exactly what you want to see. They come into the pistol round with a plan, and that's a good sign for me. Although it may not have been the best of plans, it may not have went to plan. At least they have one, and that's definitely a good sign, showing that they have some sort of preparation or some sort of game plan coming into Overpass. And in this round, they do a pretty good job at finding success. And now Urcast, alongside Cabal, wanting to save over these 2 rifles, and Bren. Well, a round picked up for them. They lose the pistol, but they find the follow-up. 1-1.
1-1 the Force by working wonderfully. The Wits, again, I mean, he doesn't necessarily need an AWP. Just 3 AK-47's enough. Thought I'd find 1, not the second kill. And for Tiger, playing around where they didn't really go for the info plays. They were playing it a little bit passively, just waiting to, you know, try and peek with the flashbangs, and that means, you know, it allowed Bren basically to creep on up very, very deep into the bathrooms area. And of course, helped out with the fact that Wit's getting 2 massive kills into the players with the rifles. But at least for Bren, at least for Tiger, they will still go for the buy here. They have the AK, the M4, AK picked up, MP9, Scout in the hands of Dobu, and utility a little bit sparse though. No incendiary early on to probably try and keep Ren, and as you say that, there disconnects again.
Well, that's not a good sign.
Not at all.
Aaron is back.
That's a good sign.
That's a very good sign. And he's got... And no, we're getting right back into things, hopefully very, very shortly. We take a look, it's going to be... Kevlar picked up immediately here for Pro. He does have enough money to get an AK. Will sacrifice a bit of utility, but certainly get one through. Take a look at what Tiger do have. It's going to be an MP9, a Scout, an AK, M4. This ain't so bad, actually, for Tiger. Especially if one of these guns get picked up off of the T side, then NZL will have a rifle as well. Everybody will have a gun. Then we're going to start to look at a scary scenario. So, Brand, they need to win this round. Economy on the line for both teams. Relatively similar buy, actually. And you can see Brand kind of fumbling, trying to figure out what they need to do here. Oh, not the quickness of spawn exits. And there we go. Okay, it's a restart. That makes sense, Blair. I was a little confused as to what was going on there.
Yeah, that's at least good to know. Obviously, we can hear the ticks, but we're not privy to the chat as to what the players are typing out. And while sometimes the chat is really funny, and you get some of these really Reddit-worthy moments, but at times, I won't lie, sometimes I'm actually glad that the chat's not visible to the viewers.
Oh, definitely. But then again, they can just download the demo and see what's going on anyway. So I'm pretty sure they can still check it out eventually.
Well, here we go. Freeze, I'm counting down. This map has been a little bit of a stop and go so far.
Yeah, it's been a false start where you've had qualification, you know. When we get into things, it's going to be Tiger with the M4, AK, MP9, Scout, and a P250. Certainly not a bad buy overall. Couple of Deagles, mixture of AKs. It's like a second round force buy all over again here for Bren. And we'll see if they can make this work. We'll see if they can turn it into 2 rounds. 9. Oh, he's going to be up here taking the shot down on towards Wits. He drops him down to 31 HP.
Peak from Wits. Now, it is ballsy, but it does pay out for him, right? The fact that he's able to peer down towards long range, finds out that there's no one there. They face him, they fall on back, so he can relinquish that long position. And there's a player playing up close to his bathrooms, that is Dobu, and he's got a very important role to play. I would not want him to peek on out wide, and I like Dobu, man, but some of his plays are just so unnecessary.
Yeah, I feel like he's one of those players is kind of... He's like coal, right? As in the mineral coal. And eventually, when you put enough pressure on him, you keep refining him, he will become a diamond player. And that's the effort. He has potential there. And he's still useful, but not as good as a diamond. And eventually he could become that.
Well, diamond or coal, we'll find out. Could even be graphite. Honestly, I feel like graphite's a better version of carbon than diamonds.
Yeah,
like,
I feel like we haven't explored graphite enough yet.
Plus, you can ride with it. You can't ride with a diamond, but he can get kills with the AK. But yeah, go on. This one's
I think
done
there's like you can use graphite, turn it, and I can't remember what it is, the chemical or... Okay, we'll get right back to that. Now it's a 3 versus 2. 30 seconds left, Flash going up into the outs, Urcast. We're looking back in behind him. 3 players currently on this upper bomb site. Looking into the left side, though. That's going to be the issue for Urcast. He needs to be careful that he doesn't get caught off to this left side. Unfortunately, that's what will happen. And Cabal probably realizes now that he's lost his teammate that winning this round becomes almost impossible. So he's stuck in the connector. He's going to try and find at least one player. The T-side economy, again, is looking rough, but Papa Chulo, he will take him down. And that's 2-1 on the board. Bren Esports off to a pretty good start after losing the pistol round. They can be relatively happy with what's going on right now. And knowing what's coming up next is going to be Tiger just on an eco. So this should be a round that Bren pick up as well. I think you can... So that's the point. It was graphite. You can actually mix it with something... I can't remember what it was called, but it turns into graphene, right? You can... it's such a thin element that you can actually use that to sieve out salt out of water. And so you can turn salt water into normal drinking water. So it's pretty interesting.
And can you also, like, I forgot which version of graphite it was, but I also heard it could be used as a, not a semiconductor, but like a very good conductor. I could be wrong there, my engineering days are way behind me. But yeah, I think graphite's way more useful than diamonds. There we go. Straight
So
right there. You
going to be a diamond or you going to be graphite?
I think it's both. I think it's almost like Schrodinger's cat, where at times he's incredible, and at times you're like, why have you done this, Dobu? But it's a full stack. I like this. I don't see this particular stack that often. But Bren have opted to head towards the B bomb site. They made their way. They find it empty. It's going to be 3-1. Yeah, should have a very comfortable time getting a few kills. He gets dinged down, though, in a wild spray. Just the 2 kills, and an AK will be retrieved for Tiger. But for Bren, they just lose the AK, and I guess Wits might just be going in on the hunt here, just trying to farm a little bit more cash. But Bren, they timed out, they come back, and I feel like this has been a pretty good showing. And the AK-47 won't be salvaged. They're just going to come running in. Cabal sticking on around, and it's all on Urcast. He will find Pro. But I don't think he's going to survive there. There you go. Poppy's going to finish it off. But 3-1. Off to a great start for Bren. This is after the dropping of dust too, right? And T-side of Overpass getting 3 rounds here, especially after losing the first one. This has been a pretty solid showing from the Filipino side, at least early on in map number 3.
Well, utility going up and diving down in towards the exit of spawn. Dobu thinks better of actually going for that peek, so he's going to come back to the bathrooms and play a more passive position. Bren tossed a little bit of utility over towards B, trying to shake up this defense a little bit. But for the most part, Brenn is sending those players out towards A long and 9. He's hiding in behind the tree. It's shrouding him at the moment, but he's been spotted. A little too much poking out for the other side, and Papachulo will take him down easily without a fight coming his way. An advantage picked up for Brenn.
Well, Brenn doing a very, very good job so far. Recovering, and right now looking like they are definitely in the driver's seat. Way Tiger are playing minute on the clock. They have options to play on the bomb site. Now, I would like to see a little bit of utility usage here from Brenn, and well, the guns are going to sing out loud. Derek, okay, finishes off Jaw. Cabal getting, I can't even call it a trade, I guess, but then Poppy is going to shut it down, leaving it all on Urcast. Now, the 1v2. This is winnable for Mr. Urcast, but it's not going to be that easy. If he finds Poppy, we'll spot him out, but Poppy, quick to the trigger. 3k from Mr. Poppy. With that 4-1, that was a buy from Tiger again, Dinko. And again, they'll have to go just with the pistols here. Brenn, they're looking good here in Overpass. Maybe today. Today's the day. Today's the day they finally get this long-coveted win, which they've been waiting for over some of the top teams in the region. They've been looking very good against some of the SCA teams, and any team which is not in the top 4. They haven't been able to beat Tyloo. They haven't been able to beat Vici, and I don't think they faced Tiger anytime recently, but yeah, they do tend to struggle against these teams, like, you know, the Invictuses and the Vicis and Tyloos. But if they manage to take the scalp off Tiger here, that's a Tiger skin they're going to be wearing very, very proudly in the PAL 2020.
We've got to take turns on wearing it. You know, it's not very cool if you just have like one little patch of Tiger. You have to share the coat, or you can always just buy a team house and then put the Tiger on the floor as a rug or something.
True. Have you seen some of this? I remember seeing my very first like Tiger rug. It was massive.
I think I've only ever seen fake ones. Like, I've never seen a real one.
I saw a real one in a museum or something, and it just, I feel like when you watch it on movies or television or whatever, it doesn't really do justice to how absolutely monstrously big some of the big cats are.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Kind of funny because we call them big cats. But all right, hold on. Tiger, they don't really have much of claws to work with this one, but they do find Derek. It's the pistols. I like this. They show themselves to a short and immediately 3 players heading towards A bomb site.
This is perfect for the T side. Now they only have Urcast to deal with. He's got to go huge. The first kill, oh, he just looks away immediately. Okay. -1, goes to immediately smoke his tunnel off, and instead, probably should have kept his gun out. Now the push comes through, it's Papachulo and Wits finding the shots back, but it's Cabal on the 5-7 that's come in the B bomb site. They're looking at a bomb plant to the smoke covering them off, but Wits is only going to get 1, and now it's into a 1 versus 1. NCL can pull this off for the CT side. He has a CZ, Pro just back on the ramp area. Bomb will be ticking. NCL would desperately love a rifle here. That would certainly make things a lot more winnable for him. He doesn't have a kit, so now he needs to run on towards the bomb site, immediately taps, hoping to pull Pro into the open, but it's not going to work. Pro, the patience pays off, and he knows that NCL is not a pro, so he faked.
Jesus.
It works.
You know what, it's been a long day, Dinka. It's fine.
I was trying to work something out.
Oh, drone time.
Yeah, we're going to see someone pop out of the drone, and it's going to be Mr. Ja, the photographer. He's used 1 flashbang. I mean, it doesn't really say much that he is the photographer, but he's used 1 flash.
Hey, that's a good photographer. When you just need a 1 flash to you know, get a perfect picture, win the round. There you have it. I love these small little stats. Of course, it took me like a couple of games to get the hang of it, but it's obviously the stats from the previous round. Alright, looks like we're back.
Okay,
we're back.
so we are back. Cool. We're getting into the action. We have lost the player in the meantime, so that's a little unfortunate.
all gone wrong,
Yeah, they're
Tinker.
like one of those two-sided storms, right? When the magician or the what's the magician? Yeah, magician, right? He just throws a little dust down and it pops up and then he's gone. He's disappeared. This is what this player's done.
Well, who's the one that keeps? Oh, there we go. Is it Poppy who keeps dropping out?
Oh no, I think so. Right?
Oh, maybe. But at least he got the clutch before he dropped out, so that works in out. I love Counter-Strike player names, and I especially love like the
Asian Counter-Strike has some of the
Asian
craziest names. And then there's just Derek.
I like Derek. I think one of my favorite names is one of the players who's not playing in the PAL 2020. Well, BNW Gigs, the Thai player who's right now playing for Huatzai, the Singaporean mix. But his name is so weird. So it's BNW Gigs, like Giggs. And for the longest time, like BNW Gigs. It's a weird name, but I'm like, all right, I'll just call him Gigs. And then later I speak to one of my Thai friends who, CS friend, and he's like, it's actually pronounced Thep Gigs. I'm like, how the hell does BNW translate to Thep, like THEP? Well, in the Thai language, their letters, there are 3 letters which resemble like the English B and W, and that's actually pronounced Thep, and that means godlike. I'm like, wow, that's a lot of lore for a player who's probably never gonna even play a major. Unnecessary little stats, and why is they call me the Asian expert? Because I know stuff which no one needs to know about. It's completely irrelevant information, but hey, I spout it out once in a while, and then I sound smart.
Well, I do remember you telling me that one day, and it is pretty mental that I'm sure there's so many scenarios like that as well. I think Boomich is another one, it's like on a smaller scale as well. But 9, he's going to take down Ja. It's going to be an opening kill coming in for Tiger. And while Bren, a man down here on the T side. How many times do we see them do good work on the T side, though? They seem to be good for definitely a few rounds, at least on this T side, especially if they get off to a good start. I'm not going to get too confident in the team until we see the second half. So if they get a few more on this T side, they get a good half in, I still can't be confident for them. And that's a sad thing.
It is indeed a sad thing, but right now for Tiger, I feel like rather like for Bren winning this game, firstly it's going to be if they win this game, that is, which is looking very good right now. First, it's going to be a big win for them. It's going to be a statement for Bren that they can kind of hold their own against some of the big boys. Although I still feel like Tyler and Beachy are a step ahead of them. But mainly for Tiger, I think it's going to be a massive blow to their I wouldn't say reputation, but they haven't like gone out telling people, oh, we're the best team out here right now in Asia. But more like, it's a game they should win, right? Because they still have some other serious opposition remaining for them. But 9, let's see what he does here. It's a 1v2. I think he knows where Derek is. Spots out a bullet. Basco comes in. Execution from behind, but Pro, perfect timing on the peak, and he will survive another round clutch and going the way of Bren. But yeah, I feel like it's a bigger loss for Tiger if they lose this game than it is a bigger win for Bren, if that makes sense in any way.
I get it. I get it from that perspective, yeah. Because Tiger, I mean, they're coming in as the defending champions in the RMR tournament. Coming into this matchup, losing against a team that's come through the qualifier, like that just doesn't fly here, unfortunately, for the Tiger side. It's looking really good for Brett at the moment. 6-1 up. Tiger on the Deagles again.
Always dangerous are these teams with the Deagles, of course. I think Invictus are a whole different beast altogether when it comes to the Desert Eagles. 6-1, a series which I feel has definitely not played out the way we expected to. And I feel like almost all the games we've had yesterday and today more or less played out how we expected it to go. Yeah, some of the series were a little bit more longer, a little bit more messier here and there, but this has just been topsy-turvy, complete opposite of what we expected. We called for a 2 over Tiger, Bren just destroying Tiger in the first half of map 1 before they closed it out, and then Tiger just waking up a Duster. I think that was expected, but the 6-1 start at T-side of Overpass, I was 100% not expecting that, and I doubt any of us were.
Wits Takes down Dobu. Urkast's position could be huge though. As they run around the corner, they're going to be checking in, but it's going to be a full check. Derek able to find the headshot. Urkast probably looked like he was going to get one there, but unfortunately cannot make it happen. Jack comes back in, gets rid of Cabal. Another push into the B-bomb site. May just be faltered by NCL. He gets one kill. That's obviously not going to be enough here. So one kill, at least it's something. It's not the clean sheet for Bren, but for the most part, this team will be happy. You know, take too many casualties, allow the economy to really grow and get its legs stretched. I wish Mitch would do that too. I bet he wishes he could. And now it's 7-1. Bren taking the lead by convincing margin now. We do see a buy coming back in from Tiger. They have the money injected into their accounts.
We haven't seen much of posturing from Tiger towards the mid area, towards the fountain area, have we? It's just been kind of like we have 9 with the op towards long. We're trying to find a pick. The bathroom's control seems to be a little lackluster, but then again, we really haven't seen too many buys coming out either for the CTs. A little bit of a head-to-head there. Right now, it is Urkast versus Jaws. Jaws looking good. Only player to hit double digits so far, 10 kills for him. Closely followed, of course, by Wits on 9. And I like how for Bren, it like the different players taking turns, right, stepping up. We had Derek, we had Wits and on Dust too. Even though they lost, it was still a decent showing from Mr. Wits. Poppy and Pro coming in some clutch rounds here and there. And this time around, Jaws' turn.
Oh, well, Pavichulo connecting onto Cabal to give the opening kill to Bren. To round it, Tiger desperately need to win. Urkast has got water control, so at least it's some sort of trade-off, at least something for the initial kill that they've taken. Bren, so much time to play with, man advantage, all the utility in the world, but it comes down to whether or not Derek can find Urkast, and it's just not going to be expected. Urkast takes one, tosses the Molotov down as well, following up with a smoke, but he's going to be caught out with utility in his hand again. This time from the connector, Jad does take him down, but he is replied upon by NCL. At least one more kill coming back through, and the trades are available, so Tiger at least doing a good job on that front. Now we're into a 3 versus 3.
Versus 3. Dobu. Back turned. Now, if Woods checks this, the angle is right. He could find it, but I think timing might work out for Urkast, or maybe not. He's looking too many directions. Unfortunate timing for him, and Woods immediately plucks his head off his shoulders, and with that, this is the Molotov. 30 seconds. They could just hold W and just head towards that A bomb site and just force it out. But Poppy trying to sell a little bit of a fake towards B. Is that going to keep that one player? Yes, it is. 9's going to stick around towards the B bomb site. That one nade keeping him occupied. And then the callers come in, and now instead they're going to be heading towards A NCL. He doesn't know what to do. Numbers going to get punched in. It's a 3v2. 3v3, they will have to go for the save. Bren, they just played that perfectly. Woods gets the kill, that little bit of a final nade there from Poppy, selling that fake. And Tiger just like caught rotating from A to B to B to A. And they have to hold on to their guns here. With that 8-1 from Bren, I think, honestly, I feel like that's the win condition almost met for the Filipino side.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job right now. And that's why I was saying I wanted them to start on this T side. And they lost the knife round, and Tiger have actually given them the opportunity to get onto this T side. I honestly just think any map that they play, you just gotta expect it. No matter if it's Overpass or Train or any of those maps, you kind of want them to be on the T side. It's kind of strange to say, but they just do most of their heavy lifting on this side. Utility file, Mr. Wits. 33 grenades used. Weapon of choice, the AK-47. Had one bomb plant as well. A lot of utility used up. And a lot of good work for his team on that front. Currently 10 and 3 as well. He's having a good performance. It's kind of continue across the series, really.
And kind of like the reason why I said they've almost met the win condition is because Bren's CD side, we really haven't seen much from them, have we? Like, Mirage almost fell apart. Like, Tiger almost brought it back before Bren able to close it out 16-12. Coming down a lot of clutches actually going their way. That is a ballsy peek from Doba with Wits with the quick trade. Urcas. Sorry, Wits rather with a quick opening. Urcas replying back now. NCL. The timing is good. He gets the kill. This is his cue to fall on back. They've got the man advantage. And this is where Tiger just falls all the way back to the bomb sites. Play the 2v2 splits. Play default. But 9 still sticking around. I am not a big fan of that, Dinko. Pro spotted out the barrel. That's a free kill for him unless there's a quick flick from 9. That's not going to happen. So man advantage neutralized again. And Bren, again sending the fake towards a bomb site. It is going to be Pro trying to make something work, but Cabal, he's not budging this time around.
I was saying up here, Derek coming through. What? I think he kind of like offset his crosshair just before the push came in, but Woods does take down his own teammate, so that is a bit of an issue, but Urcas gets aggressive, denies the bomb plant, and now it's all under Pro. Nowhere on the other side. He is on his own. A 1 versus 2 in total. Coming back in from Monster, there at least is 25 seconds to play with here, so he has a little bit of time, albeit very little. He'll look towards heaven. He has to expect Urcas' position. Now NCL peeks up. They go up together, but it doesn't matter. NCL still available for the kill. And finally, Tiger will get another round. That's not the greatest round from Bren, I have to say. A little bit shaky from start to finish.
Well, 8-2 though. You can't really scoff at that. And Tiger, yeah, they win a round, but again, how close you want to make it. It was a 4v3. You have the man advantage. I don't know why 9 was still sticking around. There are too many holes in the defense. They're relying on too many things. They're relying on Bren not poking into certain angles. They're relying on Bren not pushing up certain positions on the map. And that's not consistent. You can't have a CD side based off what you think your opponents have got to do. You have to have your protocols right. You have to have all your little holes filled up. And honestly, this has been firstly a great T side from Bren, but also a terrible CD side from Tiger. I mean, just a dry peek out. Why is the second player not peeking out with Dobu? Like, just to 1 kill there? I'd rather NCL had peeked with Dobu, ensuring that the trade at least does take place. Urcas now pushing up towards Connector. He might get the kill. Yes, he will onto Derek. Nice position compromised. This is where things started to look a little grim for Bren here. Poppy spotted out. The aggression of Tiger finally working out, but Urcas continuing to hold W. And he's going to actually flank them. Poppy, I don't think he's aware of Poppy's position, but this could just fall on the bar. He's going to spot the bomb right in front of him. And I think Tiger have had enough of it, Dinko. I think they just want to take the fight to Bren at this point.
They've had enough of the respect and letting Bren walk over the top of them. Now they go on the individual front, and Urcas gets from behind. What's going down, Cabal as well, and it's just Papachulo. Last remaining player. And on 15 HP as well. 25 seconds in play, 3 players to collect here, and the bomb nowhere near his possession. 3rd round on the board for Tiger. Get to recover this half T at 7, which is the best case scenario, and still a little unlikely with Bren's performance definitely being good on the T side. You expect maybe at least 1 more coming in from this Bren side. I think, like you said a little bit earlier on, Bren are still going to be happy with this nonetheless. You know, if they lose the rest of the rounds in this half, it's still a pretty good T half on Overpass. But with the margin that they've got, they would expect a little bit more and hope for more, but Papachulo does get into the next round.
Well, drone time, Dinko. What do we have now? Pro. Blame it on the lag. I just love these small little names they come up with over here in PGL, but 5 times Bomb Planet. You know what? I want a player like that in my team. I want someone like Pro in my team.
Yeah, just the designated bomb planter. I mean, it does help because I've lost count of the teams in qualifiers and smaller tournaments that I've casted that forget the bomb.
Or your matchmaking team, for example.
Yes, and that is very triggering.
Ooh. Oh. Ooh, that was quick from Derek. That was so quick. He gets tagged, like barely gets tagged, immediately reacts, plucks Cabal's head. And with that, early man advantage. So, Bren lost a couple in a row. I like the re-aggression. Urcas catching. Derek turns around, but Ja with a quick trade. There's 1 player on the B bomb side. That is going to be NCL caught out in the open. Bomb side just rested away from the Mongolians. Tigers. They have looked pretty tame, Dinko. They look a little toothless as well, which is such a far cry from what we saw from them on Dust 2. And usually, if you talk about Tigers, you don't expect them to really, you know, be that deadly in in a map like Dust 2 where there's too much sand and not lack of lack of grass and whatnot. But right now, Urban Warfare not really working out. Not even a nice shot on the wits, but they want to hold on to their weapons here. There's nothing in the bank, and even with the save, it's still going to be a very rough buy for the Mongolian side.
9-3. Now, we did see a bit of a comeback from Tiger. You have to remember back on Mirage as well, where Bren did walk away with a very convincing half lead. It was 11-4. They went on to lose quite a few rounds. Tiger were on a bit of a comeback trail. I started to get worried for Bren there. But same could happen here on Overpass if Tiger have a better T side. Right now, they're looking real rough over on the defensive side of things. But I've given up on counting these teams out of matches. You know, when you think it's over, it never is. So just always accept it's not over until the game's done.
Yeah, especially like you mentioned, like we saw in Mirage, 11-4, and yet it came down to 16-12. And at one point, it came down to a clutch, which Bren managed to close out to get the win. So, can't really count them out, but 9-3. I mean, especially in Overpass, you kind of assume they've done their job here. Dobu out in the open, and Ja's gonna find him. That is just unfortunate. Again, no one nearby to trade. I like aggression on the CD side, but you want to work in pairs. You want to have that sort of a setup where if the aggression doesn't work out, at least you don't leave the fight with a man disadvantage, right? But in the meantime, Urkas has walked all the way up to its T-spawn, but Derek's still got to check it. Urkas even saw his shadow, I'm sorry, but still doesn't work out. And with that, 5 versus 3, 2-man advantage for Bren as we enter, well, not enter, as we are in round number 13, and things have gone from bad to pretty grim for Tiger.
Yeah, things are definitely heating up though for Bren. This is definitely a performance they'll remember if they take down Tiger, but it's one that Tiger will not be able to forget. It will be one of the talking points of the entire tournament. You know, getting off to this poor start, it'll be whether or not they can recover in the later stages of this tournament if they get down against Bren. And it's just 9 left alone. They haven't even got a single kill up until this point, and finally, the round will end. It's 10-3. Bren reached double figures. And Tiger, the money's not there again. We move into this next round. They're possibly not going to win any more rounds of this half. That would be dire. That would be so unbelievable, really, coming into this final map after what we've seen on Dust 2. We were kind of laughing, you know. Mitch brought up the point, well, okay, it would be incredible if Bren managed to somehow pick up the performance they had in Mirage and come into the final map, and we all just kind of laughed it off like it's impossible, right? And it's actually happened somehow.
It has been a wild series, and in the end, I got to credit Bren. We haven't seen him play much recently. They didn't play the Pro League. They've playing some of these smaller online cups here. Obviously, everything is online right now, but they have been playing events where it's much less a stake than something like an RMR. But right now, taking the fight to Tiger. Yes, Tiger have looked shaky. You can't take that away from. You have to consider that. But at the same time, credit to Bren. I mean, Tiger looks shaky, but they make them suffer for it. Nice opening kill there for Urcast. Always taking a bit of damage. At least he's picked up the rifle and tossed it over to Mr. Cabal, who's got a Kevlar to work with it. But as you do enter the final 2 rounds, it's the final 2 rounds here of the first half. It just looks almost nigh impossible. Uh-oh. That's awkward, but still, Pro and Ja, they combined to get 3 quick kills, and whatever man advantage that Tiger had initially is just dissipated into the air, leaving all the Urcast on the bomb site, and very much an easy kill for Mr. Pro.
Cabal. Well, he goes up, and Jad takes him down. Another round picked up for Bren. 11-3 as we move into the last round of the first half. Could be Bren closing this very, very quickly indeed if they find 12 rounds in the pit stop pickup into the second. But Tiger, they are a team that always fight back. We'll see if they can manage it in this. Lover. Another round added to the collection to prevent only the 3 rounds going into the next half. There's a big difference between 11-4 and 12-3.
It's a mental thing, right? Like, you get 12. And I think we've had 11-4 halves all the first 2 maps, right? 11-4 to Bren on Mirage, 11-4 to Tiger on Dust 2. And all on the T side, which is kind of wild as Dobu trying to be aggressive. How many times does Dobu aggress mid with no trades taking place the moment he dies? Like at one point you want to switch it up, and this is just shoddy from Tiger. I like aggression and overpass. I think there are a lot of avenues for aggression on the CT side, but this is one of the worst ones I've seen from Tiger. Hate to say it, but Bren have just looked like the much better team on this map, and even on a Mirage as well. And Dust 2 just seems like a distant memory at this point. It's almost like it never happened. Cabal, jump spotting out. Urcast, Molotov's going to force him out from his position. Now he's going to smoke himself off, but he has to push on out, and he's going to get spotted out by Poppy Chulo. There's still a player inside. It's going to be Cabal in 9. They're going to strike Cabal, trying to find himself a double, but it's all down now to NCL in 9 to make this work. Wits and Derek internally bleeding. Bomb yet to be planted.
Well, that's the cleanup. NCL just lighting them all up. Woods, Derek, and Pro gone in just a second. Click your fingers. Well, 11-4. As we move into the next half, it is continue the pattern. And, well, Bren, they did get 11 rounds on the board over in the first half of Mirage, if you remember back. And like I said a little bit earlier on, Tiger did manage to pull that back to a respectable scoreline. So Bren need to be careful they don't let that happen again here. They need to try and shut up shop early on. Into the pistol round, they've got a smoke and a diffuse kit in the hands of Wits. The rest right now on Kevlar. Over for Tiger, a little bit of utility coming in on Urcast and NCL, but the rest on Kevlar as well.
I feel like Bren just overthought that final round a little bit. I guess I know what they're trying to do. Just 3-man pushing up towards CD spawn, get the player there, and then just run up towards the A bomb site. But considering how low they were, I think it would have been better if they kind of like just played it a little bit more defaultish. The third 11-4 half we've seen so far, Dinko. Interesting scoreline.
It certainly is, and I think Astralis' Zonic generally talks about how the fact 11-4 is one of the most misleading scorelines within Counter-Strike. So we'll see if that's the case here. Tiger with a good bit of utility. We know they can be solid on the T side. I mean, both of these teams can be incredibly weak on the CT side. So it's on to Bren to get off to a good start. Jazz going to hit those footsteps. He's going to hear them coming right down in towards his position. He sees them going to the corner. He doesn't make noise. He doesn't give away any inkling that he's here at the moment. They swing the door wide open and close it and open it again. And now, well, Ja, he's going to hear these footsteps. He has the info that they haven't come down to B. His teammates can stay up here on the A bomb site. And this ain't going to be so good for Tiger, knowing that there are so many players here for the CT side.
Flank coming in as well from Ja behind. Flashbang is good. That's going to keep Poppy at bay. And Cabal's going to find Pro. But Pro was the player who was kind of low on health. They're going to try and get the bomb down. The push coming in. And Urcast finds a kill. Wits! You can't miss those. And Urcast punishing Wits for what was a very uncharacteristic whiff in leaving it all on Ja in a 1v3. And Urcast with a brilliant quad kill. I believe we should be seeing his perspective on the replay, but a great round. And considering Dinko, they had all the information, they had the stack, and yet not able to get the kills.
That's the issue, right? You've got everybody in perfect positions to deal with it. You have all the info, you're ready for it, but you just can't deal with their cast.
Mongolian, honorary Australian Wonder Kid, I guess. I think for how long he played for Greyhound, and I think was very instrumental in Greyhound reaching the level they are at right now, right? With being picked up at Renegades and everything. So I think he's pretty much an honorary Australian at this point. Urcast taking a bit of damage, but at least Wits taking a little bit more damage. 9 gets to kill. It is a force from Bren. And I don't know about you, Dinko. You get a little bit of flashbacks from the Mirage game. You know, 11-4 half, and then CD side just so passive that it gets completely obliterated by Tiger. Like, what do you think is going to happen here?
I see a world in which Tiger do just start to string a lot of rounds together at the start of this T side, but if Bren don't pick up any rounds in the next 5 or 6, then that's when I see a world in which Tiger pull the comeback. But if Bren win a few here and there in the next couple of rounds, it doesn't have to be convincing, it just has to be a few. And I'd probably still see a world in which Bren take this. So Tiger almost have to be perfect for the next 6 or 7 to 10 rounds right now, just to feel comfortable again. hard to call because Bren are so unpredictable. You never really know what to expect from them. So they have to show me that they've got some potential on the CT side before I can really get behind it.
Oh no.
Well, this
oh,
position's
no.
good.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. The deagle, the body shots picks up the kill. Oh my lord, Pro! He just stopped it just with the deagle. Oh, this is just a nightmare scenario for Tiger Dinko. It's all gone wrong.
That could have been an ace. Immediately. He does so much damage onto the two remaining players as well. It's 9 and NCL just back it away. Corpses all over the floor. How has that happened? Just one deagle in the middle of the monster tunnel. What a play from Pro. And
He was alone.
I can just... I know that Prof probably isn't watching from the HLTV guys, but they're probably just cringing right now. The fact that these deagle body shots, like, these are just incredible. You just... No aim involved. It's just spam, 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 and then pulls out the Khalil, gets the lineup. Nearly takes down 2 players. That would be the fastest ace I've ever seen. Or one of the fastest, at least.
That was the ace. That would have been insane. The one dig, well, I don't necessarily know if there was a one dig, but hey, at least the first bullet was. But credit to him, he was alone in the B bomb set, and I like how heads up he was. He was like, okay, my teammates threw a smoke. By the way, that smoke was the smoke which completely changed the complexion of that round, right? It was late, and he knew if they're going to be coming in, they have to go for the play there. He went for the little bit of a risky play, but at least he knew the flashbangs, if they pop, it'd be popping behind him, and he wouldn't get blinded. And again, the deagle just working its magic, but credit to him for making it work. Almost gets the ace. I kind of wish he got the ace there. I felt like he deserved it, but Jaw gets found out just duking out with NCL and 9 towards long. Just a scout in hand. This is the force up from Tiger, though. 2 AKs, couple of deagles, a P250 in hands of Mr. Urcast. For Bren, they have lots of scout, but they do have the SMGs and the rifles and wits. He's going to win the duel, and he's going to take a bit of damage, but he will fall back to safety, at least for the time being.
Well, it's going to be Cabal peeking in towards the toilets. Pro goes down, Wits as well. And that's Papachulo and Derek. A 2 versus 4, so good recovery so far from Tiger. I mean, you have to recover mentally from that kind of round. You just come straight into the next one, pick it up, then at least you'll be able to sweep it under the rug. That is a bit unfortunate, though, from Bren. And that's the issue with them. I never really am going to expect rounds to be picked up consecutively. I'm never going to expect Bren to go on a run on their CT side because they just seem incapable of doing it. So that's why I'm very much talking about the point that we need to see a few sporadic rounds come in within these first 5 or 6. And then eventually, hopefully see 2 in a row or something along those lines. And then Bren can take it over the line. But I'm expecting actually a pretty close scoreline to end this game.
Yeah, I feel the same. I feel the same. It's kind of like Bren. It's also a mentality thing, and I've noticed with a lot of the Asian teams I've had the opportunity to play against, to play with, to cast. It's a lot of like, once you have a big lead, they don't play to win the game. They play not to lose, and I think that is it's been off-stated, but I feel like that's something that is a problem for a lot of these teams. I saw with Tai Lu against Mouse Sports in the China Asia Championship, the CSE event which PGL did last year, right? They were leading. They won the first map. Second map, they were in match point, 15-7 or something like that. And then they just stopped playing the way they were. They just started, turtling up and playing very passively. And this is primarily on the CT side where, you have the option of turtling up. And we see this happen again and again. We saw this happen to Bren on Mirage. Hopefully, that is not going to be the case here, because if that happens, it's going to be heartbreaking. Getting so close and almost upsetting one of the favorites of the tournament to losing out a very closely fought series. So let's see what happens. So 12-6, it is the force from Bren. They do have the luxury of doing that, considering they literally have double the amount of rounds that Tiger have at this point in time. For Tiger, they need to be a little bit more careful with the way they approach some of these rounds. That pro round, I think it's going to be still in the back of their minds right now. It's very, very recent.
Well, NCL and Urcast peek out in towards a long early on. There's one player over here in the form of Wits. One in the bathrooms itself as well. There's Ja with his MP9. 48 seconds to play. Bit of a slower approach, but it's going to work out for Tiger. Gonna pick out the man advantage. Dobu finding success on towards Derek on this B-bomb site. And now they'll be at the ready to commit in towards the B-bomb site. Currently
Again.
around the corner, waiting Papachulo. Here we go again,
flash.
Deagle.
25 seconds to go. They need to go for this.
Oh yeah, surely not flat. No way, the Deagles do it again. There's a chance for Papachulo, but luckily, Cabal and Outcast are going to clean up, but Wits on the double with a Scout. Jack coming in with the MP9. Now 1 versus 1, 10 seconds. He just needs to delay. He's going to run around the pillar, playing the time, but he will go down. Just unfortunate. Bren could have had a 13th round out of nowhere there, but Cabal saves the day at 3K.
I felt like he played it to perfection till the very end when he went for the face. I guess he thought at that range MP9, yeah, completely forgivable. Like why he would want to go for the face there. But again, it looks so very scary for a moment there with the Deagles. Wits especially with that Scout. He has been really, really on point. We saw Dust 2 as well, that crazy jumping, no-scope, wall bang headshot with the Scout and Dust 2 on the A bomb side as well. So good damage being dealt out by Bren here, but losing the round means it will have to be a full eco. Just the USBs this time around. Tiger, slowly but surely, they are trying to drag this one back. And this should be round number 8. And with that, they're going to cut on the deficit with just 4 rounds, Dinko. And we know how Counter-Strike is. Sometimes it was like, it can be 12 rounds of gap, then suddenly it's 8, and before you blink and you miss it, it's going to be everything tied up.
The stack. Papachulo on top of his teammate's head. Shouldn't really be expecting too much from Brad, even with this sort of gimmicky play. Maybe 1 kill, but should be cut through pretty quickly by Tiger. Going around the corner. You're gonna see the players in the tower, and they're gonna topple it. 1 kill does come in from Wits. We are now looking at Derek and Pro, probably just sliding away out of this round. 12 to 8 on the board, 4 rounds away from evening things up here, Tiger. The next round's where it kind of gets interesting for me, because Brian will be able to get the buy-in again. We'll get the rifles in play, the utility. Pro, ooh, top of the connector, spots Dobu, does damage. That nade should finish him off, and oh, well, he was kind of expecting him to run back. What? How does Bro stay alive? How does Cabal manage to get in time there? Dobu, I don't know how he stays alive. Bro just doesn't get the kill. That's a little unfortunate. 12 hit on the board. Ran only 4 away from victory, but and again in this scenario they don't really have a whole lot to play with. So another half-buy scenario where they get the pistols in play. They could purchase up the rifles again, Blair, but obviously that would result in a pretty weak buy in terms of utility. They'd be lacking a lot, so they're going to save up for the next round. So this should be a 9th round on the board for Tiger, and well, they're right on the comeback trail.
I appreciate and respect Bren's discipline not to just go for the force buy, and I can see why they would feel tempted, right? Or, you know, they have invested a little bit on some of the Kevlar and the Deagles, and why not? How many rounds are we going to be seeing won just by the Deagles? We don't know, but a fast play coming out from Tiger. I like this. They kind of throw the pacing off a little bit this time around. Brent not expecting a fast hit towards B, and they explode out, and Poppy CZ is going to find one, but NCL with a quick trade. Leaving it down to Wits and Ja. Nowhere close. I mean, they're close to the bomb site, but this is going to be almost impossible for Wits to make work. It's a 1v4, 5-7 in hand. And the only way he gets a few kills here is if they kind of gift themselves to him. And for Tiger, it's not just about winning the rounds, right? I think it's also about trying to establish a little bit of an economy, a little bit of money in the war chest in case they do lose a couple of rounds, in case they do give away a couple to Bren. At least they will always have money to keep buying into the game. So, not going to go for this. Not going to go for the hunt, which is smart. Wits trying to be sneaky, but gets spotted up by NCL. Almost gets a kill, but the aim punch will be his demise. 12-9. Tiger now 1 round away from getting the double digits. And again, it was an 11-4 half, reminding everyone as the drone comes in with another little bit of the photographer. 4 flashbangs used in a round. That's crazy. Can't be. It must have been in the entire half, I guess. I don't know, Denko. You decipher this.
I disappoint you more. Okay. I'll get out of here. No, yeah, I'm not quite sure. I'm sure we can get confirmation in terms of the length of the flashbangs, where they're from, whether it's the half, the round, the game entirely. Becomes much less impressive if it's the entire match, and there's only 4 flashbangs being used, and he's the player that's highlighted. But 12-9, we are looking at Tiger now. Really looking quite solid. They've got the open hands of 9, I believe Not Live was called. A few issues perhaps coming through. That seems to be the brand side that have been suffering. Pro is the issue, I think, a lot of the time. So hopefully he's purchased up. So I'm assuming he's not the problem this time.
Well, the full buy though. Like you said, we're looking forward to this. And to be honest, we really haven't seen much from Bryn, have we? We have only seen that one round one in the CD side off Pro pulling off a ludicrous round with the deagle. Apart from that, the buys haven't really worked on out. Flashbang, enabling 9 to peer around the edge of the smoke. And I think he might have spotted a little bit of a sliver of wits over towards the party area. He's going to be holding that angle. 3 players creeping up towards Connector. Bomb yet to be picked up. Drop towards the bottom of the ladder. And of course, we have Dobu just floating around outside of Monster, ensuring no aggression from the CT. So this is pretty good from Brand. They're getting, from Tiger. They're getting a lot of control. They're going to come exploding out towards short. Just posturing for the time being. But we might see aggression from the CTs here. Flashbang. Is it going to pop?
Well, Papachulo, that's a little bit unfortunate. Urcast, finding himself a kill. NCL able to back him up, and now this is the start Tiger would be looking for. Exactly the start they'd be looking for. Pro inside the bomb side, finding one. Wit's able to come back in. Now Dobu, an important kill that keeps the man advantage in play for Tiger. But Wit's, how incredible has he been? Another big play on the AWP. Well, it's all on 9. A player that's been relatively quiet over the past couple of days. He's got to pull off a monumental clutch. With 30 seconds left, he switches to the Glock, knowing that potentially Wits is low. The issue is Ja off towards short, full HP on a rifle as well. 9 trying to get forward. Oh, there's 2 angles he has to worry about at this moment. He switches to the AK. He can win this round now, 1 versus 1, but he crosses into the open, completely unaware of short. And luckily for Ja, that is the case, because he'll find the easiest kill of his life. And this is just incredible. Wits just cleaning up.
Some clean shots, right? Like, this should have been done. The trades were looking good. Tiger, that was a 3v2, and there was no backup nearby. For Wits, it was do or die, and he makes it happen. He gets the 2 kills, and more importantly, he stays alive for the long time, enabling his teammate to come in from short. And in the end, NCL, sorry, was it 9? Not able to do much there with the AWP. Had to get the block out, switches over to AK as well. But despite that, so bringing to 1v1, Brent will win the round. Now, the thing is, ooh, yes. Haven't seen this at all, but will they spot anyone? Though no one's really going for the boost here. And when you don't spot anyone, how long are you going to wait, right? They're being patient, Dinko.
Very patient. Well, patience doesn't pay off all of the time, but sometimes it does. You just got to be patient, waiting for the time your patience will pay off.
Sometimes it do be like that.
I hate that saying, actually, because there's an inevitability that something might happen.
I hear you. What's inevitable, by the looks of things, is Bren's money getting completely dumpstered again by Tiger. They need to win this round to Bren. You can see the bank looking completely empty, but this is brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant, and I think that was, I don't think it was a full flash, but the timing on that peak. You get 3 flash assists from Urcast. A traitor in the midst. What is going on, Dinko? What is indeed going on here?
Chaotic, and this is the round where Tiger can't really afford to mess up to that extent. So now Bren reached 14, and the rounds may not be clean. They may not be in a great scenario, but in terms of winning rounds, at least they're getting them on the board. And this is what I was talking about. If Bren are to win this, they have to just pick up a couple of rounds here and there. They're never going to go on a streak. They're never going to be able to try and go on like a full string of rounds on the CT side. And that's why we always have to see them post a brilliant first half on the T side. They have to get as many rounds as possible. 11 seems to be enough. Obviously, 12 would be much more comfortable for them. But at the moment, 14-9, they are 2 away from victory. They've finally broken that money down for Tiger. And now they're in a position where they should be taking map and series point against Tiger. And just to remind you of the other map, 16-12 in favor of Bren. That was another 11-4 half that they managed to claw out. And then a 16-5 win for Tiger on Dust 2, which was their map pick. They absolutely dominated. We thought more of the same onto Overpass, but it's not the case at all.
100% not the case at all. And Tiger, this is...
Look at Dober's kills. 6-19, having a bit of a rough time. He's one of the players you talk about sometimes being the star of this team, really showing up and hitting the numbers, and he was yesterday.
Yeah, also, it's like, how many times did it die just pushing up mid? I mean, no one to trade there for him. Just dry peaks holding mid, and then Brent just reading in like an open book, right? I wish he varied it up a little bit, and I just feel like those stats just look terrible because the CD side for him, I felt like it was a liability for on the CD side for Team Tiger. We all know what he can do. Very, very competent, and at times might even say the best player in the lineup alongside Urcast, but he has looked a very, not looked his usual self here. And for Tiger, this force buy, I guess it's very obvious if I say it's a must win, right? They have the AK, they have the AWP for 9, they have the Tech 9, a couple of Deagles, and a handful of utility. There's still something to work with here, something to try and get some real estate, trying to push on up, potentially take that A bomb site, 2 smokes, Molotov, a handful of flashbangs. It can work on out, but they need to win a few duels initially. Ja, flashbang's good. Urcast gets spotted out, and Ja gets caught out though. But Cabal, can he win the duel? No, he can't. And it is going to be Dobu to finish it off. That's an M4 picked up. That's an extra rifle retrieved for the T's. As Wits is going to find Urcast, though, towards the long, leaving it down to NCL, Dobu, and 9. Now, they have the rifle to work with, though, Dinko, but they are aware the players push on up. It's going to be Pro. He's going to push on up, and he's going to get a kill onto NCL and onto Dobu before Wits burns him alive. What?
Well, 1 versus 2, 9, 20 seconds. Yeah, it's got the bomb. He can still win this round. They're not really close enough to deny the bomb plant. Now he has to turn this into 2s and 1 versus 1. Papachulo is going to give him the first fight, but it doesn't matter. Papachulo wins it. Nearly loses that. Would certainly have given the chance on over to 9 to win the round, but it's 15-9. Map and series point here for Brian. Can they close it? Bomb plant will afford a little bit of extra cash for Tiger, but it's still not looking pretty.
What do you do if you're Tiger right now? I mean, you have to buy anyway, but...
Yeah, you have to just get the Tech 9s, the Mac 10s, whatever you can, really. Cabal can afford an AK. I hope he goes for that. Or a Galil. Gets a little bit of extra utility. Probably would have preferred 1 AK in play here, just sacrifice the utility, but... I suppose this is a decent enough approach. Well, it's definitely looking likely that Tiger loses this now. And the thing is, coming into this tournament, one of the favorites, defending champions of the last RMR, they're about to lose to the Asian qualifier team.
Yeah, when you paint a picture like that, yeah, it does look a little iffy, doesn't it? And for Tiger, like we said, coming to this event as RMR defending champions, they didn't get to play the Pro League as well, and apart from the Tyloo and Vici and maybe even Invictus, you feel like Tiger as a team, Tiger as a team should be having a comfortable time against everyone else. But Brent showing up, I'm happy. I'm actually happy that Brent are finally taking the fight to some of the teams where they have traditionally struggled against. The fast play coming in towards the B bomb site, no time being wasted by Tiger. Derek on the bomb site, the spots out first, gonna get a nice little flick onto Cabal, but the trades are good, and that is not an ideal incendiary from the CTs, leaving in a 3v3. Wits almost landing the flick. The bomb will get planted, and they're going for a little bit of a cheeky boost. It's not gonna work out.
Well, 3 versus 3. Low HP on 2 of the players here for the T side. Certainly away, Bren can make this work. They can close it here, almost favored to do so. As Pro comes in from Monster, the footsteps are going to be heard. NCL looks for the fight, but he's going to go down. And now it's just Dobu and 9 trying to make it happen. Utility deploys on the bomb side itself. The defuse can and has to come through at this point. Pro's going to get it done. Just enough time for the defuse coming through here. And it's going to be Bren who walk away with a series win as they take down Tiger 2-1. Not expected, I have to say. Tiger coming into this, one of the favorites for the tournament. Defending champions from the last RMR. And while they lose against the Asian qualifier team in a best of 3, no less.
Which is why we need to have more open qualifiers for some of the events taking place, like Pro League. We have so many other invite events happening. Have the open qualifiers. You might find something surprising. And for me, Bren winning this, I think it's pretty good. They have been looking very, very dominant in the region when I'm talking about Southeast Asia. Who's there for them to beat? They have like Lucid Dream, Beyond, and a couple of other SCA teams and Singaporean teams like Huatzai and like the ex-Boot Dreamscape guys. But apart from that, they haven't really been able to get much victory over the Chinese teams and even Tiger. So for this win to happen, now maybe Bren can be a potent force, especially when they face off against Tyloo and Vici later on. It's a good sign for them. But Tiger, though, still looking shaky, isn't it?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of thoughts flying around. I want to get the thoughts of 2 more members here. It's going to be Mitch and Jason coming in. They've been watching the game on the backside. And well, what do you guys think of that matchup?
Insane. Absolutely insane. I mean, when you look at the win conditions we highlighted for Bren, it was going back to the form of the first map of Mirage, where Derek did a lot of the heavy lifting. He was the man to look at in a lot of these 1vx situations. Wasn't much to look at for Derek here. He took a back seat, and the rest of the team stepped it up. Wits on the op, performing like we've never seen him before. You've Ja up there as well, the 2 players that we hoped coming into this series would be alive, but not to win it. To just put on a show, to make it close and entertaining. But instead, they went far and beyond that. I mean, to bounce back from a 16-5 loss and win this map, that's absolutely insane. I can only imagine what the morale is like over in the Tiger camp right now. Like you were saying, Blah, this is a bigger deal for them to lose it, really.
I mean, looking just off of like all 3 maps, obviously Overpass is one we should focus on, but there was like major underperformers in certain maps and then other maps where teams started to step up. I mean, I look at Dobu, 7 kills going into the 30th round of that match, and in the prior games of Mirage, 22, Dust 2, 21, and then end things out on 7 or 8, I guess we should say at the last second. Like that's not what you want to see happen. I don't know what it is about Overpass, but he struggled. But at the same likes, you have Pro. He went 17-17 on Mirage, so you know he's kept himself even on Dust 2, 8 and 18. Then all of a sudden, coming into the final game, or the final map, he's up on 16, and he had a massive clutch round when it came to the monster play with just the Deagle alone playing on the other side of the smoke. It seems like it's just hit or miss sometimes for some of these players and for some of these teams. And my question for Bren now is, I mean, you showed you can beat Tiger, you can beat the number one team in RMR points in the region, but can you be consistent throughout the rest of this tournament? They struggled against Vici for some of the most basic things of, hey, you have a smoke, use a smoke. You know, when crossing into the B site on Inferno. Here, they definitely played a lot better. There wasn't as many glaringly obvious mistakes. We saw like even Wits in particular, that little quick 2K was phenomenal out of him, and players are starting to get more comfortable. So maybe it was just some nerves coming into day 1 against Vici. Maybe it's the Chinese teams they struggle with. Honestly, only time will really tell what the answer is going to be here, Dinko.
Yeah, coming in says Bren, I think they look improved from yesterday, but they still have a lot of holes, right? They definitely have a lot to fix. In terms of the CT side, if that's the CT side going up against a team that's performing well, like a Vici or even Beyond we've seen today, they're going to get banged out. They definitely are. And the fact that their CT sides are so weak, they could potentially even lose to some of the weaker teams around their level, right? So it's kind of a scary sign for me in terms of that, because you've got to be able to play Counter-Strike on both halves. And for me, the win conditions there for Bren was to get 11 rounds on the T side, and they had to do that twice. The 2 maps that they won, they managed to get 11 rounds on the T side and just about script through. And again, it was a hero play. You mentioned the Deagle play and Monster from Pro. They don't win that one. They might not win a few more rounds in the half, and who knows, the comeback from Tiger might have come in. So there is a lot of weaknesses there from Bren, but for the most part, they're looking pretty good on the individual front. They just have a few things to fix.
Well, I'm hoping. Yeah. Go ahead, Blood, before we get into this.
Nothing. This has been the biggest win for Bren in the past 6 months. The last big win they had was beating Tyloo the first week of January this year when they beat them for the IM Katowice Asian close qualifiers, where they lost in the end again to Tyloo. So apart from that win, they haven't beaten a top 4, top 5 team in the region ever since then. So for them, at least from a morale standpoint, I think it's a very, very big win for the Filipino side.
Well, I obviously want to take a look at the MVP of the map as well, and it's got to go to the Bren side. It's got to go to Jaw in particular, someone we saw, I'd say yesterday, have a little bit of struggles here or there, but definitely stepping up when it came to the final map here today. 95 ADR, the 22 kills as well. And the thing is, like, it's same almost as with you know, some of the maps earlier on. Is I almost feel like everyone on Bren had their moments, right? Everyone had that MVP standout play happen. But Jaw going to get overall, you know, within the map here, Mitch.
Well, he was someone that we highlighted yesterday as being certainly one of the standouts for them versus Vici, and someone that they could maybe rely on. I think combining Zhao with Wits actually turning up and putting on the performance with the AWP, being able to take those battles consistently is what's pulled them across the line. I want to echo what Dinko said, though. It comes very much down to or indeed yourself, Jason, the consistency. Like, are they going to be able to do this against other top teams? And it feels like when they play against the likes of a Tyloo and a Vici with the CT side that they've shown us here, I mean, it wasn't a great one. It's just the fact that they dominated terrorist side so much, which is something we've seen again and again today. I don't know if they'll be able to put up that performance, although that said, with the way Tyloo looked today, who knows? Maybe Bren are going to be picking up some decent RMR points.
I'm just more confused how you confuse Dinko and I when he's way more handsome than I am, and obviously a lot younger than my old man gray hair status. But yeah, consistency. But I think one thing that is cool to see with Bren taking this victory, even if you're a Tiger fan out there, is that this kind of whole group is just kind of up in the air. We really don't know how it's going to go, which makes each match more exciting. Obviously, 7 games left to play for Bren, 7 games left to play for Tiger. And it's only to get more difficult as time does go on because the bottom 2 teams will be knocked out. But I guess seeding might be very important when we get into that actual stage here, Blair.
Yeah, indeed. And honestly, like, I think we'd have to go to a doctor, get a heads check if we didn't expect any upsets to happen, right? I mean, it is Asian CS. We're going to be seeing how many games? Like 15 days of 3 best of 3s. That's like 45 best of 3, 45 games. That's a lot of games. And if no upsets are going to be happening there, I probably just lose my mind. So I wouldn't say this is expected, though. Obviously, there we go. A lot of days of Counter-Strike remaining for all of us. But I feel like we're going to be seeing a few more games like this. Like, for example, we might see Lucid Dream. Like yesterday as well, like Divine Vendetta out of nowhere taking the Maslai. While we know Maslai have looked weak, we'd imagine a team like Divine Vendetta would struggle against them, right? But then they showed up. We've seen Invictus look pretty decent as well. We never know. Maybe Vici might beat Tyloo. Maybe.
That would be fun. That would be fun. They've got a real rivalry going. I remember doing like research for this event and taking a look at Tyloo's last 5 matchups. They're all 4 of them were against Vici. All of them they won. So I want to see Vici versus Tyloo. I think that will be an incredible matchup, and I want to see if Vici can take down Tyloo because they looked weak today.
Well, unfortunately, we won't be seeing that matchup tomorrow, as I can see. But let's take a look, though. If you guys are just joining us, or if you guys only caught the last match, about all the results that happened over the course of today. Because like you said, Blood, there is 3 best of 3s a day, and we did start things off with Tyloo up against Invictus, and that, I mean, it went the way we thought it would in the end, but it actually wasn't as easy for them as we expected.
Well, Invictus beat Tyloo 2-0.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm like trying to double check, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah, you gotta believe the graphics at first, but yeah, it was.
That's why I stopped for a second. I was like, wait.
Yeah,
you started to question yourself,
like,
Jason, whether or not you've gone insane on day 2 already. But yeah, I remember.
It's the heat. It's the heat, man.
Yeah, it's definitely that should have been the expected result, right? Tyloo taking it 2-0. It's what we all expected coming into this, and unfortunately, Tyloo not really showing up. A team that we had so much faith in as well. Blair was saying is one of the most exciting versions of Tyloo we've seen in a long while. And then they just had the individuals not showing up. The likes of somebody not really doing the damage. Dan King was basically AFK, other than the pistol round at the start of the game. So other than that, he was just not really there. So Tyloo definitely looking weak. But I'm looking forward to seeing if they can step up. And that could be the storyline as we progress in this tournament to see if Tyloo can take that top spot. Because they should be the team realistically qualifying for the major.
And to kind of give you the other results really quickly. So we did have Beyond take a 2-0 against Maslai, as well as 16-5 on Mirage, 16-6 on Train. Of course, you guys just saw we did have, Tiger losing. Bren going 2-1 in the series and taking on the final map. But that does bring us into our kind of overall group standings now. We still have a couple of teams who have yet to play over the course of this event, but they still have their days to come. As you can see there, we got Bren with their first victory, Divine Vendetta with their first victory, but more importantly, we're getting some losses early on for some teams that we kind of expected to be, you know, having a relatively easy time, especially with their initial matches. Like, I mean, I hate to kind of poke the cat when it's dead, but Tiger, I thought they would have had a 2-0 start.
Yeah, they should have, especially considering the fact that they still have to play against the likes of Vici or Tyler later on. And the fact that they can bleed, that's going to definitely prick the ears of teams like Lucid Dream, like Beyond, who are, in my eyes, I feel like Beyond is still a better team than Bren. And if Bren can take down Tiger, I think Beyond are definitely going to be ready and poised to pounce on them. So for Tiger, a little bit of soul searching. I know there's been a lot of hype behind them, behind the RMR thing. I personally was one of the proponents for them getting picked up for the Pro League, getting invited, or at least having an open qualifier for them. But right now, they look very mortal. They don't look like the Tiger we saw a month back for the ESL RMR event.
Well, guess what? We're not done just yet. We still have more games to come up tomorrow. Let's actually take a look at the schedule of the 3 matches that'll be happening, because you guys are going to want to tune in for what's coming up next. We got Tiger again. They don't seem to get a break here, and they're going up against a team, Beyond Esports, which just honestly walked through their matchup today up against Mazalai. But we're going to see Divine Vendetta against Invictus, and as we said earlier on here, Dinko, D13 making their debut, as well as Lucid Dream.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting. Second best team in Mongolia, as Blair was saying, and I have to agree. I think that's, from my perspective, taking the research and looking at these teams, definitely have to agree. And then the second best team in Thailand as well, Lucid Dream. I'm excited to see this roster play. I'm excited to see them get underway and try and get those points back, because obviously they lost all of them. So they've got a long road back into things if they want to be able to compete against the rest of the teams here.
So, Mitch, one final question to you before we do head off throughout the day. We're seeing Mazalai currently 0-2. Currently sitting at the bottom of the table. I'm looking at the rest of the teams, and obviously with not yet seeing D13 and not yet seeing, oh my god, why did I just brain fart and forget their name? Lucid Dream.
Lucid, yeah.
Who do you think potentially would be that second team being knocked out then?
Oh god, I don't see. At the start of the day, this was an easy call. It was going to be Bren more than likely, but after that game versus Tiger, I think it's very much up in the air. We still obviously have to see, like you said, D13, Lucid Dream, and what form they're on. At the moment, that second team is Tyloo, but I don't think, I would be very, very surprised if that ends up being the truth. So perhaps the likes of a Divine Vendetta. Bren's still not out of the hot water just yet. I mean, this could have been just an all-form Tiger. They've got to do it more consistently. If I had to put my money on someone, even despite that performance, I would probably pick Bren.
Okay. Well, we're going to obviously see as the weeks do pass by and the days go by. But thank you, gentlemen, very much for obviously joining today and covering all the action. We'll be back again. We'll be back again tomorrow. It's really hot here in Germany. I'm heat. There's really hot. There's a fan next to me. But make sure to join us tomorrow, 7 a.m. CEST, same time as yesterday. And we're bringing you more action here at the PAL Summer 2020 tournament.